Chapter 1 Binding System. Konoha 54 years. Inside a wooden structure house. A young man slowly opened his eyes. He shook his slightly dizzy head and looked around. When he saw the furnishings and wooden walls in the room, he was stunned for a moment. This is not his room. I still remember that I stayed up all night watching Naruto last night, and then I suddenly lost consciousness. When I woke up, I found myself in a strange place. Couldn't help but stand up. Instantly I found that my clothes had changed. I seem to have seen this high-collared robe somewhere before. By the way, didn't you watch the supplementary episode last night in the Naruto anime? It seems to be the costume of the Uchiha clan. He was momentarily confused. Damn it, he can't travel through time, can he? Quickly, he came to the mirror. The mirror instantly reflected a handsome young man with spiky hair. Although the hairstyle is different, the face shape is completely similar to mine. Turn sideways and look at the flame fan behind you. I was immediately confused. This is the emblem of the Uchiha clan. He immediately walked towards the window, wanting to further verify his suspicion. When I got to the window, I saw 4 huge heads carved on the mountains. They were the heads of the first Hokage, the second Hokage, the third Hokage, and the fourth Hokage. This is 100% time travel, and it is definitely not a spoof. How could anyone do such a spoof? He didn't feel excited, but a little tearful. You must know that the world of Naruto is not a passionate world. On the contrary, it is a very dangerous world. Especially since he was still in the Uchiha clan. Suddenly there was a pain in his brain, and countless information poured into his mind. He couldn't help but show pain on his face, covering his head with both hands, trying to relieve the pain. It got better after a few minutes. He had a bitter look on his face after receiving the message. It's actually Konoha's 54th year now. The 4th Hokage had already died in the Nine Tails Rebellion. Konoha's top brass suspected that the Nine Tails Rebellion was caused by the Uchiha clan. Even the clan territory was forcibly moved to the outskirts of Konoha, and the family has since been squeezed out of the center. Having read the original plot, he certainly knew that the Nine Tails Rebellion was not caused by the Uchiha clan, but by Uchiha Obito, who had long since left the village. Although he is considered a member of the Uchiha clan, his stance is no longer that of the Uchiha clan. The top management of Konoha also didn't think about it carefully. If Uchiha had the ability to control the Nine Tails, how could they compromise and move their clan? In the final analysis, it is just villages fighting against each other, euphemistically called for the stability of the village. In the end, the conflict between the Uchiha clan and the top management of Konoha village reached an irresolvable level. The clan was exterminated by 2 25-year-olds. One was Uchiha Itachi, who killed his father, mother, lover, and clan members, and the other was Uchiha Obito, who lost the love in his heart and became like a madman. He really couldn't understand the grudge between his family and Obito, a lunatic, so that Obito, a lunatic, could do such cruel things to his own people. It felt like he was killing his mother. But in fact, Obito's parents died in the war. Uchiha Itachi was even more terrifying. As the son of the family patriarch, he doesn't want to work for the family and seek development. Come and raise your butcher knife and swing it at your own people. These 2 young men are so evil, they are almost in a state of obsession. Not only were all the ninjas in the family killed, but even the civilians who were not ninjas were killed. These 2 people are simply more disgusting existences than Danzo and the 3rd Hokage. Danzo and the 3rd Hokage had a hostile relationship with the Uchiha clan. And these 2 people have the blood of the Uchiha clan in their bodies, but they are able to do such incomparable things. It's just like Zainama. As a time traveler, he really couldn't understand this behavior. The Uchiha clan is a truly powerful clan. Without the Senju clan, there is almost no Uchiha clan in Konoha that can compete alone. What a powerful fighting force this village has. Just got rid of it abruptly. The third Hokage is truly an expert in civil war and an outsider in external warfare. In the Third Ninja World War, the war with the Tsuchigakure village was clearly victorious, but an unequal treaty was still signed. This led to dissatisfaction among the entire village and his subsequent resignation. The next 4 generations of Hokages died in battle and came back to power. Immediately and stupidly, he kept attacking Uchiha. Even if Danzo gave the order to Uchiha Itachi, without the tacit approval of Lord Hokage, how could he carry out an act of genocide against a large clan in the village? It's true that the ANBU of Hokage are all just doing nothing. This incident later led to his own death without anyone rescuing him during Orochimaru's revenge mission against Konoha. How could these 2 idiots in the family be brainwashed by someone like the third Hokage? Is the will of fire really so magical? Not only did he look the same as the original owner after traveling through time, he even had the same name. It's all Ryusuke. Now that he has traveled through time, he is naturally Uchiha Ryusuke. Now Uchiha Ryusuke is dizzy. Even if you travel to civilians or civilian ninjas, the situation is not that bad. Although an ordinary ninja may be cannon fodder, the worst he can do is resign. Just find a place to hide. As a time traveler, I really don't want to face the danger of death as soon as I come over. In less than 3 years, the 2nd and 5th sons of these 2 families will begin the genocide. If you die, you will die. The terrible thing is that after death, the eyes will be gouged out. There is no peace even after death. Although I am not very powerful in this world, I still have the Megatama Sharingan activated. Although there is a big gap compared to the later opening of Uchiha Sasuke's eyes at the age of 7 and Uchiha Itachi's 13-year-old Megatama Sharingan. But that's also the Sharingan. I thought that according to the normal plot, after dying, my eyes would be gouged out for experiments. To be fair, it wasn't so bad that it was installed on Danzo's right arm. This should be considered a lucky thing. A Megatama Sharingan would probably be used as experimental material and then discarded. Thinking of this, Uchiha Ryusuke sighed. With the level of his Megatama Sharingan, he is really no match for the 2nd and 5th sons of these 2 families. It seems that we still have to find a way to escape Konoha. But if you try to escape directly, you will be directly regarded as a traitor. Damn it, what kind of rule is this? It's so unreasonable. Even if he successfully escapes, he will be captured by Konoha Black Shadow Danzo. The most important thing is that in the memory he received, he still has a grandfather alive, and this grandfather is exactly the same as his grandfather in his previous life. The parents of this world had already sacrificed their lives in the Second Ninja War, at the hands of Kumigakure and Iwagakure respectively. He couldn't help but feel extremely angry when he thought of this. Because the parents he has never met before and the parents he traveled through time have exactly the same appearance. As the founding family of Konoha village, they have sacrificed so many clan members for Konoha village. He actually ended up like this. All of this is to be blamed on those 2 young men and the so-called high-level officials of Konoha. Without the Uchiha and Senju clan, there would be no way for them to dominate and prosper. Now not only the Senju clan has withered. Even the Uchiha clan will wither in the near future. From then on, Konoha was no longer the Konoha that shocked the entire ninja world. Now, after his grandfather arrives, he is convincing the other party to leave with him. Hiding in a corner of this world, I don't believe he can be found by Konoha Black Shadow Danzo. Then slowly wait until the 4th Ninja War is over, and then you can come out. It's just that it's difficult to convince his grandfather, because his grandfather is the elder of the Uchiha clan and has a distinguished status. Even Uchiha Fugaku respects him. It is because of this that it is difficult to persuade the other party to leave the village with him. At this moment, the sound of system machinery sounded in my mind. Host travel detected, automatic training system is being bound. Binding successful. Uchiha Ryusuke looked overjoyed. Page 2. Binding the system, this is the time to take off. Just hearing the name makes me feel very awesome. Can self-cultivation enhance one's own strength? There are still 3 years until the night of genocide. It is estimated that he can greatly improve his strength. When the time comes, he will punch Uchiha Itachi and step on Uchiha Obito. Thinking about it made him feel excited. After all, he saved his life by binding the system. For now, let's study this system carefully. System, please introduce yourself and what functions it has. Then the voice of the system rang in his mind. This system is called the automatic training system. It can help the host establish a training project and help with automatic training. The host can check the personal training panel to check the progress of training. Chapter 2, Binding the Second System. After hearing the system's explanation, Uchiha Ryusuke finally understood. The system will not only help you establish cultivation projects, but it can even cultivate automatically. This is too much of an easy task. You know, to become a powerful ninja, both talent and hard work are indispensable. Even if you are very talented, if you don't work hard, this talent cannot be transformed into strength. In the original work, Naruto and Might Guy are not universally rational geniuses. But one is good at making meatballs and can make all kinds of meatballs, while the other is hardworking and can endure hardships. These are all gifts. It's just not universally rational. Now this system allows me to ignore all these and help me practice. It makes me excited just thinking about it. Open the system dashboard. Host, Ryusuke Uchiha. Strength, 30, practicing at a slow speed. Speed, 30, practicing at a slow speed. Mental strength, 40, practicing at a slow speed. Physique, 20 points, practicing at a fast pace. Chakra, 0.5 cards, practicing at a slow speed. Sharingan, 1 Megatama, training at a snail's pace. 3 Body Technique, turtle speed training. Fire Release How Fireball Technique, training at turtle speed. Rating, average Chunin level. My originally happy mood suddenly sank to the bottom. Because he saw the slow training. As the name suggests, the speed of cultivation is extremely slow. Perhaps it reflects that the talent of this body is very poor, so it is so slow. There is not even one item that is as fast as a rocket. If you practice normally for 50 or 60 years, you will certainly make great progress. But he doesn't have the time now. 3 years of slow training. It's not known whether he can grow into a Jonin in 3 years. Looking at his ordinary panel, he sighed deeply. Strength and speed are very ordinary. His mental strength is quite strong, probably because he is a member of the Uchiha clan. What does this 0.5 card mean? I asked the system in my mind. System, what does 0.5 card mean? The chakra of the original character Kakashi is used as the unit of measurement to help the host have a clear understanding. The system replied in my mind. Ryusuke understood immediately. In the original work, Kakashi's mouth for obtaining the Sharingan cannot be closed, so the Sharingan is always open and consumes chakra, so the chakra in his body is less than that of an ordinary Jonin. He became weak after using only a few ninjutsu. But in fact, the opponent's chakra is not small, at least not that poor, and all this is due to the Sharingan. Uchiha Ryusuke couldn't help but ask in his mind. Is this the amount of chakra of a weakened Kakashi, or is it the amount of chakra of a normal level? The system clearly understood what the host meant. Weak. When Uchiha Ryusuke heard this, he shook his head speechlessly. As a member of the Uchiha clan, how could he be so weak? Even if he is not as good as the Senju clan members, he should not be so weak. And he only knows the fireball technique, and has no illusion techniques. With such strength, let alone saving the Uchiha clan on the night of genocide. Even surviving in the world outside of Konoha might be a bit difficult. You have to know that the lives of civilians in this world are also not peaceful. There are also a large number of wandering samurai and wandering ninjas in the outside world. Even if I open my Sharingan, I might still be defeated when facing them. He couldn't help but ask the system in his mind. How can I increase my training speed? This requires the host to explore it himself. Explore on your own? Ryusuke suddenly felt overwhelmed. There is no hint at all. When I was thinking about how to improve my own strength, a sweet voice sounded in my mind again. Host crossing detected, the fertility and happiness system is binding. Binding successful. Ryusuke was stunned when he heard this sweet voice. Another system bound. This is a dual system. Did he save the galaxy in his previous life? I actually got two systems. Although the first system is unreliable, the second system feels reliable. I asked myself in my heart. System, please introduce yourself. This system is called the Many Children, Many Blessings system. If you produce offspring, you will receive a treasure chest as a system reward. There are 3 types of treasure chests: ordinary treasure chests, exquisite treasure chests, precious treasure chests, and gorgeous treasure chests. The stronger the child is, the more valuable the treasure chest you get. The host will be rewarded with a precious treasure chest when she gives birth to offspring for the first time, as a great gift package for novices. The gorgeous treasure chest can explode S-level ninjutsu, S-level ninjutsu, S-level ninja tools, S-level physique, 1 ton of chakra, Mangeki Sharingan, and Eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Ryusuke was shocked to hear this. This system feels much more reliable than the previous one. You will get rewards just by having children. These rewards are still so good. But what exactly is this ton of chakra? Ryusuke asked the system in his mind. 100 ka chakra. The system replied in a sweet voice. Ryusuke was surprised, it was 100 calories. In the original work, it seems that Naruto plus the 9 tails chakra is 100 times that of Kakashi. If you obtain it yourself, wouldn't you directly possess chakra at the level of a tailed beast? An Uchiha clan member with a humanoid tailed beast. Even if he obtained other things, such as the Mangeki Sharingan or the Eternal Mangeki Sharingan, they would be enough to deal with these 2 traitors. The Uchiha clan, after all, is just in intense conflict with the Konoha high-level officials. When the time comes, we will hold off those 2 traitors and make a bigger noise in the battle. Even if the war spreads to other families, I don't believe that other families will not react. The Konoha village is not an ironclad entity. In this way, I guess we can get through the night of genocide peacefully. By then, if we can bring down those Konoha high-ranking officials, the Uchiha will be able to gain a firm foothold in Konoha. It seems that this system is much more reliable than the previous one. The most important thing right now is to give birth to your own offspring. After all, he is a member of the Uchiha clan, so it is easy for him to find a woman. If you can't find a decent woman, you can only go to Konoha's prostitution street. However, I probably won't go unless it's absolutely necessary. There are still 3 years until the night of genocide, which is enough time for him to do a lot of things. Thinking of this, he relaxed. There is no need to rush right now. Now that I have come to the world of Naruto, I might as well take a good look around. When I walked out of the door, I saw some ordinary people from the Uchiha clan selling goods. Some were selling clothes with the Uchiha clan emblem engraved on the back, and some were selling various kinds of meatballs. Page 3. This must be the commercial street formed by the Uchiha clan when they migrated here. Ryusuke strolled around with interest. Although the commercial street is not prosperous, basic daily necessities can be bought there. Those who do this are ordinary people who know neither ninjutsu nor taijutsu. Ryusuke sighed deeply. The village of Konoha couldn't even tolerate ordinary people from the Uchiha clan. What a wicked village! Thinking of this, endless anger erupted in his heart again. His face looked a little grim. After a ferocious moment, he came out of the village and tried to calm down again. I don't know if it's because of his relationship with the Uchiha clan that makes him more easily angry. But it doesn't matter. When we came to the path outside, we found it was a wilderness. Soon, 2 people were seen coming towards them. Chapter 3, Robbery of Uchiha Spring. Oncoming was Uchiha Itachi with short black hair, and another girl with beautiful long black hair, a tear mole on the lower corner of her right eye, and a purple coat. The 2 of them were talking and laughing while eating a 3-color meatball. The girl said with a smile on her face, "Itachi, this meatball is just a celebration party to celebrate your joining Konoha ANBU. You are really a genius to be able to join ANBU at the age of 11. The ANBU is directly led by Hokage-sama, and the members of the organization are selected from the selected elites in the village. Itachi was able to join at the age of 11, so he was undoubtedly a great genius." Uchiha Itachi smiled. "Thank you for celebrating with me. You are also a genius. You have already activated the second Megatama Sharingan." Uchiha Izumi also chuckled. "That's right. After all, I opened the Sharingan earlier than you, and my physical skills are also extremely good. I will also become a powerful ninja in the future." At this moment, she saw Uchiha Ryusuke coming over. He's probably a nicer person to her. Her father married the father of the Thousand Hands clan despite the family's opposition. But his father unfortunately died in the Nine Tails Rebellion. Coupled with the decline of the Senju clan, her mother had no choice but to take her back to the Uchiha clan. However, many of the Uchiha clan looked down upon them, and even some radical clan members came to trouble them. It was Ryusuke who helped them settle the matter. Although her strength is ordinary, she is the great elder of the Uchiha clan and the true grandson of Uchiha. Her status is not comparable to that of a transparent member of the family like her. "Ryusuke, why are you here? Don't you have to go on guard duty?" Uchiha Itachi looked at the 2 of them calmly. He had no interaction with Ryusuke Uchiha, he only knew that the other party was an ordinary ninja. Uchiha Ryusuke looked at Itachi coldly. It seems that these 2 people have been childhood sweethearts since childhood. But Uchiha Itachi didn't deserve it. On the night of genocide, the other party was ruthless. With the other party's intelligence, wouldn't he know that Uchiha Izumi was in the clan? But he still killed the family. Such a cute girl is too easy to kill. Uchiha Izumi opened the 3 Megatama Sharingan on the night of the genocide. The eyes will inevitably be gouged out. It's really miserable. It's so inhumane. The will of fire is very harmful. And for such a cute, frail girl, let him protect her. Chuan. Come with me. Chuan couldn't help but be surprised when he heard this, and his mouth opened wide. She is a girl, why does Ryusuke-san's words sound so much like a confession? Still asked. Ryusuke is confessing his love to me. Ryusuke nodded. It's really a confession. To snatch the opponent away from Itachi. A guy like Itachi didn't deserve such a good childhood sweetheart. Izumi heard an affirmative reply. I felt a little excited in my heart. It feels good to be liked. Although brother Ryusuke is indeed a very nice and handsome person. But she still liked Itachi more. Not only is he the same age as her, but he also saved her life during the Kurenai rebellion. Although he is not as handsome as Ryusuke, he is cute. But now if he rejects Ryusuke in front of Itachi, will it damage his face? After all, Ryusuke is also a very good person. Just when she was struggling in her heart, Uchiha Itachi on the side spoke. Uchiha Ryusuke, you're going a little too far. Chuan is not an adult yet, so I won't play love games with you. Izumi is only 11 years old now, 1 year shy of becoming an adult at the age of 12. In his heart, Chuan is also her important friend, and he doesn't want her to be with other men. That would be very uncomfortable for him. Uchiha Ryusuke said indifferently. It doesn't matter, I can wait until she becomes an adult. He remembered that before the Third War, he was still 12 years old, but later changed to 16 years old. At that time, the war broke out, and there were countless ninja casualties, so the village needed a large population. Not only did they go to the battlefield at the age of 12, they were even able to get married and have children. Ryusuke still can't accept the rule of getting married at the age of 12. But Chuan is a very nice woman. He can no longer be allowed to follow Uchiha Itachi. Then he will fall in love deeper and be hurt more deeply. And even if he saves the Uchiha clan, I'm afraid it will be difficult for him to take root in Izumi's heart. The most important thing is that Itachi is a man who wants to kill the woman he loves. People who abandon their loved ones in love. Trash, asshole. Uchiha Itachi didn't expect Ryusuke to be so determined, but he wouldn't let anyone take away his precious things. Eyes gazing at each other. Ryusuke showed no fear at all, but instead stared at the other person closely. Said jokingly. You don't have the ability to protect Chuan. Do you have the ability? Is it just you who is the weakest person? The Sharingan is just a Megatama. Uchiha Itachi retorted. Although there are many Uchiha clansmen, there are not many clansmen who have opened the Sharingan. However, the other party only opened the Megatama at the age of 16, so he is not a genius. Although he usually would not make fun of others based on their strength, but now the other party actually questioned his inability to protect Chuan. He is the true genius of the Uchiha clan after Uchiha Shisui. Although many people usually compliment him, he is not complacent at all. But now the other party wants to snatch his things, which makes him very angry. Uchiha Ryusuke, who possesses the power of dual systems, was about to refute the opponent when he heard a mechanical voice in his mind. Your Sharingan felt the insult, so you trained quickly to open the second Megatama Sharingan. Uchiha Ryusuke swallowed back his retort. Hearing the voice of the system in my mind, I was immediately surprised. Is this how automatic cultivation is started? He vaguely felt an electric current flowing through his eyes, and both eyes became stronger. Then I was ecstatic, and my mouth couldn't help but tilt. This automatic cultivation system seemed to be very reliable. Now he wants to open the second Megatama Sharingan. His eyes calmed down, and his pupils turned red instantly, and at the same time, 2 black Megatama appeared in his pupils. At this moment, Ryusuke felt that his vision was clearer. Even the legs and eyes of a small insect flying in the air can be seen clearly. As expected of the Sharingan, it has the reputation of being an observation eye. Itachi was a little surprised by the other party's act of opening the Sharingan. I remember that Uchiha Ryusuke only opened the Megatama Sharingan before. Now it's Ermagatama. Is this why the other party feels that he cannot protect Chuan? But the other party looked down on himself too much. He was the genius who opened the Sharingan of the 3 Megatama, just when he was about to open the Sharingan. Chuan on the side felt nervous when he saw the 2 people about to take action. Page 4. Please don't take action for me and hurt your harmony. After all, one is the eldest son of the Uchiha clan leader, and the other is the grandson of the Uchiha elder. If I really fight for her, I feel like I'm getting into trouble that I shouldn't. At the same time, she sighed deeply. When did she become so popular? Before she reached adulthood, she asked 2 noble people in the clan to fight for her. Chapter 4 Ichiraku Ramen. Uchiha Ryusuke saw Izumi coming between the 2 of them, and knew that if he attacked Uchiha Itachi now, Izumi would definitely be angry. After all, Izumi now has a much better impression of Itachi than him. Besides, even if I activate the second Megatama now, I'm afraid I'm 100% no match for the other party. The other party is now 11 years old and has joined the ANBU. Only Konoha's elite ninjas can join there. It's a pity that such a powerful strength cannot be used by the family. The most important thing is that Uchiha Shisui, he probably has turned on the kaleidoscope. He also taught Itachi various important principles. Fight for the village. This sentence itself is not problematic, but it cannot be at the expense of the destruction of the family. Without Uchiha, there would be no Konoha. Konoha without Uchiha doesn't matter in the slightest. If it weren't for the high-level targeting, how could the Uchiha clan resist? If he had gone against it, he should have run away with Madara Uchiha in the first place. I don't like a peaceful life. Ryuzuki's eyes relaxed, the megatama in his pupils disappeared, and his eyes returned to their original color from red. Chuan was relieved when he saw this situation. Fortunately, the two people did not fight. Brother Ryuzuki, you should wait until I am an adult before making your request. She didn't dare to anger Brother Ryuzuki. What if Brother Ryuzuki opened his Sharingan again in anger? All right. Of course, Ryuzuki couldn't possibly think that the other party would agree to his request so easily, and that even the other party's weak body was not suitable for childbearing, so he should look for other targets. Then he left and walked outside the village. Now he felt very happy, stealing the other's childhood sweetheart in front of Itachi. The anger in my heart dissipated a lot. Chuan, who stayed where he was, looked confused. The previous understanding brother only regarded him as his sister, and never showed this kind of affection between a man and a woman. As a woman, she is still very sensitive. Could it be that she is almost an adult and her feminine charm has spread? Thinking of this, she couldn't help but bring a smile to her lips. Itachi on the side looked at Chuan with a smile on his face and asked worriedly. You don't really want to agree to Uchiha Ryusuke's request? Chuan chuckled. Although Ryusuke is a good person and very handsome, how can he be as cute as Itachi? Itachi blushed and actually called him cute, but his ANBU colleagues already treated him as an adult. However, Chuan's words reassured him a lot. That way, he wouldn't have to worry about the other party running away. After all, he has very few friends, which may be why he is not good at socializing. He said solemnly. Izumi, Ryusuke Uchiha just said that I can't protect you. I promise you now that I will protect you in the future. His talent is very strong. Although he is still a chunin, his strength is comparable to that of many jounin. He even opened the 3 Megatama Sharingan. When his chakra and body catch up, he will be considered powerful among jounin. How could I not protect Chuan? Uchiha Ryusuke, you are wrong. Chuan felt happy when he heard Itachi's words. Although she is very talented, she is still a girl in the end, and her physique is not as good as Itachi's. The amount of chakra is not as good either. Itachi is a genius. He opened the 3 Megatama writing eyes at the age of 11. With his protection in the future, nothing dangerous will happen. Then Itachi, if you encounter danger in the future, you must protect me. Of course. On the other hand, Uchiha Ryusuke walked towards the center of the village and walked for about 10 minutes before arriving at the center of the village. Pedestrians along the way took the initiative to avoid him when they saw his attire. There was a hint of contempt and a hint of fear in his eyes. The disdain is that the Nine Tails rebellion not long ago was probably caused by the Uchiha clan. Even if the Uchiha clan didn't take action, it must have something to do with the Uchiha clan? Because only the Uchiha clan can use the Sharingan to control the Nine Tails. The former traitor Uchiha Madara controlled the Nine Tails to attack the village. Fortunately, the first Hokage Senju Hashirama was there at the time, otherwise Konoha would have been destroyed. But the first Hokage Senju Hashirama had already passed away. In the Battle of the Nine Tails a few years ago, even the fourth Hokage was sacrificed, and the village suffered heavy losses and was in a mess. Not only were countless houses destroyed, but civilians and ninjas suffered numerous casualties. And all of this has something to do with the Uchiha clan. Even so, they did not dare to curse each other out loud, because the other party was from a wealthy family in Konoha and even controlled the Konoha security department. If you jump out and insult the other party, you will be jailed if you are caught. Uchiha Ryusuke also noticed the looks in these guys' eyes. The other party is afraid and doesn't like the Uchiha clan. It seems that the reputation of the Uchiha clan in Konoha is really not that good. He was dismissive in his heart, these villagers were really ignorant. However, forget about their ignorance. The higher UPS are still condoning these people's baseless speculations. In the original novel, during the Nine Tails Rebellion, the third Hokage brought people to the Uchiha clan's territory to monitor the Uchiha clan and prevent rebellion. Even the clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku, took the initiative to apply to fight, but was sternly rejected by the third Hokage. This Sabi thing has no brains at all. At this time, instead of helping the fourth Hokage deal with the nine-tailed demon fox, he suppressed his own fighting power. I'm afraid that the fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato won't die soon enough. Counting Uchiha Fugaku, the third Hokage and the fourth Hokage would still hope to capture the nine-tailed demon fox. The fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato is considered a young, promising, sunny, and righteous man. If the other party was still alive, the relationship between the Uchiha clan and Konoha might not have reached this point. What a pity for such a heroic figure. There was still one fighting force in the village at that time, and that was Konoha's other Kage Nabe Kage. This Diao Mao also had a lot of infighting and slipped away. And he became invisible at critical moments. If he showed up at such a time, he would not be so bad in Konoha. How can you convince people like this? How can you convince people? Forget it, Ryusuke was speechless when he thought of these things. At this time, he walked to a ramen restaurant. It's Ichiraku Ramen. How could you not come to this world without eating a bowl of ramen? Walk into a ramen restaurant. Boss, a bowl of ramen. Okay, guest, do you want to add any dishes? Yuba, tofu. Okay, guests, please sit down for a while and I'll prepare it for you right away. Ryusuke found a seat and sat down, waiting for the ramen to be served. The ramen was served soon. Guests take their time to taste. Uchiha Ryusuke picked up the noodles and put them in his mouth. The noodles are chewy and the soup is fragrant and thick. Good to eat. It was almost finished in a few minutes. Sit in a chair and rest for a while. At this moment, he heard a loud noise outside, which made him unable to help but go out to watch the show. Just in time to digest the food in your stomach. Chapter 5 Reckless Asuma. Ryusuke walked out of the ramen restaurant and came outside. The streets were lined with many onlookers. In the center of the street, a bearded man with a cigarette in his mouth looked lovingly at the woman opposite. Hong, be my girlfriend. The young woman with long hair in a middle-parted hairstyle opposite had a look of embarrassment on her face. Although she and Asuma Sarutobi are childhood sweethearts. But she didn't like him much. And the other person is too frivolous now. There was a smelly cigarette in his mouth and an unkempt beard. He even confessed to himself in public. Shouldn't this kind of thing be done in a place with few people? Such a confession is so insincere. Moreover, the other party has a very bad reputation and is a bad boy. Page 5. It's really very immature, like a child. She didn't even feel comfortable getting along with him, let alone being his girlfriend. It was impossible for her to accept such a confession. She said with a cold face. I reject. Sarutobi Asuma looked surprised. Why, Red? Aren't we childhood sweethearts? Hong said speechlessly. We just grew up together. And who says childhood sweethearts must be lovers? The relationship between childhood sweethearts and lovers is far different. Sarutobi Asuma was anxious, but Kurenai didn't agree to him. Soon he will be preparing to go to the capital of Fire Country to serve as the 12 guardian ninjas of the daimyo. Before that, it is necessary to establish a good relationship with Hong, otherwise with Hong's current beauty and figure, I don't know how popular she will be. His eyes narrowed and he said threateningly. Hong, if you don't promise me today, I will follow you until you promise me. Kurenai Yui said with a bored look on her face. You're so annoying. How can anyone chase girls like this? Is this kid still the Sarutobi Asuma she knew before? It's almost like bullshit plaster. Sarutobi Asuma was also irritated after hearing this. They were obviously childhood sweethearts, but why was it so difficult to deal with Kurenai? He doesn't have much time to stay in Konoha anymore. He came to Hong, stretched out his hand and grabbed Hong's hand and said, "Today, I won't let go until you agree." Hong's face was angry. How could this person act so randomly in public? If I agree to such a messy person, how can my future life be happy? The people around looked at Sarutobi Asuma, and they were speechless at such a coercive behavior. If the other party hadn't been the son of the third Hokage, they would have stopped him long ago. The other party's behavior is simply harassing women. At this moment, a voice came. "If you dare to harass this woman again, I will arrest you." It was Uchiha Ryusuke who spoke out. He didn't expect Asuma to be so reckless and wanton. As a member of the guard, of course he had to stop such behavior. The surrounding villagers turned to see that the person who made the noise was actually a member of the Uchiha guards. Although the Uchiha clan did not have a good reputation, they hoped that they would do a good job this time and stop such atrocities. Sarutobi Asuma loosened his hold on Kurenai's hand and looked towards the place where the sound came from. A young man with a spiky head wearing a high-collared robe. "This guy is from the Uchiha clan," he said with disdain. "Uchiha clan, do you want to destroy my good deeds?" In his eyes, this was a private matter between him and Hong, and the others were just an eyesore. As long as he is tougher and makes Hong surrender, he will be his from now on. The process is not important. And as a man, you can't be timid about this kind of thing. So he wanted to drive away this Uchiha clan member. Ryusuke looked at him solemnly. "As a member of the Uchiha clan guard, how could I ignore you when I saw you harassing women on the street?" Armis laughed. "Uchiha guards?" After the Nine Tails rebellion, he was no longer worth mentioning, and his identity was not something that the other party had the right to control. "My father is the third Hokage, how dare you interfere in my affairs? Believe it or not, I will beat you up." The surrounding villagers all looked ugly. This Sarutobi Asuma's bad reputation has long been spread. It is common to eat barbecue without paying and eat without paying. The villagers were afraid of the power of the third Hokage, so they didn't dare to speak out. Now they are forcing women on the street, which really makes them angry. Hong on the side had a face full of disappointment. This man was using his father's reputation to do mischief again. The quality is really poor. Why didn't I realize that Sarutobi Asuma was such a poor person before? Ryusuke said nonchalantly. "Don't say you are the son of the third Hokage. Now even if the third Hokage comes in person, he cannot harass women in the street." His words made the surrounding villagers feel happy. This Uchiha clan member was good at fighting. Asuma's atrocities like this have made them dissatisfied for a long time. "Just confess your feelings, why are you so violent in the street? Even if I am the third Hokage, I can't do this." Someone is taking the lead now. He also started to fight. "Asuma, as the son of the Hokage, how can you harass women on the street?" He even wanted to beat up the guards. It's so lawless. When Sarutobi Asuma saw so many people criticizing him, his face instantly turned dark. He looked at the Uchiha boy in front of him angrily. It was all caused by this guy. Decisively, he drew two short chakra knives from his waist and injected chakra into the two knives. Suddenly the blade emitted blue light. The passers-by who were watching were so scared that they quickly stopped talking, and some people were so scared that they took several steps back. Because this weapon gives them a very dangerous feeling. This is a ninja village, and we usually see a lot of ninja fights, using kunai and shuriken as common weapons. High-end goods like this can only be afforded by a large family. Hong's expression changed when he saw Yuanfei Asuma's double swords. Asuma once demonstrated this pair of swords to him. They are very sharp and can cut through iron as well as mud. After being injected with chakra, they can easily penetrate trees and even break large rocks with ease. How could such a dangerous weapon be used against ninjas from the same village? It's so indifferent. She couldn't help but scolded. How could you do this? It's so unruly. When Sarutobi Asuma heard Kurenai's words, he felt even more angry. Why did Kurenai even start to accuse him? It was obviously this boy from the Uchiha clan who was looking for trouble. Hong, it's obviously this boy who is looking for trouble. When I deal with this boy, I will confess my feelings to you. Hong was speechless when he heard this. Is now the time to confess your love? Where is the mood? What's more, the other party's performance was already extremely poor in her eyes, so why should she agree to it? This guy really doesn't know what to say. Opposite him, Uchiha Ryusuke also had a headache. Unexpectedly, I just stopped the other party from harassing women in the street, and the other party drew a knife and wanted to teach him a lesson. Those sharp daggers are covered with chakra. He had no doubt that the other party could easily cut off his arm. Unable to help himself, chakra condensed into his eyes, 2 megatama appeared in his pupils, and his eyes turned red. Be wary of each other carefully. What do you want to do? Do you dare to commit murder on the street? As the son of the third Hokage. Is this what your father taught you? It was okay not to mention the third Hokage, but the more Asuma was mentioned, the angrier he became. He doesn't have a good relationship with his father. This guy actually wants to use his father to suppress him. It's simply stupid. Asuma decided that even if the opponent's life was not hurt, it was still okay to leave an arm. Anyway, his father helped with the funeral arrangements, and the other party was a notorious Uchiha. Chapter 6 Increased Physical Attributes. Asuma stared at the Uchiha in front of him with evil eyes. The second Megatama Sharingan wants to educate me just like this. It's too presumptuous. Let's see if your Sharingan can keep up with my movements. As soon as he finished speaking, he moved his legs and rushed towards the opponent at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, he waved his chakra dagger and slashed at the opponent's arm. And Ryusuke saw the other party's movements clearly. The Sharingan is truly an observation eye. Wave your kunai to block the opponent's attack. With a clang, the weapons of both sides were exchanged, and sparks were produced from the collision. Asuma looked a little surprised when he saw that the other party could actually keep up with his movements. The young man's ability to block his attack was all due to his pair of Sharingan eyes. As expected of the Sharingan, it's a pity that the Uchiha clan is a hidden danger to the village and does not obey the management of the village. However, it seemed a bit difficult for the other party to resist. Page 6. Asuma raised his right leg and kicked the opponent in the chest. Although the Sharingan has observed it, the body has no time to react. What's more, his body is inherently useless. The body was kicked out directly. Asuma saw the opponent being kicked away by him, and his face was filled with disdain. Is this the only combat power the Uchiha clan has? Don't worry about your uncle Sarutobi's affairs from now on. Ryusuke didn't care what the other party said at this moment, because the system's voice sounded in his mind. Your body feels very painful, so you decisively increased your training speed. Add 2 points to strength, 2 points to speed, and 2 points to constitution. Suddenly, I felt a heat flowing through my stomach, a burst of coolness, and the pain immediately dissipated a lot, and my body even became lighter. God, can this automatic system still do this? Not only did it improve his strength, speed, and physique, it also eased his injuries. At the same time, he felt that his hands and legs were stronger and lighter than before. The physical fitness should increase the ability to resist blows and recover. People with good physical fitness can withstand more serious injuries and recover faster, while people with poor physical fitness may be in pain for a long time. In this case, doesn't it mean that you can become stronger by being beaten? Now he wanted to talk to Asuma across from him. If you have the guts, come and hit me. But after seeing the dazzling dagger, I was still scared. The opponent had just attacked his arm. If he hadn't possessed the Sharingan, he might have cut off his arm. However, he slowly stood up and scolded the other party. You are really lawless when you commit murder on the street. Konoha doesn't allow someone as awesome as you to exist. Everyone watching the battle looked surprised. This Uchiha clan is too unafraid of death. That third-generation son, Sarutobi Asuma, is really capable of taking action. Don't be tough on the other person at this time. If you make this little devil angry, you can do anything. Asuma, who was holding a chakra dagger in both hands, was so angry that he smiled when he heard what the Uchiha said. You said Konoha can't tolerate people like me. Increase the amount of chakra injected into the chakra dagger. The blue light was brighter this time. This time, I have to teach the other party a profound lesson. Otherwise, the other party will not understand who is the master of Konoha village now. Now his father is the third Hokage. Their family has the final say in this village. With his legs slightly bent, he was about to rush towards the opponent again. This time he would definitely leave a wound that the opponent would never forget. Ryuzyuk looked at the other party coldly and noticed the ferocious expression on the other party's face, indicating that he was ready to take action. Fortunately, his speed, strength and physique have improved now. Even if he can't resist the opponent, he can still block it. Just when Asuma was about to take action, he was blocked by a woman. He stopped his offensive and asked, "Red, why did you stop me?" Red said angrily, "Do you know what you are doing now? Are you ready to take action? Won't you look at the reactions around you?" She is now really worried that the other party will do something irreversible. She didn't want the person who stood up for her to get hurt because of herself, so she would feel guilty. Sarutobi Asuma followed Kurenai's gaze and looked around, finding that these people were all looking at him in fear. A bad look appeared on his face. He seemed a little impulsive. But at this time, Hong stood up and accused him, which made him even more uncomfortable. It was as if there was a stone in my heart suppressing me. Looking at Asuma's troubled expression, he didn't even put away his weapon. Hongzhe scolded loudly. "What a bastard! Don't you even listen to me? If the other party continues to be so impulsive and reckless, the two parties will not be able to be lovers, or even friends from now on. She wouldn't be friends with someone so impulsive." Asuma saw Kurenai's expression, and the anger in his heart almost came to his head. Although what Hong said makes sense, Hong is his future girlfriend. Even if everyone else can accuse him, she can't. With a sudden thought, he decided not to care about Kurenai anymore. He quickly passed Kurenai and rushed towards Ryuzyuk Uchiha with a chakra dagger in hand. This time the speed was even more explosive. But what he didn't expect was the Uchiha tribesman on the opposite side actually blocked his attack with his mouth sideways. His eyes widened. How could this be possible? His speed is even faster than his previous attack. Logically speaking, it is impossible for the opponent to block his attack. "You bastard, did you just hide your strength?" If the opponent's speed can keep up with his own, then he can only hide his strength. "I didn't expect that I could keep up with such a speed." Asuma saw that the other party didn't speak, which made him even more angry. Did the other party even bother to talk to him? That's too arrogant. "I'll let you know how powerful I am right away." The speed of swinging the knife became even faster, even generating wind pressure. But they were all observed by Sharingan, and Ryuzyuk could only barely defend himself. There is no room to answer the other party's questions. Because the other party is serious about it, and the other party's current strength is at least a very strong Chuunin. As an ordinary Chuunin with enhanced attributes, it was already a miracle that he could block the opponent. Seeing such a scene, Hong's face was full of anger. It would be too reckless and undisciplined to attack one's own people so harshly. Although Asuma was very reckless in the past, she was still able to make friends, but now she seems to have completely lost her mind. The battle scene between the two was very thrilling. Ryuzyuk tried his best to resist the opponent's attack, but his face was almost scratched by the opponent. This guy is serious. Kurenai couldn't help but be a little surprised when she saw that this boy from the Uchiha clan could barely block Asuma's attack. Although Asuma is very reckless, his talent is real. But now, although Asuma had the advantage on the field, he still failed to hit the opponent. As a ninja of Konoha, it was necessary to take action. Asuma could not be allowed to make a big mistake and hurt his fellow villagers. She quickly pulled out her kunai and took advantage of the gap to stand in front of Asuma. That's enough. If you take action again, I will be your opponent. Chapter 7 Target Red. Sarutobi Asuma's expression turned bad when he saw this situation. Why did Kurenai stand in front of the other party, especially the Uchiha clan? Doesn't he know that this clan is a hidden bomb in the village? The other party's determined look made him realize that something was wrong. Originally, she wanted to embrace the beauty, but now Yui Hong is so determined. Red, I didn't mean it. After he finished speaking, he saw several ANBU walking slowly in the distance. He sighed deeply and ran away. After Asuma left, calm began to return to the streets. Kurenai came to Ryuzuki's side and asked with concern. Are you okay, Uchiha clan member? I apologize to you on behalf of Asuma. Ryuzuki waved his hand and said. Forget it, this is none of your business. It's obviously Sarutobi Asuma's recklessness. But as a member of the Uchiha clan's guard force, no matter how strong the opponent is, I must stop the opponent's illegal behavior. Hong was slightly moved when he heard this, because this guy was different from the Uchiha he had met. The other Uchiha all looked cool. He didn't communicate with other tribesmen at all, and he didn't even bother to explain. Looking at the other party, he not only looks a bit handsome, but also has a sense of justice. But he remembered that he had something else to do and said goodbye. I still have something to do, so I'll leave first. It is good. Ryuzuki replied. A woman like Hong is undoubtedly a very beautiful woman with a good figure and good looks. It seems to be very suitable for childbearing. Maybe you can get along well with the other person and develop a relationship. Maybe you can complete the mission of the many children and many blessings system and get a precious treasure box. On the other side of the Hokage's office, the ANBU had just informed the third Hokage of Asuma Sarutobi's attack on the Uchiha clan on the street. Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately sent someone to bring Sarutobi Asuma to the Hokage's office with an angry look on his face. Why are you so reckless? As the son of the Hokage, not only do you not lead by example, but you also commit crimes in the street. Page 7. Facing his father's accusation, Sarutobi Asuma felt very unconvinced and argued. It was obviously the Uchiha clan member who started the trouble. He interrupted my confession to Kurenai. The third Hokage sighed. Why are you so impulsive? If Yui Hong doesn't agree now, are you going to take action? You will only make this woman leave you. You should report to the Daming Mansion of the Country of Fire now, have a good experience, and calm down. Sarutobi Asuma had nothing to say. After all, this confession failed and he was embarrassed in front of Kurenai. Now he should wait for the other party to calm down before he apologizes to the other party. Okay, I'll leave now. After Asuma left, the ANBU beside him also went out. The third Hokage's face relaxed. It was a good thing that this reckless boy accepted his proposal. If you go hang out with the daimyo now and inherit his position as Hokage in the future, the daimyo will not be embarrassed to refuse. I hope this guy becomes a talent. He can only pave the way for him to become the Hokage. Then he thought of the Uchiha tribesmen and frowned slightly. Although his son was at fault, if Asuma hadn't been angered by the Uchiha clan, Asuma wouldn't have been so impulsive, nor would he have left such an ugly impression on the villagers. What an evil clan! Originally, his status in the village had dropped due to the peace negotiation with Yunyan village. How could the people in the village understand his foresight? Even if he gave the other party a little compensation, if he could end the war, it would be a profit. Then he is the hero of the village. But these stupid villagers didn't understand, so he had no choice but to abdicate. Even after Minato died, he had a chance to take over again. Sitting in the position of Hokage was comfortable. Now Konoha village and Kumagakure village are constantly having friction on the border. Although Konoha has the strength to fight against Kumagakure and even win. But he wanted to preserve the strength of the village, because Konoha had to face more than just Union village, the surrounding ninja villages were all enemies of Konoha village. He now wants to strengthen the dialogue with Union village and strive to end the war peacefully. In that case, he will be able to end the Third War and be more glorious than the first and second generations of Hokage. He will also become the most prestigious Hokage ever. In this case, he can be called the strongest Hokage. Ryusuke wandered around Konoha village curiously, and returned to his home when night fell. At this time, an old man with grey hair was waiting there, looking very angry. "Where did you go, you little bastard? I thought you were kidnapped." Ryusuke was his only relative. He suddenly fainted while performing a guard duty, was sent home to rest and then disappeared suddenly, which really worried him. Ryusuke looked at the grey-haired old man in front of him. He looked exactly like his grandfather who passed away in his previous life, except that he was wearing a kimono. His eyes couldn't help but become complicated. "I didn't expect to see my deceased grandfather in another world." He couldn't help but explain. "I feel a lot better, so I went out for a walk." After hearing this, the anger on the old man's face turned into joy. "As long as it's okay." Then his eyes were lonely. "It's just a pity that you didn't inherit your parents' talent. I didn't expect that your body is so fragile. One of your parents died at the hands of Iwagakure village, and the other died at the hands of Kumagakure village. It's impossible to get revenge on you. Grandpa just wants you to live a good life now. If it really doesn't work, I won't even do the work of the security department." When Ryusuke heard this, many memories came to mind. During the Second Ninja War, Konoha village and Iwagakure village went to war. The father of the original owner went to participate in the war, but died. It was also the Second Ninja World War, when Konoha village and Kumagakure village went to war. The mother of the original owner went to participate in the battle and died again. They were the only two people left at home. In the original novel, neither the original body nor this Uchiha elder appeared, proving that their strength is not that great. They are probably just cannon fodder characters. The great elder Uchiha's hair has turned grey, so what fighting power can he still have? In the original plot, the original man not only sacrificed his parents for the sake of peace in Konoha, but he and his grandfather probably also had to finish the night of the Uchiha genocide. Thinking of this, Ryusuke Uchiha felt another anger rising in his heart. But it didn't break out. What's the point of breaking out in anger in front of this old man? When the time comes, it will be his true ability to explode towards the top management of Konoha and those two young men. I saw Ryusuke's face looked a little solemn. The great elder said with relief. "Your parents also died for the family in Konoha. There is nothing to be sad about. Without them there would be no Uchiha, no peace in Konoha. We should live a good life." He was also afraid that his grandson would be troubled by these things. Perhaps it was these depressing things that caused him to suddenly faint. Chapter 8 Giving Birth. Ryusuke, who had a serious look on his face, tried to relax his expression. "Don't let the old man in front of you worry. Of course, we will live well." In fact, what he was thinking about was how to take revenge on those who had hurt the family if he didn't live well. It was the high-level officials of Konoha who betrayed the Uchiha clan, not the Uchiha clan who betrayed Konoha. He will definitely let the Uchiha clan successfully survive the night of genocide. To be on the safe side, we must give full play to the power of the dual systems. We must not only study the automatic cultivation system, but also make use of the many children and many blessings system. Just giving birth. Although the first reward is a precious treasure chest, he does not intend to choose a woman so casually. You must know that having physical relations means that both parties have a relationship, and this relationship is not so easy to cut. If you have a choice, of course choose a comfortable woman. With his status as an Uchiha clan and his handsome face, how could he not find a suitable woman? Thinking of this, Ryusuke looked at the old man in front of him. Grandpa, although my talent is not very good, I have a good idea. Since my talent is not good, then I will have children and train the next generation. Maybe the next generation won't be as useless as me. He has a system in which many children bring many blessings. As long as he gives birth to a child, the first reward is a precious treasure box. In that case, the things he could use would most likely be able to help him survive the night of genocide. If it goes well, it can revive the Uchiha family. Giving birth to a child would make this old man no longer lonely. The elder Uchiha was a little stunned when he heard Ryusuke's words. Although it is true that 16 years old is old enough to get married. Even in previous families, people could get married and have children at the age of 12. But now that the family population has increased, there is no need to implement such a policy. This grandson didn't faint and hurt his brain, right? Why does he feel a little out of touch? Although this seems to make sense. There were only 2 people in such a big house, so it was indeed a bit lonely. He said with a smile on his face. It's not impossible. You should think carefully about this kind of thing yourself. He somewhat agreed with this idea, but Ryusuke still needed to do this kind of thing himself. If he were to come up with ideas, he might even be doing a disservice. Ryusuke saw his grandfather's attitude and said with a smile. Then I will stop going to the security force in the future. Now he is someone who wants to do big things, so what's the use of working in the Konoha guard? It's of no use. Improving your own strength is the right way. Uchiha really blinked his eyes, and secretly thought that this boy might have said this on purpose because he didn't want to work in the guard. But forget it, if he doesn't want to work in the security force, then don't go, otherwise he will suddenly faint like before. He only has such a precious grandson, and he can no longer give away the white-haired man to the black-haired one. Okay, I'll go talk to Uchiha Fugaku about this. Ryusuke couldn't help but wonder. Grandpa, what do you say, does it work? Uchiha Fugaku is the captain of the guard, and he has the final say in everything in the team. Of course it counts. I have watched this boy Uchiha Fugaku grow up. How dare he not listen to what I say? Uchiha Shinichi changed his calm tone and said majestically. In that case, Ryusuke felt relieved. On the other side, Yuihong returned to her home. After a day's work, she leaned on the sofa tiredly. Her mother immediately prepared a meal for her. Hong came over to eat with her mother. Her father, Yuimako, unfortunately died trying to protect the village during the Nine Tails Rebellion. Now only mother and daughter depend on each other. So now I mainly rely on Kurenai as a ninja to support the family's expenses. While eating, my mother spoke. Sarutobi Asuma confessed his love to you today. Why didn't you accept it? You must know that by joining the Hokage's lap, our family can be revitalized, and you don't have to work so hard doing various ninja tasks. The third Hokage sent someone over to tell her that his daughter should get along well with Sarutobi Asuma. Of course she agreed, as a woman who lost her husband. She clearly knows how important it is to find a good support. Now the third Hokage is in power, and his son Sarutobi Asuma can be said to be the most powerful second generation in Konoha. It can be said that it is Hong's luck that the other party can like Hong. Yuihong looked a little unhappy when she heard this. Page 8. How could she be with a reckless guy like Sarutobi Asuma? Not even as good as that Uchiha. Mom, let's talk about this later. How did you know about this? You should have stayed at home. The mother told the truth and had no intention of hiding it from her daughter. The third Hokage came to tell me that he is very optimistic about your relationship with Sarutobi Asuma. Do you know what this means? It means that the Ui clan can return to its peak and can intermarry with a big clan like the Sarutobi clan. Yuihong became even more displeased when she heard this. What era are we in now? Of course, falling in love is a matter between two people. Why do parents still need to take action? It's not the parents who are in love. Although marriage can revitalize the family, she does not want to use this method and still has sweet and longing thoughts about love. The mother noticed her daughter's expression and knew that the other party might not agree to this at this stage, so she said sternly. If you don't like Sarutobi Asuma, I respect your opinion. But you're not in love with that Uchiha boy, are you? If I like Uchiha clan members, I will never agree to such a thing. When Lord Hokage came, he also expressed that he did not want to see Yui Kurenai have too much contact with the Uchiha boy. Yui Kurenai thought of that Uchiha with a very handsome face. If they really dated, she felt that this person was more suitable, had a sense of justice, and could communicate normally. This was much better than Asuma. But they had just met once, and they couldn't even be considered acquaintances. Mom, what are you talking about? Since when did I fall in love with that Uchiha clansman? What did the third Hokage say to you? The mother saw her daughter's expression and knew that she was not lying, so she felt relieved and continued to warn her. Red, you must remember that your father, Yui Zhenhong, died in the Nine Tails Rebellion. And the Nine Tails Rebellion was probably started by the Uchiha clan. Otherwise, your father would not have died, the family would not be in such decline, and we too would not have to work so hard. So never like the descendants of your enemies. Chapter 9 Yui Kurenai's question. Yui Hong agreed to her mother's request. She was still very filial. At home, thanks to her mother, she is not so stressed. After hearing her mother's words, her impression of this Uchiha clan member was somewhat overturned. If the Uchiha clan really started the Nine Tails Rebellion, that Uchiha clan member would be her enemy even if he didn't do it. She could vaguely remember her father's face now. Although her father was very strict, he was very gentle to her and her mother. He also received high praise among his subordinates. How could such a person die so young? Thinking of this, Yui Hong couldn't help but feel a little sad. Now she almost wanted to question the Uchiha clansman to see what he had to say. The next day, Ryusuke Uchiha didn't get up until he hit the pole 3 times a day. Originally, in the face of the Uchiha genocide, most people should get up early to exercise and improve their strength, but he is a man with dual systems. You can gain great strength without normal training. According to his previous method, he was ridiculed by Uchiha Itachi, and then his Sharingan directly opened the second Megatama. Now he kind of wants to find someone to mock him. In that case, will the second Megatama Sharingan evolve directly into the third Megatama, and then make people laugh at it? Will it directly evolve into the kaleidoscope? In that case, on the night when the Uchiha clan was exterminated, everyone would have the Mangekyo Sharingan, and he would not believe that he was still weaker than the other party. Now he wants to find someone to laugh at him. Although my reputation as an Uchiha is not very good, if someone ridicules me, it would be the Hyuga clan. I wonder if they are now known as the strongest clan in Konoha. The real wealthy families in Konoha have always been the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan. Generally speaking, the Hyuga clan's Byakugan has a 360-degree viewing angle and can clearly see the opponent's meridians, acupuncture points, and the flow of chakra in the human body. It also has a clairvoyant eye that can see through things, a telescope that can see into distant places, and a clairvoyant eye that has strong powers of observation. Using chakra to multiply the power of the eyes can see things within a radius of 1 kilometer, and their insight surpasses the Sharingan. But that's about it. In terms of combat effectiveness, the Sharingan is stronger. 3 Megatama Sharingan can open the Byakugan 5 to 5 times. But the Sharingan can evolve into a Mangekyo, and the Hyuga family does not have a family awakening the Tsenjukan. This is the difference. The Hyuga family's inability to awaken the Tenseigan is probably because their bloodline is not pure enough. After all, the reincarnation eye is the same as the reincarnation eye of the Six Paths Sage. How could the Hyuga family's ability be awakened with such dazzling eyes? On the contrary, Kakashi, the 55-year-old ninja, gave full play to the role of Sharingan. The function of the copy eye can copy taijutsu and non-blood limited ninjutsu. Because Kakashi Hatake can use ninjutsu with multiple attributes. The Uchiha clan is famous for their fire escape, and most of them only have fire attribute chakra. Moreover, fire-type ninjutsu is also extremely powerful. Except for not being able to hit anyone. This actually gave him some ideas. If you learn more ninjutsu, your strength will undoubtedly improve. While he was wandering on the street, he met Yui Kurenai by chance. Yui Kurenai also obviously noticed this Uchiha tribesman. She remembered what her mother said last night, and she felt some hatred towards this Uchiha tribesman. He even planned to question the other party face to face. She said with a fake smile on her face. "Thank you for rescuing me yesterday. Can I treat you to a meal to thank you?" Uchiha Ryusuke was a little surprised. Could it be that this beauty has already fallen in love with him? Wouldn't that be possible? Hey! Just call me Ryusuke. If you want to treat me, just treat me to Ichiraku Ramen. It seems that he hasn't eaten anything today. Ichiraku Ramen can definitely be eaten for lunch, because he won't worry about getting upset after eating it. The taste is also excellent, no wonder it is so popular among Konoha. Such an answer surprised Hongdu. Do the dignified Uchiha clan also like to eat this kind of food? She nodded in agreement. Okay. Kurenai and Lane came to Ichiraku Ramen house together and had a delicious meal. Of course, Kurenai Yui paid for it. Later, Yui Hong also suggested walking with Ryusuke. Of course Ryusuke readily agreed. As a young woman like Kurenai was perfect for having children. Then Yui Hong took Ryusuke to a remote part of the village because she wanted to find a quiet place to question him. Ryusuke realized that the place was getting more and more remote. Could this be a couple's tryst? Couples usually go to remote places to do such things. Arriving at a deserted place, Yui Kurenai stopped, turned around, put away her smile, and looked at Uchiha Ryusuke, who was a little taller than her. Ryusuke put away his penis because he realized that the other person's face was a little unfriendly, even a little cold. Next, when the other party speaks, you will know what the other party wants to do by bringing him here? Yui Hong stared at Ryusuke coldly and asked. Did you, the Uchiha clan, cause the Nine Tails Rebellion? My father died protecting the village during the Nine Tails Rebellion. Ryusuke was a little shocked. Didn't the other party bring her here to take revenge on him? He said hurriedly. Why do you think the Uchiha clan will do it? If the Uchiha clan had the ability to control the Nine Tails, how could they be forced by Konoha's high-level officials to move the clan to the corner of the village? Hong's face softened a little when she heard what he said. It seemed like what the other person said was true. But if it wasn't done by the Uchiha clan, who could have done it? Among people who can control the nine-tailed demon fox, only Uchiha Madara has succeeded in history. Of course Ryusuke knew in his heart who did it. It was indeed not done by the current Uchiha clan, but by the Uchiha madman Obito. But he couldn't say it directly. Even if it was revealed that it was the lunatic Uchiha Obito who did it, these people in the village would blame their Uchiha clan. It even gave the higher UPS sufficient reason to take action against the Uchiha clan. And Hong actually questioned him like this, he must not leave a bad impression on the other party. Explained. I'm sure no one in the current Uchiha family can control the Kyuubi. I am also very sad about your father's death and feel very sorry. Although I was still young during the Nine Tails Rebellion, I remember it clearly. Your father protected the village along with the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. We, the Uchiha clan, also wanted to protect the village, but we were blocked at the door by Konoha's top brass, the third Hokage and Danzo. The important combat forces in the family are blocked at the door. If these high-level officials are willing to believe in our Uchiha clan, we will join forces with our Uchiha clan to deal with the Kyuubi. Your father and the 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato should not die in battle. We, the Uchiha clan, can stay in Konoha safely, which means that the top management of Konoha also has no evidence that our Uchiha clan did it. Otherwise, our Uchiha clan won't be able to stay in the village. Chapter 10 No Need to Wash. Yui Kurenai's expression changed when she heard Ryusuke's words. Indeed, if the Uchiha clan did it, the top management of Konoha would never allow the Uchiha clan to stay in the village safely. At the same time, it was indeed his father and the 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato who led the ninjas to protect the village during the Nine Tails Rebellion. No other high-level officials of Konoha participated in the battle. And even the 3rd Hokage did not come forward to fight against the nine-tailed demon fox on the frontal battlefield. Danzo, the root leader, also did not appear. If it was really like what Ryusuke Uchiha said, if they joined forces and were surrounded by so many masters, they might really be able to subdue the Kyuubi at a very small cost. The 4th Hokage and his father would not have died. Ryusuke saw Kurenai's expression and immediately added a joke. Page 9. Uchiha Madara wanted to lead our Uchiha clan to rebel from Konoha, but we didn't rebel because we, the Uchiha clan, love a peaceful life and love the village deeply. This village was created by our Uchiha and Senju clans. Why would we want to destroy our own village? I don't know why the village leaders are so targeted at our clan. They would rather watch your father and the 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato fight alone instead of helping. They even prevented our Uchiha clan from helping to quell the Nine Tails. Chaos. Actually, our family patriarch's wife, Uchiha Mikoto, and the parents of the 4th Hokage are not only classmates at the ninja school, but also friends. They have a deep friendship. It is impossible for us to start the Nine Tails Rebellion. Yui Hong felt like her head was going into chaos. Because what the other party said made sense, and it kind of subverted her outlook on things. It turns out that the relationship between the senior leaders of the Uchiha clan and the 4th Hokage is so good. During the Nine Tails Rebellion, other high-level officials in Konoha would rather go to the Uchiha clan to block the door than help the 4th Hokage and his father. If the Uchiha clan had taken action and the 3rd Hokage was included, the casualties caused by the Nine Tails Rebellion would have been much smaller, and maybe her father would not have died like this. Her mother wouldn't have it so hard, and neither would she. After hearing what the other party said, Kurenai Yui's impression of the Shiha clan also changed. She apologized. I'm sorry, I wronged you. Now she believes that the Uchiha clan is not the culprit of the Nine Tails Rebellion. Konoha village is also the home of the Uchiha clan. Who would destroy their own home? At the same time, during the Nine Tails Rebellion, the high-level officials of Konoha blocked the door, so how could they cause chaos? What she didn't expect was that the senior Uchiha people had such a deep friendship with the 4th Hokage and his wife, so it was even more unlikely that the Nine Tails Rebellion was launched by the Uchiha clan. Ryusuke, however, did not mean to blame the other party at all, but continued to throw dirty water on the top management of Konoha. This is not your fault. This is all the unnecessary suspicion of Konoha's higher UPS. During the Nine Tails Rebellion, I don't know why the only ones to deal with the Nine Tails were the 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato and your father, the Jonin. And the 3rd Hokage of Konoha, not even Konoha's advisors Danzo, Mito Kabuto, and Koharu took any action. I wonder what the hell are these people doing? They even came to stop the Uchiha clan from taking action. The 4th Hokage and his wife and your father both died. We, the Uchiha clan, also feel very sad. Who doesn't know how to throw dirty water, and these high-level officials of Konoha have nothing to clean up. If they had taken action, the 4th Hokage and even Yui Kurenai's father would not have died. Of course, maybe they are afraid of death and are watching the show from the sidelines. Thinking of this, he felt a little contempt for the will of fire. It's simply ridiculous. Is their will of fire meant to make others sacrifice themselves while they watch the show and reap the benefits? These 3 generations of Hokages are really double standards. He transmits this kind of will to others. But he has no external record at all. Being able to ascend to the position of Hokage in the first place was just an emotional show in front of the second generation Hokage that he was willing to sacrifice himself to help everyone. There is no guarantee that this is not a deliberate act by the other party. Kurenai is no longer a child. Regarding these things, she is usually affected by the public opinion in the village and feels that it is the fault of the Uchiha clan. But now she calms down and thinks about it. The top management of Konoha is really a bit corrupt. The top management of Konoha really did nothing during the Nine Tails Rebellion, and even added to the chaos, making it impossible for the top combat forces in the village to fight. She suddenly felt sad in her heart. If these people could do something, her father would not have died. She looked at Ryuzyuk in front of her with shame. "I'm sorry, I misunderstood you and the Uchiha clan." Ryuzyuk saw Hong's sincere expression and knew that the other party had been convinced by him. "Although there are still 3 years left before the night of genocide, I still have time to get some rewards from the many children and many blessings system. You have to get a good handle on Hong. Use force, he doesn't consider such tactics." Now the other party is also a victim of the senior management of the wood industry, and there is a feeling of sympathy for him. Ryuzyuk looked at Kurenai and said with a smile, "When you have time, please treat me to dinner more often." Hong felt a lot more relaxed after hearing what the other party said. It seems that his behavior did not cause the other party to be unhappy. "Okay, it's okay to eat as much as you want." After parting ways with Yui Kurenai, Ryuzyuk was in a good mood. The misunderstanding with the other party is resolved, which means there will be opportunities in the future. Continue to wander on the street, since the task of the many children and many blessings system cannot be completed for the time being. Then use the automatic training system to improve your strength. He was despised by Itachi Uchiha before and evolved into the second Megatama Sharingan. This is a big improvement. Now he wanted to find someone to insult him. Although it feels a bit masochistic, but if the strength can be improved, no need to worry about face. Unknowingly, he walked into the Muay Ninja training ground, where there were many children and ninjas training. I noticed a watermelon-headed man in the corner wearing a green vest and carrying a little watermelon-headed child. Isn't this person the same Metkai who almost kicked out the finale? And beside him is Xiao Li. It would be great if he could open the 8-gate Dunjia. This is the pinnacle of Taijutsu in the Naruto world. When all 8 gates are opened, it can instantly surpass the power of the 5 shadows dozens of times. Become the strongest human being. Although in this state, one will die because one's own vitality is burned out. But as long as the 8 doors are not opened, it will be fine. Opening 7 doors is enough to deal with those 2 Uchiha boys. His desire for 8-gate Dunjia made him couldn't help but walk towards the pair of master and disciple who were training. Metkai, who was supervising Xiao Li's training, seemed to sense something and threw his head behind him. Then they saw a young man wearing an Uchiha high-collar robe walking towards them. I was very confused. The other party's special clothes let him know that the other party was from the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan is the real wealthy clan in the village, and everyone is usually extremely proud. He looked down on other ninjas at all, let alone taijutsu ninjas like him. The other party must have come to humiliate him. But the expression on the other person's face was different. Xiao Li, who was still training, obviously noticed that the teacher did not correct his physical movements, so he stopped, looking in the direction of the teacher. This sight made him a little scared and inferior. The Uchiha clan is a proud clan in the village. The ninjas of this clan can become powerful ninjas with their Sharingan. It made him envious, but there was no way. Not only did he not have the blood inheritance limit, he didn't even have the talent to learn ninjutsu. It wasn't until he met Teacher Kai that he had the hope of becoming a ninja, and that was taijutsu. You can also become powerful by practicing physical skills. At this moment, Ryusuke had arrived in front of the two of them. Metkai looked calm, but actually felt a little uneasy. Senior Metkai. Chapter 11 Discussion with Kai. Hearing the name this Uchiha tribesman called him, Metkai was a little suspicious of his ears. Not to mention that he had received this kind of treatment from the Uchiha clan, he rarely received it even from other people. Although he himself understood that there was a bright future for becoming a ninja through physical skills. His father once rescued him from the hands of the 7 powerful Kirigakure villagers with his taijutsu. After that, he firmly believed that taijutsu could also become a powerful ninja. But such news did not spread throughout the village, only a few people knew about it. Others call him Crane Tail. Metkai said a little in disbelief. Are you calling me that? He couldn't believe that these words came from Uchiha. Xiao Li was a little surprised. His teacher was actually called senior by the proud Uchiha clan members. What an honor! The only thing the teacher deserves recognition from is his physical skills. Because his teacher is only good at taijutsu. It seems that what the teacher said is right. Taishu is really promising. Ryusuke said sincerely. Of course I call you that. Might Guy was the one who almost kicked out the ending in the original book. He was deeply impressed by the other person's mind and courage. Knowing that opening the 8-door Dungia formation will result in loss of life. Still started it without any hesitation. Those who protect the village in this way are worthy of admiration. Unlike Konoha Hokage and Nabe Cage, they didn't have a share when they were fighting for their lives, but they were there when they were fighting for fame and wealth. One by one, he brags about the will of fire for Konoha. It's really hard to think clearly about their brain circuits. Metkai recovered from the shock after hearing Ryusuke's reply. So, why did you come to me? Ryusuke said with a smile. Can you spar with me in physical skills? It might be helpful to me. At first, he was too embarrassed to directly ask the other party to teach him the 8-gate Dungia. Let's try it again after we get familiar with it. With Kai's style of conduct, if he asked for it, he would probably agree to it. Kai looked at the serious look on the other person's face and unconsciously raised his arm and gave a thumbs up, showing his white teeth. Page 10. Of course can. The improvement of his physical skills is not only through hard training, but also through more competition with others. There was Konoha genius Kakashi who was competing with him before, but now Kakashi is already a member of Konoha ANBU and there is no time to compete with him. Metkai looked at Xiao Li. Xiao Li, stop training and watch the two of us compete. It will be good for you too. It is good. Xiao Li responded obediently and walked to the side to watch. Teacher Kai was right. Looking at the physical skills of these two people would help her practice. When the Uchiha clan fights against Mr. Kai, what kind of sparks will happen? Xiao Li looked forward to the upcoming discussion between the two. In the open space of the training ground, Metkai took a posture and looked at the opposite Uchiha for understanding. Are you ready? Uchiha Ryusuke directly opened the second Megatama Sharingan. The eyes turned red, and 2 Megatamas slowly appeared in the pupils. Against Emperor Kai, if he didn't have the Sharingan, he probably wouldn't be able to see the opponent's moves clearly, and he wouldn't even be able to fight back at all. Ready? Kai's face looked a little surprised when he saw that the other party directly opened the second Megatama Sharingan. This means that the other party respects you enough. You must know that Uchiha's combat power is greatly reflected in his pupil skills. He was very happy to meet such a strange Uchiha. When you're ready, I'm going to take action. Then Metkai rushed directly towards Ryusuke and punched Ryusuke in the stomach. Although Ryusuke observed the opponent's movements, he was hit by the opponent as soon as he took a defensive posture. Then his figure flew directly out and landed heavily on the ground. Such a scene made Dekai couldn't help but be stunned. The other party used their Sharingan to respect him, so naturally he used all his abilities. This Uchiha is a bit weak. Xiao Li, who was watching the battle, couldn't help but scratch his head. I thought it was going to be a tough fight, but the opponent was punched away by Teacher Kai. Ryusuke, who fell heavily to the ground, felt pain in his back and chest. Should I say that Kai is too strong, or that this body is too weak? Before, he could barely block Sarutobi Asuma's attack, but now he couldn't block Metkai's attack. It seems that Sarutobi Asuma's physical skills are far inferior to Metkai's. Just when I was thinking about getting up, the voice of the system came from my mind. Your body feels very painful, so you decisively increased your training speed. Strength plus 1 point, speed plus 1 point, constitution plus 1 point. Immediately, I felt a warm current flowing through my body, which was extremely comfortable. My body doesn't hurt so much now. The most important thing is that my body feels stronger. Can this actually improve one's attributes? Although it is only 1 point added, although the number is small. But for this body, it is already a huge improvement. And it is estimated that one punch can add 1 point. If you get hit by a few thousand more punches, wouldn't it just take off? Enduring the pain, a carp jumped over the dragon gate and jumped up. Senior Kai, come again. Originally, Kai was worried that the Uchiha wouldn't be able to get up. Seeing the other person like this also made him feel relieved. Then he saw the other party and rushed over happily. However, this time Kai was unwilling to use his previous strength. But it reduces some power. Cater to the opponent's attack. The two fought back and forth, evenly matched. Ryusuke clearly felt that the opponent's strength and speed had become smaller, and he was able to catch the opponent's attack. This certainly dissatisfied him. I was very disappointed not to hear the sound of system bonus attributes. How can you become stronger like this? Senior Kai, use the strength you just exerted, otherwise you won't be passionate enough. Only in this way can he increase his actual combat experience and increase his attribute points. Metkai couldn't help being stunned when he heard the other party's words. If it were based on the strength just now, I'm afraid the opponent wouldn't be able to stop it. However, look at the serious look in the other person's eyes. He responded with a serious look on his face. It is good. Then a shocking scene occurred on the training ground. An Uchiha was punched and kicked out. But the Uchiha tribesmen excitedly launched attacks again and again. This is a member of the Uchiha clan. Although such a tenacious spirit is admirable, it is undoubtedly a bit embarrassing to the Uchiha clan. But Kai at the scene had a serious look on his face. Because he saw the passion and desire in his opponent's eyes, overflowing with the glory of youth. So he didn't hold back. Even Xiao Li, who was watching the battle, admired this Uchiha tribesman. He was deeply moved by this perseverance. Chapter 12 Uchiha Guards. After experiencing 5 blows, Ryusuke felt extremely painful in his body. But he was very happy in his heart. Hearing the sound of adding attribute points from the system in my mind was so joyful. And every time he adds points to his attributes, a warm current flows through his body. It made his painful body recover a lot, but that was the end of it. If she was beaten again, she might be carried back. If his body could bear it, he would not leave today. The days are long and the wool must be gathered slowly. He stood up slowly. He praised Metkai. Thank you for your advice today. Kai couldn't help but respect the other person when he saw his nose and eyes were swollen. During the fight, the longing look in his opponent's eyes made him not hold back at all. He admired the other party's perseverance. You're welcome. At this moment, a few people wearing Konoha vests came out of the crowd of onlookers. They were originally patrolling Konoha village, and came over after seeing so many people gathering together. It's not good to look at it, but you'll be shocked when you look at it. Metkai, a guy who didn't even know basic ninjutsu, actually beat the great elder's grandson Uchiha Ryusuke all over his body. This really made them furious. Although Uchiha Ryusuke's strength is not very good, his parents sacrificed for the family. How can such a guy tolerate the other party bullying his own people? The other party even beat Ryusuke Uchiha until his nose was bruised and his face was swollen, which was already an insult to the Uchiha clan. Immediately, an Uchiha tribesman jumped out. You are so bold, Medkai, that you actually beat up an Uchiha tribesman. Come with us to the Konoha guards to accept your punishment. Although the onlookers knew the truth of the matter, they did not dare to say anything. They were also afraid that they would be caught and sent to the guard. Although it was Ryusuke Uchiha who requested a sparring match, Medkai did injure someone, even badly. Seeing this situation, Medkai looked a little panicked and quickly explained. This is a normal discussion between us, not a fight. The Uchiha clan members who came out didn't care about this. Today, he injured a member of the Uchiha clan. Regardless of whether it was an agreed-upon sparring or not, he must be brought to justice in order to restore the Uchiha clan's face. Several Uchiha tribesmen surrounded Medkai. Medkai didn't know what to do. Injuring an Uchiha clansman, it seemed that he deserved to be taken into the Konoha guards and receive some punishment. At this moment, Uchiha Ryusuke yelled angrily. What are you doing? This is the spar that Kai and I agreed upon. The Uchiha guard members who heard this were stunned. Ryusuke, this is no longer your problem alone. Now that he has injured you, he has brought shame on the family. If we don't take him back, where will the family's face be? Uchiha Ryusuke became even more angry when he heard these words. It's too ridiculous. This is the face of the Uchiha clan. It's too cheap. Face is earned by oneself, not by relying on the Uchiha clan's security department to show prestige. That's the end of the matter. Several members of the guard seemed to have something to say, but looking at Liang Ji's eyes, they couldn't continue to act. I will report this to the captain. Ryusuke ignored it. Page 11. So what if he told Uchiha Fugaku? How can such a guard be convincing? The guard should handle it in accordance with the regulations. The security regulations probably don't include regulations on punishing people if they hurt someone. After sending these people away, Ryusuke looked at Medkai apologetically. I'm sorry, my people made you laugh. Medkai waved his hand and said. It's fine. Since he was a child, he has been ridiculed by countless people for not knowing physical skills. I have already developed a strong psychological endurance. Besides, I didn't suffer any losses this time. What's more, the person in front of him was really bruised and swollen by himself, so it is understandable that the Uchiha guards had a misunderstanding. Looking at Uchiha Ryusuke in front of him, this is what the Uchiha guard members called this young man just now. Uchiha Ryusuke, it doesn't matter if I call you that, right? Of course it doesn't matter. Ryusuke waved his hand and said, even thinking that the relationship was not good enough. Just call me Ryusuke from now on. If you build a good relationship, you can learn other people's 8-door dungeon in the future. But if the relationship is not good, how can others teach him? Then I will call you Ryusuke from now on. Don't be so weirded out. We are actually peers. From now on, just call me Kai. That's what my friends call me. Medkai said with the same smile. It is good. Ryusuke nodded slightly. The friend the other party mentioned was probably Kakashi. Kai has no talent for ninjutsu, and most of his peers look down on him, or just laugh at him to make themselves feel good. I was lucky enough to become friends with Kakashi for some reasons. Probably the only friend. And Kakashi's 8-gate dungeon was probably taught to him by Guy. It turns out that Kakashi doesn't know how to use the 8-gate dungeon. If you become familiar with Kai, won't you be able to get the 8-gate dungeon? Not only for the 8-gate dungeon, he also admires Kai as a character. The common ninja of Konoha has no protagonist aura, no blood inheritance limit, and no ninjutsu talent, but he is still the strongest in the ninja world. Although opening the 8-gate dungeon in the end was like a burning match, the peak time was a bit short. But it doesn't hinder his splendor at all. After bidding farewell to Kai, Ryuzyuk returned directly to the Uchiha clan's territory. My body hurts so much, why go shopping? Of course, he should go back and apply the lotion on his body to help his body recover faster, and then go and get beaten up to improve his physical attributes. The stronger your physical attributes are, the more powerful you will become after learning the 8-door Dunjia. If your physique is better, the harm caused by opening the 8-gate Dunjia will be smaller. Unlocking the first few doors of the 8-door Dunjia will only increase your strength to a limited extent, and the relative physical burden will be small. But there is no need to think about the 6 doors, or even the 7 doors. It is not only a burden on the body. It may even shorten your lifespan. As a time traveler, with the power of dual systems, and even the system of having many children and many blessings, how could he shorten his lifespan? Then you must live to old age, live to old age. So it is very necessary to improve your physical fitness. Even according to his estimation. If his physique is strong enough, the strength of opening the 7 gates of ninjutsu can be comparable to the strength of Honkai in the original novel. It's just that I don't know how many physical attributes are needed to open the 7 gates of the 8-door Dunjia. Chapter 13 Punishment Ball. Ryusuke searched for the memories in his mind at home and found medicinal wine in the living room. Then he took off his clothes and rubbed the medicinal wine on the bruised areas on his body. Although it was great to improve his strength, this automatic training system actually required him to be beaten in order to improve his strength. It would be better to rename it as a system that makes you stronger after being beaten, or a masochistic system. When he wiped his face, it hurt so much that he couldn't help but cry out in pain. It hurts. This Kai is really ruthless and single-minded. This may be the reason why the opponent's physical skills are so powerful. This is what I asked for, so there is nothing to complain about. At this moment, a figure walked in. When he saw Ryusuke with a bruised nose and swollen face, wiping away medicinal wine, his face turned angry. Ryusuke, what's going on? Who beat you? Tell Grandpa, Grandpa will avenge you. There's no way Ryusuke could have been injured like this by himself. This is his only relative, who is so bold to beat his grandson. Ryusuke was very moved when he saw his grandfather like this. But he was afraid that his grandfather would take revenge on Kai like those Uchiha people. Explain quickly. I was competing with Metkai, not being beaten. When the grey-haired Uchiha heard such a reason, although the anger in his heart calmed down a lot, he was still very dissatisfied. Even so, it would be too harsh. Ryusuke said with a smile. This is what I asked for. At first, the other side was not willing to take full action. But if we don't fight with all our strength, how can we improve our strength? Uchiha sighed. Since it was his grandson's request, he couldn't be angry with Metkai. But how did you expect to spar with this guy? Of course it's because the opponent's physical skills are great. Ryusuke said without thinking. As for getting stronger after being beaten, he didn't say anything. Uchiha felt a little helpless hearing this reason. This kid wanted to become stronger, so he leaned down and took the potion from the opponent's hand. Your kid has grown up and has his own ideas. But Grandpa still tells you to pay attention to safety. Come on, give me the potion and I'll apply it for you. You can't wipe it properly in some places. Uchiha Ryusuke sat down obediently. Uchiha Gen applied the potion on Ryusuke's body and massaged it continuously, making Ryusuke's body feel warm and comfortable. Uchiha couldn't help but say. Apply lotion, massage vigorously, and allow blood circulation to disperse the bruises, eliminate pain, and recover better. Understood. Uchiha Ryusuke said gratefully. This grandpa really cares about her. He absolutely could not let the other party follow the same path as in the original book. Wood Industry Security Department, in a building with a giant Uchiha fan logo printed on it. Several Uchiha clan members came to the office of Captain Uchiha Fugaku. An Uchiha clan member told all the things about Metkai and Uchiha Ryusuke's sparring that embarrassed the Uchiha clan. At the same time, he asked the captain. Ryusuke has lost the face of the Uchiha clan, how should we punish him? Uchiha Fugaku, however, lowered his head in thought. Punishment ball, Ryusuke is the real grandson of the great elder Uchiha. If Ryusuke is punished, just wait until Uchiha comes to visit. I'm afraid he will be embarrassed by then. Moreover, this is a special period, and the relationship between the Uchiha clan and the top management of Konoha has become increasingly tense. The higher UPS don't trust them, and many people in the clan no longer trust the higher UPS in Konoha. It's just a simple discussion, there's no need to make a fuss. The situation in the village is not good now, so don't make trouble over this little thing. Although several ninjas disagreed with the captain's opinion, they said nothing more. The captain is good at everything, but too weak. The Uchiha clan is the #1 clan in Konoha. Of course, there is also the Senju clan, but the Senju clan has declined. Naturally, the Uchiha clan is the largest clan in Konoha. The top management of the wood industry actually dared to exclude their clan, which naturally made them very unhappy. They wanted to regain respect for their clan in Konoha by building up their family's reputation. But since the captain has decided to settle the matter, they can't say anything. The leader of the Uchiha clan is the largest. The news that Ryusuke angrily denounced the Uchiha clan soon spread throughout most of the village. Naturally, it also reached the ears of the third Hokage. Of course he would remember this guy who dared to scold his son Sarutobi Asuma in public, who made Asuma behave in an ugly manner, and even affected his glorious image as the third Hokage. It was just a sparring match with Metkai, but he got a black nose and a swollen face. It even made the Uchiha clan want to capture Metkai and join the guard. What a weak Uchiha! Page 12. Metkai was a chess piece he inadvertently picked back then. It's not because of his potential, but because of his position as Hokage. The common people thought Kai was a piece of trash. And as Hokage, how could he think like ordinary people? Of course it will be different. Therefore, he gave Metkai the opportunity to join the ninja school. Of course, in the end, this guy didn't live up to his expectations and became a Chunin, which did not tarnish his glorious image. But it was impossible to enter his ANBU. If you don't know ninjutsu, what tasks can you do if you join his subordinates? I was originally worried that Uchiha Ryusuke would steal Asuma's girlfriend, but this worry was really unnecessary. How could Hong like a loser? At night, at Yui Hong's house, her mother had already prepared a rich dinner for her. Soon, Hong came back with a somewhat tired body. When I saw my mother making dinner, I was ready to eat. Mother watched Yui Hong eating and started chatting. Today, it's really strange. A strange person appeared in the Uchiha clan. Obviously, family members are protecting the family, but they were scolded by him. Kurenai asked confusedly while eating. Who? The mother said. This is the guy who messed up things between you and Asuma last time? His name seems to be Uchiha Ryusuke. I competed with Metkai, but was beaten with bruises and bruises. I disgraced the Uchiha clan, but I was scolded by the Uchiha guard members who came to protect the family's reputation. Hong was speechless for a while. Her mother really wanted her to be with Asuma. But there is no such thing as a word. Her impression of Asuma was really bad. He couldn't help but ask doubtfully. Mother, don't you think Ryusuke did the right thing? It was originally a competition, but he was injured, and the family is about to take action. Mother explained patiently. Of course this is true from the perspective of ordinary people, but not from the perspective of a family. Our Yui clan used to be a big clan. If a family member is injured like this, there is no doubt that the family's prestige will be lost. Of course he's going to regain his position, not to mention a big clan like the Uchiha clan. So this kid is really a weird person. He doesn't care much about his family's reputation. Hong asked. Does mother think highly of this person? She found this Ryusuke quite pleasing to her eye, he was handsome, he seemed to be about the same age as her, and he didn't have the arrogant temperament of a child from a big family. Not like Asuma's reckless appearance. Her mother said. I don't dare to say that I am optimistic about it. At least such a person must be someone who is willing to do things for the village. Remember that the Uchiha clan also has people who have contributed to the village. Kagami Uchiha, one of the former guards of the second Hokage, died for the second Hokage to divert the enemy, just like your father for the village. Such people are still worthy of admiration. Hong was quite happy. It seems that my mother has a good impression of this boy. I can still get along with this kid in the future. It was just the fact that her mother wanted to bring her and Asuma together that gave her a headache. If my mother was harassed like this when she was young, she would definitely be angry. Why can't I understand my daughter better? Let's get back to work. Chapter 14 Training with Kai. The next morning, Ryusuke, who was lying on the bed, slowly opened his eyes and loosened the bones in his body. It feels like the pain has disappeared. Yesterday I was really beaten with a black nose and a swollen face. I didn't expect to recover so quickly. Logically speaking, such a serious injury should not recover so quickly. Not only was it the result of his enhanced physique, it was also the result of the Uchiha special potion. After all, Uchiha is also a wealthy family, so how can the potion used be ordinary? After getting up and washing up briefly, he sat in the living room to clear his head, and was about to go find Metkai, who was beaten again. His face couldn't help but look a little yearning. At this time, a petite figure ran into the living room. Brother Ryusuke, I heard that you were beaten badly yesterday. I brought some fruits to see you. The figure who came in sat directly next to Ryusuke and placed a basket of fruits on the short-legged table. Ryusuke saw the petite Uchiha Izumi coming in. His face couldn't help but be confused. You guys don't have to go to school today. You still have time to see me, but I can't delay your studies. Chuan muttered his mouth and said dissatisfiedly. I'm sorry, brother, today is the weekend and ninja school is on holiday. Ryusuke looked at Chuan like this, and his love suddenly overflowed. What a soft, petite, and cute beauty. It's such a shame that such a person dies. He couldn't help but stretched out his hands to knead the opposite cheek. Chuan was surprised when he saw the other party's actions, and for a moment he didn't even think of avoiding it. The other person rubbed his cheek so gently. His face was all red. Brother Ryusuke, really, how can you treat a lady like this? However, I felt a little comfortable inexplicably. But Ryusuke sighed, how cute Izumi is. Thinking of this, she thought of another beauty, Hinata of the Hinata family. Hinata was also cute and petite when she was young, but she grew up to be a busty girl. Which one is better, petite or busty? It's hard to decide. It would be nice if I could do both. My mission after traveling through time should be to save such an innocent girl. You still have to improve your strength quickly. The death of such a beautiful woman is a loss to the entire ninja world. For a long time, Quan Kai felt a slight pain in his cheek and couldn't help but say. Brother Ryusuke, you are so bad, you left your things here. You can eat well yourself, I'm leaving first. By the way, take care of yourself. Ryusuke watched the other party leave, but he was a little reluctant to leave. Not only is she petite and cute, but she's also a little sweet. She has shown the attributes of a wife since she was a child. I couldn't help but pick up the fruit in the basket and start gnawing. It has actually been cleaned and still contains clean water droplets. I really like this little girl more and more. A familiar ramen restaurant, Ryusuke came here again for breakfast. Don't worry about eating anything bad, it's clean and hygienic. It would be too much trouble to do it yourself. After finishing the ramen, he replenished his energy and went to the street for a walk, continuing to look for Kai. Finally, Metkai was found on the outskirts of the village. The other party was running with Xiao Li at the moment. Kai's words also happened when he saw Ryusuke inadvertently and stopped. The other party left a deep impression on him yesterday. You seem to be recovering well. The bruises on your face have faded a lot. Ryusuke smiled. This not only had the effect of physical recovery, but also the effect of the family potion. Fortunately, the family medicine was applied, so the body recovered relatively quickly. What are you doing? Kai replied. Get ready to run around Konoha village 20 times. Ryusuke, your potion is pretty good, can you sell me some? Xiao Li and I are both taijutsu ninjas, and we rely on daily exercise to improve our strength. But it will bring serious burden to the body, and even some internal injuries. With your potion, the body can recover quickly. If there is a potion with this effect, it is necessary for Xiao Li who trains hard. If it were other Uchiha clan members, he would definitely not think of spending money to buy it, because this potion must be very precious. But the Uchiha Ryusuke in front of him gave him a different feeling. When Ryusuke heard the other party's request, he immediately agreed. It doesn't matter, I can give you some. If there are more, I might have to ask my grandfather. I got an increase in physical attribute points from the other party, and I even had to continue to build a good relationship with him in order to be able to learn the other party's 8 armor-defying techniques. A mere potion was nothing, on the contrary, he made money. Metkai was very happy when he heard what the other party said. It's not necessary if you give it as a gift. We are too embarrassed to accept such a precious potion for nothing. It's better to buy it. I still have some savings as a ninja, and the amount that Xiao Li and I will use in the future may be a bit large. Page 13. After all, they have to do physical training every day. Otherwise, if their bodies are rusty, the effect of training again will not be as good. Physical skills are about perseverance. Ryusuke could only agree after hearing this. If you give it directly, you will arouse the resentment of the other party. You must know that the other party is a self-reliant ninja. Okay, I'll go back and ask Grandpa. If there are a lot of them, I'll sell some to you. Since you're working out, can I join in? If getting beaten can improve your strength, then if you train until you fall down from exhaustion, will your physical attributes also be improved? The other party is now running and training with Xiao Li. I am always embarrassed to directly ask for a discussion with the other party. Kai and Xiao Li both look surprised. You must know that there are almost no ninjas in the village who are trained like this. Moreover, the two of them were the objects of ridicule in the village. Kai couldn't help but say. Are you sure? Running with the two of us might damage the reputation of the Uchiha clan even more. They couldn't help but stop worrying. Just a normal sparring session yesterday led to the Uchiha guards coming over. What about today's running behavior? In the village, it is almost regarded as improper behavior. Practicing taijutsu instead of ninjutsu is somewhat inconsistent with the values of the village. Ryusuke said with a smile. It doesn't matter, my grandfather is the great elder of the Uchiha clan. The guard can't do anything to me. Metkai was very surprised to find out that he was the grandson of a big shot. Like Kakashi, he is a descendant of the Hitaki clan and the son of a prominent figure in the clan. Unexpectedly, another grandson of a big shot came to contact him. The faces couldn't help but light up with joy. Could it be that his strength has been recognized? He said with a smile on his face. Okay, since Ryusuke doesn't mind, how could I mind? Chapter 15 Competing with Kai again. So Metkai, Xiao Li, and Uchiha Ryusuke started running around Konoha village. The running speed is neither slow nor slow. This should be taking care of Xiao Li, after all, he is still young now. Running, Metkai shouted loudly. Burn, youth. This is what his father taught him. Doing so will help stimulate your body's endurance and potential. At the same time, he looked at Xiao Li and Ryusuke who were following behind him. Come together. Burn, youth. Xiao Li immediately followed happily. Burn, Youth. Ryuzyuk hesitated for a moment and then shouted. Burn, youth. Although he feels a bit like a middle-class player, he still works hard to improve his strength. The three of them started running along the Leaf Village while shouting slogans. Their behavior naturally attracted the attention of some passers-by. Metkai has been training like this often, so there is nothing surprising to them. Metkai's name has spread throughout Konoha. A ninja who focuses on physical skills, this is not serious in their eyes. Compared with ninjutsu, the power of taijutsu is much different. Just like the Uchiha clan next to him, known as the strongest fire escape clan in Konoha. The fire escape technique of the Uchiha clan is very powerful, and no matter how hard you practice your physical skills, it is impossible to have such an effect. At the same time, what surprised them was that the Uchiha tribesman in front of them did not practice ninjutsu in his family's bloodline, but instead practiced taijutsu. It made them even more puzzled. When did such a ninja appear in the Uchiha clan? Who knows? Maybe it's because my brain is showing off. As long as the Uchiha clan cultivates their Sharingan well, they will be able to become powerful ninjas. It is possible for them to be jounin. However, ninjas who become jounin with their taijutsu can be said to be very, very rare. They didn't seem to know anyone who could become a jounin just by relying on physical skills. Ryusuk's behavior naturally attracted the attention of the Uchiha guards of Konoha village. It's so embarrassing. Why has this boy Ryuzyuk changed in the past few days? Now they're all mixed up with that taijutsu idiot, Metkai. Who knows? When practicing taijutsu, only people without ninjutsu talent would exercise like this. Ryusuk doesn't practice Sharingan and fire escape techniques properly, but instead thinks about practicing taijutsu. It's simply putting the cart before the horse. Besides, being with such a loser who has no talent for ninjutsu is simply a disgrace to our Uchiha clan. Now it's even more of a training exercise for swaggering across the street with this idiot. We have to report it to the clan leader. So what if we report it to the clan leader? Can the clan leader still handle Uchiha Ryusuk? We can't just let it go. While talking, several people were very helpless, especially the younger members of the family. Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Itachi, and Uchiha Ryusuk are famous. Of course, the first two are genius ninjas, famous not only in their families, but also in the village. But Uchiha Ryusuk is famous in the family because he is the grandson of the great elder. Even if they were dissatisfied, they would not dare to beat each other up. This scene made Yui Kurenai, who was out shopping, open her eyes wide. Ryusuk Uchiha actually trained with her former classmate, Metkai. Metkai was a hard-working ninja. Although people around him laughed at him, Yui Kurenai never laughed at this person. On the contrary, she felt sorry for his lack of ninjutsu talent. If the opponent has some ninjutsu talent, he will definitely become a very good ninja if he works hard, but it's a pity. I didn't expect Ryusuk to be able to get along with such a person without looking at him like ordinary people. Her impression of Ryuzyuk became even better. He acts bravely when he sees justice, does not bully the weak, and does not have the arrogance of the Uchiha clan. Kurenai Yui looked in the direction of her daughter, and happened to see the Uchiha tribesman with the Uchiha clan emblem on his back. Is this the Uchiha you miss? There is really no pride. Kurenai was a little dumbfounded. Even her mother, who had always been disgusted with the Uchiha clan, said this. Uchiha Ryusuk is really interesting. The mother realized the surprise on her daughter's face. If you like this kid, I don't object, but you have to deal with Sarutobi Asuma's problem properly. This boy is a bit like your father. He was enthusiastic at the beginning and then became serious. Yui Hong heard this and said hurriedly. Mom, what are you talking about? When will I be with this Ryuzyuk? We just know each other, okay? Although she has no objection to this Uchiha tribesman. It doesn't mean that the two of them will be together, even though the other person is just a few blocks better than Sarutobi Asuma. So much like his father. The mother looked at her daughter and smiled. If it was this Uchiha clan member, she wouldn't object, but it didn't matter to the girl. This was how she met Hong's father at first, but they were no longer together later. Although Sarutobi Asuma is the child of the third Hokage, she does not intend to forcefully interfere with her daughter's happiness. The time came in the afternoon. Metkai, Xiaoli, and Uchiha Ryusuke completed 20 laps of the long-distance race around Konoha village. At this time, he felt a little tired and weak. The moment he stopped, a sound also sounded in the system. Your body feels very tired. Add 1 point to strength, 1 point to speed, and 1 point to constitution. Ryusuke was not surprised. His physical attributes increased as he expected, but the increase was a little small. You must know that if he is beaten, he can increase his strength by 5 points, speed by 5 points, and constitution by 5 points. It feels like this long-distance running is not only a waste of time, but even the bonuses are worse than being beaten. This system just wants him to get beaten, right? Metkai was encouraging Xiao Li at this time. Li, you did a good job today and your willpower is very strong. Xiao Li gasped and responded. Thanks to Teacher Kai for running with me, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to persevere. At this time, Uchiha Ryusuke continued what they said. Kai, how about we practice sparring again? I feel like the training just now was not enjoyable enough. Kai looked at the other person, and couldn't help but think of yesterday, and his face couldn't help but look a little weird. Could it be that the other person was still smiling after being beaten? Like yesterday? Correct. Ryusuke said without hesitation. Metkai is in trouble, he beat Ryusuke Uchiha very badly yesterday. The other party doesn't think that it will become stronger just by being beaten. If he suffers a bruised nose and face like yesterday, even with the Uchiha clan's special potion, he may not be able to recover easily. Seeing Kai's hesitation, Ryusuke said firmly. Kai, youth is fearless. Metkai gave up his hesitation after hearing these words. Instead of hesitating, it's better to train now. In real training, you should try your best to improve your physical skills. The other party is not afraid, so why should he be afraid? Page 14. It is good. Xiao Li, please stay aside. Xiao Li decisively ran aside to rest. At this moment, Uchiha Ryusuke slowly opened his Sharingan. Without opening the Sharingan, he wouldn't be able to see the opponent's movements clearly. When Kai saw the opponent making a gesture, he took steps directly, clenched his fists, and attacked the opponent. He punched the opponent in the abdomen, but unexpectedly, he was blocked by the opponent. This made him a little surprised. The speed and power he used were the same as yesterday. That way he'd push again. This is what the other party requested. Uchiha Ryusuke was instantly blasted away. Chapter 16. You can become stronger by being beaten. Ryusuke, who was blown away, fell to the ground. The mechanical sound of the system rang in my mind. Add 1 point to strength, add 1 point to agility, and add 1 point to constitution. At the same time, there was a warm current flowing through his body, and he felt that the pain in his body was relieved a little. This is an intoxicating feeling of becoming stronger. Even if the body feels a sharp pain, it doesn't matter. I hurriedly got up. This time it was his turn to take action. The purpose of coming here is not only to get beaten up and improve physical attributes, but also to improve his fighting skills. Just having a strong body and not having strong fighting skills will not be able to exert its power. And the man in front of him can be said to be the most powerful man in Taijutsu in the entire ninja world in the future. Although he is not as strong as he will be in the future, his current physical skills are very powerful. No other training can be as effective as training with the man in front of you. Ryusuke punched directly at the opponent's door, and he did it with all his strength. If you don't try your best, how can the other party try your best? Metkai faced the opponent's attack, but moved sideways to avoid it. Then directly lift your knees. He bumped into Ryuzyuk's body. Ryuzyuk immediately covered his stomach and fell to the ground in pain. The opponent's move was a bit harsh, making him want to vomit bile. However, Kai did not take the opportunity to attack Ryuzyuk. Now it's just a discussion, not a life and death battle. Kai looked at Ryuzyuk seriously and said slowly. Ryuzyuk, although you have the Sharingan, you don't know how to use it. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for me to knock him to the ground so easily. Ryuzyuk slowly raised his head. He had only been using Sharingan to fight against people for 2 days, so he naturally had little experience. He fought purely on his own instinct, naturally ignoring the opponent's movements. I remember. Kai heard his words and moved some distance away. Come again. This time Ryuzyuk not only paid attention to the position he wanted to attack, but also paid attention to the opponent's whole body. Then he waved his fist and rushed towards the opponent's front door to attack. And Kai thought about using his speed to dodge the opponent's attack again, and prepared to punch the opponent in the stomach. Ryuzyuk always pays attention to the opponent's body movements. The moment the opponent takes action, he is ready to block the opponent's attack with his left hand. The reason why I didn't use my right hand was because I was afraid that when I put my right hand away, the opponent's fist had already hit my stomach. Even so, how could his left hand be able to block Kai's heavy punch, which was directly blown away? The body fell to the ground again. The sound of enhanced attributes came from the system, and a familiar warmth flowed through. The pain was somewhat relieved. Kai stood upright, looking at Ryuzyuk who fell to the ground, feeling a little envious. His physical skills are much stronger than his opponent's. But the other party has the Sharingan, and after some guidance from him, he has fully utilized the Sharingan. If it were any other ninja, they probably wouldn't be able to see his fake moves. The other party is able to see clearly because he has the Sharingan. After that, Ryuzyuk got up and attacked Kai again, although he was knocked away every time. But his Sharingan is undoubtedly used more skillfully. At the same time, his fighting skills are no longer that of a layman, and he has already initially learned fighting skills. Of course, the body's attribute points increased by 5 points. After that, the number of beatings did not continue to increase. Maybe this is the limit of daily attribute point increase. This time the discussion lasted longer than before. His Sharingan hurt a little. There is no danger of blindness when using an ordinary Sharingan. I can't go on any longer, I'm afraid I'll have to be carried back. Of course he didn't want this to happen. He said breathlessly. Kai, that's it for today. It is good. Kai readily agreed. Although the opponent's physical skills were not as good as his own, he did not feel the slightest disgust when they competed with him. The other party will come to you only if they recognize you. At the same time, actual combat allows him to review his own moves. What surprised him a little was that the opponent's strength and speed increased a bit. Reason told him that this was impossible. Increases in strength and speed could not be achieved overnight. But he felt this way. Xiao Li, who was watching the battle on the sidelines, was moved by this Uchiha tribesman. Being knocked down again and again, getting up again and again. As members of the wealthy Uchiha clan, they all practice taijutsu so hard. It proves that taijutsu is useful, and maybe he can really become a ninja through taijutsu and fulfill his dream of becoming a ninja. After Ryuzyuk left, Xiao Li looked at Kai. Teacher Kai, I am also ready to go back. He is still young now, and the long run around Konoha was already heavy enough, reaching the upper limit of his body. Teacher Kai had warned him to exercise hard and not to exceed his body's upper limit, otherwise he would easily suffer physical injuries. Kai spoke at this time. Xiao Li, wait a minute. During the actual training with Ryuzyuk just now, I thought of a new training method that may be very effective. Would you like to try it? Xiao Li couldn't help but ask. Teacher Kai, what kind of training method is it? Since I learned the correct physical training methods from Teacher Kai, the training effect has been greatly improved. Instead of practicing blindly like before, with poor results and useless efforts. Now there are efficient ways to improve your strength and become a ninja as soon as possible, just like Mr. Kai. Kai looked at Xiao Li and said with a smile. Actually, it's very simple, just get beaten. When Xiao Li heard this, his excitement suddenly cooled down. Although he is not afraid of hard work and exercise, he does not want to be a punching bag. Teacher Kai, is this really effective? Of course it works. Kai replied immediately. You may not feel it while watching the battle, but I felt it clearly during the actual battle with Ryusuke. He's got some speed strength enhancements. Xiao Li still felt unconvinced. Teacher Kai's feeling may be correct. Maybe Ryusuke's speed and strength have really improved. But it may have grown for other reasons. Maybe Ryusuke is in better condition today. These are all possible factors. Looking at Xiao Li's silent expression, Kai felt that he didn't believe it. In fact, he didn't believe it either. Let's give it a try, maybe it will work wonders. When Xiao Li heard this, he had no choice but to try it. Okay, Teacher Kai. Kai touched his chin and looked at the other person's tired body. Let's give it another try when you still have time. Chapter 17 8 Gates Dungia. After saying goodbye to Kai and Xiao Li, Ryusuke Uchiha of course walked towards his home. The tired body caused the ordinary tribesmen in the tribe to watch, and some even asked kindly and caringly. Ryusuke, are you okay? Do you want me to apply some medicine on you? Feeling the kindness of his tribe rather than ridicule, he will naturally not be rude. It's just a minor injury. I'll just go back and apply some medicine myself. Hearing what Ryusuke said, the onlookers all breathed a sigh of relief. Only a few Uchiha clan ninjas who were watching from a distance looked at him with unkind expressions. Page 15. He was wondering if those injuries were like the previous ones, from the battle with Metkai. If that were the case, it would really be an embarrassment to the Uchiha clan. That Metkai is just an ordinary Chunin. Even if he has good taijutsu, under the observation of Sharingan, all movements of taijutsu ninja can be seen clearly. As long as the body can keep up with the opponent's movements, he is inherently invincible. Ryusuke is also a Chunin. Although he is weaker, he possesses the Sharingan. Even if he only has a Megatama Sharingan, he should be invincible at the same level. Now the other party's behavior is undoubtedly discrediting the Uchiha clan. Especially now that the relationship between the Uchiha clan and Konoha's top leaders is not good, it seems that the Uchiha clan is weak. Of course they don't want to see such a scene. Ryusuke naturally noticed the gazes of these people. He must be dissatisfied with his behavior and thinks that he has lost the face of the Uchiha clan. Little did he know that he was saving the Uchiha clan through sparring with Metkai. Although they are very proud, they do not have the strength to match them. There were nearly 20 Jounin and 100 Chunin in the clan. Such a powerful lineup was so easily wiped out by two young men. Thinking of this, Ryusuke Uchiha was dissatisfied. These tribesmen are high-minded but low-handed. He looked at the other party with a disdainful expression, and then walked directly to his home without waiting for the other party to react. These tribesmen dared to glare at them when they saw Ryusuke. One tribesman suddenly became unhappy. Daohuo, this guy actually dares to glare at us. I don't know what to say. How about we beat each other up, vent our anger, and at the same time warn each other not to embarrass the family again. The long-haired Daohuo said angrily. Don't forget the identity of the other party. Although the great elder has a good temper, if we beat his only grandson, I'm afraid he will be thrown into the prison next door. Konoha prison was built next to the Uchiha clan and was managed by the Uchiha guards. More than 200 criminals were imprisoned inside. There are trouble-making ninjas, gangsters, and lawless Ramen. The ninja who made the suggestion thought of the prison, with a little fear in his eyes, but he still said dissatisfiedly. Are we just going to watch this kid ruin the reputation of the Uchiha clan? Uchiha Inari pondered for a moment, a bright light appeared in his mind, and then he slightly curved the corners of his mouth and said with a smile. I thought of a good idea. Doesn't Ryusuke like to spar with Metkai? The great elder didn't say anything. If we also ask him to discuss, there should be no problem in being a little more heavy-handed. When several other Uchiha clan members heard this, smiles suddenly appeared on their faces. Daohuo still has an idea. Indeed, if Ryusuke is injured during the sparring, the great elder should have no reason to trouble us. After all, we are also guiding Ryusuke. One of the Uchiha clan members even came up with an idea. Right now, Ryusuke is relying on his connections and can't take up a position in the guard. We still have to work hard before we can get off work. Deoxing, why don't we make an appointment with Ryusuke for a duel after get off work tomorrow? Daohuo waved his hand and looked at everyone meaningfully. I'm very sure that I can teach Ryusuke a lesson from his fiasco, but that doesn't mean it's useless for him to train with Metkai. So let him train with the opponent for a period of time, and then let the opponent fail miserably. At this time, Ryusuke will understand that training in taijutsu is useless. As long as the taijutsu is enough, it's better to develop our Sharingan honestly. Several other people smiled and praised him one after another. Daohuo is still thoughtful. Doing so can really make Ryusuke realize the reality. They don't hate Ryusuke themselves. But leaving the treasure house of the Sharingan unexplored and instead practicing some kind of physical skills really puzzled them. When Ryusuke returned home, he obediently found some potion and applied it all over his body. This scene happened to be seen by the great elder who came back. Suddenly his eyebrows wrinkled again. For such a grandson, he couldn't tolerate being worried. Why did it end up like this again? Ryusuke saw his grandfather's worried look and said quickly. It's out of the way. Although my body is a little sore, but with the body's current recovery power, I will probably recover tomorrow. The elder then leaned down and carefully inspected the injuries on Ryusuke's body. Although there were bruises and bruises, they were just superficial injuries, and I felt relieved. Are you training with that guy Metkai again? Yes. Ryusuke had nothing to hide, so he pointed at the potion bottle in his hand and asked. Grandpa, how are the stocks of this potion? I plan to sell some to Metkai. He had not forgotten his promise to Kai. The great elder said curiously after hearing this. Although this potion is precious, there are still many if you want it. By selling these potions to Metkai, are you planning to befriend him? After hearing this, Ryusuke was immediately happy, as long as the potion was enough, and then answered his grandfather's question. Of course we are friends. After all, the other party is the future #1 taijutsu master in Konoha. Although the other party is still just a chunin and has no reputation. The elder looked deeply at the excited grandson, but there was nothing false in his expression. In the Third Ninja World War, Metkai's father, Mat Dako, activated the 8-gate dungeon and directly killed 4 of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Gaining strength dozens of times greater than his own, the price was death. His grandson must have taken a fancy to the opponent's physical skills, so he got close to the opponent. He didn't know what to think for a moment. Said worriedly. You don't want to learn the 8 armor hiding techniques, do you? This technique is extremely dangerous. Ryusuke looked at his grandfather who frowned. Naturally, it is clear that the other party knows his purpose and his deep worries. He said with a relaxed look. Grandpa is wise, I just want to learn the 8 arts of evading armor. Although this technique is very dangerous, as long as you don't open the 8 gates, your life will not be in danger. Naturally, he won't open the 8th door because he hasn't lived enough yet. Unless the body grows enough to open the 8 gates in the future and there is no risk of falling. The great elder got the grandson's promise, and his brows eased slightly, as far as he knew. It was because of the opening of the 8 gates that the red vapor appeared on the body's surface that led to Metade's death. If Sun Tzu didn't open the 8 gates, this technique would still be quite harmful. But if it is the time to activate this technique when one's life is in danger, the considerable harm is not worth mentioning. What's more, the relationship between the village and the Uchiha clan is gradually deteriorating. If his grandson learns this technique and has the ability to protect himself, he can feel more at ease. Chapter 18 One Punch Man's Training Method. Early the next morning, Ryusuke woke up and felt that his body had recovered. I shrugged my shoulders from side to side, and there was no pain at all. He muttered to himself. Looks like I can take a good beating again. He really likes being beaten now, which not only improves his physical attributes, but also improves his physical combat ability during the sparring session. If I don't get beaten for a day, my whole body will feel uncomfortable. After simply washing up, he went to the Ichiraku ramen restaurant and ate a bowl of steaming ramen, and then started looking for Kai. But after searching throughout the entire Konoha village, the other party was nowhere to be found. Then I realized that the other party might have gone out to do a mission. Although he didn't have to work in the security force due to his connections, Kai was different. He was a civilian ninja. If he didn't do tasks to make money, he would have nothing to support himself. He had no choice but to return to his clan's land and head into the nearby woods. If there is no one to compare with, then he can only train on his own. Of course he didn't provoke the other ninjas. If anyone else, I'm afraid they wouldn't be as cooperative with him as Kai. It can cause real damage to the body and is an act of suicide. Although the improvement is small if you exercise, it is still an improvement after all. Then he started running around the grove for about 300 meters. He ran about 33 laps, which is 10 kilometers, which helped improve his endurance and cardiopulmonary function. Then he did 100 push-ups on the ground, which helped improve his muscle strength, while improving his endurance and explosive power. Then he pressed his legs and did 100 sit-ups, which helped exercise his abdominal muscles and enhance his endurance. Then there are 100 squats, which will help exercise his leg muscles and enhance his strength, while also helping to improve his cardiopulmonary function and endurance. This is exactly how One Punch Man Saitama trains. Maybe in the original world, it was impossible to become a terrifying strong man through this method, but in the world of Naruto, it is possible to reach the level of One Punch Man. In the original work, after Might Guy opened the 7 gates, he had an invincible aura. After doing all this, Ryusuke fell to the ground tiredly, panting and sweating heavily on his head. At the same time, the voice of the system came from my mind. 1 point for strength, 1 point for speed, and 1 point for stamina. Listening to this system sound, Ryusuke felt very happy. Although the 3 attributes were only increased a little, he could feel that his muscles were more substantial. A warm current was moisturizing his whole body, making his muscle soreness lessened a lot. There is numerical feedback, which means that if you exercise like this, it is really very possible to become a being like One Punch Man. One Punch Man Saitama can blast out shock waves with his bare hands. In this world, Metkai can also swing out shock waves after opening the 7 gates. After opening the 7 gates, the move Hirutora is like a ninjutsu, able to strike from a distance. If he could deal with genjutsu again, it would be very easy to deal with those 2 young men, because he has the Sharingan. As long as he keeps improving the power of the Sharingan, he will no longer be afraid of basically all illusions. Even with the improvement of his physical attributes, he can be regarded as an all-round warrior. Page 16. Especially in this world, ninjas have high attack and low defense, so their ability to resist and recover is extremely important. Uchiha Madara, who was as powerful as the Senju Hashirama, the god of ninja world, was stabbed to death by a kunai. If his body was strong enough to withstand a few more attacks, others would die after just 1 attack, which would be enough to trade injuries for injuries. And just after he lay on the ground and rested for a while, there were also 2 figures in the forest slowly approaching. It was Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Izumi. After school, Izumi Uchiha invited Itachi to practice kunai throwing in the woods. Although Izumi has activated the second Megatama Sharingan, his kunai throwing skills are still far inferior to Itachi's. She still has 1 year left before graduating from ninja school, so she naturally has to prepare for her future ninja career. Chuan was chatting and laughing with Itachi, and when he saw the figure in the forest, he ran over and asked with a smile on his face. "Brother Ryuzyuk, are you exercising here too?" Ryuzyuk nodded and glanced at Itachi's Shiha behind Izumi. "It's this 25 boy again, these two are really childhood sweethearts." He was thinking unconsciously in his heart. What is there in the village that Uchiha Itachi, a young boy, thinks is more important than his childhood sweetheart, and what is there in Konoha that is worthy of your protection? Last time I met Uchiha Itachi for the first time, he was a little aggressive. After all, the night of genocide has not happened yet. Maybe he can persuade this boy to correct his mistakes quickly and stop being brainwashed by the so-called will of fire. Because there is no one in Konoha worthy of Uchiha Itachi's protection. Whether it's the third generation or Danzo, these two old bastards. He single-handedly brought Konoha into a situation where there is no recovery. During the 3 Great Ninja Wars, with the heroic performance of the 4th Hokage at the Kana Bridge, he defeated the Tsuchigakure village, but the 3rd Hokage not only chose to sign an unequal treaty with the Tsuchigakure village to compensate for the war money. You know, he won the war and signed an unequal treaty for the sake of so-called peace. This is also the reason why he stepped down. Even in the upcoming peace negotiation with Kumoyin village, it was clearly the envoy from Kumoyin village who wanted to kidnap Miss Hinata of the Hyuga clan, but was killed by the head of the Hyuga clan. No matter how you look at the whole thing, the people of Kumigakure are despicable, but the 3rd Hokage sacrificed Hinata's younger brother Hisashi in the name of justice. It also caused the Hyuga clan to no longer trust the 3rd Hokage. To be honest, this Danzo is even less important. Not only did this guy bully the entire village by virtue of his power as an elder advisor, he also demanded the elites of various clans in Konoha village, such as the elites of the Abarame clan and the elites of the Yamanaka clan. But what did he do after plundering these combat forces? He was simply the first person to engage in internal strife. It was Danzo who gave Uchiha Itachi the order to exterminate the Uchiha clan. For a person who called Uchiha an evil clan every day, he really couldn't understand why Uchiha Itachi would obey his orders and protect such a person. Maybe the Uchiha's poisoning was still mild and could be saved. In that case, maybe the night of genocide would not have happened. Even the opponent's combat power can help the Uchiha clan regain the power of Konoha. The village was originally founded by the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan. If the Senju clan did not come to fight for it, then the Uchiha clan would be the real masters of Konoha. Chapter 19 Questions to Itachi 1. Although Uchiha Izumi is a very good woman, if the other party really likes Uchiha Itachi, and if Uchiha Itachi is not a brainwasher of the will of fire, he, Ryusuke, has no interest in ruining other people's relationships. Anyway, there are many beauties in the ninja world. Since they are all named Uchiha Ryusuke, they are all men who want to drive big cars. Moreover, his many children and many blessings system means that the more powerful a woman produces offspring, the more rewards she will receive. The most powerful person in the ninja world must be Tsunade, one of the 3 ninjas of Konoha. Tsunade is still in her 30s, which should be her most interesting time. In the original plot, the future Tsunade lives alone, which is really cruel to a woman. A woman without a man is as miserable as a man without a woman. So his goal is to save Tsunade and let her take maternity leave or something. If Ryusuke were bolder, he would even take Kaguya at Satsuki's maternity leave. Of course, these dreams feel a bit inflated now, but they are not impossible dreams. Although Uchiha Itachi hated Uchiha Ryusuke at this moment, because the other party wanted to be possessive of Izumi last time, which made him feel very uncomfortable. She even wanted him to leave Kwan's side. He wanted to stay by Izumi's side to prevent this guy from taking action. Everyone in the Uchiha family is a radical person. Maybe the other party would do something evil to such a young Izumi, because Izumi is really a very good person. Girl. Chuan looked at both of them with unkind expressions. We are all from the same clan and we don't want any conflict between the two of them. She suggested with a smile. Brother Ryuzuke, I asked Itachi to teach me the kunai throwing technique. How about you come along? I need your guidance too. She hoped that the relationship between the two could soften while they taught her. Ryuzuke naturally nodded and looked for an opportunity to talk to Itachi and ask him to give up the so-called will of fire. Itachi had a calm face and had nothing to say. There is no need to pay too much attention to Uchiha Ryuzuke. Even if the opponent activates the second Megatama Sharingan, his strength is just that in his eyes, no different from a soldier. The focus now is to teach Izumi the kunai throwing technique so that she can improve her strength. It was impossible for Uchiha Ryuzuke to be better than him, so he had to rely on him to teach Izumi. His shuriken technique can be twisted, which involves complex principles, which is too difficult for Izumi. Let's just teach the basics. After Izumi becomes a ninja, he needs to do some simple tasks in the early stage. Ordinary kunai throwing techniques are enough, and no such advanced skills are required. He took out a kunai, held it tightly in his hand, and demonstrated. Chuan, the trick to throwing kunai is to hold it tightly, then lean your body slightly, and rely on your waist to exert force. The arms only exert force incidentally, and their greater role is to control the direction. This way we can be fast, accurate and ruthless. Do you understand it? Chuan shook her head, it was a bit abstract. Although it was taught in the ninja school, she still didn't understand it. Uchiha Itachi then explained in detail, and used his body to demonstrate slow motion. He threw out the kunai in his hand and shot it hard in the center of a tree. Uchiha Izumi couldn't help but marveled after seeing it. Itachi's kunai throwing technique was very accurate. The details were explained more specifically than the teachers, and he was very patient. Let Chuan complete the few missing knowledge points, then Chuan took out a kunai from his pocket, and then shot it out according to the method taught by Itachi. Although it was a little far away from the center of the tree, it still hit the tree trunk. This shows that Itachi's method is really useful. Chuan couldn't help but said happily. Itachi, what you said is really good. According to your method, you can hit the target with just a little training. You're such a genius. No, this is just the basics. Uchiha Itachi heard Izumi's compliment and felt happy because he saw Izumi's smiling face. As for Chuan, he is still willing to teach patiently. Ryuzuke, who was watching from the sidelines, did hear Itachi's method and naturally understood the method inside. However, the kunai throwing technique is of little use and has no outstanding performance in the Great Ninja War. Just like the Go Fireball technique, it is a feint attack technique, using such an attack to cover up the use of other ninjutsu, such as the clone technique. Izumi looked at Ryuzuke at this time. Ryuzuke-san, do you want to train? Ryuzuke did not refuse Quan's invitation. He also wanted to try this weapon. Xiang Chuan stretched out his palm and motioned Chuan to give him a kunai. Izumi was stunned for a moment before he came to his senses, and hurriedly handed Ryuzuke a kunai from his backpack. Then Ryuzuke, just like Uchiha Itachi said just now, tilted his body slightly, then controlled the direction of the kunai in his hand, swung it out, and landed steadily in the middle of the tree. Chuan said in surprise. Ryuzuke is also very good. Ryuzuke couldn't help but smile. When you reach the level of Chunin, you will be able to be so proficient in kunai throwing. The method I just used was just Itachi's method. It was quite impressive. Uchiha Itachi was very confused when he heard his words, because the last time the other party faced him, it was like he had eaten explosives. He was actually a little uncomfortable with praising him now. Izumi felt happy when she saw Ryusuke in such a state. Sure enough, letting two people get along is the best way to ease the relationship. In the following time, Izumi started training using the kunao in his backpack. Although the kunao was thrown according to Itachi's method, occasionally there would be an abnormality, and the thrown kunao would directly miss the target and shoot into the depths of the forest. Suddenly he became upset. This is a huge mistake, Itachi said comfortingly. With more training, this won't happen. Chuan nodded, and then started training again, and soon all the kunao in his backpack were shot out. Said to Itachi and Ryusuke. I'll go get the kunao first. Then the body burrowed into the woods like a little rabbit. Because there were a lot of kunao ejaculated inside. Her family was not financially wealthy enough to throw away all the lost kunao. So it must be retrieved. Ryusuke and Uchiha Itachi were the only ones left here, and the scene instantly became quiet. When Ryusuke saw this, he was about to speak. After all, it was better not to let Chuan know what they were going to talk about next. Chuan is not suitable to discuss such family matters. This kind of thing is still too complicated for a little girl, and there is no need for her to get into such a tangle. Ryusuke looked at Uchiha Itachi and said with a smile. If there is a conflict between the family and the village's top management, whose side will you stand on? Uchiha Itachi was shocked when he heard this. He is now the ANBU of Lord Hokage. But in fact, he was sent by his father to spy on Lord Hokage and inform the family of high-level information. Page 17. In fact, he would not do that. He had promised Lord Hokage to become the village's undercover agent in the Uchiha family and reveal information about the family to the higher UPS. The Hokage promised that he would properly handle the relationship between the village and Uchiha. He did all this to maintain peace in the village. And now that Ryusuke is asking this question, he probably thinks that he has already devoted himself to the Hokage. Regardless of whether the other party is a moderate or a radical, the identity of his spy cannot be revealed. He said with a smile. Of course I stand on the side of the family. After all, I am a member of the Uchiha clan. Chapter 20 Thinking about Dogs. Ryusuke noticed Uchiha Itachi's bright smile. Although Itachi was smiling, Ryusuke knew that the other person had learned to put on a show since he was a child and never truly expressed his inner feelings. If he hadn't known that Itachi would personally destroy the Uchiha clan in the future, he might have really believed in Itachi. Uchiha Itachi would never change so easily after just asking him. Ryusuke is now not sure whether the other party has been completely brainwashed by the will of fire and is completely biased towards Konoha. Normal Nyan people should be biased towards their family, but Uchiha Itachi abandoned his family that was bound by family ties and love, and instead went to maintain the peace of Konoha. To be honest, in Konoha, where there are no relatives or lovers, what does Itachi have to do with it? Uchiha Itachi was taken to the battlefield by his father Uchiha Fugaku when he was 3 years old, and saw the cruelty of war. Start thinking about the meaning of life. At a young age, he already knew how to think from the Hokage's point of view. Now he should be thinking about the relationship between his family and the village, and maintaining true peace. Then he thought he was transcending mortals, and in a saintly manner, he destroyed his family. But to be honest, even if the Uchiha clan is at fault, how can it be a crime that would destroy the clan? Even the women and children in the village and not even a dog were spared. The conflict between Uchiha and Konoha's top management lies in power. The higher UPS in Konoha were afraid that the powerful Uchiha clan would occupy their high positions. That's why he targets the Uchiha clan everywhere. But why are the Uchiha clan not qualified to occupy the top positions in Konoha? With the decline of the Senju clan, the Uchiha clan naturally became the undisputed strongest clan in the ninja world. Geniuses like Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui appeared in the family. At the same time, the Sunin, the backbone of the Konoha Hokage faction, were leaving and scattered. During the Second Ninja War, Tsunade suffered a severe physical and mental shock due to the death of her relatives and lovers. She also suffered from anemia and was unable to even become a ninja. Now she wanders around as a bad gambler. Orochimaru, a disciple of the third Hokage, engaged in various human experiments, and after being discovered, he also rebelled against the village. Jiraiya is also traveling, writing books like Intimate Heaven, and looking for the so-called Child of Destiny. The Hokage faction was unmotivated. The third Hokage who was sitting in the village saw the rise of the Uchiha clan, and then felt that there were many crises. Could it be that after the Uchiha clan came to the top of Konoha, they couldn't protect Konoha? Not to mention anything else, with the strength of the Uchiha clan, with talented ninjas like Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi, Ryusuke wouldn't believe it if he didn't make other ninja villages cry for their fathers. But it is shameful that the third Hokage believed that the Uchiha clan was an unstable factor in the village, and even Danzo believed that the Uchiha clan was an evil clan. But to be honest, aren't the third Hokage and Danzo afraid of the Uchiha clan seeking power? Besides, the third Hokage is not only old, but also ineffective. During the Third Ninja War, the third Hokage hid in the rear and enjoyed the success. It's really ugly compared to other ninja villages, and it was in vain that the ninjas in the village were not afraid of sacrifice to win the war with Iwagakure and signed an unequal treaty. It was even useless in the subsequent Nine Tails Rebellion. Such an old guy, if he were a normal person, he wouldn't have the nerve to continue to be the Hokage. Danzo will not say that, as the Pot Shadow and Black Shadow in the Naruto world, everything is Danzo's fault. Ryusuke sincerely believed that Uchiha Itachi had no need to work hard for such a person. In order to change the other person's mind, Ryusuke continued. In fact, if our Uchiha clan becomes the top leader of Konoha, we should be able to protect the peace of the village better than the aging third Hokage. Uchiha Itachi, do you agree with my point of view? These words made Uchiha Itachi's pupils shrink and his heart was shaken. This guy turned out to be a radical and actually wanted to seize power, which made him extremely disgusted. The Uchiha clan is a selfish clan, and if they rise to power, it will definitely not be a good thing for the Leaf Village. He once opened the Sharingan due to the death of his companion Tianma, and sadly told his father about this. He received not comfort but congratulations, which made Itachi feel very disappointed in his family. The current third Hokage has done well enough to bring peace to the village. He spoke slowly. Don't say this nonsense. The third Hokage brought prosperity and peace to the village. Lord Hokage is not old. On the contrary, he is still the strongest fighting force in the village. Ryusuke felt a little speechless at Itachi's words. Maybe the third Hokage still has fighting power. He is not the strongest in the village, but he is also the top fighting power. However, in the Third Ninja War, they did not fight on the front lines at all and huddled in the rear. The Third Ninja World War did not rely on the Uchiha clan to contend with Kirigakure village in the east. Namikaze Minato, who was still a jonin at the time, led the Konoha ninjas to fight against the combination of Iwagakure and Kumigakure. This is what brings peace to Konoha village. Ryusuke didn't understand why Itachi thought it was the third Hokage's fault. Maybe he was brainwashed by the poisonous textbooks at ninja school. Ryusuke was also convinced in his heart. The third Hokage really knows how to create a glorious image of himself, and he is even called the strongest Hokage in the ninja school textbook without shame. If he is the strongest Hokage, then where should Senju Hashirama, the god of the first Naruto world, and Senju Tobirama, the second-generation Hokage's master of forbidden arts, rank? Let these two people hear that Sarutobi Hiruzen is called the strongest Hokage. I wonder what these two people will think. It was clear from Itachi's words that he had been brainwashed by the will of fire. With such respect for the third Hokage, no wonder the other party would execute it without any hesitation after Danzo falsely conveyed the order of the third Hokage to Uchiha Itachi to exterminate the Uchiha clan. Now Ryusuke feels a little weak, not having the talent of mouth escape like Naruto. It's a little hard to shake Uchiha Itachi's current thoughts. But he still tried to say it. Itachi, you can actually side with the family. After all, Danzo, a high-ranking member of Konoha, is a very evil person. I believe people like you can definitely feel his attitude towards our clan, but he keeps claiming that our Uchiha clan is an evil clan. They even covet the power of the Uchiha clan's Sharingan. Before Ryusuke finished speaking, Uchiha Itachi's face darkened. Although he didn't like the harsh and ruthless Danzo elder, but he sincerely admired the other person for doing dark things for Konoha. It is precisely because of the protection of Elder Danzo that Konoha is so peaceful. Uchiha Ryusuke didn't understand anything. He spoke angrily. Don't you know how much Danzo-sama has done for Konoha? How many enemies were eliminated? You dare to slander him like this? Uchiha Ryusuke was a little stunned. He didn't expect that Danzo's image in Uchiha Itachi would be such a glorious image. It's really outrageous. No wonder Uchiha Itachi in the original plot obeyed Shimura Danzo's order without hesitation and wiped out the Uchiha clan. Ryusuke could feel that Uchiha Itachi was really angry. He sighed deeply. Such a smart genius of the Uchiha clan actually believed in Shimura Danzo. Is this smart? Isn't he thinking about the dog? This must be someone who has been brainwashed by the will of fire to the point of being mentally disabled. I can't even tell you enough about the dirty stuff about team fights. Not only does he think he has inherited the ideas of the second Hokage, but he also believes that the Uchiha clan is inherently evil and is a clan that harms the village. During the Nine Tails Rebellion, he strongly advocated forcing the Uchiha clan to move their clan out of the center of Konoha. This step-by-step operation is really not afraid of forcing the Uchiha clan to rebel. Even the opponent's right hand and right eye, which are now bandaged, have Sharingan hidden in them. He keeps claiming that the Uchiha clan is evil, but he covets the power of the Uchiha clan. He is really a person with double standards. Uchiha Itachi regarded such a person as an object of respect, which really made Uchiha Ryusuke not know whether to cry or laugh. He didn't know if Uchiha Itachi could be saved, so he decided to drop a bombshell again. I won't argue with you about what kind of person Shimura Danzo is. If there is a serious conflict between the high-level officials of Konoha and the Uchiha clan, and the high-level officials of Konoha ask you to exterminate the Uchiha clan, which naturally includes Uchiha Izumi, what should you do? Ryusuke hoped that this bombshell would clear up Uchiha Itachi's poisoned mind. Uchiha Izumi should still be very important to Itachi. I hope this person can make Itachi understand what the other person should protect. Itachi Uchiha's pupils shrank when he heard Ryusuke's words. He was shocked by the other party's words, shocked and angry. What the other party said was really unrealistic. He became the Hokage's undercover agent in order to ease the relationship between his family and the top management of Konoha and protect the safety of the village. How could it be possible to kill the family? What's more, they will take action against Chuan. It was even more impossible for the benevolent third generation to order him to do such a thing. He doesn't have such ability either. Uchiha Ryusuke has severe persecution paranoia, and his thoughts are too extreme. Even more extreme than the radical ideas. Even the radicals dare not think that the Uchiha clan will be exterminated. The benevolent third Hokage would not allow this to happen. That wouldn't do the whole village any good. Ryusuke looked at Uchiha Itachi seriously. Don't be so quick to get angry. What would you do if faced with such a situation? Naturally, Itachi wouldn't answer the hypothetical question of understanding, it didn't make any sense. If the Uchiha clan is like this, then he feels that there is no need to protect the family, and it is more meaningful to protect Konoha. The Uchiha people are really too narrow-minded. Ninjas should focus on the village rather than the narrow-minded thinking of a clan. Even if he had such thoughts, there was no need to explain it to the other party, but he slowly calmed down his anger. That's an impossible question and I'm not going to answer something that's impossible. Page 18. Chapter 21 Is Konoha still Konoha without Uchiha? Ryusuke felt a little sorry for Uchiha Itachi's answer. Because even if it costs Kwan's life, can't the other party immediately answer the question of protecting the family? It seems that the other party is really not an ordinary idiot, and has been too seriously brainwashed by the will of fire. For ordinary people, in front of their childhood sweethearts and a bunch of people who are not related by blood, choosing who to fight for, is there any need to think about it? It's a no-brainer. It was Itachi who was so self-righteous that he felt like a saint. The result of this exchange made him very disappointed. After all, he is not Naruto and does not have the strength of the Mouth Escape King. But he had to say one more thing. Uchiha Itachi, let me tell you one more thing. Is Konoha still Konoha without Uchiha? Think about this carefully. I'm leaving first. Uchiha Ryusuke, who was already exhausted from training, had long planned to go home and wash himself up before taking a rest. Seeing Uchiha Itachi coming, he kindly planned to correct the other party's thinking. For an Uchiha boy like Uchiha Itachi who was poisoned by the thoughts of Konoha's higher UPS, try to save him. If the other party is stubborn, the other party will be completely destroyed during the night of genocide. After all, he is also a member of the Uchiha clan now, if the other party dares to do what he did in the original plot. Uchiha Itachi is naturally on Ryusuke's hunting list. Uchiha Itachi looked at Ryusuke's leaving figure, his face gradually turned cold. Of course, Konoha without the Uchiha clan would still be Konoha. Konoha is not from the Uchiha clan. Ryusuke's thinking is really too arrogant and narrow-minded. Konoha belongs to all families. Wherever the leaves are flying, the fire is endless. The fire will continue to illuminate the village and cause new leaves to sprout. These were the words of Senju Hashirama, the first god of Naruto world, and he died of exhaustion for the sake of the village. He, Uchiha Itachi, aspired to be such a person. Not long after, Izumi picked up his kunao and came back. Seeing that Uchiha Itachi was the only one there, he asked doubtfully. Has Ryusuke-san gone back already? Itachi nodded and said. He has gone back. Izumi, please stay away from Uchiha Ryusuke in the future. He is a dangerous person and I don't want you to be led astray. Guys like Ryusuke are undoubtedly more radical than the radicals, because the other party even thinks of starting a war between the family and the top leaders of Konoha. Kwan's face was full of confusion, not understanding what Itachi was thinking. Why do I think Ryusuke-san is a good person? I used to be aloof and just take care of myself. Now he is kinder to himself, with a sincere smile on his face. Apart from having strange thoughts about herself, she doesn't hate Ryusuke like this. If it hadn't been for Uchiha Itachi, she might have really fallen in love with Ryusuke-san, but a handsome man like Ryusuke-san wouldn't be short of women, so there was no need for her to worry about him. Uchiha Itachi looked at Chuan and hesitated before speaking out. Uchiha Ryusuke is too self-righteous and family-centered. Thinking of what the other party said, is Konoha still Konoha without Uchiha? What does this prove? It proved that in his mind the Uchiha were above the village. He didn't want Chuan to be led astray by the other party. When Chuan heard Itachi's words, his little face was full of confusion. For the sake of the family, is there anything wrong with this? It's probably because brother Ryusuke cares about little girls in the family like her because he cares about the family. Otherwise, how could he care about Chuan? If you don't care about your family, I'm afraid Ryusuke-san won't care about his own life or death. Then she and her mother would be in dire straits. So she couldn't blame Ryusuke for this. Uchiha Itachi immediately felt that Izumi's thoughts were different from his. Have you been led astray by Ryusuke? He said in a deep voice. As ninjas, we shouldn't place too much emphasis on family. Instead, we should focus on the village. Do you understand? Chuan nodded, but actually didn't understand at all. Taking the village as the center, she is not blind. The people in the village, whether they are ninjas or civilians, have no good intentions towards the Uchiha clan. Even she could feel their malice. Instead of focusing on the family, he focuses on the village. Izumi really doesn't understand Itachi's thoughts. But Uchiha Itachi said so, and she was too embarrassed to refute. Uchiha Itachi looked at Izumi and nodded, looking confused. He knew that the other party did not understand the meaning of his words at all. I feel a bit regretful that not many people can understand his thoughts, they are all too superficial. Only Shisui could understand him. He sighed inwardly and said nothing more. Next, the two began to train again, but it was not as enthusiastic as before. Chuan could feel that the two sides suddenly felt a sense of alienation, and Itachi's mind was no longer on him. In fact, Itachi couldn't help but think about what Ryusuke Uchiha just said. If the family shows any ill will towards the top management of Konoha again, then the relationship between the two parties may really break down, and a civil war may even occur. By then he might be inclined to help Konoha's top brass put down the rebellion. Because the Uchiha clan is too radical, too extreme, and too pursuing family interests. After all, he is now in ANBU, and it is his duty to protect Konoha. He is not so narrowly siding with his family. Although my mind is thinking wildly, this kind of thing should be impossible to happen. After all, the third Hokage is a kind Hokage and will definitely handle the relationship between the village and the Uchiha clan properly. Chapter 22, A Match with Might Guy. In the next few days, Ryusuke was training alone, practicing the One Punch Man method alone. Increase 1 point of strength, 1 point of speed, and 1 point of constitution per day. He tried adding more training, but still only got this bonus. It's not as high as the bonus of getting beaten during a sparring session. Metkai left the village for a mission and came back 7 days later. After coming back, Ryusuke naturally looked for Metkai to compete and train. A month passed like this. Today we were in a remote grove in Konoha again. Konoha village is surrounded by woods, and very few people pass by. Training here will not disturb others and will not be disturbed. Metkai, Xiaoli, and Uchiha Ryusuke met here to train. Ryusuke was naturally looking forward to asking Metkai for a sparring session. Metkai looked at Ryusuke in surprise. He could clearly feel that the opponent's strength and speed were getting stronger during this period of time. Although he himself is getting stronger, it is not obvious when compared with his opponent. Ryusuke's current level forced him to take it seriously. Looking at Ryusuke opposite, he took a ready stance. Bring it on! Ryusuke slowly opened his Sharingan. Activating the Sharingan not only allows him to observe Kai's body movements, but also copies the opponent's moves. Leaving the Sharingan unused is a waste of resources. After Kai saw Ryusuke taking a good posture, he decisively moved his legs and sprinted towards Ryusuke, punching him directly. However, when Ryusuke faced the fierce punch, he had no idea of evading it, but directly punched it to meet it. He is no longer the rookie he was back then. The fists of both parties collided together, but unlike previous situations, Ryusuke didn't even take half a step back this time. Metkai was not surprised at all, because there was already a sign of this before. The first punch was able to send Ryusuke flying away, and then Ryusuke became more and more able to withstand his attacks. After taking more than 10 steps back from frontal confrontation, I am now able to fight head-on without falling behind. Unexpectedly, Uchiha Ryusuke could make such great progress in taijutsus so quickly. Metkai continued to attack. After all, one punch could not explain anything. Ryusuke turned slightly sideways this time to avoid the opponent's attack. Then he found the right opportunity to attack Metkai. He did not hold back from the powerful and heavy blow. He was beaten by Metkai all the time. His attribute points increased, but he still felt unhappy. He is not a real doormat. How could he really like being beaten? This is one of the reasons why he does not intentionally get beaten. When his fist was about to hit Metkai, Metkai jumped back to avoid Ryusuke's attack, his eyes full of surprise. If he hadn't been good at physical arts and had amazing reflexes, he might have really been hit. He had to concentrate and rushed towards Uchiha Ryusuke again. This time he was not careless and always paid attention to the opponent's movements. This was the vigilance a taijutsu master should have. The Ryusuke in front of him deserved this, just like he did with his best friend Kakashi. The two sides fought for another 10 minutes. The two sides fought each other with damage. Kai hit Ryusuke, and Ryusuke naturally hit Kai. Then the two distanced themselves. After all, this is not a life and death fight, and the target of the attack is not the heart or other fatal parts. Now Ryusuke was really feeling a little bit happy. He used the clone eye to replicate the opponent's physical skills. The opponent punched him 3 times, and he naturally punched him back 3 times. He felt indescribably happy. The opponent's 3 punches to him were nothing more than that, but this was the first time he hit the opponent's 3 punches. Page 19. This proves that his fighting awareness and skills are pretty good. He is considered a moderately accomplished taijutsu master. You must know that although Metkai is only a Chuunin now, his taijutsu is worthy of being a jounin. In the future, Kai's taijutsu can be said to be the best among jounins. Such a scene shocked Metkai. The result of his discussion with the opponent just now was 50-50, and he didn't hold anything back. The opponent's speed is not weaker than him, his strength is also not weaker than him, and even the fighting skills are not weaker than him. The opponent's fighting skills should be learned through his pair of Sharingan. Because the opponent's fighting skills are very similar to mine. Xiao Li, who was watching the battle on the sidelines, was already shocked. From this serious discussion, he saw how strong teacher Kai was, which was natural. This was exactly why he was willing to learn from teacher Kai, because the opponent's physical skills were amazing, and he could practice with him to become a physical expert. A master of martial arts and realize his dream of becoming a ninja. What shocked him was Uchiha Ryusuke. It was clear that he was defeated by teacher Kai a month ago and had basically no power to fight back. He did not forget the original scene easily. During the first sparring session, Ryusuke Uchiha was knocked down by a punch from teacher Kai. Tragic situation. This fully shows that the other party is a weakling, but 1 month later he was able to have a close relationship with teacher Kai. How could it not shock him? Is it really like what teacher Kai said that you become stronger after being beaten? But during this time, he also used this method to fight teacher Kai. Teacher Kai carried out this method seriously and attacked him seriously every time. Although he was not seriously injured, he was beaten hard and the pain was severe. Because of the potions sold by Uchiha Ryusuke, it did not affect daily practice. Uchiha's potions were still very good. Suddenly he had an idea. Maybe he hadn't been beaten enough or hard enough. You must know that physical skills are related to the usual amount of training. Quantitative changes lead to qualitative changes. The only reason he could think of was this. In the competition between Ryusuke and Kai-sensei, the power used by Kai-sensei was undoubtedly greater. After he figured this out, he suddenly became excited, and for a moment he seemed to have seen a bright road. He watched the discussion between the two people on the field with even more interest. Chapter 23 Konoha Cyclone. In the forest clearing, Metkai looked at Uchiha Ryusuke and sighed in admiration. Ryusuke, you have made great progress. If you fight with me, you won't fall behind. He sincerely admired the other party for how he had grown so strong from a weakling in the beginning. He couldn't help but admire him. Ryusuke also had a smile on his face. It's all thanks to you, Kai, that I have achieved what I have today. Sure enough, he was right to come into contact with Mad Kai at the beginning. The other party took the trouble to train with him, which proved the other party's noble quality. If there are people in Konoha who admire, then Metkai is definitely one of them. Kai, on the other hand, looked calm and didn't quite believe what the other party said. He has been training hard since he was a child to achieve the strength he has today. But the opponent's results in 1 month are greater than his. Although he has also made progress, the other party's progress is undoubtedly greater. The reason for this may be that the other party is a genius in individual skills. Maybe it's that training method where you can become stronger after being beaten. Although this might be the other party's secret, he couldn't help but asked curiously. Ryusuke, you've improved so quickly, could it be that you've developed a physical skill that makes you stronger by hitting others? Otherwise, even if you are incredibly talented, it's unlikely that you'll make such great progress. That's the only reason I can think of. This sentence made Xiao Li, who was watching the battle, excited. After all, he didn't make much progress using this method before. At most, he just improved his body's ability to resist blows. He felt that even if he was beaten, it was not an ordinary beating, but a method, so that he could improve his strength. Whether that is the case or not depends on what Ryusuke Uchiha says. This time it was Ryusuke's turn to look confused. What kind of physical genius was he? His original body was just an ordinary body. Now Ryusuke relies on the automatic training system to improve his attribute values. I am afraid that other people will not be like this. At most, they can only improve their ability to withstand attacks. Although it's not of much use. But it seems that this is the only explanation that can explain why he has become stronger. Can only be said. I didn't mean to get beaten. It's mainly because actual combat can improve my reaction speed. Improve your physical fitness. After all, the body's resistance to beatings is still useful. Kai felt as if that was indeed the case. Although it is said to be in actual combat, the key point is to improve physical fitness by being beaten, and it cannot be done intentionally. Know how to improve your strength. He has never been recognized by the third Hokage and cannot join the Anbu. His best friend Kakashi has been a jonin since he was 12 years old, and he is his lifelong rival. Metkai had to catch up no matter what, otherwise how could he be the opponent's opponent? The Ryusuke in front of him can already hit him, so he has to fight the opponent well and improve himself. Ryusuke, be careful. I'm going to use my ultimate move next. Practice well with the opponent, and of course don't get hit on purpose. Ryusuke didn't get hit on purpose, maybe this is the secret of getting stronger after being hit. Ryusuke was a little excited when he heard what Kai said. Is Kai going to use the 8-gate Dunjia? Come on, I'm ready. His Sharingan became scarleter. If the opponent opens the 8 gates of Dunjia, even if he opens the first few gates, his strength will be doubled. Sharingan's pupils were all contracted, staring closely at the other person's movements. The Sharingan is known as the Eye of Replication, and he can learn the opponent's movements without any special instructions from Metkai. Ryusuke is not the other arrogant Uchiha clan members. As long as he can improve his strength, he does not feel it is shameful to learn other people's ninjutsu and taijutsu. Even the night of genocide may not be able to be passed safely. There is nothing shameful in learning some of Kai's ultimate moves. As for Kai, such a noble person would not object to his learning. Not to mention that both parties are friends, and the other party also taught Kakashi the 8 armor escape techniques. However, Kai did not activate the 8 armor techniques. Instead, he rushed over quickly, raised his leg and kicked Ryusuke with great force and speed. Konoha Whirlwind. Ryusuke was a little disappointed when he saw this move, but he still met it with a kick. It's still like that, he won't deliberately hit the opponent's moves. Kai watched the opponent catch his attack without any surprise. It was strange that Ryusuke couldn't catch it with his current skills. It didn't matter if he caught it, because there would be a follow-up attack, so he roared again. Konoha Whirlwind double kick. Then he put one hand on the ground and kicked the heel of his left foot towards Ryusuke. Although Ryusuke observed it with his Sharingan, his reaction was still a beat too slow. He was hit directly in the chest by Kai's move and his body flew backwards instantly. Kai looked at Ryusuke flying backwards, but there was no worry in his eyes. They had been together for more than a month. He knew that the opponent's body was strong. Although his move was a bit more powerful, Ryusuke's life was not in danger. He did not attack the vital points. At most, he would only be seriously injured. Isn't this exactly what the opponent needs? Ryuzyuk, who was lying on the ground, heard the sound coming from the system. Add 2 points to strength, 2 points to speed, and 2 points to constitution. It's another familiar attribute that adds a notification sound. It feels good to become stronger. A warm current flowed through, healing his injuries. The injuries were mostly reduced, and he stood up and looked at Kai in admiration. Although he did not use the 8-gate dungeon, this move, Konoha Tornado, was extremely fast and attacked the double whirlwind in a series. Even a powerful taijutsu ninja would find it difficult to parry this move for the first time. The key point of this move is to follow up a powerful and heavy blow with a second attack in succession. Most people would never think of it and would not have such reaction power. Kai, your double whirlwind kick is really powerful. He had just used the Sharingan to perfectly copy Kai's move. Including the force points, support points, and body movements have all been copied. Kai said proudly. This is my trick. His kicking skills are much more powerful than fist attacks, and at the same time, he also shocks the opponent's physical fitness. He got up so quickly after taking a heavy blow from himself. It didn't look like he was seriously injured at all, but rather like he was slightly injured. He really had a monster-like physique. Xiao Li, who was watching the battle on the sidelines, was filled with envy. This is Teacher Kai's move. It's so cool. Even if he could perform such a tornado kick now, it would not be so powerful. He would have to train harder to be able to perform such a handsome and powerful tornado kick. Ryuzyuk patted the dust on his body and looked at Metkai with burning eyes. He learned this trick and couldn't wait to use it. Now it's my turn to attack. He rushed directly towards Kai and raised his leg for a flying kick. Kai is naturally not afraid to dodge, he just lifts his leg to block the opponent's attack. Then what surprised him was that Ryuzyuk put his hands on the ground and raised his left foot back to attack him. Kai's expression changed drastically. Isn't this his Konoha cyclone? Before he could react, he was kicked by Ryuzyuk. His body flew out heavily and fell to the ground. Then he climbed up with difficulty, feeling the pain in his body, which made him a little unbearable. The opponent just suffered the same attack, but this was not the case. Ryuzyuk's physique was so powerful. Could it be that the opponent's physical condition was stronger than his own? At the same time, the reason why the opponent is able to copy this unique taijutsu move is probably because of the pair of Sharingan. His best friend Kakashi can copy thousands of ninjutsu, and Ryuzyuk can naturally do it if he has the Sharingan. Kai massaged his lower abdomen and said in a deep voice. Come again. He has not forgotten the opponent's method of increasing strength. He can become stronger by being beaten. If the opponent can hit him, then he is his opponent. In the end, both parties fell to the ground with bruises and swollen faces, and their bodies were exhausted. Kai felt very satisfied. He had only trained hard before, and even when he fought against Kakashi, he never got to this level. Ryuzyuk was naturally happy, as his physical attribute points of strength, speed, and constitution increased by 5 points. To put it bluntly, Ryuzyuk was able to tie with Metkai before, but now he is slightly better than Kai. Chapter 24 Battle. The next day, Ryuzyuk didn't go to Kai for sparring anymore. In yesterday's battle, the opponent's body did not have the warmth to recover, and even the Uchiha clan's special potion was not so easy to recover. I'm afraid the opponent's body can't bear it. After all, ninjas have high attack and low defense, even taijutsu ninjas. Metkai has to make money through physical work, so he can't cause trouble to the other party. Page 20. But he was different. Although he was injured yesterday, he was full of energy this morning. They came to the small woods next to the tribe again, and a man started the one-punch man training. 100 squats, 10 kilometers run, 100 sit UPS, 100 sit UPS. While he was training, Uchiha Inari brought several Uchiha clan members over and saw Ryuzyuk training taijutsu. With a look of disdain on his face, leaving a good Sharingan undeveloped is like leaving a treasury unused. No matter how well he practices taijutsu, he can defeat the opponent with just one illusion. This is the power of the Sharingan. One of the Uchiha clan members said with disdain. Ryusuke practiced taijutsu and even learned taijutsu from Konoha Crane Tail Metkai. Don't you feel ashamed? You have brought disgrace upon our family in the past month. Ryusuke was surprised when he heard what the other party said. These tribesmen are so arrogant that they actually think that Kai is the last person in Konoha. Little do they know that Metkai's current taijutsu is not necessarily worse than that of a Jonin. Even though Guy is still only a Chunin, his taijutsu will not be worse than Kakashi at the same time. And Kakashi is a Jounin. If the 8-gate Dunjia is activated, defeating the Jonin will not be a problem. What's more, he should be the one who is dissatisfied. In the original plot, the Uchiha clan was wiped out by 2 men without any injuries. How could they still have the combat power of the most powerful family in the ninja world? He said with a dissatisfied expression. So what do you think we should practice? The Uchiha tribesman said with a proud expression. Fire style and the Sharingan, of course. These two are the family's famous ninjutsu and bloodline limit. Ryusuke almost laughed when he heard fire release. Fire release is extremely powerful, but it is called a kind technique and cannot hit anyone at all. As for the Sharingan, it's not bad. The Sharingan of ordinary Uchiha people may gradually become stronger as the ninja ability improves, until the 3 Megatama Sharingan is opened. And Ryusuke doesn't need this, he just needs to be ridiculed. His Sharingan is still very temperamental. At this stage, his goal is to improve his physical skills and learn the 8 gates of Dunjia. Sharingan combined with powerful taijutsu is basically enough in the early stage. Seeing Ryusuke's attitude and wanting to laugh but holding back, Uchiha Inari asked. Don't you look down on fire style and Sharingan? Ryusuke shook his head and said. Of course not, I just find it weird that you look down on taijutsu. The Uchiha clan's Sharingan can clearly observe the enemy's movements. Combined with the strength of physical skills, don't you think this is a huge advantage? Or do you think ninjas are incapable of close combat? Uchiha Inari thought about what the other person said, felt it made sense, nodded and said. You are right. Ninjas will always have to fight in close combat. It's fine if you learn taijutsu, but why do you follow a Konoha loser to learn, and do such a shameful training? It's simply a disgrace to our family. Even if it's physical skills, aren't our Uchiha clan's physical skills stronger than that guy's? Ryusuke said surely in his heart. Of course not, because the Uchiha clan does not have the 8-gate Dunjia. 8-gate Dunjia is the number 1 taijutsu in the ninja world. He looked at the Uchiha opposite. Since you think the Uchiha clan's taijutsu is stronger than Might Guy's, do you dare to compete with me? Naturally, he wanted to teach these proud tribesmen a lesson. The current Uchiha clan is no longer as powerful as it was during the Warring States period. The clan members are just relying on the reputation of the Uchiha clan to be proud. But his own strength is not strong, otherwise how could he be wiped out by 2 young men on the night of genocide? Daohuo heard that the other party asked him to have a fight. He was a Jonin, and the other party was just a Chunin. What gave the other party such confidence? Why not? If I win, don't do anything that would jeopardize the family's reputation again. Ryusuke said slowly when he saw that the other party had agreed. I'll be waiting for you at this very place in a week. If I win, then don't talk that nonsense again. Uchiha Inari looked at Ryusuke's sweat-soaked clothes and knew that he had been practicing all morning. So there is no rush, he wants to win something beautiful. As for why it is a week later, maybe the other party wants to prepare. He didn't care, let alone a week, even if he gave the other party a year, Ryusuke would not be able to defeat him. Let alone 7 days, Ryusuke would not be able to leap from Chunin strength to Jounin level strength. Besides, Uchiha Inari will also improve during this period. Wait until Uchiha Inari left with the tribesmen who came with him. Uchiha Ryusuke carried out the training just now. After finishing it, he felt a little tired and heard the familiar system property prompts sound. This kind of training can only improve the attribute points, and even takes a long time, but it is not as enjoyable as being beaten. It was over in a few minutes. It seemed that the system preferred to see him beaten more. But as long as he can improve his physical attributes, it will add up. As time goes by, his physical attributes will become higher and higher. Now the physical fitness should have reached the threshold for learning 8-gate Dunjia. He hadn't asked Metkai for advice on the 8 armored body techniques before. Naturally, it was because he didn't have a strong physique. Even if Kai taught him, he wouldn't be able to learn it. With his current strength, it is really not easy to deal with Uchiha Inari, so he set the time for 7 days. He would have to find time to ask Kai for advice on the 8 gates of Armor Dungeon. Chapter 25 Strolling with Hong Yi. On the first day of the fight with Uchiha Inari, Ryusuke got up early to train for One Punch Man to improve his physical fitness. Take a good wash at noon, wash off the dirt and sweat from your body, and have a good rest. It is best to combine work and rest, so he walked towards the center of Konoha in the evening. The Uchiha clan was located in a remote corner of the village. They simply washed up and walked quickly towards the streets of Konoha. While passing by a wooden hut, there was already a woman wearing a kimono with red eyes waiting there. It was Yui Kurenai. During this month, Ryusuke not only exercised, but also wandered around Yui Kurenai's house in the evening, and then asked Yui Kurenai to go out for fun when he had the opportunity. In this way, the relationship with Yui Hong is naturally familiar, and he should be considered a friend. Ryusuke naturally had a purpose. But he didn't forget that his other system became stronger after giving birth to children. Yui Hong is naturally his first target. A girl is willing to go shopping with you. The relationship is still okay, it just depends on how to promote the relationship. Sometimes the relationship between friends and lovers is just a little bit different. What may be worse is physical contact. Friends can only be friends, as light as water, but with physical contact, maybe the relationship will heat up quickly, and if you take the last step, it will no longer be a problem. Everything will fall into place. Yui Hong saw that familiar and handsome figure walking slowly, with a smile on her face. A month ago, Ryusuke's biggest feature was his handsomeness. Now my body is stronger and more sculpted, and my figure is so attractive. This should be the result of training with Metkai. At the same time, she was secretly glad that Ryusuke did not have a rough body like Kai, but instead added a kind of beauty to her figure. Hong has lost his father since he was a child, so he doesn't have many close friends. Although many peers did not laugh at her, they looked at her with more or less contempt, maybe because they did not have a father. But Ryusuke didn't have such a look when he looked at him. This is why she is willing to go shopping with him. Of course she was a little lonely at home at night after working during the day. Going shopping with Ryusuke for a walk would help relieve her depression and help with digestion. Besides, the night view of Konoha was very nice. At this time, Ryusuke had already walked to Yui Kurenai's side. Asked with a smile. Would you like to go out for a walk together? Okay. Kurenai naturally agreed. Originally, she was waiting here just to ask Ryusuke to ask her out. The two of them walked through the streets of Konoha together. Hong felt that the other person's aura was attracting her, which made her feel happy. However, there were a lot of pedestrians on the street, and she was embarrassed to get too close. The two of them didn't eat anything on the street, but just chatted and walked around. But as the two of them strolled around, the number of pedestrians around them became a bit sparse. Yui Kurenai couldn't help but stretched out her hands and hugged Ryusuke's arms tightly. This fierce male aura attacked her fiercely. While feeling relaxed and happy, Yui Kurenai was also carefully looking at Ryusuke's expression, fearing that he would be unhappy. Ryuzyuk was surprised by Yui Kurenai's behavior. Originally, he thought that he would take the initiative and have some physical contact with the other party to speed up the progress of the relationship. Unexpectedly, the other party took the initiative and took advantage of it. This made Ryuzyuk feel shocked. Yui Kurenai noticed that there was no reluctance on Ryuzyuk's expression and felt relieved. She herself was shocked by her own behavior. It was really the other person's masculine aura that particularly attracted her, making her particularly excited. The body naturally takes action. And Ryuzyuk noticed that there were still pedestrians on the street, which was very inconvenient. I planned to take Hong to the nearby dark woods. Naturally, Hong followed Ryuzyuk to the grove. The woods here are dense, the street lights are far away from here, and there are few people. At this moment, Hong was still holding Ryuzyuk's arm intoxicated. The scent of the other person's body smelled so good that she was a little intoxicated. Ryuzyuk decided to take action at this time. He hugged Yui Kurenai with his backhand. Page 21. Yui's red eyes widened. Her first kiss was gone. Although I was a little surprised, I felt a particularly strange feeling after being surprised. It attracted her even more than Ryuzyuk's breath. If it was with Ryuzyuk, she didn't hate such contact. Feeling shy, I simply closed my eyes and enjoyed it. Ryuzyuk's tastes much better than Asuma's. When Asuma approached her, Yui Kurenai couldn't stand the smell of smoke on her body. After a while, Zaire Rihong felt something strange in her body. Although I was a little surprised, my body felt a lot more comfortable. Ryuzyuk really likes to rub that place. Yui Hong felt a sense of joy in her heart. Ryuzyuk was also excited at this time. Maybe the other person was attracted by the breath of his own body, but he was also attracted by the other person's breath. The other person's body smells so good and soft. It's really interesting. He could just hold it with both hands. Before, the other party was wearing a green vest and couldn't tell, but now he is wearing a loose kimono, which allows Ryuzyuk to easily enjoy the softness. Soon, Ryuzyuk planned to communicate on a deeper level. After all, giving birth to a child can be rewarded. Now it's a small forest, do you want to do the whole show in one go? Chapter 26 I'm not ready yet. Yui Kurenai was just intoxicated by Ryuzyuk's scent. But she felt a stronger stimulation, which was much more intense than the previous one, and made her open her eyes wide in an instant. It was a bit unbearable for her. She had never experienced anything like that, so she reached out to stop Ryuzyuk and said nervously, "Ryuzyuk, I'm not ready yet." At this time, the male aura released from Ryuzyuk's body was even stronger. She is no longer a little girl, so she naturally knows which step the man and woman will take in the end. Although she was looking forward to it, she was really not ready yet. The progress with Ryuzyuk was too fast. After hearing Yui Kurenai's words, Ryuzyuk calmed down a little from his excitement. Although he wanted to punish Yui Hong directly on the spot, but seeing the way the opponent was begging for mercy, he did not continue to attack the bottom lane. Although he really wants to complete the task of having many children and many blessings now, the woman must agree to this. The important thing is that both parties have already had such physical contact. Then the final step will be done in the future. It is a matter of course. There is no need to rush. Ryuzyuk stopped moving. Yui Hong suddenly felt at ease. Then the two continued to have close contact. Ryuzyuk could still enjoy the softness. This softness was enough for him to play with for a year. 2 hours later, Yui Hong could no longer bear the other party's torture and quickly begged for mercy. "Ryuzyuk, let's call it a night. If this continues, she will feel like she is going to be in a state of confusion. The relationship between the two parties should still develop slowly. It was too exciting and she couldn't stand it. Now she is a little tired." Ryuzyuk was now satisfied and very happy both physically and mentally. The voice of the system also came from my mind. "You are very excited and happy, and your chakra has increased by 0.1 calories. Ryusuke was suddenly shocked again. Pulled both hands out. He has been practicing physical skills and has forgotten that there is such a thing as chakra. Although his current physical skills are already comparable to those of Kaiwoo, if he wants to activate the 8 gates of Dunjia, he still must have sufficient chakra. Without powerful chakra, the power of the 8-door Dunjia would probably be very small, and it would not even be able to open the door behind it. In the original plot of the 4th Ninja War, Xiao Li could only open 6 gates, and did not open 8 gates like Metkai, because he did not have enough chakra. At the same time, if you want to use other ninjutsu in the future, even the Sharingan, you will need chakra. Chakra is used in basically any technique, so chakra is very crucial, and it is absolutely impossible to do without chakra. 0.1 card means that the weak version of Kakashi with Sharingan has 1/10 of the chakra amount. Unexpectedly, one moment of pleasure can increase chakra by 0.1 kilocalories. If the increase in pleasure is stronger, it may not be 0.1 calories. Although Ryusuke feels very happy and excited now, he should not have reached the peak yet. At the same time, he looked at Yuihong again with burning eyes. It seemed that getting Yuihong was beneficial to both system rewards. Although there is no guarantee that one shot will be enough to give birth to a child, but with a few more shots, it should not be a problem. Noticing Ryusuke's current state, Yuihong's heart trembled and she said a little scared. Ryusuke, that's it for today. Let's wait until I'm ready next time. She was really afraid that the other party would not be able to control herself and throw herself to the ground. Although it is not unacceptable, such a big thing must be prepared before it can be done. Ryusuke looked at Kurenai, who was blushing, and had no intention of continuing. Well, let's wait until next time. The other party has said so, can he still be so strong? Hong breathed a sigh of relief. Ryusuke, I'm going home. Ryusuke said with a smile. Okay, then I'll take you back. Yuihong nodded slightly. In front of a wooden house, there was no one on the street. Ryusuke sent Yuihong here to return to his clan. Yuihong walked into her home happily. But I saw my mother sitting in the living room with a serious face. Her heart suddenly skipped a beat. After all, I came back so late after going out. Although my mother doesn't hate Ryusuke, she would still be very ashamed if her mother knew that she had done something like that with Ryusuke. She said with forced composure. Mom, why aren't you asleep at this hour? The mother's face became very complicated, and then she sighed. The daughter hangs out with Uchiha Ryusuke. Of course it wouldn't be possible for other Uchiha clan members, but of course she wouldn't object to this Ryusuke. She didn't dislike all Uchiha like other villagers. And this Uchiha tribesman is different from other proud Uchiha tribesmen. Now that her daughter's clothes and belt were a little messy, she knew what had happened. After all, she had been there before and had a tryst with Hong's father. Hong's mother looked at her daughter seriously. Judging from the looks of it, you and Ryusuke should already be on good terms. Hong said with a slight blush as she didn't want to deceive her mother. Yes. Mother probably won't object. Hong's mother looked as if this was indeed the case, so she asked in more detail. Then did you make it to the last step? The two of them have been out for so long. Think about it, everything that should have happened has happened. Hong shook his head quickly and said. No, I stopped Ryusuke when we got to the last step. Because I'm not ready yet. Hong's mother was a little surprised. It seems that this Uchiha is not a guy with sperm on his brain, just like her husband. It took her a while to prepare for the union with him. But it is difficult for ordinary men in heat to control their desires. She couldn't help but take a high look at this Uchiha tribesman. She respected her daughter's opinion and did not force her own daughter. This was worthy of recognition. She said with a gentle expression. Of course I won't stop you two from dating. After all, I'm not that kind of old-timer, and I would go to all the trouble of choosing a partner for you. But have you decided how to deal with your relationship with Sarutobi Asuma? Sarutobi Asuma is the son of the third Hokage, who can be said to be the most powerful person in the entire Konoha village. If the relationship with him is not handled well, I am afraid that mother and daughter will encounter many difficulties and obstacles in the Leaf Village in the future. Chapter 27, Would you like to teach me the 8 gates? Hong was quite happy to hear the first half of her mother's words, as long as her mother didn't stop her. Then she can be with Ryusuke. But when he heard the second half of the sentence, he couldn't help but frown and couldn't help but say, "Mother, my being with Ryusuke has nothing to do with Sarutobi Asuma, right? Although he likes me, I don't like him. In all aspects, whether it is personal appearance, temperament, or quality, Ryusuke is much better than Asuma. The most important thing is that Ryusuke respects her opinion, but Asuma repeatedly makes her angry." The mother sighed and said helplessly, "It seems that you are still too young. If Asuma is an ordinary person, you don't have to care, but Asuma is the son of the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. If Asuma is unhappy, the third Hokage will naturally be unhappy. Do you understand that?" Page 22. Hong thought carefully about what her mother said and felt that her mother might be worried too much. "Mother, our third Hokage is a reasonable and kind person. His reputation is very good. There is no need to get angry over such things. Besides, even if he is angry, can he still force me to be with Asuma?" Mother Hong said patiently. "The person who becomes Hokage is not as kind as he appears. He won't force you. After all, the third Hokage still wants to save face, but if you dare not come clearly, you will do something secretly. You've heard of Danzo, that guy who does all kinds of dark things for the third Hokage. Ninjas are often executed secretly." Kurenai asked with a surprised look on her face. "I shouldn't be executed for such a small matter, and I didn't betray the village." Hong's mother continued to speak patiently. "Although you didn't betray the village, making them unhappy is already the biggest sin. They may not do it openly, but they can stumble you secretly. The world is very complicated. You have to learn to deal with others and not offend others. After all, our Ui family is no longer a strong family." Hong also understood after hearing this. "Mother, I understand what you are saying, but aren't the ninjas that Lord Danzo you mentioned dealing with spies or traitors in the village? Aren't these people worthy of death for betraying information?" Her mother was very satisfied when she saw that Hong was willing to listen to her. She also asked herself another question and couldn't help but explain. "Red, you have never seen the dark side of the village. Some of the people Danzo dealt with were indeed spies and traitors, but who can guarantee that everyone he dealt with was spies and traitors?" Hong couldn't help but cover her mouth when she heard this. Her mother's words really shocked her. It turns out that the village has such a dark side. The reason why Kurenai's mother told Kurenai this was to make her be more careful in Konoha. The last person in Konoha should not be offended is Lord Danzo. There were rumors that Danzo was using members of the Senju clan for human experiments. Then Tsunade-sama disbanded the family and made the Senju clan remain anonymous. The purpose may be to avoid Danzo's harm. Hong was shocked when he heard these words. That's the Senju clan, the elder family that jointly founded the village with the Uchiha clan. The Senju clan was once the most powerful family in Konoha, and the Uchiha clan had to be ranked second. Did such a powerful family decline for this reason? She couldn't help but confirm. Did Danzo really do it? Is he that powerful? Hong's mother couldn't help but say. It's just hearsay, but there is no airtight wall in the world. This hearsay will not spread without reason. Hongzhen was already a little scared of the so-called Dark Dozang-sama of Konoha. Don't worry, mother, I will definitely handle my relationship with Asuma well. Even though she originally didn't want to pay attention to Asuma, she had to comfort him for the sake of herself, her mother, and Ryusuke. Because Asuma is indeed a very excitable guy. Seeing that Hong was willing to listen to her words, Hong's mother had a smile on her face. It's good that you know. I'm going back to my room to sleep. You should go to bed early too. Kurenai then went to her room and fell asleep. After all, Asuma has not yet learned about her affair with Ryuzyuk, and is still working as a guardian nin with the Fire Country's Ming. She still has time to think about it, so don't worry about how to appease the other person tonight. The next day, Ryuzyuk got up early and completed a set of One Punch Man training, which enhanced his physical attributes. Although it's not much, it's still an improvement. In the afternoon, Ryuzyuk was going to go find Kai. I don't know if the opponent's injury has healed. The other party doesn't have the physical enhancement like him. The most important thing is that he is ready to learn the so-called 8 gates of Dunjia body technique. It must be impossible to practice like before. Kai was either running long distances around Konoha, or exercising in familiar clearings in the woods. Ryuzyuk quickly found Kai, and Kai was training his taijutsu moves alone. The strange thing is that Xiao Li didn't train with the opponent. Kai, who was training, stopped what he was doing because he felt someone approaching. Looking back, it was Uchiha Ryuzyuk and saw that the bruises on his body had completely disappeared. In terms of temperament, he doesn't look like an injured person at all. Judging from the previous situation, we know that the other party does not just seem to be recovering, but that his injuries are really healed. Kai's own physique is already considered strong. At this time, the injuries are mostly healed, and the bruises on his face have been reduced by most, but they can still be seen if you look carefully. His injury healed so quickly thanks to the Uchiha clan potion that Ryuzyuk sold him cheaply. If Kakashi is a genius in ninjutsu, then Ryuzyuk is a true genius in taijutsu. Although Kai met two geniuses, he was not discouraged because he was already used to being hit. Besides, he was even more happy to be able to become close friends with such a genius. He looked at Ryuzyuk and said with a smile, "Are you here to discuss with me again today?" Once upon a time, he was constantly looking for Kakashi to compete and train in taijutsu. He never thought that one day he would be so valued by others. His injuries are more than half healed, and there will be no problem even if he competes with Ryuzyuk in actual combat. It just so happened that there were no ninja missions to complete during this time. You can calm down and improve your strength so that you can take on more advanced tasks. His best friend Kakashi is already carrying out higher level tasks in ANBU, but he has not given up his dream of entering ANBU. If his strength is not enough to enter ANBU, then he just needs to become stronger. He has such confidence. Because he has grown from a person who only knows taijutsu to a chunin. As far as taijutsu is concerned, he is not afraid of Kakashi's taijutsu at all. Even after he opened the 8-gate Dunjia, he was stronger than the opponent. He had found his own self-confidence from a loser. Ryuzyuk shook his head and said, "I'm not looking for you today just to discuss actual combat. But I want to learn the 8 armor-defying techniques from you. Will you teach me?" Chapter 28, The First Gate of the 8 Gates. Ryuzyuk went straight to the point and stated his purpose, and did not play so many tricks with the other party because he believed in the other party's character. If there was anyone who could not be cheated, it must be Kai. Kai was not as scheming as the others. Kai suddenly became serious when he heard Ryuzyuk's words, and the 8 Gates Dunjia technique also brought back memories of his father. He participated in the ninja war between Konoha village and Kirigakure village 4 years ago, when he was just a genin. Between themselves and Gen Shiranui, the 3 of Ebisu were surrounded by 7 ninja swordsmen from Kirigakure village. In order to rescue the 3 of them, his father directly activated the 8-gate Dunjia formation, killed 4 of the 7 ninja swordsmen, and rescued the 3 of them. Then because of opening the 8-door Dunjia, his life force was burned out and he died. His father is great. Kai naturally wants to be like his father, inherit his father's will, protect his important things, and protect the village. Stopping his memories, he looked at Ryuzyuk in front of him. "Why do you know the 8 gates of armor dungeon?" This sentence puzzled Ryusuke. The original Uchiha clan also participated in the war between the Third Ninja World War and the Kirigakure village. Mat Dai killed 4 of the 7 hidden swordsmen in Hidden Mist Village's high-level combat force. How could he not know about such a big event? Shouldn't I know? Looking at Kai's serious expression, did Ryusuke think that Kai was unwilling to teach him the 8-gate dungeon? But Kakashi in the original plot also learned the 8-gate dungeon, and although Ryusuke only got along with Kai for more than a month, the relationship between the two parties was still okay. Because the smile on Kai's face when he faced him didn't look fake. Kai was not someone who could fake a smile like Itachi Uchiha. Kai looked at Ryusuke and guessed the reason. After all, he was a member of the Uchiha clan. Even if the third Hokage kept the matter secret, he should still have information. He said with a smile. I almost forgot that you are the grandson of the great elder of the Uchiha clan. Even if Lord Hokage orders this matter to be blocked, the Uchiha clan still has its own intelligence personnel. When Ryusuke heard what the other party said, he immediately understood. No wonder those arrogant guys in the clan dared to despise Kai like this. It turned out that the news was blocked by the third Hokage. And why did the third Hokage block such news? He couldn't understand it, so he didn't delve into it further. After all, there were many things in this village that he didn't understand. Just like Naruto, the 9-tailed Jinchuriki, the third generation wanted to protect Naruto. But the identity of Naruto's 9-tailed Jinchuriki was revealed. This made the whole village hate him deeply. The villagers can't be entirely blamed for this, after all, many people in the village died during the 9 Tails chaos. But the strange thing is that Naruto only revealed the identity of the Jinchuriki, but the identity of the son of the 4th Hokage was not revealed. Ryusuke then asked Kai. Kai, are you willing to teach me? Kai's expression turned serious instantly. Ryusuke, I don't know where you got this news from, but although this technique is powerful, it will destroy the body. Even after opening the 8 gates, you will definitely die. Ryusuke didn't care at all. Because he has an extremely strong physique and is getting stronger every day. Physical skills such as 8-door dungeon, which can defy the heavens and increase strength, are impossible without a price, and will definitely damage the body. After all, it is impossible to obtain powerful power out of thin air. Cage-level combat power is considered the highest level of combat power in the ninja world. But after turning on the 8-gate dungeon, you can instantly gain dozens of times the combat power of the shadow level, at the cost of your life, which doesn't seem so outrageous. At the same time, Ryusuke had a reason why he had to learn. He said with a serious face. Page 23. Even if this technique is extremely risky, I must learn it. Although he tried to reverse attack his self-righteous thinking, he didn't know whether he succeeded. If it succeeds, then the Uchiha clan will have Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Shisui, plus him as a time traveler, 4 top combat powers. It should be no problem to protect the Uchiha clan and Konoha. But this world may be so unreasonable. Both guys, Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui, are on the side of Konoha. Ryusuke doesn't understand what there is in Konoha worth protecting. If Uchiha Itachi couldn't change his mind, he would have to rely on himself. The clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku, was a coward. He was willing to be killed by his own son on the night of the genocide. That was simply a cowardly act. In this family, he still has to protect his grandfather. After all, he is exactly the same as his grandfather in the world he traveled to. There is also a lovely woman named Uchiha Izumi. It is a pity that such a lovely girl dies. Even it's really a sad thing to let go without fully experiencing the joy of becoming a woman. Kai saw no hesitation in Ryusuke's eyes, which seemed to be the determined gaze of his father guarding him. Presumably the other party also has something that must be protected, which is why he has such a look. He said seriously. I am willing to teach you the 8 arts of hiding armor. Kai was aware of the relationship between Konoha's top management and the Uchiha clan, but after spending more than a month together, he believed that the other party would not be a person who would harm Konoha. This was his intuition. Ryusuke is his best friend. If he really goes astray, Kai will activate the 8-door Dunjia to teach him a lesson. Although the normal combat power of the two sides is almost the same, he has been practicing Beiman Dunjia for almost 10 years. You won't lose to the opponent easily, even if the opponent is a genius. Ryusuke was very excited when he heard Kai's words. Kai certainly lived up to his expectations. Thanks. Kai smiled and continued. You can't practice the 8 armor techniques in a place like this. After all, it's a very dangerous technique. Let's find another place. Ryusuke naturally nodded in agreement. Then the two of them came to the Hokage Rock, where there was a large wasteland. Kai looked at this place and felt very satisfied. It was here that he taught Kakashi the 8 gates of armor. Unexpectedly, I came here again to teach my second best friend the art of hiding armor. There is a blank space here, which is more suitable for practice. After all, practicing 8-gate Dunjia is dangerous and may even damage the surrounding areas. There's nothing to spoil here either. Kai looked at Uchiha Ryusuke in front of him and said seriously. Now I will tell you what the 8 gates of armor are. 8-gate Dunjia is a physical technique that temporarily gains powerful power by unlocking the channels that bind chakra in the human body. In the meridian system where chakra flows, the 8 gates that inhibit and control chakra in the body include the door of opening, the gate of rest, the gate of life, the gate of injury, the gate of dew, the gate of scenery, the gate of surprise, and the gate of death. The 8 gates will set a limit on the amount of chakra in the body, but the 8 gates armor dunning technique can force the chakra to exceed this limit, thereby eliciting one's own power that is 10 times stronger than before. But while gaining power, the caster himself will also be damaged, so this is listed as one of the forbidden techniques, which is also one of the reasons why the third Hokage ordered it to be sealed. He is afraid that the ninjas in the village will be addicted to this kind of power and frequently use this kind of taijutsu, damaging their bodies and affecting Konoha's overall combat power. Ryusuke understood the reason why the 8 gates dungeon technique was so powerful, but there were so few people who knew it in Konoha village. Next, Kai continued to introduce to Ryusuke the positions of the 8 chakra suppressors, which are the positions of the 8 gates: opening gate, resting gate, life gate, injury gate, dew gate, king gate, shock gate, and death gate. Among them, the door of opening and closing are located on the left and right sides of the brain, the door of life, the door of injury, the door of dew, the door of scenery, and the door of surprise are located all the way down the torso. Matt was a little hesitant when he was introduced to Death's Gate. After experiencing the tragic situation of his father having all 8 doors opened, even he couldn't bear it. It really felt like his whole body was burned. And Ryusuke was waiting for the other party to introduce the door of death. Kai said hesitantly. I don't know if I should teach you the last door, so it's up to you to decide. After opening the last door of death, people will definitely die. Do you still want to learn it? Study. Ryusuke didn't hesitate at all. He naturally knows the danger after opening the 8 gates, but if his physique is strong enough, it is still possible to open the 8 gates and survive. Anyway, learn it first and then talk about it. If you can use it, use it. If you can't use it, he won't make fun of his own life. After all, he hasn't lived enough yet. When Kai saw the other party saying this, he pointed directly at his heart and said, "The door of death is right here. If you open it, you will definitely die, so I hope you don't open it." Ryusuke naturally nodded. "Don't worry, I won't joke with my life." Kai continued to teach Ryusuke. Although the 8-door Dunjia is very strong, practicing this technique is not only dangerous, but also very difficult to practice. It took me 10 years to practice to the point where I can open the 5 doors. Your physique is stronger than mine. As long as you are willing to endure hardships, you should be able to catch up with me in 5 years of training. Ryuzyuk was speechless. It would take 5 years to practice the 5 sects, and he didn't have that much time. It wasn't long before the night when the Uchiha clan was exterminated. If he couldn't learn the 8-gate dungeon, he would have no trump card against Itachi Uchiha. Even if he could convince Itachi, there would eventually be a big battle between the top management of Konoha and the Uchiha clan. Because there is Danzo in Konoha, who inherits the will of the second Hokage, he believes that the Uchiha clan is inherently evil, and he has deep malice towards the Uchiha clan. Even if Naruto, the king of mouth escape, comes, he will not be able to change the opponent's will. The third Hokage, who secretly allowed Danzo to take action against the Uchiha clan, was also a ruthless person. Therefore, Ryuzyuk is impossible and unwilling to spend such a long time learning Beiman Dunjia. Even though he thought so in his heart, Ryuzyuk did not express his thoughts to Kai, but said helplessly, "It takes 5 years to catch up with you, Kai. You really think highly of me?" Kai said with a straight face. "If I hadn't seen your physical strength and progress over the past month or so, I might not have such thoughts. Next, I'll show you how to open the first door." At the same time, Ryuzyuk opened his Sharingan and observed the opponent's chakra flow and the impact area. He needs to carefully look at all the details of the other party, not missing anything, and he should be able to learn it quickly. When Kai saw Ryuzyuk's behavior, he understood immediately and couldn't help but feel a little envious. How could he forget this? Ryuzyuk has the Sharingan and can observe the meridians and chakra flow of the human body. He may be learning faster than he expected. I sighed slightly in my heart, this may be the convenience of genius. Then he made fists with both hands and began to refine the chakra, controlling them to hit the door opening on the left side of his brain. Then a vein popped out on his forehead. He explained to Ryuzyuk. This is the first door of the 8 doors Dunjia. It removes the limitations of the brain and achieves the effect of exerting 1% of the body's abilities. It overloads the body's energy and increases strength and speed. Ryuzyuk could feel that the other party's aura was becoming more intimidating. Kai asked with a smile on his face. "Ryuzyuk, you have the Sharingan, so you should have seen how I operate it." His teammate Kakashi relied on the Sharingan to copy many ninjutsu, but Ryuzyuk was an authentic Uchiha and was more accustomed to those eyes, so he should be able to see clearly. Ryuzyuk nodded, while he focused on another question. "I see it clearly, but how do I turn it off after it's turned on? The opponent's veins are bursting out. If this state is maintained, it may be a big burden. If it is left open for a long time, it may even cause serious harm." Kai said with a smile. "This is simple. As long as you stop chakra refining, without chakra to support it, the door will naturally close." After saying that, he stopped refining chakra. Without the support of chakra, the door opened, returned to its original size, and the veins on his forehead disappeared. Ryuzyuk opened his Sharingan and saw everything clearly. "It's so simple, so the key point is to open the door." "I understand, let's give it a try." After saying that, Ryuzyuk followed Kai's example and made fists with both hands, while refining the chakra in his body and manipulating the chakra to open the door. At the beginning, I felt a blocking force that could not let the chakra pass through for an instant. This should be the limit for opening the door. Then he continued to refine chakra and rushed towards the door. The door opened slightly. But before Ryuzyuk could feel happy, he felt pain coming from his brain. The sudden pain caused him to stop refining chakra, and he naturally closed the door. But the unforgettable pain still remained in his memory. The pain was like a needle pricking his brain. After all, opening the door is located on the right side of the brain. Chapter 29: The Difficulty of 8 Gates. Ryuzyuk felt the unbearable pain, and his face kept changing. But he still decided to continue practicing. Because this is the trump card to deal with the Night of Genocide, and it is also the only trump card that can be mastered at this stage. Some of these things must be done. He continued to gather chakra to attack the door, but when the door opened a little, the needle-like pain hit him again. Ryuzyuk endured the pain for only 2 seconds before reluctantly stopping the chakra refining. This kind of pain is different from the general pain in the internal body. It is like a mental pain, which makes Ryuzyuk unable to concentrate on refining chakra. He looked at Metkai and said a little helplessly, "This is too painful." Kai said with a smile, "This technique is quite difficult, otherwise I wouldn't be able to open 5 doors now. Every time I open one door, the pain will become stronger and stronger. But Ryuzyuk, your physical fitness is not inferior to mine, so you must be able to withstand this kind of pain. Once you get used to this kind of pain, it won't hurt that much anymore." Ryuzyuk felt a little relieved after hearing the other party's words. "If it hurts so much every time I activate it, it's okay if I don't learn the 8 gates of Dunjia." He continued to refine chakra and blasted open the door. As the door opened wider and wider, the pain became more and more intense, almost like a cracking feeling like a girl's one-legged legs. It made him break into a cold sweat. If he hadn't been training with Kai for a period of time before, his body's pain tolerance would be greatly enhanced. Page 24. Otherwise, the pain alone would be unbearable and he would stop practicing. In fact, he was complaining a little at this moment. With such a painful feeling, it was really sad that the system did not improve his physical attributes. Otherwise, it's really a trap to know how much physical attribute values these severe pains can increase. But he can't change the system, so he should just do business and practice hard. Naturally, Kai stood by and watched Ryuzyuk's training to prevent any emergencies from happening, just like his father stayed by his side before. He once practiced 8-door Dunjia. The first time he opened the door, he fainted from the pain and was carried home by his father. As time went by, Ryuzyuk continued to practice without fear of pain, while Kai was guarding him. Kai admired Ryuzyuk even more. The other party's perseverance was not inferior to his. He gritted his teeth in pain several times, but he still insisted on opening the door. When Kai first started to practice the 8-gate Dunjia, he didn't dare to practice this technique for a long time because it was too painful. Because it hurt so much, there was a shadow. After all, the external pain was okay, but it was a feeling like a brain-tearing explosion. It's like the pain of an arm being stretched out and about to break. This is an inhuman level of pain. After practicing for a while, Uchiha Ryuzyuk felt that his head was dizzy. After finally inducing a chakra blast to open the door, the severe pain caused him to lose consciousness and his body fainted to the ground. Metkai, who was not far away, saw this situation and quickly came to Ryuzyuk and squatted down to observe the situation. Seeing that Ryuzyuk was still breathing, his tense heart relaxed. It seemed that he was just temporarily comatose and was not seriously injured. There was no need to send him to Konoha Hospital. Half an hour later, Ryuzyuk woke up and opened his eyes. The scenery he saw was a bit blurry. It took a while before I could see things clearly. Kai on the side asked with concern. "Are you okay?" Ryuzyuk shook his head and said. "It's okay, I just feel a little dizzy." Kai warned when he saw this situation. The 8 gates of ninjutsu is extremely difficult to practice. You can slow down your practice, otherwise it will cause brain damage. Ryuzyuk nodded in agreement. He was a little impatient, so he rushed to open the first door and experienced the pain. It seems that there is really no rush. If I continue practicing, my head may explode. We can only slow down, as Kai said, and open the door bit by bit. After bidding farewell to Kai, Ryuzyuk returned to his clan and took a good shower. But his mental state was much better, and he no longer felt like he was in a trance. After having dinner at home, we walked onto the street and walked towards Ui Kurenai's house. Naturally, we need to get in touch with red people more. How could the story happen without the contact? What's more, Hong is also willing to hang out with him. In front of Kurenai's house, as expected, I saw Kurenai dressed in another kimono, very beautiful. When Hong saw Ryusuke slowly walking towards her, there was a hint of joy on her face. After what happened last night, her relationship with Ryusuke became even better. There is a very comfortable feeling with each other. When Ryusuke got closer, Kurenai saw Ryusuke's face was a little pale and asked very worriedly. Ryusuke, what's wrong with you? Ryusuke waved his hand and said. It's okay. I'm just practicing a difficult taijutsu. Although it was extremely difficult to practice 8-gate Dunjia, he didn't plan to tell Hong so as not to worry her a little. Hearing these words, Kurenai guessed that Ryusuke and Kai were training hard together and doing crazy physical training. This was a common thing and she, a girl, really couldn't participate. But she still said with concern. Then when you train in the future, you should pay more attention to your body and don't tire your body out. Okay, I'll pay attention. Ryusuke agreed. Chapter 30 Amazing Resilience. Ryusuke and Yui Kurenai wandered along the streets of Konoha as usual. At this time, the two of them were also next to each other. Ryusuke smelled the red fragrance wafting in the air and felt very satisfied. Hong didn't reach out to hold Ryusuke's hand like she did last night. There were too many people on the street, so she felt a little shy to do so. Ryusuke also didn't act overly intimate. Because I don't want to show off my love in public, and I don't want to show affection and attract other people's attention. Showing affection will kill me quickly. The two of them walked further and further along the street, and when they reached a remote street, Kurenai took the initiative to take Ryusuke's left hand and put it on her chest. Ryusuke suddenly felt the soft rabbits that he could play with for a year through his arms, and he couldn't help but feel excited. The memory of the pain in my brain due to practicing 8-door Dunjia faded like a tide. I didn't expect Soft Rabbit to have this function. Hong was also blushing a little at the moment, even though something like that had happened last night. But this is her secret part. She felt very comfortable when she was touched by Ryusuke last night. She didn't know if the other party would think she was very slutty at the moment. So she watched Ryusuke's expression carefully and found that there was nothing distasteful. After putting a smile on her face, Hong became even happier and clenched her hands harder. The place where the two of them went shopping was naturally led by Ryusuke, and they entered the small forest that was a little dark and a little bright. Ryusuke started asking for kisses. After all, Hong was so proactive. Of course Hong didn't refuse, this was what she was expecting. This time Ryusuke simply kept warm to the other person and was not in a hurry to make the next move. On the one hand, he was not in a very good condition as a result of practicing 8-gate Dunjia today. On the other hand, he wanted the relationship between the two to develop smoothly to the next step. Hong, who takes such initiative, is 100% unable to escape his grasp. While enjoying Kurenai's body, Ryusuke heard the system prompt. Your spirit is very high, and the chakra increases by 0.1 calories. 0.1 calories is the amount of chakra of 0.1 kakashi. This increase is already very large. As long as he saves 1000 times with Hong Wen, the increased chakra will instantly reach 100 calories. That is equivalent to the total amount of chakra of Naruto plus the 9 tails. At that time, there is no need to worry about Master Lan's situation, and he can use ninjutsu at will. It's just 1000 times. Even if it's done once a day continuously, it would probably take 3 years. After staying with Kurenai for a few hours, Ryusuke sent Kurenai home, and naturally he went home to rest. On the third day of the battle with Uchiha Inari, Ryusuke woke up early in the morning. He felt that his brain was extremely relaxed. There was no pain at all like when he practiced 8-door dungeon yesterday, and even the sequelae were gone. If he hadn't still retained the memory of yesterday's severe pain, he might have thought it was an illusion. The reason why he is in this state may be because his physical attributes have increased. The stronger your physique, the more your recovery power continues to improve. He has already experienced how difficult it is to practice 8-gate dungeon. No wonder this number 1 taijutsu in the ninja world is in the hands of a Chuunin like Kai, and no one wants to snatch it away. This is for a reason. At the same time, Ryuzyuk felt lucky in his heart. Fortunately, he had a system to improve his physical attributes and recovery power, so that he could quickly master the 8-gate Dunjia. The 8-gate Dunjia is difficult for others to practice, but Ryuzyuk can rely on his physical advantages to constantly try to open the door without worrying about the side effects of pain. In the morning, he continued to the Ichiraku Ramen restaurant and ordered a large portion of Ichiraku Ramen with various side dishes. Even the bosyul cast a surprised look. Because there is no other customer like Ryuzyuk who comes so early in the morning and serves such a large portion, and with the side dishes, it fills a whole big bowl. However, he is very happy in his heart. Having such customers not only increases his income, but also makes his ramen recognized by customers. Perhaps it was because yesterday's hard training of 8-door dungeon had exhausted too much energy, so Ryuzyuk Uchiha finished the large bowl of ramen without feeling any discomfort in his stomach. Walking towards the grove of the tribe, he started training according to the training method of One Punch Man. At the same time, this strange scene was monitored by the ANBU personnel. This boy had been training here for more than a month, so the ANBU personnel decided to report it to the Hokage. Since the Nine Tails Rebellion in Konoha village, the third Hokage has ordered them to monitor the Uchiha clan at all times and report any trouble to him. In such a thing, it should be regarded as a disturbance. After all, it is a bit unusual for the Uchiha clan to practice so diligently in taijutsu. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage was smoking a cigarette and listening to the news that the ANBU ninjas below had heard. There was a little doubt on his face. Uchiha Ryuzyuk, isn't he the one who had a conflict with his son? He actually practiced physical skills with Mad Kai. He is an evil Uchiha clan. What is the reason for doing this? He searched the memories in his mind, trying to figure out what the other party wanted from Kai. But there seems to be nothing valuable about Kai. After all, Kai has no family power, he is just a civilian ninja, and his strength is not even top-notch. As for his physical skills, he is just okay. Thinking of physical skills, he suddenly thought of the man Matt Dai from 4 years ago, and his face changed slightly. Although that man was a genin, after activating the Forbidden Art 8-gate dungeon, he directly killed 4 masters among the 7 high-level ninja swordsmen in Konoha Kirigakure village. He was shocked when he received such news. Because even if he faced the 7 ninja swordsmen of Kirigakure village, he had to be careful in order to take away 1 or 2 of them without being hurt. Even if the other party is careful enough and cooperates well, he can protect himself, which is already amazing. Matt Dai was able to achieve such an astonishing result precisely because of his extremely powerful 8-door armor-defying technique. After opening all 8 gates, he can even gain combat power that exceeds that of his Hokage. When he thought of this, he frowned deeply. Could it be that the evil Uchiha clan wanted to obtain this forbidden technique? But without 20 years of practice, it is simply impossible to reach the advanced state of opening the door. The low-level door opening status improvement is just average. At the same time, it is extremely difficult to practice this technique. After receiving such news, he also wanted to obtain this power. He had also practiced before, and then he felt unbearable pain. Even now, when he recalls the pinprick-like pain, he still remembers it fresh. He was already strong enough and didn't need to learn the 8-gate Dunjia, but he gave up later. How old is this Uchiha boy? Even if he studies hard and has perseverance, it will take him 20 years to achieve success in his cultivation. Although this technique is very powerful, the side effects are also very obvious. You will die after opening the 8 gates, and you will feel obviously weak after using it. Both of these are fatal flaws. Thinking of this, the third Hokage's brows relaxed and he continued to smoke his pipe. Maybe he guessed wrong. The other party would not want to practice such a physical technique, because as far as he knew, 99.9% of people who had practiced this physical technique failed. And the only successful person is Matt Dai. Even a genius like him, Hokage-sama, has failed, so there are not many people who can succeed in cultivation. The third Hokage felt that there was no need to care about this matter at all. Page 25. Practicing taijutsu is not a big problem for Ryusuke Uchiha. What worries him more now is that the war between the village and Union village has begun to ease, and the fighting between the two sides has become much less. It should be almost over. In that case, the third ninja war will be completely over. Konoha could no longer afford such a war. After the two sides negotiate a peace, a period of peace will begin again. By then, if Uchiha wants to cause trouble, he will have the energy to deal with them. At the same time, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Uchiha has always had a rebellious heart, especially in recent years, which has become more obvious. Always trying to steal his position as Hokage. Chapter 31 successfully opened the first door. In the afternoon, Ryusuke naturally practiced the 8 armor dungeon techniques at home. Because opening a door has no power and will not damage the appliances in the home. As for no one to take care of him, he was already familiar with the pain. He might just faint and it wouldn't be a serious problem. Ryusuke said excitedly when he started training the 8 armor dungeon techniques. I'm no longer a human being. He was trying to encourage himself not to care about the so-called human pain. Then it is time to start the practice of 8-gate dungia. Refining chakra and breaking through the door on the right side of his mind, the familiar pain hit him again, and he gritted his teeth to hold it back. Continue to refine chakra and rush through the door. The amount of chakra this time is larger, and the door is opened a little more than yesterday. Then stop chakra refining and rest for a while, remember not to rush it. Next repeat the previous operations. After a while, cold sweat broke out on his forehead, but he endured the pain without fainting, which already meant that he had succeeded. At least I'm used to the pain of opening the door. He cheered himself up secretly in his heart. Make persistent efforts. Indeed, as Kai said, after getting familiar with this kind of pain, you can adapt to this kind of pain and finally overcome the pain. Ryusuke practiced for several hours, most of which was spent getting used to the pain. At the same time, he also reached his limit. Fortunately, he successfully pushed the door open through a large gap this time. He was overjoyed and believed that he would be able to successfully open the door soon. The training time today was longer than yesterday, and it was very hard, so he did not go to meet Yuri Hong. Although he didn't show up. But Hong won't wait forever. Because I have already told the other party that if he does not show up in 10 minutes, it means he has other important things to do. Simply wash, eat and sleep, and then wait for the arrival of the second day. Lying on the bed, he fell asleep quickly. On the fourth day of the battle with Uchiha Inari, Ryusuke got up early and felt that the pain from yesterday's 8-door dungeon training was gone again. I have to lament that my body is too strong. The pain of practicing 8-door dungia disappeared immediately. It once again raised his confidence in practicing 8-gate dungia. He could recover no matter how painful it was, so why be afraid of pain? Before practicing 8-gate dungeon, you also need to improve your physical attributes, and continue to improve your physical attributes according to the training methods of One Punch Man Saitama. The stronger your body is, the easier it will be to practice 8-door dungia. After completing a complete set of training, Ryusuke heard a familiar system prompt. A warm current flowed through him, and Ryusuke felt that his body was getting stronger and stronger. After eating at noon and taking a short lunch break, the 8-door dungia training began in the afternoon. I still practice at home. Sitting cross-legged on the mat, he then refined chakra, attacking the opening in his brain, trying to slowly open it. Then the pain came, but Ryusuke was used to this kind of pain and could still bear it. Such pain could not stop him from refining chakra, as he slowly increased his chakra and rushed towards the door. With a snap, the door opened fully. A vein popped out on his forehead, and his skin tone became a little darker. There was a hint of joy on his face. Everything was difficult at the beginning. In the future, he should be able to practice the 8-gate dungeon more and more smoothly. Ryuzyuk only felt that his current strength and speed could be used 100%. This is about lifting brain restrictions and improving strength and speed. It's a good improvement, at least 1.5 times that of the normal state. Then he stopped refining chakra, and continued to attack the door without chakra. As Kai said, the door slowly closed. The veins on his head disappeared, and his skin color slowly returned to its original appearance. It seems that he has successfully opened the 8-gate dungeon, and can also close it at the same time. He only opened one door, but now Kai has opened 5 doors. When he opened the 5th door, he didn't know how big the improvement would be. Such strength made him a little intoxicated. His physical condition is better than Kai's, and his physical attribute values are still increasing every day, which means that his body is still strengthening. He should be able to open the 5th door to catch up with Kai before the night of genocide, and even open the 6th and 7th doors. By then, it would feel easy to punch Uchiha Itachi and kick Uchiha Obito. After opening a door, he felt like he could relax tonight. Opening the door will increase his combat power by 1.5 times, which is enough to make him invincible in the competition between Uchiha Inari, and even suppress his opponent. He is not a person who pursues strength 100%, so he will combine it appropriately. Let's go on a date with Hong tonight, develop the relationship, and get the rewards of the many children and many blessings system just around the corner. As night fell, in front of a wooden house on the streets of Konoha, Kurenai was waiting for Ryuzyuk wearing another kimono. There was a sense of expectation and uneasiness on his face. Ryuzyuk didn't come yesterday, which made her a little disappointed. But she won't blame the other person. After all, they are not children anymore, and life cannot be all about love. After waiting for a few minutes, I saw that familiar figure slowly walking over. Suddenly my heart was filled with joy. When Ryuzyuk approached, she looked at him with a bit of complaint. I thought you weren't coming today. After an hour's rest in the afternoon, Ryuzyuk looked very good and said with a smile. How could be? It seems that the other party is looking forward to the date more than she is. The two continued to wander along the street. Although they had walked through this street many times, Hong still felt it was very interesting. Maybe it was only after following someone you liked that you would feel this way. When there were few people around, Hong took the initiative to hold Ryuzyuk's arm and led Ryuzyuk to the quiet grove. After the 2 previous close contacts, Kurenai was no longer shy, and instead actively sought Ryuzyuk's passionate kiss. Of course Ryuzyuk would not refuse. Under the passionate kiss, Hong's eyes were a little blurred. The other person's body was really strong, and she was almost softening in the other person's big hands. She felt that her body was really comfortable and refreshing. She was a little eager to go further, wanting to have more contact with the other person's body. The rich smell really attracted her. She is no longer a little girl, so she naturally understands that there is a final step in the relationship between a man and a woman, and that is for both parties to truly become one. Red said a little shyly. Would you like to come to my house in 3 days? My mother happens to be going out. After saying that, her face turned red with embarrassment. If she asked Ryuzyuk like this, would Ryuzyuk understand her intention? Ryuzyuk suddenly felt happy when he heard Kurenai's words. Hong's mother is not at home, and the other party invites her to his home. What will happen? All of this can already be guessed. He responded with an affectionate look on his face. Red, of course. That day happened to be the competition between him and Uchiha Inari. After giving each other a good lesson, he could merge with Kurenai and have a child in the evening. In this way, he could get a trump card to deal with the night of genocide, which was a precious treasure chest. No matter what the reward is, it is the trump card to successfully survive the night of genocide. Of course, you can also completely conquer the lovely person in front of you, and completely conquer the other person's body and mind. Don't look at it now that you have physical contact with Hong. But until the relationship reaches the final stage, the other party cannot be completely regarded as his woman. Moreover, tonight's meeting with the opponent has increased chakra by 0.1 Kakashi, which is 0.1 Kakashi's chakra amount. If it completely merges with the other party, I don't know how much it can increase. When Hong saw that Liang Ji was willing, she was naturally elated. Then she greedily kept Ryusuke's body. On the 5th day of the fight with Uchiha Inari, Ryusuke trained according to the method taught by One Punch Man Saitama's teacher in the morning to improve his physical attributes. In the afternoon, I found Kai's side. Of course, I learned the training of the second gate of the 8 gates Dunjia to further improve my strength. Ryusuke found Kai easily because he was in those familiar places. Chapter 32, Suspension. Kai saw Ryusuke's arrival with a smile on his face. With his diligent and hard-working character, he taught him how to practice the 8-gate Dunjia to open the door. He was probably practicing alone. Can't help but ask. Ryusuke, how's your practice going? Even if you don't succeed, there's no need to worry. There is no need to rush into the cultivation of the first of the 8 gates of Dunjia. Judging from how he got along with the other party, he knew that Ryusuke was an impatient person. Otherwise he wouldn't have invented a taijutsu training method that made him stronger after being beaten. This kind of cultivation method can be said to be masochistic. Only those who crave power can invent such a physical training method. But even if Ryusuke trains hard, it is not easy to open the first of the 8 gates of Dunjia. I think it took him 2 years to open the door. Ryusuke said with a smile. Yesterday I opened the first gate of the 8 gates of Dunjia. Now I am looking for you to learn the second gate. Kai didn't expect that the other party would give such an answer. It took him 2 years, but the other party only spent 3 days. This gap was a bit big. It is simply more difficult than myself. When I started to practice the first gate of 8 gates Dunjia, I was afraid of pain, and then I exercised, improved my physical fitness, and finally withstood the pain before I successfully opened it. Perhaps the opponent's current physique is much stronger than his then, so it is so easy to successfully open the door. But the pain will not be alleviated much. Not being afraid of pain is the cultivation method of 8-gate Dunjia and the method of practicing physical skills. This kind of pain is not something that ordinary people can bear, so the 8-gate Dunjia technique has not been promoted. In fact, promotion is useless, because not many people can bear that kind of pain. He can't help but admire the other party. Page 26. Ryusuke, it seems that you are really suitable for practicing taijutsu. But after you open the door, you don't have to rush to the next step of 8-gate Dunjia training. It is more appropriate to start the next step of training after you have a solid foundation. When Ryusuke heard what the other party said, he felt it was very reasonable. After successfully opening the 8-gate Dunjia, I don't know how long he can hold on. If you want to persist for a long time, you have to be skilled. After being overjoyed with the successful opening yesterday, he relaxed and went to meet Hong in the evening after rest. Of course, this is not a loss, at least it increases the amount of chakra. The amount of chakra is naturally related to the durability of the 8-gate Dunjia and the subsequent opening of the door. In the original plot, Xiao Li only opened the 6 gates in the final ending. This may be related to the opponent's smaller amount of chakra. Without a large amount of chakra, it is impossible to open the 7 or 8 gates behind it. Then he followed Kai's instructions to get familiar with the first door first, and then proceed to the next step of practice after becoming proficient. Refining the chakra and impacting the door opened in response. This was already the second time. I couldn't say that I was skilled, but I didn't feel much difficulty. The veins on his forehead popped out and his skin darkened, indicating that he had opened a door. The aura emanating from his body suddenly increased sharply. Kai saw Ryusuke opening the door so easily. Although I had already learned that Ryusuke had been able to open the door, I was still shocked. The next step is to see how long the other party can hold on. More than 10 minutes passed, and Ryuzyuk still kept the 8-door dungeon door open, without any discomfort on his face. Metkai was shocked again. When he opened the first door, it only lasted for a minute. After that, his body could not bear the huge burden of opening the door, and the door closed automatically. After all, his chakra was at that time. The quantity was not as large as it is now. Half an hour passed, and Ryuzyuk was still able to open the door, but his face looked troubled. Even this was enough to shock Metkai. Ryuzyuk is indeed a genius in physical arts, and is more suitable to learn the art of 8-gate dungeon than himself. It takes 3 days to open the 8-gate dungeon for more than half an hour, which is enough to show that the opponent is almost proficient in this technique. Of course, this is also related to the opponent's physical fitness. He spoke. Ryuzyuk, stop, I'm going to teach you the second door. The opponent's performance undoubtedly conquered him. Since the other person wants to learn the second skill, he will teach this close friend. Ryuzyuk immediately stopped refining chakra, opened the door and closed automatically, and his expression returned to normal. At this moment, he felt a sense of weakness in his body. This was the sense of weakness brought about by opening the 8-door dungeon. But as his body becomes stronger and stronger, he should no longer be afraid of the weakness of this kind of physical skills. As long as the total activation time is long enough, he can just pay attention to the time, so that the body will not enter a period of weakness, and naturally there will be no defects or the like. Next, Kai introduced to Ryuzyuk how to open the second door, which was also the same as the previous chakra breaking through the door. The gate of Shu is also located in the brain, but it is located on the right side of the brain, while the gate of Shu is located on the left side of the brain. After opening the armor of Ximen, 2 veins appeared on his face, and his skin color became darker than when he opened the first door. Kai introduced the function of opening Ximen. Door repair is to relieve the restrictions of physical fatigue, oversqueeze the body's energy to restore physical strength, and offset the fatigue caused by the energy consumption rate of opening the door. Ryuzyuk opened his Sharingan and saw clearly the direction of Kai's chakra flow and the location of Shumen. After practicing for a period of time, after the body recovers. Based on his previous experience, Ryuzyuk slowly refined chakra bit by bit to impact Shumen. This way you won't faint all of a sudden. But with the impact of chakra, the door became bigger and bigger little by little, and the pain swept over like a tide, even more painful than the previous opening. With the painful experience before, I didn't faint from the pain. He gritted his teeth and continued to persevere, refining the chakra in his body and continuing to attack Xiamen. It is more difficult and painful to open the door of rest. Faced with such pain, Ryuzyuk naturally gritted his teeth and persisted. 1 hour of exercise left my head covered with sweat. Kai couldn't help but feel his scalp numb when he saw Ryuzyuk practicing so desperately. Is this how the other party originally trained? There is no worry that opening the door will break your brain. To be honest, even if Kai could endure hardship, he would not dare to exercise like this, he said persuadingly. Ryuzyuk, don't be reckless. He was really afraid that exercising like this would cause irreparable injuries to his body. Chapter 33 3 Megatama Sharingan. Ryuzyuk understood Kai's kindness towards him, but he still said persistently. It's okay, my body can handle it. It is indeed bearable. No matter how severe the pain is now, his body will be completely repaired after a night's rest. Kai couldn't help but be moved when he heard this. The other party's determination was beyond his imagination. Although he was still very worried, he could only let the other party go. Maybe just like Ryuzyuk said, his body can bear it. Even if he couldn't bear it anymore, he could take Ryuzyuk to Konoha hospital in time by watching over him, which should be able to prevent him from suffering irreparable injuries. Throughout the afternoon, Ryuzyuk practiced opening the door. Metkai was watching from the side, watching Ryuzyuk train so hard. He had forgotten to do his own training. In the end, Ryuzyuk felt dizzy from training and fell to the ground. Metkai asked with concern. Ryuzyuk, do you need me to take you back? He was really worried about the other party's current state. Wouldn't it be dangerous if he fainted on the road? At this time, Ryuzyuk stopped training and fell to the ground. I feel that the pain is gradually fading away, and although my mind is still a little dazed, I should be able to regain consciousness after resting for a while. He waved his hand and said. I'll rest for a while. I can go back alone later. Seeing this, Kai could only do this. After waiting for a while, Ryuzyuk's condition recovered well. When Metkai saw this, he no longer worried and went back by himself. After Metkai left, Ryuzyuk stood on the Hokage rock and looked at the blue sky, naturally in a good mood. Because he was already familiar with the pain of opening the door, although he didn't open all the doors, he opened half of them, which was a small success. I believe that it won't be long before I can fully open the door like a door and improve my strength. At this moment, the breeze was blowing, and at this moment, he felt the calmness of Konoha. I feel so uncomfortable. If only things were calm in Konoha. Unfortunately, this calmness is false. The Uchiha clan may not be able to ease their relationship with the top management of Konoha. After all, it is still very difficult for people to understand each other. So he has to become strong enough to protect the people he cares about. Although he was much better now, the pain in his body still made him give up his date with Hong tonight. After returning home, he simply washed and ate, then fell asleep. On the 6th and 7th day of the fight with Uchiha Inari, Ryuzyuk followed One Punch Man's training methods in the morning to improve his physical attributes. In the afternoon, he practiced the 8-gate dungeon alone at home and opened the door of rest. Of course, there was no date with Hong in the past 2 days. Because he is not a human being and is not afraid of pain in his training method. Finally, the Hue gate was successfully opened. According to Kai, closing the door removes the restriction of physical fatigue, oversqueezes the body's energy to restore physical strength, and offsets the fatigue caused by the energy consumption rate of opening the door. In fact, Ryuzyuk's physical strength is very sufficient. But opening the door will only make him last longer. Ryuzyuk is looking forward to tomorrow's battle with Uchiha Inari. Although the opponent was a Jounin, there was no doubt that he had Jounin level Taijutsu. But when he opened the first door of the 8 gates dungeon, it was undoubtedly 1.5 times the normal combat power. After opening the Hue gate, the combat power will be doubled. What an improvement! This is worthy of the reputation and difficulty of training of the 8 gate dungeon. In order to have a good fight with Uchiha Inari tomorrow, he decided to take a good rest tonight and teach the opponent a lesson tomorrow. Short-sighted, he actually thought that he had lost the face of the Uchiha clan by training with Metkai. At the same time, there is no need to rush to meet Hong today. Because there will be plenty of time to have a tryst with Hong tomorrow, and tomorrow is the day to get together. The next morning, Ryuzyuk came to the grove next to the tribe to train early as before. Waiting for Uchiha Inari to come and be tortured. Originally, he was just a junior Chuunin more than a month ago, but now he feels that his Taijutsu has reached the Jounin level. Metkai is also a Jounin level Taijutsu, but not as powerful as he was at his peak. Maybe he came too early, and after waiting for a while, he didn't see any trace of Uchiha Inari, so he simply did a day of physical training to improve his attribute values. Not long after, Uchiha Inari came over with several Uchiha clan members as promised. Several people saw Ryuzyuk still exercising, but they didn't take it seriously. The other party is just a Chuunin. Even if he trains with Metkai and practices Taijutsu, his body is just stronger. How can he be able to compare with him and the others? They are the elite of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Inari stood out from among the people and said with a smile on his face. Are you ready? I will make you convinced that you lose. The other Uchiha clan members also looked arrogant, not taking this duel seriously at all, and followed them, just to watch a good show. After all, what can they gain by practicing physical skills like Kai? If the other party hadn't been the grandson of the great elder, he would have been taught a lesson long ago, but now Dao Huo can teach the other party a lesson in an open and honest manner through sparring. Ryusuk looked at Inhuo and couldn't help but want to teach him a lesson. He stretched out his hand and waved to the other party. Bring it on! At the same time, he slowly opened the second Megatama Sharingan, and 2 Megatama appeared in his pupils. He has become accustomed to combining Sharingan with Taijutsu, which can greatly improve his actual combat ability. Uchiha Inari saw a look of surprise on his face when he saw that Ryuzyuk's Sharingan was a second Megatama. Page 27. It seems that Ryuzyuk only had the first Megatama Sharingan before. When did he activate the second Megatama Sharingan? Although it is a bit surprising, it is only a second Megatama, because he has a third Megatama Sharingan. He said with disdain. The second Megatama Sharingan is really too low. The clan members behind him all had the 3 Megatama Sharingan activated, and they were all elites in the clan. There is still a big difference in pupil power between the second Megatama and the third Megatama Sharingan. The power of the Uchiha clan's Sharingan to activate Genjutsu is related to the pupil power. The stronger the pupil power, the stronger the Genjutsu. Ryuzyuk looked at the other party's disdainful expression, and before he could refute, the voice of the system came in his mind. Your Sharingan was despised by the other party, and you cultivated it to the 3 Megatama state in anger. At the same time, a Megatama appeared in his pupils again. Instantly I felt that my Sharingan became more powerful. Ryuzyuk had a teasing look on his face. Now my eyes are also 3 Megatama blood chakra eyes. The other party's ridicule already made him quite unhappy, but he didn't expect that the other party's contempt would have such a harvest. After opening the 3 Megatama Sharingan, the next step should be the Mangekyo Sharingan. He really wanted the other party to continue laughing at him. Maybe that would directly evolve into the Mangekyo Sharingan. The Mangekyo Sharingan is the eye of the real Uchiha clan, because both eyes have special eye skills. Just like Uchiha attack is Mangeki Sharingan, his left eye is Tsukuyomi and his right eye is Amaterasu. Chapter 34 Fire Escape Fireball Technique. Uchiha Inari, who was originally extremely arrogant, became surprised. A clansman who has not opened the 3 Megatama Sharingan may have the strength of a Jounin, but a clansman who has opened the 3 Megatama Sharingan must have the strength of a Jounin. The 3 Megatama Sharingan is so perverted. Even clan members whose Taijutsu does not reach the Jounin level can still make up for their deficiencies in Taijutsu with the ability of the 3 Megatama Sharingan. It was really unbelievable that Ryuzyuk opened the 3 Megatama Sharingan so easily in front of them. The opening and upgrading of the Sharingan are accompanied by strong emotions of sadness. There is no sadness on Ryuzyuk's face now, instead he looks excited. Moreover, to activate the 3 Megatama Sharingan, one must have superior talent and extremely determined ninja. Except for Ryuzyuk, the Uchiha clan members present at the scene all have sad pasts, superior talents, and strong beliefs in revitalizing the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Inari couldn't understand. However, Uchiha Inari was even more unhappy with Ryuzyuk's behavior. He asked aloud. With the 3 Megatama Sharingan, there are many ways to improve your strength. Why should you practice Taijutsu with someone like Metkai and do something that will embarrass the family? Ryuzyuk dismissed Uchiha Inari's words and asked in return. Is the 3 Megatama Sharingan very strong? If he was strong, he wouldn't have been wiped out by the 2 Kaleidoscope 25 boys. He doesn't feel anything particularly strange now. It's just that his observation ability is stronger and his pupils are stronger. That's it. There is no particularly obvious qualitative change. Only by reaching the Mangeki Sharingan can you achieve a qualitative change. With a heaven-defying pupil technique in each eye, you can become a truly strong person. Stop talking nonsense and come on. Ryuzyuk stretched out his hands in a fighting stance. Uchiha Inari became a little angry when he heard Ryuzyuk's words. The other party actually thought that the 3 Megatama Sharingan was nothing remarkable. You must know that the 3 Megatama Sharingan is the glory of the family. It was very necessary for him to teach Ryusuke a lesson and let him understand the power of the 3 Megatama Sharingan. Although Ryusuke also opened the 3 Megatama Sharingan, he opened the 3 Megatama Sharingan much earlier than Ryusuke, and he has already been able to use these eyes skillfully. From the looks of it, Ryusuke is just using the Sharingan as an observation eye to assist in taijutsu. This is simply a waste of resources, and the power of the Sharingan is not just that. First of all, defeat the opponent openly and honestly using the physical skills that the opponent is proud of. Uchiha Inari's eyes narrowed, his eyes turned red, and 3 Megatama appeared in his pupils. He also took a stance and rushed towards Ryusuke. Plans to use Uchiha clan taijutsu to defeat Ryusuke. Ryusuke excitedly faced Uchiha Inari. I didn't use the 8-gate armor technique right from the beginning. I wouldn't use it until there was a crisis or important moment. At the same time, I also wanted to see how my combat power was under normal conditions. The two sides fought for more than 10 minutes and ended up in a draw. The more the battle, Uchiha Inari became more and more surprised at the strength of the opponent's taijutsu. He was not at the Chuunin level at all, but had undoubtedly reached the Jounin level. He didn't hold back at all and attacked with all his strength. He didn't expect that the other party could actually withstand it. The other party is hiding his strength. The Uchiha clan members watching the battle looked very surprised. Uchiha Ryusuke's ability to fight back and forth with Inahi was beyond their expectations. It seemed that Inahi would not be able to defeat the opponent so easily with taijutsu. Inari, who was in the battle, understood this best. Although Ryusuke did not use the taijutsu of the Uchiha clan, it was undoubtedly very practical. Since he couldn't defeat Ryusuke in physical skills, he had to use ninjutsu. Looking for an opportunity, he stepped back to widen the distance between him and Ryusuke, and then formed a seal with his hands. Si Wei Shenhai Wu Yin. At the same time, he refined chakra and exhaled deeply from his chest. Directly spit out a blazing fireball. Art Fire Escape Ho Fireball. Several Uchiha tribesmen who were watching were a little shocked. Inabi must have been too impulsive. It would be a bit too harsh to deal with the tribesmen who actually used it to create such a big fireball. If such a blow hits Ryusuke, it will cause the other party to be seriously injured. Then how do they explain it to the Great Elder? Naturally, Ryusuke saw these people's reactions and was immediately speechless. You all look surprised, what are you going to do? The powerful fireball cannot hit anyone, so naturally it cannot kill anyone. Then he kicked off his legs and quickly left his original position, avoiding the attack of House Fireball. The blazing fireball passed by him and then hit the ground behind him. It exploded suddenly with astonishing power. Even the dirt was blown up all over the sky, but it did not cause any damage to Ryusuke. Instead, Ryusuke took advantage of the gap after the opponent released the fireball and rushed towards Uchiha Inari, trying to catch the opponent off guard. Contrary to his expectations, Inahuo didn't react and was sent flying by Ryusuke's punch. He is no match for Ryusuke at all. Ryusuke suddenly felt a little weird. In terms of physical skills, the two of them should be equally matched. It was impossible for the other party to be knocked away by him just by looking at each other. The Uchiha rice fire that flew backwards disappeared with a bang, turning into white mist and disappearing. Ryusuke was immediately shocked. It's actually a clone technique. At the same time, he immediately increased his vigilance and sensed a figure coming from behind. It was Uchiha Inari who appeared from behind Ryusuke, with a hint of pride on his face at this moment. When he released the Go Fireball technique before, he directly used the clone technique with the help of the Go Fireball's cover, but the main body had long been looking for opportunities to hide and attack Ryusuke. When Ryusuke struggled to attack his clone, he also took advantage of the gap between Ryusuke's attacks to launch the attack. As long as he kicks it, the competition will be over. He only uses his feet now, but in actual combat, he will definitely use a knife. The opponent must have been too late to turn around and block his attack. He won this battle. Chapter 35. The Sharingan is furious and its pupil power increases. Ryuzyuk knew the current tricky situation. It seemed that he still had too little combat experience, and he actually fell into the opponent's tactic of using clones to lure the enemy. With his current speed, he really can't react, so he can only activate the 8 armor escape techniques. Ryuzyuk instantly refined chakra and opened the first door of the 8 gates of Dunjia. A vein bulged on his forehead and his skin darkened. Then he turned around, and just when the opponent's leg was about to kick him, he raised his foot to meet him. Block the opponent's sure win attack. After blocking the blow, he secretly felt grateful. Everyone in the ninja world has a heart. He initially held a simple idea, whoever is stronger and faster can win, but now it is different. There are many tactics in the ninja world. If he hadn't practiced 8 gates escape, Ryuzyuk would have been deceived by the opponent's little tactics, and would have been humiliated by the opponent later. Of course, he couldn't accept that practicing physical skills with a guy like Metkai would bring shame to the family. Because if you want to save your family, you must learn the 8 gates of Dunjia. Only then can you save your family. Saving your family is also saving yourself. Thinking of this, he angrily continued to open the second door of the 8 Dunjia, Zymen. A second vein popped up on his forehead, and his skin tone became darker. Although it still caused severe pain when it was turned on, he didn't care at all now. I just feel that I am stronger now. I increase the strength of my legs and attack the rice fire. Now Uchiha Inari was shocked. The opponent actually blocked his winning blow. How could this be possible? This is simply unbelievable. The opponent's speed surged a lot in an instant, and he even felt that his strength surged a lot, making it a bit difficult to withstand. He was immediately kicked away by Ryuzyuk. He fell heavily to the ground, with a look of disbelief on his face. Could it be that the two sides just had a 50-50 physical battle and the other side was hiding his strength? But it doesn't look like Ryuzuk's sudden burst of powerful momentum was probably due to some kind of secret technique. Such a technique has never been heard of in his family. Although he withstood Ryuzyuk's blow and was slightly injured, he was unwilling to admit that he was inferior to the other person. He got up from the ground and continued to rush towards Ryuzyuk, while his Sharingan was fully observing the opponent's movements. But this comparison shocked him greatly, because Ryuzyuk's speed and strength were greatly enhanced. For a moment, he could only block it in a hurry. It was extremely strenuous, and every blow from the opponent was powerful and heavy. It's unbelievable that the opponent's physical skills have improved so much. He was very puzzled. What on earth is going on? At this moment, Ryuzyuk saw that the other party was so tenacious and could still stop him. He used the Konoha whirlwind to kick towards the opponent. Uchiha Inari knew that he could not completely withstand the opponent's amazing kick, but he had to stretch out his legs to meet it. Page 28. Otherwise, if you take advantage of the opponent's move, the competition will be over. Sure enough, as he expected, even if he resisted the opponent's attack, he was the one who retreated from the competition. But he was lucky to have blocked this blow. If this blow had hit his body, he would have lost immediately. He would have lost even if he couldn't use the power of the Sharingan. That would make him very unwilling. But unexpectedly, Ryuzyuk actually used his hands to claim the throne, and used his left leg again to kick with his heel. Although Inabe's eyes had already seen it, he had no time to stop him. He was accidentally kicked by Ryuzyuk's back heel, and his body flew out immediately. It fell heavily to the ground. This scene made the elites of the Uchiha clan change their expressions. Did Ryuzyuk actually win against Uchiha Inari? One of the Uchiha clan members exclaimed. Such physical skills are quite exquisite. The two-step kick, most people would never expect such continuous attack moves. Even if they suddenly respond to this move, if they don't know the opponent's move, they will definitely be attacked. Uchiha Ryusuke did not take advantage of the victory and pursue Inari, who fell on the ground. After all, this was not a life and death battle. But he said calmly, "Is this the end? In that case, don't bother me anymore." Inabao, who had fallen on the ground, slowly got up and looked at Ryusuke with a somewhat complicated look. At this moment, he realized something. Did Ryusuke really achieve success in physical arts by following Metkai? If the other party has such strength, he will definitely not be a fool. What was that move called just now? Uchiha Ryusuke responded calmly. Konoha Whirlwind. Daohuo recalled the name. It was really like a whirlwind, which made people have to stop it. However, he did not expect that there was a second kick as a backup move. It was indeed very superb. Did you create this physical technique yourself? Ryusuke shook his head and said. I learned this technique from Metkai. He not only learned the opponent's physical skills, but also the opponent's fighting consciousness. At this moment, Uchiha Inari was completely convinced. The opponent defeated him with Metkai's physical skills. He no longer had any reason to stop the opponent from practicing physical skills with Metkai. Uchiha admires the strong. If the opponent's physical skills are strong enough to defeat him, then he has no reason to express his disdain. Now it was his turn to show his arrogance. Although he admitted that he was not as good as his opponent in physical skills, illusions were his specialty. His 3 Megatama Sharingan stared at Uchiha Ryusuke. His eyes became scarleter and glowed faintly. Ryusuke suddenly felt dizzy. He instantly understood that the other party was using an illusion, and only illusions could disturb his spirit. At the same time, he also concentrated on resisting the opponent's illusion with all his strength. While he was concentrating his energy to deal with the opponent's illusion, the voice of the system came from his mind. Your Sharingan is so angry that some unscrupulous people dare to harm him. Practice your Sharingan quickly and your eye power will be greatly enhanced. Ryusuke suddenly felt a warm current flowing into his Sharingan, and the spinning sensation stopped, and his mind became empty for a while. He understood that his eye power had become stronger and he could resist the opponent's illusion. He couldn't help but sigh, his Sharingan was too unique. But he still pretended to be under the opponent's illusion, his eyes were dull, and he stood there blankly. Several Uchiha tribesmen who were watching breathed a sigh of relief. They all thought Inabi was going to lose this battle, but they didn't expect that he got up again and used Genjutsu to defeat Ryusuke's powerful Taijutsu. It seems that Sharingan is still more powerful than Taijutsu and is more worth practicing. At this time, Inabi's face also regained its previous arrogance, and he came to Uchiha Ryusuke with a smile on his face. It seems that practicing Sharingan is the right choice. Do you really think so? The sound came from the mouth of the dull Uchiha Ryusuke. Daohuo was immediately shocked and froze where he was because he didn't believe that he failed to activate the illusion. Then he was knocked away by Ryusuke's punch. Chapter 36 Winning. Of course Ryusuke's punch did not use all his strength, it was just a light punch to teach the opponent a lesson. After all, they are members of the same clan, so there is no need to be cruel. Even the Uchiha clan members who were watching were shocked. Ryusuke didn't have the illusion of rice fire, so there was only one explanation. The pupil power of the Uchiha Sharingan determines the power of illusion, which means that Ryuko's pupil power is higher than that of Inaka, but how is this possible? Ryusuke had clearly just awakened the 3 Megatama Sharingan, while Inabi's 3 Megatama Sharingan had been activated for at least a year or two. At this time, Inahuo, who was lying on the ground, got up. He knew that the other party had kept his hand and it only made him feel pain. But what made him even more irritated was that he actually lost to a person who had just opened the 3 Megatama Sharingan. This is almost like a dream, he asked with puzzled eyes. How could you not be under the illusion? It's impossible. Your eye power cannot be higher than mine. Ryusuke asked rhetorically. Who said my eye power isn't better than yours? Inabi was a little speechless and carefully observed Ryuzyuk's Sharingan. But he found that the other person's eyes were scarleter than his own Sharingan, with an ominous red light. Very surprised, Ryuzyuk is definitely a genius. The 3 Megatama Sharingan was even more powerful than his own just after awakening. It was simply too terrifying. Could it be that the other party's talent was revealed at this time? It is true that some people's talents are not very apparent at the beginning, but they accumulate more and more talents when they are young and middle-aged. Maybe this is the case. After figuring this out, Ineu no longer felt sad for his failure, but felt grateful, because now the relationship between the Uchiha clan and the top management of Konoha was getting worse and worse, and he didn't think the two could understand each other. The current high-level officials of Konoha are increasingly squeezing out the Uchiha clan, and even the Uchiha clan's clan has been forced to relocate. He even accused the Uchiha clan of launching the Nine Tails Rebellion out of thin air. Let the villagers make unreasonable guesses. As an elite jonin in the family, Inari didn't know who in the family had the ability to control the Kyuubi. Even he didn't know. So how could it be done by someone in the family? The worst situation is that the 2 top geniuses in the family, Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi, one of whom is the son of the patriarch of the family, have joined the Hokage's ANBU. This is not helping. Do you want outsiders to beat your own people? These 2 people are so chilling to the people. Fortunately, another genius has appeared in the family. Ryuzyuk is so strong now. If he learns the family Sharingan Genjutsu and has stronger eye power than himself, he will undoubtedly be a genius comparable to Uchiha Shisui. Inari now has the urge to win over Ryuzyuk and draw him into the radical faction. Because he understood that it was useless for moderates to advocate peaceful dialogue with the village. He could sense the deep disgust that Konoha's higher UPS had for the Uchiha clan. Clan leader Uchiha Fugaku chose to retreat time and time again when faced with the pressure from Konoha's top brass. This will only make Konoha's top management more aggressive. By drawing Ryuzyuk into the radical faction, he could even win over the Great Elder. Such a surge in the power of the radical faction could even lead to the clan leader Uchiha Fugaku changing family policies and refusing to give in the face of Konoha's pressure at all levels. Confront them and restore the prestige of the Uchiha clan. The leader of their radical faction is the 8th generation elder of the clan, Uchiha. Before that, we have to report it to Yashiro Uchiha. Naturally, Ryuzyuk didn't know what Inabi was thinking right now, and he still had training to complete. He didn't want these people to stand in his way. Please leave me. Don't hinder me in the future, and don't think that Metkai is an ordinary Chunin. Regarding his performance just now, naturally no one dared to persuade him again. The opponent's physical skills were quite weak a month ago, and it was impossible to compete with Jounin like them, but now it was beyond their expectations. Instead, they couldn't compete with Ryuzyuk. The Uchiha clan admires the strong, so naturally they cannot embarrass Ryuzyuk. Ryuzyuk did not bring shame to the family at all, but instead improved his own strength. Now they even think that there must be something extraordinary about Metkai being recognized by Ryuzyuk. After they left, Ryuzyuk continued his previous training and was not overly happy because he had opened the 8-gate dungeon and taught these Uchiha tribesmen a lesson. After all, his enemies were not these tribesmen, but the 2 young men and the so-called high-level officials of Konoha. You still have to improve your strength properly to be the right way. Chapter 37 8th. After practicing according to One Punch Man Saitama's teacher's methods, he successfully improved his physical attributes. Ryuzyuk simply took a bath at noon, ate and slept, and when he woke up, he walked to Hong's house. Hong didn't expect that Ryuzyuk would come in the afternoon. She thought he would come in the evening, so he happened to stay here overnight. However, this was an unexpected surprise to her, so she wasn't disgusted. Ryuzyuk, who came here, was naturally not in a hurry, but just went shopping and eating with Kurenai. When night fell, the 2 returned to Hong's house. Of course, Hong's mother is not at home. At this time, Hong looked at Ryusuk shyly. Wait for me, let me rinse first. Ryusuk readily agreed. Hong walked to the bathroom with a smile on her face. She didn't want to have any dirty things on her body that would make Ryusuk unhappy. After about half an hour of washing, Hong came out wearing shorts and a bath towel. She knew that this look would attract Ryusuk to the greatest extent. At this moment, her face was rosy and her whole body was steaming as she looked at Ryusuk. Ryusuk, I've already washed it. And Ryusuk was stunned. It felt delicious, but he still endured it. After all, the other party entertained me with such a white body, so naturally I had to treat him with courtesy. Couldn't help but come to Hong's side. Red, give me a towel. Let me take a good bath too. Hong took out an unused towel from the drawer and handed it to Ryusuk with one hand. Ryusuk couldn't hold back any longer. But he still endured his thoughts, quickly took the towel, and walked towards the bathroom, trying to rinse his whole body as quickly as possible. Page 29. It took 2 minutes for Ryusuk to simply finish taking a shower. In fact, just rinse the dust off your body. He walked towards Kurenai wrapped in a towel. A night without words. Until noon the next day. Hong Cai opened his eyes with a haggard look on his face. 8 times made her very tired. However, her heart was filled with happiness. Of course Ryusuk had already woken up, but he just couldn't bear to give up on the soft woman in front of him. Sure enough, men still need women to nourish them. After last night's battle, he felt more comfortable than ever before. At the same time, he also gained 0.5 calories of chakra. I instantly felt a warm current flowing through my body, and my chakra felt stronger. Afterwards, the system's voice was heard. I didn't expect that he could increase his chakra by 0.5 calorie in one night. If he did it a few more times, he would be able to gain a huge amount of chakra by relying on the combined power of man and woman. Even becoming comparable to the tailed beasts would not be a dream. Combined with the original plot, Kakashi once said that Naruto's chakra is 4 times that of Kakashi, and if he does not suppress the 9 tails, it is 100 times that of Kakashi. Therefore, the amount of chakra of Kyuubi should be 96 times that of Kakashi. This is the amount of chakra of the Kyuubi, the most powerful among the tailed beasts. Then he doesn't need to worry about running out of chakra in the future. At the same time, opening the 8 doors Dungia still requires the support of chakra. The stronger the chakra, the stronger and more durable the 8 gates will be. Of course, this also requires a stronger physique. I don't know if Hong got pregnant last night. But even if you're not pregnant, it's always okay to have it a few more times. Based on his current relationship with Hong would definitely have no objection to doing more. And his physical fitness also allows him to have extremely strong energy to do this kind of thing. Chapter 38 Winning Over. In the afternoon, when Inari returned to the guard building after completing his mission, he walked towards Uchiha Yashiro's office with his thoughts in mind. Yashiro Uchiha, who has short brown hair, is dealing with complaints from villagers in his room. At this time, he was annoyed by these things. He obviously ordered his subordinates to follow the public security regulations, but there were always some people who refused to accept it. Just like a child stealing goods from a merchant, of course the Uchiha guards arrested him and put him in jail, but his parents were very dissatisfied and even complained to him. Of course, he rejected the application directly and put the person in jail. He felt that the Uchiha guard member certainly did the right thing. If it's against the law, it's certainly against the law. Now the child's parents are joining forces with the store owner, and both parties want to appeal to him, but of course he still refuses. In his eyes, if you break the law, it's a crime. He won't let you off the hook just because of your age. Otherwise, what would happen? At the same time, only in this way can children be educated correctly. The matter was dealt with, of course, by dismissing the parents' complaint. But now another person came to his office to plead for mercy. A middle-aged man stood in front of his desk and argued. Yashiro-sama, even if my father stole something. But he is so old, why don't we just let him go? He doesn't like working, he just likes to take advantage and live a relaxed life. Even when his father steals things, he asks his father to do it. Even if he is accidentally discovered by a merchant, he won't care too much because of his old age. Even if the store still wants to pursue the matter, as long as he goes to the other party to cause trouble, he will no longer pursue his father's matter. But this time, he was discovered by the guards, and his father was imprisoned for theft. This is half of his financial source. Uchiha Yashiro looked at the man in front of him coldly and said seriously. If you break the law, you must be arrested. This is something that even children know. Don't you understand, as a grown-up like you? Your father committed a crime, and you, the son, are also guilty. I want to arrest you too. The face of the visitor was ugly. If the Uchiha clan knew the inside story, they might really catch him. But he still refused to give up and his money bag would be thrown into jail. He continued to argue. Yashiro-sama, my father is so old. If something happens in the guard's prison, I'm afraid it will be bad for the reputation of your guard. You also have to be responsible for my father, you might as well leave it to me and take him home. His words were secretly threatening. If something happens to the elderly, you guards will be responsible. Unexpectedly, Yashiro would not accept this trick at all. If something happens to your father in prison, it has nothing to do with us, the Uchiha clan. What happened is not his old age's responsibility, but more importantly, your son's responsibility. I will never agree to this. According to Article 2 of the Public Security Regulations for the crime of theft, this old man must be detained in the guard prison for weeks. If you have nothing to do, just leave. The middle-aged man could not have imagined that the Uchiha clan was really stubborn and refused to accept soft and hard advice. At the same time, he began to hate the Uchiha clan in his heart. Without the old man's theft, with his usual income, the quality of life would drop sharply. Damn Uchiha, he was really what the other villagers said he was. A trivial matter is handled so seriously. At this time, Daohuo came to the office. I happened to bump into a middle-aged man with an unhappy face walking out of the office, and the elder Uchiha Yashiro who was sitting in his seat with an unkind expression. Asked with a smile. Elder, what happened again to make you so unhappy? Yashiro told what happened just now, and he was also flustered by it. These villagers always wanted to interfere with their Uchiha's law enforcement. It was really speechless. Anyone who violates the security regulations of the guard, whether you are an elderly person or a child, will be investigated and punished, and law enforcement will not be relaxed just because of your age. Daohuo agreed. I agree with what the elder did. You can't spare the other person just because of his old age. It would be terrible if the other person becomes a habitual offender. When Yashiro saw his clan members, they all recognized him and felt that he had done nothing wrong. I felt a lot more comfortable. If you don't go on patrol, why did you come to me? You don't want to be lazy, do you? Keisuke said quickly. Of course that's not the case. I want to recommend an Uchiha clan member to you. If you draw him into our radical faction, he can revive our Uchiha clan. Yashiro suddenly became interested. The current situation of the family in the village was not good, and he deeply felt that the higher UPS were ostracizing and disgusting them. However, the clan leader actually repeatedly compromised with the top management of Konoha, which Yashiro saw in his eyes and became anxious in his heart. Only by winning over the ambitious young people in the family, putting pressure on the clan leader, and not compromising in the face of Konoha's top brass, can the Uchiha clan's glory be restored. Of course he never thought about seizing power. The clan leader is a master of the Uchiha clan. He deeply admires his opponent's strength, but he is not strong enough to stand alone, nor does he have the ability to raise the banner of the Uchiha clan. Who do you want to recommend? Uchiha Inari smiled. The great elder's grandson, Uchiha Ryusuke. If we can recruit him, we can even get the great elder to side with us. When the time comes, we will definitely be able to successfully put pressure on the clan leader to face the top leaders of Konoha and show the courage of the Uchiha clan. When Yashiro heard this name, he started to think. He didn't like this tribesman. He was a member of the guard, but he didn't work in the guard properly. He had told the Fugaku clan leader. But team leader Fugaku told him to ignore it. There is no way, who makes the other party's grandfather be the great elder. In terms of qualifications, he ranks first. Even the clan leader had to give face to the other party, let alone him. Why do you think of him? Did he reveal his intention to resist Konoha's higher UPS and revive the Uchiha clan? The rice fire actually became quieter. I really don't know this. I would invite him naturally because Ryusuke is a genius of the Uchiha clan. Not only did he defeat me in physical skills, but he even opened the 3 Megatama Sharingan. Although it has only just been opened, his eye power is stronger than mine. You also know that the only young geniuses in the family who can carry the banner are Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi, but these two are both ANBU of the Hokage. It's no longer credible. And Ryusuke may be the third young man who can carry the banner. Yashiro was very surprised when he heard this. He didn't expect this kid to hide so deeply that he even turned on the 3 Megatama. He is only 16 years old, and he even defeated the 20-year-old Dao Huo. He can really be regarded as a top genius. Chapter 39 Meeting Naruto by Chance. Yashiro was also a little puzzled at the same time. Ryusuke had just opened the 3 Megatama Sharingan eyes. The eye power was so strong that he was indeed a genius, but what the hell was this taijutsu? Dao Huo, why did you fail in physical skills? To be honest, taijutsu is not the mainstream in the ninja world. Inabi is a few years older than Ryusuke, so there is no reason why he would lose. Inari told Yashiro the previous situation. When I was fighting with his physical skills, we were evenly matched. I used the powerful fireball technique to attack the opponent, but secretly I used the clone technique to create a clone that stayed in place, while hiding the main body. As expected, the opponent fought with my clone, and the main body took this opportunity to capture the opponent. The Yashiro who heard this couldn't help but praise Uchiha Inari's tactical talent, but at the same time they were also puzzled. With the way things are going, you shouldn't lose. Dao Huo was also puzzled. I didn't expect that I would lose. The blame is that Ryusuke's speed suddenly became faster and blocked my winning kick. I still remember that the veins on the other person's forehead popped out, and his skin became darker. 8th Elder, what kind of secret skill does this person have in the family? Yashiro thought about it. Although the Uchiha clan also had taijutsu, they didn't seem to have such techniques that could enhance physical abilities. Page 30. There are some ninjutsu to strengthen the body in Konoha, such as the Akimichi family's doubling technique. But these are not consistent with what Inari said about Ryusuke's enhanced body speed. I don't know about this. Dao Huo felt a little disappointed. He originally thought it was a physical skill in the family and wanted to learn it to improve his strength. But then he thought about it, if there is no one in the family, then there really is no one, so why would the understanding be learned, could it be? Yashiro-sama, do you know Metkai? Ryusuke has been learning from this guy lately. Yashiro frowned when he heard the name Metkai, but he had heard of Metday's name. You are of the younger generation. You may not know this name, but this person is a true physical genius. In the Third Ninja World War, I defeated the 7 ninja swordsmen of Kirigakura village with one enemy. Only 3 of the 7 escaped. Dao Huo couldn't help being shocked when he heard this. If you are so strong, how come you are not famous? Yashiro said. The other party is just a genin, no one will publicize his achievements at all. Genin. When Inahuo heard this, he couldn't help but be puzzled. Among the 7 ninjas in Kirigakure village, their lowest strength was at the jounin level. One genin not only defeated the opponent, but even killed 4 of them. Couldn't help but ask. How can a genin be so strong? Yashiro said. 8 gates of armor dungeon, an ultimate physical skill. Keisuke suddenly became excited. 8 generations of elders, is there anyone in this jutsu family? Of course not. Don't think too much about this technique. The difficulty of practicing this technique is far beyond your imagination. As far as I know, no one in Konoha village knows this taijutsu now. And the side effects are huge. Opening the 8 gates will inevitably lead to death. Even the first few gates will damage the body. It is impossible to cultivate successfully without a strong body. Daohuo was a little disappointed when he heard this. No one knew the physical skills. Originally, he wanted to try to improve his own strength. Yashiro guessed at this time. Matekai is probably a descendant of Matde. They have the same surname, so Ryuzyuk must have obtained the 8-door Dunjia training method from the other party. The technique that Ryuzyuk used to suddenly increase his body speed may be the 8-gate Dunjia, which shows that Ryuzyuk is a genius in individual techniques. Call him here, and I'll see if I can bring him into our camp. Although this technique is very dangerous, possessing this technique is undoubtedly a huge combat power. Even though there is a time limit, there is undoubtedly an overwhelming advantage during this period. Daohuo left the office after agreeing. He walked straight towards Ryuzyuk's house. Ryuzyuk had already left Kurenai's house at this moment. Because Hong's mother is coming back soon. He wanted to laugh a little at this moment, it felt like having an affair, a little exciting. When he returned home, he originally planned to take a good rest and train hard to improve his physical attributes, but he didn't expect Daohuo to come to his home. Why did you come to my house? Daohuo said with respect on his face. Elder Yashiro invites you to go to the guard. Ryuzyuk was thinking about this name in his mind. This guy seemed to be the leader of the radical faction of the Uchiha clan. And his grandfather and Uchiha Fugaku should be considered neutrals. He also wanted to see what the other party wanted to do with him, so he followed Daohuo to the guard building. On the way there, Ryuzyuk was attracted by a yellow-haired boy wearing orange sportswear. Isn't this man Uzumaki Naruto, the son of prophecy? Seeing such a person, he couldn't help but stop. Inoho also stopped and looked in Ryuzyuk's direction, his expression becoming helpless. This child is the reincarnation of the demon fox, and is actually the so-called Jinhyuriki. This matter has spread throughout the village, except for the children who may not know. At this time, Naruto walked into a store and wanted to buy some snacks. But when the shop owner saw the child, his expression suddenly changed. Isn't this guy the reincarnation of the demon fox? He had relatives who died in the night of the Nine Tails Rebellion. And the stores suffered heavy losses. Even if he makes money, it is impossible for him to make money from such a person. He hurriedly walked out of the counter and pushed towards Naruto with both hands until he pushed him out of the door. How could Naruto, a child now, be able to resist the power of an adult? He was decisively pushed out of the door. He asked with a very confused look on his face. Why, boss, I also want to buy something, I have money. The boss refused with a look of disgust on his face. If you have money, I won't do your business. Come on, don't bring any more bad luck to my store. Naruto looked a little unhappy, but there was nothing he could do, the other party wouldn't do his business. He took his money and walked to the second store. He was also kicked out and even cursed by the store owner. Damn you evil fox, leave my home. Ryuzyuk was speechless when he saw this situation. Naruto was really miserable when he was a child. Fortunately, he was the son of a hero, but he was treated like this, which made Ryuzyuk feel a little chilled. What are these guys at the top of Konoha doing? He simply couldn't understand it. At this time, Naruto gradually disappeared into the streets. After all All the shops refused to do his business, and some even banned him from entering. Ryusuke was speechless again. It seems that these people all know the news that Naruto is a nine-tailed demon fox. I don't know who spread the word. Although there are ANBU guarding the Nine Tails Jinhyuriki, they actually let the Nine Tails Jinhyuriki endure such torture. I'm really not afraid that he will explode. Inabi asked after seeing Ryusuke's expression on the side. Are you a little sympathetic to this Nine Tails Jinhyuriki? Ryusuke nodded, of course he sympathized. The son of a hero was actually being humiliated like this. What on earth were Konoha's top brass doing? Daohuo sighed softly. He is a poor child. After all, he did not have the nine tails sealed voluntarily. In my eyes, he is the hero of the village. If the Uchiha clan had been able to fight during the Nine Tails Rebellion, they would have definitely been able to repel the tailed beasts, and even the fourth Hokage would not have died. Such a child may not be able to become a Jinhyuriki. Let's go, the 38 generations of elders are still waiting for us. Faced with this situation, he was helpless. Ryusuke took a look at the villagers before leaving. These villagers should know that the nine-tailed demon fox is sealed in Naruto's body. But these people still took Naruto as a nine-tailed demon fox to vent their anger. But no matter how you think about it, Naruto cannot be blamed. The villagers of Konoha village are quite ignorant. Not long after, Inabi brought Ryusuke to Yashiro's office. Yashiro motioned to Inabi to go out first. He wanted to have a good talk with Ryusuke in front of him alone. After Inoha went out, Uchiha Yashiro observed the person in front of him. He was strong and accomplished in physical skills. It has changed a lot from the previous image. Ryusuke looked at the Uchiha Yashiro with short brown hair, a serious face, and small eyes in front of him. Is there anything the elder has come to see me for? Before inviting the other party to join the radical faction, Yashiro wanted to ask the other party about his understanding of the relationship between the family and Konoha's high-level officials. What do you think of the current relationship between the family and Konoha's top brass? Ryusuke replied according to his own understanding. Today, the relationship between the high-level officials of Konoha and our Uchiha clan is very bad, but this is not the fault of our Uchiha family, but the fault of the high-level officials of Konoha. Even the family land was forcibly moved to the suburbs. This is really a shame for the family. The other party's move is not only humiliating us, but also completely excluding our Uchiha clan from the center of power. We will slowly become a marginal family. Yashiro was very satisfied when he heard this. It seemed that the other party was not only a master of physical skills, but also very smart. It seems that he is still a radical. According to the current situation, Konoha can no longer accommodate the Uchiha clan, and this is the reason why Konoha's top brass are ostracizing them. If the top brass of Konoha hadn't been so ostracizing the Uchiha clan, they wouldn't have wanted to launch a coup. Yashiro said with a smile. Ryusuke, you can see things more clearly than most Uchihas. The top management of Konoha wants to completely exclude us, the Uchiha clan, from the center of Konoha's power. However, Konoha was founded by our Uchiha clan and the Senju clan. We must launch a coup and regain the honor that belongs to our clan. Are you willing to join our radical faction? Chapter 40 I'll treat you to ramen. Liangjin did not answer the other party's question, but asked instead. Of course I want to revitalize the Uchiha clan, so what are you going to do? Yashiro was very pleased with the other party's attitude. The other party was indeed from their faction. The revitalization of the family is of course considered from the direction of the family. Unlike the two Uchiha Itakais in the family, Uchiha Shisui joined the Hokage Anbu as a member of the family. We radical members plan to unite to put pressure on the clan leader, launch a coup, force the third Hokage to step down, and let a member of our Uchiha clan take the position of Hokage. What do you think? Ryusuke was still a little dissatisfied when he heard this answer. Is that all? Is it as simple as forcing the other party to step down? You must know that this is a political struggle, a life and death struggle. The other party has the idea of exterminating the Uchiha clan, and even Uchiha civilians will not be spared. The methods are so vicious and cruel. And these radical people seem to have lived a peaceful life for a long time, and they are not as ruthless as the Uchiha clan in the Warring States period. This kind of awareness alone cannot revitalize the Uchiha clan. Yashiro was a little confused when he heard the other party's words. Page 31. Ryusuke, don't you think it's not enough for the Uchiha clan to ascend to the position of Hokage? Ryusuke's expression suddenly turned a little sinister. Of course it's not enough. We have to clear out all the high-level officials of Konoha. This way, our Uchiha clan can protect ourselves and at the same time restore the prestige of the Uchiha clan. When Yashiro heard Ryusuke's words, he didn't feel excited, but felt a little cold. Ryusuke was too aggressive and even felt that the other party was a bit dangerous. With the strength of the Uchiha clan, how could it be possible to clear out all the high-level officials in Konoha? Even mobilizing all the Uchiha tribesmen to fight is impossible. Now the power and strength of the village's top leaders are extremely strong. The Anbu of Hokage is the root of Danzo, who is most targeting their Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan dare not say that they can easily deal with these two forces. Even the other families in the village would not just watch Uchiha do this. If such a plan is really implemented, the danger will not be to the top management of Konoha, but to the Uchiha clan, and they may even be in danger of annihilation. Yashiro said speechlessly. Ryusuke, are we being too radical? As long as we seize power, we can restore the glory of our Uchiha clan. Ryusuke said coldly. Elder Yashiro, don't be too naive. Do you think the higher UPS in Konoha will watch us seize power? Will they obediently hand over the power in their hands? The struggle for power is inherently bloody. If you don't want to fight to the death with the other party, then just be a good person with your tail between your legs. Yashiro was furious when he heard this. That's enough, stop talking. Ryusuke is really too radical and dangerous. This is a life and death struggle with Konoha's top brass. Their radical faction just wanted to take back the power that originally belonged to Uchiha, and did not want to do such a crazy thing. You go out, we radicals have nothing to say to you. Ryusuke left Yashiro's office nonchalantly. It seems that the radical faction of the Uchiha clan has long lost the ruthlessness of their previous brutal struggles. Inabao, who was waiting outside the door, vaguely heard the quarrel in the office, then saw Ryusuke push the door open and leave. He hurriedly walked into the office and looked at Yashiro. The other person now looked very unhappy, even a little angry. Did Ryusuke's refusal to join their radical faction anger Yashiro? He asked a little nervously. Elder Yashiro, don't Ryusuke want to join us? He felt a little disappointed. Why were the family elites unwilling to contribute to the family? Yashiro calmed down and said with a dissatisfied expression. This guy is so perverted. He actually wants us, the Uchiha clan, to start a full-scale war with the top management of Konoha and kill them all. This will bring the Uchiha clan into a state of destruction. Don't spread these words, otherwise, I'm afraid the top management of Konoha will immediately target our Uchiha clan. Daohuo was a little stunned when he heard these words. Is Uchiha Ryusuke such a crazy person? It is simply impossible to start a war with the top brass of Konoha and kill them all. If the Uchiha clan did such crazy things, their reputation in the village would plummet. Even other families in the village would go to war with the Uchiha clan. He understood very well why the Yashiro elders were angry. After all, their radical faction just wanted to restore the glory of the Uchiha clan, not to bring the Uchiha clan into destruction. At this moment, Ryusuke was walking on the road back to his ancestral land. As he was walking, he inadvertently caught a glimpse of a yellow-haired child standing alone in the corner of the wall. Ryusuke slowly approached the other party. Naruto noticed something and looked up at the adult wearing a high-collared robe who was approaching him. I was still wary at first. But the stranger's face did not have that expression of indifference and hatred towards him, but instead had a peaceful expression. Naruto couldn't help but ask. Uncle, are you a ninja? Ryusuke didn't expect Naruto to take the initiative to talk to him, but the other person's title was a bit wrong. He was only 16 years old. Stop calling me uncle, call me Ryusuke. I am indeed a ninja. Naruto's eyes widened in disbelief. Apart from that grandfather, this was the second person he met who was kind to him. Seeing Ryusuke's attitude, Naruto felt happy and wiped away the previous unhappiness. Ryusuke, I also want to become a powerful ninja in the future. Ryusuke said with a smile. Of course you can. In the original plot, Naruto really became the 7th Hokage. Naruto was also confused at this moment. Brother Ryusuke, don't you hate me? Ryusuke was stunned for a moment. It seemed that Naruto was so disgusted that he was a little bit embarrassed. Why should I hate you? Naruto is respectable for not turning evil in such an environment. If he were to treat him like this, these high-level officials of Konoha and the villagers would definitely not protect these people, not to mention betraying and killing them. Because they don't deserve it. Naruto wondered again. Many people in the village hate me. They all call me Demon Fox. Do you know what's going on? But no matter how he looked in the mirror, he found that he was a human being and did not have the organs of a fox. Ryusuke said with a smile. What a demon fox! If someone calls you a demon fox, it proves that that person is a fool. Naruto became even more confused. What do you mean, idiot? Ryusuke said patiently, after all, the other person is still a child. It's people who have no brains, or people whose brains are broken. Naruto nodded. He somewhat understood what the other party meant. It turned out that those who scolded him were people who had no brains or whose brains were broken. He was still willing to believe this Ryusuke whom he met for the first time. Ryusuke said as he thought of the previous situation when he entered a store to buy something but was kicked out. I'll treat you to ramen, okay? He admired the 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato very much. Naruto was his child and he didn't want his childhood to be so miserable. Naruto asked confused. Ryusuke-san, what is ramen? Is it delicious? Ryusuke thought about the taste of ramen and said in admiration. Very tasty food. Naruto felt a little yearning after hearing this and said hesitantly again. But I only have 10 taels left, so I don't know if it's enough to eat. This was given to him by his grandfather. Ryusuke frowned after hearing this. Just 10 taels. The one who gave Naruto the money should be the old man from the 3rd Hokage. He actually gave Naruto 10 liang. Who are you looking down on? Are the Hokage and his wife greedy for the money they left behind? How could the 4th Hokage and his wife have no inheritance? The 3rd Hokage is so black-hearted. You can't even buy a bowl of ramen or even a bowl of vegetarian noodles for 10 ryo. Naruto noticed the expression on the big brother in front of him. Apparently he didn't have enough money to buy a bowl of ramen, so he said quickly. If the money is not enough, then I won't go. After saying that, he turned around and wanted to leave. What he usually eats is simple food. Although it can fill his stomach, it is not very delicious. But he didn't have any dissatisfaction. The old man was already a very good person if he could take care of his orphan. At this time, Ryusuke called out to him. It's okay, brother, please eat. Chapter 41 Preventing the hero's descendants from crying. Naruto looked at this big brother with disbelief. He was so nice. Not only did he not dislike him, he even invited him to eat. Both eyes were almost filled with tears. Ryusuke didn't expect that the other party would be so moved. In fact, it was just a simple treat like ramen. Just as Ryusuke was taking Naruto to Ichiraku Ramen House, one of the 2 masked people hiding in the dark spoke. Captain Kakashi, the Uchiha clan is actually close to the Nine Tails Jinhyuriki. Isn't this too dangerous? Should we go over and stop it? Kakashi waved his hand and said. Although this person is from the Uchiha clan, he is an individual jutsu ninja and is not dangerous. We should follow Hokage-sama's instructions and protect him secretly without exposing our identities. In fact, his friend Uchiha Obito is also from the Uchiha clan. He was also given a Sharingan before his death. Not all Uchiha people are arrogant. What's more, this Uchiha Ryusuke is the one Kai mentioned as his new best friend, both taijutsu ninjas. The person Kai identifies with should not be an evil person. Ryusuke quickly took Naruto to the Ichiraku ramen house and ordered 2 sumptuous ramen from the Ichiraku owner. Not only did he invite Naruto to have a portion, he also wanted to have a portion himself. No matter how much you eat this food, you will never get tired of it. Boss Ichiraku frowned slightly when he saw Naruto entering his shop, and then he felt relieved. Although there were rumors everywhere on the street that this child was the reincarnation of a demon fox, how could he believe such outrageous claims? The other party has hands and feet, and is clearly a human child. I don't know what kind of unscrupulous thing came out with such outrageous news. Page 32. A child is ostracized by these adults. Not to mention children, even adults may not be able to bear it. Then he was about to go back to the back room and prepare a sumptuous bowl of ramen to take care of him. Wait a moment, you two. It will be done soon. Naruto relaxed when he saw the boss like this. This was the first time he was not kicked out by the store. Although Ryusuke-san was going to treat him to ramen, if the store didn't allow it, even if he had money, he wouldn't entertain them. Now he can safely try what kind of delicious ramen Ryusuke-san said. The boss quickly brought out 2 steaming bowls of ramen. The bowl placed in front of Naruto was obviously a little larger than him. It seemed that the boss was interested. Ryusuke greeted Naruto with a smile. Eat it while it's hot, it tastes better. When Naruto heard this, he immediately picked up the chopsticks on one side, picked up the noodles and put them into his mouth. This tastes so good. Everyone was excited, this was so delicious. Eating ramen is no slower than Ryusuke's. In no time, I finished eating a large bowl of ramen, and even the soup. How many mouthfuls did it take to feel satisfied? Ryusuke was originally worried that Naruto would be full after eating so much ramen at such a young age, but he felt relieved when he saw that he didn't feel any discomfort. After all, it doesn't seem strange for a boy to eat a big bowl of ramen. What's more, this is the other person's favorite ramen. They both ate a full bowl of ramen and just sat in the shop to take a good rest. Fortunately, there weren't many people in the ramen shop at this time, so it wouldn't affect the store's business. Before leaving, Ryusuke took out a large stack of money and handed it to Boss Le. The boss looked very surprised and said hurriedly, "Boss, this is obviously a lot of money, only 120 taels is enough." Ryusuke explained. "This is 1920 taels. If Naruto wants to come here to eat ramen in the future, the fee will be deducted from here. If the money runs out, just tell me when I come here in the future, and I will pay in advance." As the grandson of the great elder of the Uchiha clan, he has never been short of money. Naruto's identity is the son of the 4th Hokage, but he is not inferior to him at all, and he should not be short of money in the first place. Only then did Boss Yul understand that the other party had such a plan, and he happily took the money. He didn't have the distrust of the Uchiha clan that other villagers did. On the contrary, the Uchiha clan guards enforce the law very strictly and have caught many guys who want to come here for freeloading. He has a small business to begin with. If he is taken advantage of by freeloaders again, then he will no longer have to think about making money. It will be fine if he does not lose money. Naruto looked at Ryusuke-san with an excited expression and felt like tears were about to flow down his face. Now he feels that it is great to be born in this village. After resting for a while, the two walked out of the Ichiraku ramen shop and walked a short distance together on the street. Naruto asked Ryusuke before they separated. "Brother Ryusuke, why are you so nice to me? It must be the first time they meet today." Naruto was indeed happy that someone was being so kind to him, but he wanted to know the reason. Ryusuke said slowly. "Because you are a descendant of heroes. We cannot let the descendants of heroes shed tears. The fourth Hokage and his wife died to protect Konoha, and they were people who truly practiced the will of fire. A character with basically no dark spots. Unlike the third Hokage who requires others to practice the will of fire, this is the fundamental difference." Naruto's eyes widened. The other party's words had refreshed his understanding. "The descendant of a hero, then whose child am I, and why am I called a demon fox by the villagers?" When Ryusuke was about to reveal Naruto's identity, a man with white hair and a mask appeared beside them and said coldly, "Stop talking about that." Ryusuke looked at the person who appeared, recognized the white hair, and frowned slightly. "Isn't this Kakashi from ANBU?" Unexpectedly, he was the one protecting Naruto personally. Naruto was very excited at this moment. He had always wanted to know the identity of his father and the reason why he was called a demon fox. Because he had hands and feet and no tail, he was not a fox at all. Are those villagers really blind? But he didn't expect to be disturbed at this moment, and his face suddenly became unhappy. "Who are you? Why are you interfering in our affairs?" Chapter 42. This is his test. Kakashi ignored Naruto and stared at Ryusuke Uchiha. Ryusuke didn't want to fall out with Kakashi here, so he smiled and said to Naruto, "You go back first. As for your identity, you will know it later." Naruto finally chose to go back. Although he wanted to know, he didn't want to cause trouble to Ryusuke if someone stopped him. After Naruto left, Kakashi said slowly, "I hope you won't come into contact with the Kyuubi Jinchuriki again." If he hadn't stopped him, Naruto would have almost known his identity. If Naruto knew his identity, he might not be able to keep it secret. If it were leaked, it might be very dangerous. Ryusuke asked rhetorically. "Why?" Kakashi said calmly. "I'm afraid it's not good for the Uchiha clan to be close to the nine-tailed Jinchuriki." Ryusuke said helplessly. "Do you think the Nine Tails is controlled by our Uchiha clan? Now that you also have the 3 Megatama Sharingan, you should control the tailed beast and show it to me." The ANBU ninjas nearby all looked at Kakashi. Does Captain Kakashi also have such a powerful power? Kakashi was a little surprised that the other party knew his identity. However, now is not the time to worry about this. His left eye was given to him by Uchiha Obito. But even with the 3 Megatama Sharingan, it is actually impossible to control tailed beasts. Maybe the Nine Tails rebellion was not caused by the Uchiha clan. But that's not his role now. He could only explain. The third Hokage does not want to see anyone from the Uchiha clan appearing next to the nine-tailed Jinchuriki. Ryusuke did not back down because the other party moved out of Hokage's identity, but continued to question. "Is this how the third Hokage ordered you to protect the fourth son? The villagers saved by the fourth actually despised and ostracized the fourth son. Is this how you protect the fourth son? If I remember correctly, you are also a disciple of the fourth Hokage, right? Are you just watching all this?" Kakashi felt a little headache. The other party not only knew that Naruto was a Kyuubi, but also knew about his life experience. But Kakashi has experienced darkness since he was a child. And thinks that Naruto can survive even if he experiences this kind of darkness. He explained. "Of course I am protecting him from the side and will not let him be threatened in any way." At the same time, the third Hokage has banned the villagers from talking about the Kyuubi. Ryusuke suddenly felt speechless. Such protection only protected Naruto's life, but not his dignity. Why not reveal his identity? He doesn't deserve this. After announcing Naruto's identity, No matter how ignorant these villagers are, they probably won't treat a hero's son like this. Why was the identity of Naruto's nine-tailed Jinchuriki leaked? Now the villagers basically know that he is the Jinchuriki, the incarnation of the demon fox, so spies from other villages should be able to get Naruto's identity if they come to Konoha to inquire about it. Var. What are the third Hokage and your ANBU doing? Is there a traitor in your ANBU? Let your third Hokage handle it properly, and don't let the blood of the Konoha heroes be shed in vain. After saying that, Ryuzuki returned to his clan alone. He had said enough, and his purpose was naturally not to want Naruto to have a miserable childhood. If the top management of Konoha still treats Naruto like this, then he will personally take action to give Naruto a good childhood. Kakashi was a little stunned when he heard Ryuzuki's words. Don't let the blood of Konoha's heroes be shed in vain. His father was once a hero of Konoha, but during a mission, he was slandered by the villagers for giving up the mission to save his companions, and finally committed suicide due to overwhelm. Maybe Naruto really shouldn't be allowed to endure such pain. If he couldn't bear it anymore, he might commit suicide. In that case, how would he treat his mentor? And now everyone in the village knows the identity of Naruto's nine-tailed Jinchuriki. If spies from other villages come over, they can really investigate such information casually. After changing shifts with other ANBU secretly monitored and protected Naruto. Kakashi came to the Hokage's office secretly. Hokage-sama, I have something important to report. The third Hokage, who was sitting in the Hokage's chair, glanced at Kakashi. Just tell me if you have anything to do. Kakashi said respectfully. Lord Hokage ordered me to protect the nine-tailed Jinchuriki Uzumaki Naruto, but I found that the surrounding villagers seemed to know the identity of Naruto's nine-tailed Jinchuriki. I suspected that there was a spy in our ANBU. We should find this mole. In fact, only a few people on the battlefield at that time knew that the fourth Hokage sealed the nine tails into his son before he died. At the same time, the third Hokage also issued a hush-hush order, asking them to keep this secret. The third Hokage glanced at Kakashi. The mole you're talking about is me. Do you want me to catch myself? Of course, Uzumaki Naruto's identity as a demon fox was spread by others, otherwise how could these villagers know such confidential information? His reasons for doing so were of course. In order to make the villagers hate Uzumaki Naruto, he appeared next to Naruto in an amiable image. Only in this way can we use the will of fire to brainwash Uzumaki Naruto and make him become a person on his side in the future. Of course, it was impossible for him to tell Kakashi about this purpose. Page 33. He said calmly. Don't worry, I will do this. Maybe it's not a mole, but someone who made a mistake and leaked the news. Kakashi heard the Hokage's speculation and felt that it was really possible. He suggested. Since the villagers already know the identity of Naruto's nine tails Jinchuriki, and he has been ostracized and hated by the villagers, should we announce his identity so that Naruto can grow up smoothly? As the son of the fourth Hokage, he should being treated like this. How could the third Hokage be willing to reveal Naruto's identity? In that case, his plan would be completely ruined, and he would not forget to give up Naruto, the nine-tailed Jinchuriki, so easily. With this chess piece, not only will his position as Hokage become more stable. At the same time, even if he abdicates in the future, with the support of the nine-tailed Jinchuriki, it is very likely that the Sarutobi clan will be able to have another Hokage. So he had to find a way to fool him. Kakashi, you are thinking too one-sided. Although it was a mistake that allowed the villagers to know the identity of Naruto's nine-tailed Jinchuriki, if the identity of the fourth son of the fourth Hokage is leaked, those who once had a grudge against the fourth Hokage the ninja will probably take action against him. You're thinking too superficially. Kakashi thought about it and felt that what the third Hokage said made sense. After all, the fourth Hokage had killed many ninjas from enemy villages. If his identity was leaked, he might be retaliated against. The third Hokage is wise. It's just that Naruto is being treated unfairly now, what should he do? The third Hokage was secretly happy that he had fooled Kakashi, so he would fool him again. Kakashi, you are still too shallow. You must know that Naruto is now the nine-tailed Jinchuriki. He is the great fighting force of the village in the future. His loyalty must be guaranteed. Even if you are not understood and treated unfairly by the villagers, you must remain loyal to the village. This is a test for him. Do you understand it? Kakashi could only nod when he heard this explanation from the Hokage. In fact, he didn't quite understand. Maybe what Hokage-sama said is right, but I always feel that something is a little wrong. Chapter 43 Leave him alone. The third Hokage saw Kakashi like this and ordered. Don't let that Uchiha Ryusuke get close to the Nine Tails Jinchuriki again. You also know that the Nine Tails rebellion may have been started by the Uchiha clan manipulating the Nine Tails. Kakashi nodded in agreement and then left the Hokage's office. The third Hokage who stayed in the office showed a smile, congratulating himself on his wit. The next morning, Ryusuke was still doing physical training to achieve the growth of physical attributes. Although he can improve his body only by being beaten, he can't always look for Metki. After all, this is not a long-term solution. You can't always compete with Kai in terms of true strength, as that would be damaging to both parties. He, Ryusuke, could still rely on his body's recovery power to be strong and recover his body the next day, but Kai was different. If he is physically injured, it will interfere with his life. This is not what Ryusuke wants to see. What's more, although Ryusuke can keep practicing and doesn't need to think about making money, Kai can't. He is just a civilian ninja. And he can't always stop doing tasks. If fighting with the opponent hurts the opponent's body, then the mission fails due to injury, or even death. This is not what Ryusuke wants. While he was practicing alone, a man wearing a mask appeared not far from him. Ryusuke felt someone coming and stopped what he was doing. What are you here for? Has the third Hokage decided to protect Naruto? Maybe the third generation can still do some personnel work. Kakashi sighed inwardly. Said slowly. The third Hokage asked me to tell you not to approach Naruto again. Ryusuke was a little stunned at this moment. Although he had resentment in his heart, now was not the time to fall out with the third Hokage. Then what are you going to do with Naruto? Are you going to make his identity public? He was more concerned about it now. Kakashi thought for a while and told Ryusuke Uchiha of the third Hokage's decision. Because these decisions are no village secret. Ryusuke's expression changed when he heard Kakashi's words. He actually took the villagers' ridicule and hatred of Naruto as a test. Such a high-sounding reason. Just like Gaara, the Jinchuriki of Tsunagakure village, his father kept looking for people to stimulate Gaara, even assassinate him. In the end, he sent Yashimaru, who had always been friendly to Gaara, to assassinate him. In the end, Gaara used Shikaku's power to kill his assassin, and found out that he had killed his brother-in-law. At this moment, he almost went crazy. From this moment on, Gaara almost became a murder weapon. If I hadn't met Naruto in the end, I might have completely fallen into darkness. In fact, his father also wanted to test Gaara by doing this. Only those who have experienced darkness and still have love for the village are trustworthy and qualified Jinchuriki. But in Ryusuke's eyes, this is a completely stupid approach. Facts have proved that what the fourth Kazekage did was wrong. Even though Gaara was later loyal to Sand Hidden Village, it was not his credit, but Gaara's learning from Naruto, which was Naruto's credit. Ryusuke stared at Kakashi. Do you also agree with this test? Kakashi nodded regretfully. This is Hokage-sama's decision. Although he didn't agree with this decision, he had no choice but to make the decision. When Ryusuke saw Kakashi like this, he immediately felt that Kakashi was really unworthy of the fourth Hokage, and the disciples he taught were like this. I remember that Konoha White Fang also suffered abuse from the villagers before committing suicide. Is this also a test for him from the top management of Konoha? Do you also think that such a test is necessary? Kakashi's expression changed when he heard this. His father was once a hero of Konoha, but he once gave up his mission because he wanted to save his companions. This led to the villagers reviling him behind his back, and even the companions he saved were reviling him behind their backs. Eventually my father committed suicide. Of course he did not agree that his father was a sinner. People who don't even care about their companions are worse than trash. But what can he do? Everyone in the village thinks so and thinks his father is wrong. Maybe this is also a test for his father by the high-level officials of Konoha. It's just that my father couldn't bear it and committed suicide. Maybe Naruto will follow his father's footsteps. Maybe Naruto really shouldn't be allowed to undergo such a test. Naruto was so young, Kakashi didn't think he could handle it. Even his father couldn't bear it. He said slowly. I don't agree, but this is Hokage-sama's order. When Ryuzuke heard this, his face lit up with a hint of joy. It seems that Kakashi is not a hopeless person. Go back and tell the third Hokage. Members of the Uchiha clan can contact whoever they want and leave them alone. Even if he is Hokage, he is not qualified to care about our Uchiha clan's affairs. Since the third generation Mars didn't intend to give Naruto a good childhood, then he, Uchiha Ryuzuke, would give it to him. Kakashi was a little shocked when he heard Ryuzuke's words. I originally thought that this guy and Uchiha Obito were a different type of Uchiha, without the arrogance of the big clan. Unexpectedly, he was wrong. The Uchiha Ryuzuke in front of him might be more arrogant than most of the Uchiha clan at this moment. He said in surprise. Are you really going to do this? Now the relationship between the top management of Konoha and the Uchiha clan is already at odds with each other. If Ryuzuke Uchiha confronts the third Hokage, the consequences will be serious. He is not siding with the Uchiha clan, but the big clan in the village is working with Konoha officials, which is not a good thing for the village. Uchiha Ryuzuke nodded. So what if we fight against the third generation old man now? Even if we want to take action against him, the Uchiha clan, we have to negotiate with Kumagakura later. What happened in Cloud Hidden Village was enough for the third Hokage to drink a bottle of wine. It was obviously Kumagakura's fault, but the younger brother of the Hyuga family, Hyuga Hisashi, was killed as a scapegoat. This might be able to end the war, but it would completely make him lose the loyalty of the Hyuga family. Among his subordinates, there was no one from the Hyuga family. Kakashi wanted to say something else, but stopped himself. He didn't think he could convince the arrogant Uchiha in front of him. What's more, he really couldn't change the decision of the third Hokage. Then he disappeared into the woods. When Ryuzuke saw Kakashi disappear, he just continued his training, and improving his strength was the strongest trump card for toughness. Chapter 44 2 months later. After Kakashi left the grove of the Uchiha clan, he went straight to the Hokage's office. The third Hokage asked when he saw Kakashi arriving. Have you conveyed my order to Ryuzuke Uchiha? He was very concerned about this matter. If Ryuzuke Uchiha had contact with Naruto for one more day, it would ruin his plan even more. He must have the important chess piece of Uzumaki Naruto in his hands. Kakashi responded truthfully. Hokage-sama, he refused. The third Hokage hummed, and then his expression changed a little. Page 34. What did you say? He refused. How dare he refuse the order of himself, the Hokage-sama? What did he say? Kakashi said it truthfully. When the third Hokage heard Uchiha Ryuzuke's exact words, anger rose in his heart. He cursed secretly that the evil Uchiha clan actually wanted to ruin his good deeds. But he still calmed down the anger in his heart. This guy's identity has long been checked. If the only grandson of the great elder of the Uchiha clan was touched, the Uchiha clan would probably object. Because the great elder is highly respected. Moreover, now is the critical time to prepare for peace negotiations with Kumoyin village, and the relationship with the Uchiha clan cannot worsen anymore. You still have to think of countermeasures," he said. "Since he wants to make contact, let him make contact. Tell him that he is not allowed to reveal his identity as the son of the fourth Hokage to Naruto, otherwise Naruto will fall into the revenge of the enemies of the fourth Hokage." With this guarantee, the villagers would still hate Naruto, but he could continue to maintain his kind face in front of Naruto and brainwash Naruto with the will of fire. As long as he treats Naruto better than Ryusuke Uchiha, then he can naturally win over Naruto. Children are the easiest to win over, they have confidence. This is what he is good at. Kakashi agreed upon hearing this, disappeared from the office, went to the woods to find Ryusuke again, and told Ryusuke what the Hokage had decided. But Ryusuke nodded in agreement. Unexpectedly, the third Hokage would back down if he was a little tougher. "I don't know if it's because it's almost time to negotiate peace with Union Village. Regardless of this, as long as the other party does not prevent him from contacting Naruto." He smiled and looked at Kakashi. "Tell the third Hokage and I will keep it a secret. Maybe there will really be former enemies of the fourth Hokage to assassinate Naruto." Although Ryusuke felt that exposing Naruto's nine tails Jinchuriki had put Naruto in great danger. Because the tailed beast is the village's great fighting power, not to mention the strongest among the tailed beasts. With such combat power, how could other villages not have any ideas? Naruto was still a child, and as long as he was kidnapped, it would be worth paying any price. After all, he controlled the Kyuubi and created a Jinchuriki, which could provide the village with great combat power. Although it is not an easy task to control the Kyuubi, some forces are willing to try. Kakashi felt relieved when he saw Uchiha Ryusuke agreed. He immediately went back and reported to the third Hokage. Time flies and more than 2 months have passed. During this period of time, Konoha's senior officials had not taken any action against Uchiha. And Ryusuke can also improve his strength with peace of mind. In particular, you have to improve your physical attributes every day. If you are not sparring with Kai, then you have to practice alone according to the method of Saitama teacher in One Punch Man. It can also improve one's physical attributes. Now his strength has completely reached the Jonin level in terms of Taijutsu alone. Because of his sparring with Kai, he already had the upper hand, and Kai was undoubtedly at the Jounin level in terms of Taijutsu alone. Although it may only be an ordinary Jounin level. Ryusuke doesn't know how far he has reached now. He just felt that he was no longer a rookie. Even the 8-door Dunjia, when he was not afraid of pain, he was able to successfully open 4 doors in 2 months. Opening the 3rd door of discipleship and the 4th door of injury is even more painful than opening the first 2 doors. Because these 2 doors are on the spine. Opening these 2 doors made Ryusuke feel that his waist was about to explode, and even made him afraid of walking. Fortunately, I can recover after a night's rest. This is all due to the system. Otherwise, even if he was not afraid of pain, he would not dare to start training without taking care of his body. In other words, if other people train like him, not only their heads will explode, but even their waists will explode. This is why it takes a physical practitioner who can endure hardships 20 years to practice to the point where all 8 gates of Dunjia are fully activated. Metkai has always seen this drastic change in Ryusuke's strength. Deep down, I was shocked. Metkai feels inferior to Ryusuke's hard-working qualities. Because it took him 7 or 8 years to practice 8-door Dunjia to open 4 doors, and then it took another 2 or 3 years to successfully open 1 door. Ryusuke was only 1 door away from catching up with him. Although he was shocked by Ryusuke's training speed, he was not jealous. In other words, even if a powerful ninja who is easily jealous of others has seen Ryusuke's training process, he will not be jealous. Because it is entirely based on the cultivation of not being afraid of death. It's impossible for other ninjas to do this, so naturally they won't be envious. I'm afraid some are just surprised. At the same time, Metkai also understood that Ryusuke's physique was special, because every time Ryuzyuk trained desperately, he could always recover the next day. This physique is so powerful, so suitable for practicing physical skills. Enduring hardship is the only secret to practicing physical skills. Of course, the premise is that the body can bear it. And Ryuzyuk is undoubtedly satisfied with both points, so it would be strange that Ryuzyuk's strength does not increase. In the morning, Ryuzyuk came to the grove on the edge of the clan's land and started practicing as usual. A group of One Punch Man teachers saw Atama's training can no longer fatigue his body and increase his physical attributes. This is easy to solve, so just do the second group. Although it takes longer, if it can enhance the attributes, then everything is easy to say. While training, a tribesman slowly approached the small forest. The person who came was none other than Uchiha Inari. Although the Yashiro elder told him not to get close to Uchiha Ryuzyuk last time. Because Ryuzyuk is very dangerous. This person is more radical than their radical faction. It can be said that he is a crazy faction, trying to eliminate all Konoha high-level officials. But among the three geniuses in the family, only Ryuzyuk stands on the family's side. Although the idea is a bit crazy. But this is not impossible. If the high-level officials of Konoha are really eliminated, then the Uchiha clan can truly rest easy. So he wanted to see what Ryuzyuk's current strength was. Ryuzyuk's strength had skyrocketed before. Will it skyrocket again in 2 months? If this is the case, what the other party said is not crazy, but only those who have real strength have such thoughts. Chapter 45, Crush the Rice Fire. And he, Uchiha Inari, also wanted to try whether the so-called 8-gate Dunjia was that magical. By cultivating all 8 gates, you can actually gain power that is dozens of times higher than that of a shadow-level person. If he had such strength, he would be willing to die, as long as he could revive the Uchiha clan. Of course, the 8th generation elder once told him not to think about this technique as it was extremely difficult to practice. But Daohuo is still unwilling to give up until he has tried it. Otherwise, I will still feel itchy in my heart. There is no training method for this technique in his family, and he knows that the people who know this technique are Metkai and Uchiha Ryuzyuk. Of these two people, who would he choose to entrust to guide him? Although he would no longer look down on Metkai, there was no doubt that Ryuzyuk Uchiha was his own clansman, so he would definitely choose his own clansman. After entering the grove, it didn't take long for Inabi to see Ryuzyuk still practicing his physical skills. Now he was doing push-ups quickly, which gave him a vague feeling of strength. The movements are so standard and the speed is extremely fast. After watching for a few minutes, Daohuo's face became more and more surprised. Of course he can do this. But it won't be that fast, nor will it last that long. Being able to do this kind of action has undoubtedly increased Ryuzyuk's strength. After Ryuzyuk finished 200 push-ups, he stood up and looked at the intruder. What did you want to do here? Inabi originally wanted to see how Ryuzyuk was doing, but now he suddenly had an idea. Ryuzyuk, can you spar with me again? When Ryuzyuk heard what the other party said, he had an idea in his heart. The detector that was delivered to his door was not in vain. He also wanted to test the extent of his strength. No matter how bad Inari is, he is still an elite jounin of the Uchiha clan, so he should be able to detect something. He waved to Uchiha Inari. Bring it on. Facing Ryuzyuk's somewhat contemptuous action, Uchiha Inari was not angry, but his face became serious. At the same time, his eyes focused, turned red, and 3 Megatama appeared in the pupils, opening the 3 Megatama Sharingan. Ryuzyuk is a Taijutsu ninja, and turning on the Sharingan can make him more confident in dealing with Ryuzyuk. When Ryuzyuk saw Inari activate the 3 Megatama Sharingan, naturally he also activated it. But he didn't use the 8 gates of Dunjia. To deal with the current Daohuo, it felt like he no longer needed to activate such a technique. Then he spread his legs and rushed towards Daohuo quickly. He raised his fist and hit Daohuo's body. Inabe saw that Ryuzyuk was so fast and his punch attack was so fierce, so he had no intention of confronting him head-on. Instead, he ducked and avoided it. Although he avoided Ryuzyuk's attack, he felt a strong wind brush against his face. This is the wind created by the opponent's punch, so strong. It is enough to show the power of the opponent's punch. If he takes this blow head-on, it probably won't be a good thing. He originally wanted to fight back, but Ryuzyuk's left hand clenched his fist and attacked again. Helpless Daohuo could only stretch out his hand to block it. Page 35. When they first made contact, Daohuo looked surprised. He felt that the opponent's punch was so powerful that it made his arm a little painful. Then the two began to fight in close combat. But Uchiha Inari had no ability to fight back at all and was constantly being suppressed and beaten. For him now, the pressure is high, and being able to block Ryuzyuk's attack is already very good. In the end, there was a loophole in Inabe's defense, and he was punched away by Uchiha Ryuzyuk. At this moment, Ryuzyuk is full of hearts and it seems that he is still very strong. With all his strength, Inahuo is no match for him. Uchiha Inari, who fell to the ground, slowly got up. I was extremely surprised. 2 months ago, the two men's physical skills were almost the same, but now he is clearly at a disadvantage. Even Ryuzyuk easily defeated him in physical skills before even using the 8-gate dungeon. It really shocked his heart. Ryuzyuk is indeed the third top genius in the family, and is undoubtedly a genius in physical arts. It is undoubtedly very unwise to compare ninjutsu with such a genius in taijutsu. In that case, he would have no choice but to use his family's ninjutsu. Make quick gestures with both hands. Si wei shenhai wu yin. At the same time, he was refining chakra, his chest was bulging, and he directly spit out a blazing ball of fire and attacked Ryuzyuk. Ryuzyuk didn't feel anything when he saw this blazing ball of fire. With his current speed, he can easily dodge. But maybe the other party wants to use this technique to hide his figure. But he won't fall into the opponent's scheme again. Looking at the huge fireball getting closer and closer, I wonder what would happen if I split this huge fireball with my hands? But after thinking about it, he let it go. After all, if he used it, the flames would undoubtedly burn his palms. Thinking of this, he thought that if he wrapped his hands with chakra, wouldn't there be no problem? He has plenty of chakra now. After all, although he and Hong don't make love every day, they do so often. Chakra has improved rapidly, and he is no longer as weak as before. The abundant chakra made him want to split this giant fireball even more. And even if he failed, he would be fine again the next day thanks to his body's resilience. This idea became more firm in my mind. So the chakra was refined, and the powerful blue chakra enveloped his right hand. Ryuzyuk tried his best to control chakra to make it sharper. All this was accomplished in just an instant. After doing all this, Ryuzyuk suddenly rushed towards the huge fireball and chopped it down with his hand. The How fireball was split instantly, split into 2 halves, shattered into flames and fell to the ground. Ryuzyuk was a little excited at this moment. He really did it. As a result, his hand was wrapped with chakra and was not burned. He just felt a little warm. He was already accustomed to pain and didn't care about the heat. Daohuo was stunned when he saw such a scene. I have never seen anyone resist his powerful fireball technique like this. In previous battles, the enemy either avoided or used ninjutsu to collide. Although Ryuzyuk's behavior was a bit reckless, it was enough to show how powerful he was. What surprised him even more was what came next. He saw Ryuzyuk forming seals with his hands. With a bang, as the mist appeared, a clone actually appeared next to Ryuzyuk. And then attacked him. In fact, Ryuzyuk thought very simply. I don't know if the current Uchiha Inari is a clone, so just use the clone to deal with the opponent. This way, there is no need to deal with the main body, and naturally there is no need to worry about being attacked by Inari who may not know where he is hiding. Even if it is a clone, his clone is stronger than Daohuo's clone. Because he is rich in chakra, he naturally gave this clone a sufficient amount of chakra. The more chakra the clone has, the higher the clone's strength will be. Chapter 46. Can you teach me the 8 Gates Ninja Technique? Originally, Inari planned to wait for Ryusuke to dodge, then use the clone technique to hide the main body. The main body finds an opportunity to use the powerful fireball technique on Ryusuke again, that way he has a chance of winning. But he didn't expect Ryusuke to actually split his fireball. He was so shocked that he forgot to use the clone technique. Ryusuke's use of the clone technique to test himself was undoubtedly unnecessary. But it can be seen from this that Ryusuke is cautious. Wait until Ryusuke's clone rushes in front of him and attacks him. Inabi prepares to break up Ryusuke's clone. The clone's strength is generally only 1/10 of the original body's strength. Even if he was no match for Ryusuke's true body, he could easily defeat the clone. Blast away with one punch. Unexpectedly, the clone dodged his attack and then attacked Daohuo. Daohuo looked shocked. This Ryusuke's clone still had some strength, so he immediately launched an attack in earnest. But even with all his strength, Ryusuke's clone was not dissipated. It seemed that Ryusuke had allocated a large amount of chakra to this clone. Not long after, the rice fire defeated Ryusuke's clone, and the clone turned into a ball of white mist and disappeared. Ryusuke watched Inabi defeat his clone, so this one was naturally his true body. He did not immediately launch an attack, but stood quietly. Inari also did not attack because he could not think of any way to defeat Ryusuke. The opponent directly split open his proud fireball technique. There is no need to consider physical skills. As for the genjutsu, he had already tried it. The opponent's Sharingan eyes were stronger than his, and his own genjutsu was useless against him. Moreover, Ryusuke has already crushed him in all directions, and his fighting style has become more cautious. It is really not easy for him to sneak attack on the opponent. He sighed and said, "You win. It's a bit of a pity that this time the defeat was even worse than last time, and it didn't even bring out Ryusuke's strength. And Ryusuke already has a general understanding of his own strength. He can easily defeat the Jonin. If he can open the 4 gates and increase his strength by 4 times, he should be able to compete with the powerful cage-level warriors. To be honest, this is just his feeling. As for whether it can be done, I'm really not sure. It's a pity that there is no chance to find a strong shadow-level person to have a good encounter. There is no doubt that the shadow-level experts in the village are the 3rd Hokage and Danzo. If you go to find these 2 people by yourself, they will undoubtedly be delivering food. Thinking of this, since you can't find someone from outside the clan, then the clan leader of your own clan may be the one. As the leader of the Uchiha clan, he should have cage-level strength. Even if he is not that good, he should be close to cage-level strength. What's more, he still activated the Mangekyou Sharingan. But even if they fight, the Fugaku clan leader will probably not activate the Mangekyou Sharingan. In the original plot, Fugaku did not use the Mangekyou Sharingan until the genocide. However, even if the other party doesn't use it, he is still a person worth fighting against. Test your current strength. Ryusuke looked at the rice fire that was still there. If nothing happens, just leave. He didn't really want people watching him train. Uchiha Inari hesitated for a moment before speaking. Ryusuke, can you teach me the 8 arts of hiding armor? Although he is not as strong as the other party now, he is more happy. Of course he also wants to gain greater strength. Liang Ji glanced at the other party and actually wanted to learn the 8 armor evading techniques. If there were other extremely powerful techniques, he would also consider whether to teach them to the other party. But there was no need for him to consider the power of the 8-gate Dunjia technique. If you learn it well, it will be your opponent's skill. What's more, the other party is still a member of his own tribe. He spoke. I can teach you. Whether you can learn it or not depends on you. After Uchiha Inari heard this, A happy look appeared on his face. Thanks. Ryuzyuk began to explain to the other party. Now I will tell you what the 8 gates of armor are. 8-gate Dunjia is a physical technique that temporarily gains powerful power by unlocking the channels that bind chakra in the human body. In the meridian system where chakra flows, the 8 gates that inhibit and control chakra in the body include the door of opening, the gate of rest, the gate of life, the gate of injury, the gate of dew, the gate of scenery, the gate of surprise, and the gate of death. The 8 gates will set a limit on the amount of chakra in the body, but the 8 gates armor dunning technique can force the chakra to exceed this limit, thereby eliciting one's own power that is 10 times stronger than before. After finishing speaking, Ryuzyuk looked at Inari. Do you understand? Daohuo nodded. Understood. It's actually quite simple, just open the limiter and release chakra to gain powerful power. When Ryuzyuk saw Inahuo and understood, he continued to the next step. Now that you understand, let me demonstrate it to you again. Use your Sharingan to see clearly the direction of my chakra flow. You can already see where the first door opens. After saying that, he clenched his hands into fists, then refined his chakra and rushed towards the door on the left side of his mind, rushing away in an instant. The veins on Ryuzuk's forehead swelled and his skin color turned dark. He exuded a strong momentum. He said slowly. Did you see clearly? Inaki just used all his power to observe all Ryuzyuk's operations, which was quite simple. Page 36. I see clearly. Ryuzyuk heard what he said and continued. Now that you understand, the next step is to close the door. This step is quite simple. As long as you stop refining chakra, the door will close automatically. Immediately, Ryuzyuk turned off the chakra, and then his aura returned to normal, the veins on his head disappeared, and his skin color turned white. Daohuo couldn't help but feel excited when he saw how easy it was to operate the first gate of the 8-gate Dunjia. He said hurriedly. The door after that? Ryuzyuk, please introduce it to me. Ryuzyuk rolled his eyes at the other person. Let's learn the first lesson first and then talk about it. Now do what I just did and practice it in practice. Inari didn't rush to learn the next few skills and did as Ryuzyuk said. Refining chakra, and then controlling the chakra to open the door. Originally, the refined chakra was relatively small, so the door did not move at all. He also increased the amount of chakra and opened the door a little. But then came a severe headache. It hurts. He immediately stopped refining chakra. Daohuo's face was full of disbelief. How could it hurt so much? When he thought of the pain just now, he was a little reluctant to continue practicing the 8-gate Dunjia. Compared with other practiced ninjutsu and genjutsu, although there are difficult types, as long as you practice a few times, it is not difficult with his talent, especially since he also has the Sharingan. But practicing 8-door Dunjia really made him feel a little numb. No wonder Yashiro told him to stop thinking about this technique. This kind of difficulty is really quite difficult, not to mention that it is really open now. Chapter 47 Current Strength. Ryuzyuk couldn't help but said when he saw him like this. The steps are correct, do you still want to continue practicing? Daohuo couldn't help but hesitate. It was so difficult to practice 8-gate Dunjia. He really had to think about it. After thinking for a while, he said. Practice, Ryuzyuk, you've succeeded, I believe I can do it too. Liangzi was stunned for a moment. His success depended more on his increasingly powerful body, which could withstand the pain, and even more on his ability to recover. It is impossible for Daohuo to have this ability. Ryuzyuk said while looking at Inari. Then after you have mastered the first step, come to me and ask for the next stage of training methods. Next, I'm going to start practicing. If there's nothing else, you can leave. Daohuo knew that the other party had issued an eviction order. There was no anger in his heart, after all, the other party had taught him the 8-gate Dunjia. Before leaving, he couldn't help but ask. Then how many of the 8 gates of Dungia have you mastered? It's 4 doors. Ryuzyuk did not hide his training progress. Daohuo couldn't help but change his face when he heard this. He is not a novice in ninjutsu. Opening the restricted door behind the 8-gate Dungia must be more difficult than the previous restricted door. It is more difficult, and it should mean more pain in the 8 gates of Dungia art. Thinking of this, his body began to feel cold involuntarily. The most important thing is that if Ryuzyuk opens the 4 doors and faces his current self, I am afraid that once Ryuzyuk gets close, he will be severely injured by Ryuzyuk in an instant. Ryuzyuk Uchiha is undoubtedly the taijutsu genius of the Uchiha clan. This matter needs to be reported to the 8th generation elder. As for cultivating the 8-gate Dungia, we will talk about it later when we have time. He was definitely not afraid of pain. After Inahuo left, Ryuzyuk continued his previous training. He had just finished 200 push UPS, so the next step was 200 squats. After completing 2 sets of One Punch Man teacher Saitama's training methods, I received attribute point bonuses. He just returned to his room and took a simple bath to wash away the sweat, then lay down on a chair and rested well. He opened the personal attributes panel in the automatic training system. Host, Ryuzyuk Uchiha. Strength, 135, practicing at a slow speed. Speed, 135, practicing at a slow speed. Physique, 125 points, practicing at a fast pace. Mental strength, 69, practicing at a slow speed. Chakra, 5.4 cards, practicing at a slow speed. Sharingan, 3 Megatama, in the process of practicing at a fast pace. 3 Body technique, turtle speed training. Fire release how fireball technique, training at turtle speed. 8 gates of escape, open 4 gates. Rating, penumbra level. Strength, speed, and physique have all increased 5 or 6 times. The evaluation has gone from the original ordinary Chunin to the current penumbra level. Penumbra level is probably above the elite Jonin level and below the cage level. He felt that this evaluation was not accurate. If he used the forbidden technique 8-gate Dungia, he would definitely have the strength to compete with the shadow level. Maybe the system didn't take this into account. The surge in mental power was obtained when making love with Hong, and the accompanying increase in the chakra of the boulder. Now his chakra amount is a little more than 5 times that of Kakashi. It seems that the number has increased a little, but it is not actually because he is not trying hard to make love with Yui Hong. In fact, it was because Yui Kurenai couldn't bear it, so they basically did it once a week after that, which was a real big battle. As for the Sharingan, during this period, no one dared to laugh at his Sharingan anymore. After all, the 3 Megatama Sharingan is already considered powerful in Konoha village. The one who deserves to be laughed at may be the Mangekyo Sharingan. In just over 3 months, he was upgraded from an ordinary Chunin to a half-step shadow level. In fact, once the 8-gate Dungia comes out, it is not difficult to compete with the shadow level, but there is a time limit, so this is not included. Now I can barely relax. Maybe in a few more months, he would be able to upgrade from the half-step shadow level to the real shadow level. Then we will no longer be afraid of the night when the Uchiha clan will be exterminated. I don't know if Uchiha Itachi has accepted his brainwashing, as he hasn't gotten along with him much recently. However, even if Uchiha Itachi is still stubborn and still stands by the Hokage, don't blame him for being rude to Ryuzyuk. In the afternoon, Inari came to the guard building, Uchiha Yashiro's office. When he pushed the door open and entered, he saw Yashiro sitting on a chair processing thick documents. He directly stated his purpose. 8th Elder, I have something important to report. Yashiro didn't even raise his head, and from the sound he knew it was Uchiha Inabi. And he was still looking at the documents on the table, feeling a little irritable now. The security of the entire village is managed by the Uchiha clan. Handle various disputes, arrest prisoners, and patrol to protect public security. There were more things than he could handle. At the same time, he was also proud that only the Uchiha clan could control the guard force. If it were the forces in other villages, except for the Hokage's Anbu and Danzo's roots, it would be impossible to do a good job as a guard. Inabi heard what Yashiro said and immediately said, "Today, I went to see Uchiha Ryusuke." Before Inabi could continue, Yashiro frowned and said dissatisfiedly, "Didn't I tell you not to contact this person? Although this person may be quite capable, the harm he brings is huge." When the other party proposed the idea of killing all the high-level officials of Konoha, even Uchiha Madara did not dare to think of it. Of course it's because he doesn't have enough strength to do so. The current Uchiha gathered the strength of the entire clan, but still did not have such strength. Only the coup forced the third Hokage to give up his position as Hokage. Anyway, the third Hokage was not a very powerful person. There is still a good chance of success in doing so. Inabi heard Yashiro's words and said eagerly, "The 8th generation elder, but he is very strong." Yashiro couldn't help but asked, "How strong can it be? Didn't it defeat your rice fire? Could he still be stronger than an elder like him?" Daohuo immediately told what happened this morning. "8th elder, I had another competition with him this morning, and he was completely crushed. He didn't even use the 8-gate Dunjia, so I didn't even have the slightest chance of winning. Moreover, his 8-gate Dunjia can already open 4 gates." Yashiro was a little stunned when he heard these words. He was no longer in the mood to deal with documents, but raised his head and looked at Daohuo. If Uchiha Ryusuke could possess such strength, it would not be as simple as an elite Jonin level. But the powerful fighting power of a family like Uchiha Shisui. It's a pity that Uchiha Shisui is undoubtedly a moderate. And Uchiha Ryusuke can open 4 doors. This is unscientific. Page 37. Remember, this guy was practicing 8-gate Dunjia with Metkai, and the training time should not have been more than half a year. He couldn't help but said doubtfully, "Did you see Ryusuke open the 4th door?" Daohuo couldn't help but said doubtfully, "Yadame elder, I told you, he already crushed me without opening the 8-gate Dunjia. Ryusuke taught me the 8 Dunjia training methods, but after I tried it, it was difficult to practice the first one. But Ryusuke wouldn't lie to me about this kind of thing." Yashiro was silent. Inahuo was right, Ryusuke shouldn't brag boringly that he had practiced the 8-gate Dunjia. He is also willing to teach the 8-gate Dunjia to his clan members, which is undoubtedly on the family's side. You go back. When there is free space, I will talk to Ryusuke again. As long as the other party's crazy thoughts are changed, he will become a very useful talent. He decided to deal with these files now, and then talk to the other party tomorrow morning to see if he was as strong as Daohuo said. He still knew Ryusuke's habit, which was to practice in the woods next to the tribe in the morning. Chapter 48 Obito appears. In the morning, Uchiha Ryusuke came to the grove to practice as usual. It feels like a day without mentioning attributes is completely wasted. The first thing to do is of course the 20-kilometer long run. While he was running, the space above the trunk of a large tree in the woods suddenly formed a whirlpool, and a man wearing an orange whirlpool mask and a red cloud suit slowly appeared. As soon as he appeared, he looked at the surrounding scenery and couldn't help but murmured to himself, "Konoha, I haven't been back for a long time. The last time I came here, I successfully obtained the 9-tailed demon fox and wanted to destroy Konoha on a whim. Unfortunately, he was thwarted by his teacher Minato Namikaze. However, when he came here this time, he was not here to capture the Kyuubi, but to collect the Sharingan. In the past few years, he read through the classics left by Uchiha Madara in the mountain cemetery and learned about the invincible eye technique of the Uchiha clan. Izanagi, when this technique is activated, the Sharingan holder can use Izanagi to change the things that are not good for him that happened within a period of time into never happening, and only choose the things that are good for him to turn into reality, and activate the time according to everyone's ability is different, but you will definitely become blind after using it. During the activation time, it can change reality even if it dies, and it is a terrifying pupil technique that can make oneself invincible. Although Uchiha Obito possesses Kamui, the invincible space eye technique, he is not invincible. The last time he used the 9 tails to destroy Konoha, he was injured by his own teacher because of this. But if you have this invincible pupil technique, then no matter how difficult your teacher is, he cannot be your opponent. Although the teacher died in the end because of sealing the 9 tails, the ninja world is so big that he will not be so careless anymore. There are not many Sharingan left by Uchiha Madara. Must stock up. If you want to buy something, then of course you have to come to the Uchiha clan to buy it. It's a pity that there are not many people from this clan going out. And most of the powerful family ninjas serve in the Konoha village guard. However, he was not afraid even in Konoha village, the local base camp. Because of his invincible eye skills and divine power. What he should think about now is how to eye-butt these Uchiha people, and of course he chooses to stay alone. It's a little less difficult this way. Just when he was about to move to find the lone Uchiha tribesman, he saw a figure running slowly towards this side. He looked somewhat majestic, and his unique hedgehog-like hair made him recognize that he was a member of the Uchiha clan. I secretly sighed in my heart, I was so lucky, I became famous right after I arrived. It looks like this tribesman is practicing physical skills. Although I'm a little confused, it doesn't matter. After absorbing the divine power, just dig out your eyes. As for the other party's life, he will definitely not let it go. If you put it back, wouldn't your information be leaked? Uchiha Ryusuke, who was running on the path, stopped in response. Look up. His pupils couldn't help but widen. A masked man unknown to others. He, Ryusuke, could clearly see the orange Uzumaki mask and the Sharingan in the mask hole. Isn't this Uchiha Obito? Seeing the opponent's face for the first time, Ryusuke felt a deep sense of crisis. As long as he was absorbed by the opponent's divine power, it would be over. He had no intention of convincing the other party. Even Naruto, the king of mouth escape, cannot do this kind of thing. Now Obito is completely crazy because of the death of his companion Lin. He is a ruthless person who can kill even his master and his wife without hesitation. At the same time, he was also a little confused as to why the other party came to find him. At this moment, Obito Uchiha jumped down from the tree, landed firmly on the ground, and walked slowly towards Ryusuke. You should have activated your Sharingan, right? He felt a strong aura from the other party. It was impossible for such a person to not have his Sharingan activated. Ryusuke directly opened the 3 Megatama Sharingan eyes, preparing to deal with the opponent. The other party asked, is it because he came here to collect Sharingan? There are 2 guys in the ninja world who have collected a lot of Sharingan. One is Obito Uchiha and the other is Danzo Shimura. Because consuming 1 Sharingan can activate the invincible eye technique Izanagi. It seemed that the other party really wanted to attack him. Now he only has penumbra level strength, but after opening the 8-gate Dungia, he still has a chance to kill the opponent. What you have to do now is to distract the other party. Who are you and what is your purpose? Obito saw Ryusuke's Scarlet Sharingan and praised it. It's really good, it's the 3 Megatama Sharingan. As for who I am, a dead man doesn't need to know. My goal is of course your Sharingan. What he has to do now is to induce the opponent to take action, then he activates the divine power to evade the opponent's attack, and then materializes to absorb the opponent into the divine power space. During the process of being absorbed into the space by the divine power, the opponent will become unconscious. Once in the divine power space, the opponent will be a lamb to the slaughter. Ryusuke's face hardened, he really wanted to take away his eyes and stop talking nonsense. Make a seal with your hands. Si Wei Shenhai Wu Yin. At the same time, he refined chakra, his chest bulged, and he spit out a fireball as big as a small house and attacked Obito. Obito was slightly surprised. The powerful fireball technique was useless, but it was useless. Divine power fades. The small house-like fireball passed directly through his body, and then exploded behind him, scorching the ground. But such an attack did not harm the masked man in front of him at all. Chapter 49 Defeat Obito. Ryuzyuk had known this for a long time, but it was just a feint. With his current chakra, there was no pressure to use such a powerful fireball technique. Instead, he said with a surprised look on his face. "How is this possible? How did you do it?" His eyes were filled with disbelief. Uchiha Obito's face under the mask was full of pride. His is the Manjiki Sharingan, and the power of his right eye is emptied. Of course he won't answer the other party. As he just said, a dead man doesn't need to know that much. At the same time, he also sensed someone coming around. Who else could be around here besides the Uchiha clan? It must end quickly so as not to disturb this harvest. He quickly rushed towards Ryuzyuk. As long as the avatar avoids the opponent's attack, and then the entity absorbs the opponent into the divine space, then the battle will be over. Ryuzyuk also felt someone approaching. But neither the ANBU nor the Uchiha clan could help him. Facing Obito's attack, he also felt the pressure. The other party's combination of virtuality and reality is really a bit difficult to deal with. He directly condensed chakra and opened 4 doors along the way. Open the door, close the door, live the door, hurt the door. This is the true sense of entering the 8-door Dungia state, and the body has been damaged. Opening the 4 doors made Ryuzyuk burst out with a tyrannical aura. With a movement of his body, he also attacked Uchiha Obito. This situation shocked Obito. The opponent's strength has been greatly enhanced. It looks like it is the forbidden technique 8 Gates Dungia, which has also been seen in the classics brought out by Uchiha Madara. I didn't expect that a member of the Uchiha clan could actually do this taijutsu. This technique has a fatal flaw, that is, if you use this technique, you will become extremely weak, and you will be like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. But Obito didn't intend to waste time because he sensed someone coming. What's more, it doesn't matter if the opponent's physical skills become stronger, his plan is invincible. Could it be that the other party could still use Flying Thunder God as skillfully as his teacher? However, even if he faced his teacher now, he would never fall victim to that move again. Keep moving forward, as expected. The two met in mid-air, but there was no collision. Ryuzyuk pretended to be incredulous, but in fact his legs had already accumulated strength, and he waited for the other party to reach out, and then kicked him hard. Page 38. After passing through Ryuzyuk's body, Obito smiled proudly. It's over, and it materializes at the same time. He reaches out to grab the opponent and activates the divine power to inhale. But when he stretched his hands towards the other party's body, the other party's legs suddenly kicked towards him. Obito had a frightened expression for a moment. Then he was kicked out and broke several trees before falling to the ground. At this time, his body became distorted. And Yashiro Uchiha, who had just approached here, witnessed all this. The man wearing the orange swirling mask should be the culprit who controlled the Kyuubi to attack Konoha a few years ago. It was this guy who put the blame on the Uchiha clan, giving Konoha's high-level officials an excuse to force their clan to move to the outskirts, and their status in the village plummeted. This guy needs to be caught. Yashiro had this idea in an instant and rushed towards the location of the masked man. Now Obito felt that his body had been kicked to pieces. An ordinary person would have died long ago. Fortunately, the other half of the body is Baizi's body, but now it is inconvenient for me to move. Now he was very angry, having failed again. Could it be that this Uchiha clan member was like his teacher, who saw his ability in the first fight and came up with countermeasures? What a horrible person! But after he recovers from his injuries, he will definitely come back. Then he activated his divine power and entered the divine space in a flash. Just before Obito disappeared, Yashiro arrived not far from Obito's location. I saw the other person's figure disappear with my own eyes. He cursed secretly. Let this guy escape. Because this person's breath can no longer be felt around him. Time and space ninjutsu is really a tricky thing. At the same time, he was also a little excited. The ninjas in the village used masks that he couldn't do anything about, but he didn't expect Ryuzyuk to be able to severely injure the opponent. It seems that Ryuzyuk has become really strong. Then he rushed towards Ryuzyuk's place. And Ryuzyuk's face was also full of excitement at this moment. Although his blow did not kill Obito, his wish to kick Obito was fulfilled. Obito's vitality is so tenacious, he had already used all his strength in that blow just now. Otherwise, Obito would be the one who died if he was sucked into the Kamui space. But in fact, Obito's divine power is not as powerful as imagined. As long as you know the opponent's situation and can attack the opponent at the same time when he reaches out to catch Ryuzyuk. However, if the opponent does not want to attack and remains in a virtual state, Ryuzyuk will not be able to do anything to him. The best way to deal with such a guy is to stop time. Space is king, time is supreme, and time is above space. It seems that when the Mangekyo Sharingan is opened, it is related to the wish in one's heart. Uchiha Shisui wanted to stop the family's rebellion, so he awakened the most powerful genjutsu like the other gods. When Uchiha Sasuke opened his eyes, it happened to be the time when he learned the truth about Itachi's genocide. Sasuke, who felt aggrieved for his brother, was determined to change the world and change the rotten roots within Konoha village. Therefore, when he awakened his Sharingan skill, he awakened the Kagome earth life that can control the shape of flames, which corresponded to his psychological state of wanting to change the world. So if Ryuzyuk awakens the Mangekyo Sharingan and thinks about time as the supreme master, will he also awaken time-related skills? The best skill may be to stop time. It's a pity that the other party didn't despise his Sharingan. Otherwise, maybe his Sharingan would be able to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. At this time, Uchiha Yashiro came to his side, his face became more and more respectful. He could feel how tyrannical Ryuzyuk was now. We must draw the other party into their radical faction. No wonder the other party has such radical thoughts, they are hidden so deeply. With such strength, he may be even more powerful than the clan's #1 genius, Uchiha Shisui. Ryuzyuk might have discovered something when he fought with the masked man just now. Ryuzyuk, have you discovered the identity of that person just now? Ryuzyuk said directly. Do not know. If Obito Uchiha's identity is made public, the Uchiha clan will be the first to bear the brunt. Chapter 50. Let's discuss. Uchiha Yashiro looked regretful. He said slowly. This guy is the culprit of the Nine Tails Rebellion. It was he who framed our Uchiha clan. It's such a shame that he got away. However, I didn't expect that Ryuzyuk, you would hide so deeply and be so powerful. Join us, the radical faction of the Uchiha clan. Ryuzyuk asked rhetorically. Didn't you say last time that we had nothing to talk about? Yashiro looked a little ugly, he did say that. Isn't this because I don't know your strength? What you said is too bold and needs to be considered in the long term. Ryuzyuk rolled his eyes at the other party when he heard this. In the long run, the conflict between Uchiha and the top management of Konoha will completely break out in the future. The image of the Uchiha clan in the eyes of Konoha's top brass cannot be easily changed. Conflict is bound to break out by then. This is only possible unless the Uchiha clan is willing to become the dog of Konoha's top brass, but even so, it is still impossible for Danzo, a senior leader, to let go of the Uchiha clan. What's more, Konoha's orthodoxy is in the Uchiha clan, and Konoha F4 is a complete waste, causing Konoha village's combat power to plummet. Ryuzyuk looked at Yashiro and replied. Let's wait and see, as you said, think long term. Of course what he has to do now is to improve his strength. Now we just have the ability to deal with the danger of genocide. The fight with Obito just now was a bit thrilling. If he was strong enough, this wouldn't happen. Yashiro said quickly. Of course. The other party's statement was undoubtedly based on the family's side. It's better to take a long-term view. Although now he is very convinced of Ryusuke. But if Ryusuke were to prepare for a fight with the top management of Konoha now, he would have a huge headache. By the way, it is necessary to report this matter to the clan leader. On the other side, the ANBU also discovered this and rushed to the Hokage's office to report the matter to the third Hokage. The third Hokage leaned back in his chair when he heard the news. The masked man fought with Uchiha Ryusuke. It seems that the Uchiha clan was really wronged, and they were not the masterminds of the Nine Tails Rebellion. It was Danzo who was in charge at the time, so he acquiesced. At that time, the Uchiha clan was becoming more and more powerful, with many geniuses emerging, and they even wanted to get involved in the position of Hokage. Forbidding the Uchiha clan to ascend to the position of Hokage was not only the advice of his teacher, the second Hokage, but also what the third Hokage did not want to see. The Uchiha clan has ascended to the position of Hokage, so where will he, the third Hokage, be put? He has no plans to retire. He also sighed deeply in his heart. Unexpectedly, such a powerful clan member would appear in the Uchiha clan. Still the same Uchiha Ryusuke. I dared to resist him, the Hokage, before. Now the two great geniuses of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi, are both ANBU under their control, brainwashing with the will of fire. It went very smoothly, and I made a very tall impression among them. They will definitely listen to what you say. If only Uchiha Ryusuke could be brought to ANBU. He has the confidence to brainwash the other party. However, the other party is a bit unruly. But it's still worth a try. In the afternoon, Ryusuke went directly to the clan leader's house, and Fugaku happened to be at home. Fugaku was very happy when he saw Ryusuke arriving. Ryusuke, Yashiro has already told me that you are very good. You were able to severely injure the masked man and help our Uchiha clan. I reported this matter to the third Hokage. This matter is enough to clear the suspicion of our Uchiha clan. He was very happy that his family had such a genius. He severely injured the masked man and restored the reputation of the Uchiha clan. Ryusuke couldn't help but frown. It seems that the Fugaku clan leader still doesn't understand the conflicts between the family and the top management of Konoha. To put it bluntly, the Nine Tails Rebellion was just an excuse for Konoha's top brass to suppress the Uchiha clan. He said slowly. Clan leader, I'm afraid this is not good. If we tell this, I'm afraid the higher UPS in Konoha will once again suspect that our Uchiha clan has colluded with the masked man, and will take the opportunity to suppress our Uchiha clan again. Fugaku frowned. That's impossible, they can't be that stupid. If we have collusion with the masked man, how can we take heavy action against the masked man? Ryusuke couldn't help but say. Page 39. It is precisely because they know that they take the opportunity to suppress our Uchiha clan. After all, even if our clan moves to the suburbs, we are still the strongest clan in Konoha. It has threatened the rights of Konoha's top brass. Fugaku's excitement extinguished. As the leader of the clan, he didn't understand this kind of thing. I just hope that the higher UPS can understand that the Uchiha clan is loyal to Konoha. The Nine Tails Rebellion destroyed the village, and the village also belonged to the Uchiha clan. Why did they do this? He looked at Ryusuke and couldn't help but say. You're smart, I'll reconsider this. So why did you come to me? Ryusuke said with a smile. Of course I'm here to have a discussion with the clan leader. Fugaku was stunned for a moment when he heard this. In the past, he would definitely have dismissed it. What's there to discuss with a young man? The gap between the two sides is too big. But it is different now. Ryusuke, if you can defeat the masked man, maybe even I won't be your opponent. Ryusuke explained. Not necessarily. That masked man looks so invincible because he has special abilities. Fugaku couldn't help but ask. What ability? This masked man escaped because of him. Now that he has obtained the information, he will have a way to deal with him in the future. Ryuzyuk told Fugaku the information he knew and how to deal with it. His ability is to turn his body into a virtual form to avoid attacks, and he can also absorb others into a different space, but he must be materialized when absorbing. Just hit the opponent when he materializes. Fugaku was shocked when he heard this. The combination of reality and reality, this is space ninjutsu. How can it be so easy to deal with, just like the fourth Hokage Namikaze Nagato, who relied on the Flying Thunder God technique to dominate the ninja world? Being able to defeat the masked man further proves Ryuzyuk's strength. He is now a little curious about Ryuzyuk's strength. Ryuzyuk, then let's have a good sparring session. It is good. Ryuzyuk agreed. Then the two came to the open space behind the tribe. There is no one around here, which is perfect for discussion. Uchiha Fugaku is still very confident in his own strength. Likewise, Ryuzyuk in front of him is undoubtedly a master. Only in real battle can you see the depth. Chapter 51 Peace Negotiation. In the open space, Uchiha Ryuzyuk directly opened the 3 Megatama Sharingan with great interest. Clan leader, then I will take the lead. Bring it on. Fugaku also opened the 3 Megatama Sharingan, let him see how strong the opponent is. Ryuzyuk saw that the other party was ready and charged directly towards Fugaku. Launched a fierce attack. Fugaku stepped forward to greet him. The first collision made his expression change. So fast, so hard. I didn't expect Ryuzyuk's taijutsu to be so strong. It was really beyond his expectation. Even after fighting for several minutes, Fugaku felt that the opponent's momentum had not diminished at all, as if he was not tired. It wasn't going to work like this, so he found an opportunity and distanced himself directly. Then make a quick seal. Si Wei Shenhai Wu Yin. At the same time, he refined chakra, his chest bulged, and he spit out a fireball as big as a small house and attacked Ryuzyuk. Ryuzyuk looked at the opponent's small house-like fireball. The tribe really likes the fire release ninjutsu. In fact, he also fell in love with this ninjutsu after using it once. The Go Fireball technique is indeed shocking and cool, very much in line with the style of the Uchiha clan. He also quickly formed seals, pulled chakra, and directly spit out a huge fireball similar in size to the opponent. The two powerful fireball techniques collided directly in the air, and the flames intertwined together, burning the ground black. Fugaku looked very surprised. Ryuzyuk had such a strong amount of chakra. Otherwise, it would be impossible to release such a powerful fireball. The opponent's strength was undoubtedly recognized by him. Although he still had the genjutsu that he hadn't used yet, looking at the opponent's Scarlet Sharingan, he knew that his power was definitely not low. And Ryuzyuk was also satisfied at this moment. He could suppress the strong men above penumbra level with his body's physical skills alone. Even suppressing the strong ones above the shadow level. If you activate the 8-gate Dungia strength, you will be able to defeat those with shadow level strength. He said with a smile. Chief, that's it for today. I'm going back first. Fugaku nodded, although he still had the Manjiki Sharingan as his trump card that he didn't use yet. But I learned from Yashiro that Ryuzyuk also had the 8-gate Dungia trump card. The 8-gate dungeon is definitely a powerful forbidden technique worthy of the Manjiki Sharingan. If both parties really want to fight each other, who is stronger? But Ryuzyuk is much younger than him now. The potential is much greater than him. The next day, Kakashi received an order from the 3rd Hokage early to find Uchiha Ryuzyuk and invite him to become an ANBU. He himself was very confused about this order. How could someone like Ryuzyuk Uchiha be willing to join ANBU and become a subordinate of Lord Hokage? This person is not as obedient as Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi. To tell the truth, Last time Ryusuke rejected the third Hokage's decision to forbid him from contacting Naruto, which made Kakashi feel the arrogance of the Uchiha clan. In the village, the Hokage has the most power. No ninja would be so direct and forceful. I'm afraid even Fugaku, the leader of the Uchiha clan, is not so tough. Not long after, Kakashi came to the small forest in the Uchiha clan's land. This is where Uchiha Ryusuke often practices. Feeling the movement in the forest, it was easy to find Ryusuke Uchiha running. Ryusuke naturally sensed someone coming and stopped training. Look in the direction of the person coming. It's Kakashi, what does this guy want to do with him? Asked. Why are you here again? This guy Kakashi probably wouldn't come looking for him. He should have come with orders from the third generation. It seems that he has shown his strength and has entered the sight of Konoha senior officials. You have to be careful from now on. Even in Konoha, these old yinbai might attack him. Kakashi directly stated his intention. The third Hokage would like to invite you to join our Enbu. When Ryusuke heard this, he was stunned for a moment. Are you acting innocent? Do you really think you can brainwash yourself into the kind of idiot who wants to destroy your own family? He refused directly. I reject. Kakashi's expression didn't change at all. The other party's decision was within his expectation. I will report this to the third Hokage. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, Ryusuke's voice came to his ears again. If this happens again, don't come to me. Kakashi paused when he heard these words. It seemed that this Uchiha tribesman really didn't take Naruto seriously at all. Doesn't this sentence mean that he will never join the Hokage's camp? Then he immediately rushed back to the Hokage building, came to the third Hokage's office, and reported the news to the third Hokage. Of course, there's also Ryusuke's words at the end. If this kind of thing happens in the future, don't come to him. When the third Hokage heard Kakashi's report, his face still pretended to be calm. In fact, I was extremely angry. I really didn't give him any face at all. Most ninjas in the village were honored to be members of the Hokage Anbu, but the Uchiha clan did not take his personal invitation seriously at all. What an evil Uchiha clan! It is not necessarily a good thing for such people to join, but they will not be as obedient as Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui. Regardless of this matter, there are more important things to do next. Recently, Konoha village and Kumigakure village are preparing to negotiate peace to end the war. The opponent's peace negotiation division should be ready to come, and the location of the peace negotiation was chosen in Konoha. Page 40. This should be the reason why Union Village sincerely negotiated peace. He looked at Kakashi in front of him. Spread the news about the peace talks between Konoha village and Kumigakure village, and then prepare to receive the Kumigakure mission. Yes, the third Hokage. Kakashi responded and left. The third Hokage was leaning back comfortably on his chair at this time. After the war is over, a long period of time can begin again. On the other hand, Uchiha should not dare to cause trouble again. The credit for ending the war naturally goes to him. When the time comes, publicize his achievements in textbooks. Strengthen your own glorious image. Consolidate the position of Hokage. This made him think of Danzo. This guy was his good helper and his good opponent. But he has always been coveting his position as Hokage. It's a pity that he won't win over people. His image in the village is so bad, how can he threaten his position? The method is too radical. Chapter 52 Meeting Hinata by Chance. In Kumigakure village in the northern plateau, the fourth-generation Raikage with light yellow hair and strong body was gathering people for a meeting. Discuss matters regarding going to Konoha village to negotiate peace. The fourth Raikage sitting in the main position spoke. This time we have decided on Jounin Dodoi and Jounin Seimei. Dodoi is responsible for all affairs of the mission. This time you not only want to sign a peace agreement with Konoha, but your other purpose is to snatch back Hinata, the daughter of the Hyuga family clan. If it succeeds, we can use Hyuga Hinata as a mating tool to create another Hyuga clan in Kumagakure village. This is why the location of the peace talks was chosen in Konoha. Everyone present was a little loud and embarrassed. The Hyuga clan is a big clan in Konoha, aren't they provoking Konoha by doing this? Doesn't the Raikage-sama not want peace talks with Konoha? Samui, who had short light blonde hair, was a little surprised by Raikage's operation. Naturally, she has no objection to using Hinata as a production tool to recreate the clan. After all, this will greatly enhance the strength of Kumagakure village. In the Third Ninja War, the ninja team of Kumoyin village was defeated in the battle against the Konoha ninja team who owned the Hyuga clan. Because the Hyuga family's Byakugan is so strong, they can observe information far away. As a result, their cloud-hidden village ninja team rarely found the Konoha village ninja team. However, the ninja team of Konoha village was able to use this advantage to sneak attack on the ninja team of Union village, even outnumbered. This was the biggest reason for their failure in the war against Konoha in cloud-hidden village. She couldn't help but speak. Lord Raikage, if you just do this, I'm afraid it will start another war, right? If Raikage's plan succeeds, it will naturally bring huge benefits to the village, but if it fails, it will also start a war again. This is something the current Union village cannot bear. Kumagakure village is not a very wealthy village to begin with, and is not as wealthy as Konoha village. If the Hidden Leaf village and the Hidden Cloud village fight again, both sides will suffer losses. At that time, even being attacked by the sworn enemy Iwagakure village is not impossible. In her eyes, it would be better not to implement such a plan. The Third Ninja War has been going on for so long and it's time to end. The fourth Raikage hummed. It doesn't matter, even if Konoha discovers it, does the third Hokage, that cowardly old man, still dare to start another war with our Hidden Cloud village? Konoha village won the war with Iwagakure village and signed an unequal treaty. Our Cloud Hidden village is stronger than their Iwagakure village. Konoha village will definitely not dare to fight us again. Messenger Dodoi said with a smile. The fourth Raikage is wise, I promise to complete the mission. After completing this task, he will be the biggest contributor to Union village, and his status in Union village will be unshakable. The fourth Raikage said happily. Of course I believe you. Your infiltration skills are among the best in Union village. After kidnapping Hinata, hurry to the border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Thunder. I will send someone to pick you up here. Waiting for you to come back and celebrate. Konoha village, afternoon time. Ryosuke Uchiha was walking on the streets of Konoha, preparing to find Metkai. Learn how to open the fifth gate of the 8-gate dungeon. As long as the fifth door is opened, he is basically a boss-level character in the early stage, and he should be more than enough to deal with the Knight of Genocide. The reason why he can be so confident when he opens the fifth door is of course that his physical attributes are higher, even higher than those of Metkai 10 years later. Opening the 8 gates of dungeon is not only related to the amount of chakra but also to physical strength. When he was searching in the woods of Konoha village, but he unexpectedly saw a few naughty children surrounding a girl who was younger than them. He frowned immediately. Isn't that Hinata? He remembered the original plot that this guy, as the next successor of the Hyuga clan, was always bullied by naughty kids. Sometimes in winter, sometimes in summer. Although a bit outrageous. But it should be Naruto's turn to come to the rescue at this time. But looking left and right, there was no trace of Naruto. I can't help but feel a little suspicious. Has he changed the direction of the story after traveling through time? Or maybe there was no such scene in the original plot. At this moment, those naughty kids pointed at Hinata's eyes and kept laughing. One of the naughty kids pointed at Hinata's eyes and said, "The Byakugan of your Hyuga family is so strange, they actually have white pupils." Another child said approvingly, "It's different from some of us. He has monster-like eyes." Hinata was a little timid at the moment and didn't know what to do. These people surrounded her and refused to let her leave. still taunting her eyes. Although her eyes are indeed different from those in the clan. One of the naughty kids even wanted to push Hinata down. Because he started to be a little afraid of the girl in front of him. He must be a monster with eyes like that. Naturally, Ryusuke saw this situation and said while walking over. "What are you guys doing?" The naughty kids stopped what they were doing and turned to look at the sound. But he saw an adult in a high-collared robe. Their expressions suddenly changed. He is from the Uchiha clan. Their parents had taught them that the Uchiha clan was a clan not to be messed with in the village. So they were ready to run away. But how could Ryusuke let these naughty kids off so easily? "If you want to run away, then I will go directly to your home and arrest you." Those naughty kids stopped immediately. If their parents knew that they had offended the Uchiha clan, they would definitely be miserable. At this time, Ryusuke had already walked in front of several people. "Quickly apologize to this little girl and make sure there is no next time, otherwise I will take you to jail." When several naughty children heard the words prison, they suddenly became frightened and spoke quickly. "I'm sorry, we promise it won't happen again." Ryusuke was a little dissatisfied. "Speak louder and be more sincere." A few naughty kids did so. Ryusuke was finally satisfied. It would have been kind enough not to put these guys in jail. "Get out!" Several naughty kids ran away quickly. Hinata was also a little scared at the moment. Although this new guy drove away those annoying people, he was a bit fierce. Ryusuke looked at the little girl in front of him, and he became more and more satisfied. Small and cute, if not for knowing what the other person will look like when he grows up. I would never have thought that Hinata would become a busta girl in the future. What a very talented girl. Chapter 53 Send Hinata home. In fact, as Ryusuke gets stronger every day and practices the 8-door dunjia every day, he feels that he needs the feminine water to nourish his body. Of course, there is also the growth of chakra. Ryusuke looked at the little girl in front of him kindly. "You should be the eldest lady of the Hyuga clan, why are you here alone?" Hinata suddenly felt even more aggrieved when she thought of what happened before, and her eyes became moist. Ryusuke said hurriedly when he saw this situation. Page 41. "It's okay. If you have anything, you can talk to your brother. If this situation is not stopped, people may misunderstand that he has any evil intentions towards the eldest daughter of the Hyuga family." Hinata looked at the person in front of her. She didn't have the fierce attitude she had when dealing with those annoying guys just now. Instead, she was a little kind. "I couldn't help but tell everything about what happened before." Ryusuke understood. It turned out that during the competition between Hinata and her sister, she couldn't bear to hurt her sister and was accidentally knocked to the ground by her sister. Then he was scolded by his father. Something like waste. Ryusuke didn't know what to say when he heard this. In fact, Hinata is the eldest lady of the Hyuga clan. By doing this, the head of the Hyuga family was undoubtedly cultivating her as the heir to the family. Of course, there should be strict requirements for people who can cultivate family heirs. Otherwise, how could he be the leader of the family in the future? Of course, Ryusuke knew that Hinata's character was not suitable for being the heir of the family. But can he, Ryusuke, say this to others? Isn't this provoking the Hinata family? He, Ryusuke, is not that confused. Therefore, he could only say to Hinata, "That's great. As a sister, of course you should protect your sister." Hinata felt a little better after hearing Ryusuke's words. The eyes are not so dim anymore, but have a little light. Someone actually recognized her. Her father always called her a waste. Although she also understands why her father is so strict with her, understanding is one thing, and whether she can bear it in her heart is another. Ryusuke looked at Hinata and said, "I'll take you back now. Even in Konoha village, it's not very safe. The Hyuga clan's eyes can be robbed. What's more, there are so many naughty children in the village. Ryuzyuk didn't know how these people dared to bully the daughter of the Hyuga clan. Hinata nodded in agreement. It's time to go back, I ran out secretly this time. Ryuzyuk was just about to take Hinata to Hinata's house, but he suddenly understood and asked sheepishly. You should know the way home, right? No. Hinata nodded. That's good, let you lead the way, and I will protect your safety. Ryuzyuk was glad that the other party knew the way, otherwise he would have had to find someone to ask about the location of the Hinata family land. In the Hyuga family, the head of the Hyuga family, Hyuga Hizu, received the report from his servant. My own Hinata is missing. His expression changed instantly, and he felt very anxious. But he still forced himself to calm down. There is no use in panicking at this time. Could it be that he was kidnapped? The Hyuga clan is divided into clan members and branch clan members. Branch family members can also activate their Byakugan, but if they are placed under the caged bird curse seal, they cannot be robbed of their Byakugan. If the clan members do not have the caged bird curse seal, they can be robbed. There was once a clan member who had one of his eyes taken away. If Hinata was really kidnapped, that would be the worst case scenario. Of course, it's also possible that he sneaked out on his own. In either case, it should be treated at the highest level. Because the Hyuga clan's Byakugan can't let anything go wrong. He ordered the servant. Send the order and immediately ask all the ninjas still in the family to go out and look for Hinata. Yes. The servant immediately went to inform the Hyuga clan ninjas in the family. In less than 2 minutes, Hinata led a group of people to rush out of the house, preparing to scatter in search of Hinata. But when they stepped out of the house, they saw an Uchiha man walking toward the family holding Hinata's hand. The tense heart was instantly relieved. Of course Ryuzyuk also saw this formation. I was surprised inside. He walked up to the other party and narrated everything that happened. Fortunately, the other party patiently listened to his story. Ryuzyuk didn't want to cause a misunderstanding and conflict with the other party. Hinata Hayashi listened patiently. Of course, he had no suspicion that it was someone from the Uchiha clan who did it. Because the blood inheritance limit possessed by the other party is no worse than that of the Hyuga clan. But he didn't expect that the Uchiha clan would send his daughter back. Although the two clans usually do not have much communication, even the current Uchiha clan has a bad reputation in Konoha. But the other party kindly drove away those naughty children and sent his daughter back. Naturally, he thanked him well and could not throw away the etiquette of the clan. Thank you for sending my daughter back. Come in and I'll make a pot of good tea for you. No need for this. Ryuzyuk waved his hand and left immediately. He had nothing to talk about with the Hyuga clan, so he might as well go to Metkai to learn the 5th gate of the 8th dungeon. Naturally, Hinata and Hinashi were not forced to stay. The Uchiha clan was now feared by the higher UPS in Konoha. Logically speaking, a clan leader like him should even avoid contact with the Uchiha clan to avoid arousing the suspicion of Konoha's higher UPS. But when the other party saves his daughter, he must not lose his etiquette, otherwise, he will lose the courage of his family. After Ryuzyuk left, Hinata Hizu probably waved the ninjas in the family to disperse. Then he looked at his daughter Hinata. The anger in his heart rose again. But seeing that little head lowered with a worried look on his face, the anger in his heart dropped a lot. As a father, Hinata has been a gentle and a bit cowardly person since he was a child. But as his eldest daughter, she is bound to inherit the reputation of the Hyuga clan. This kind of character needs to be changed. It seems that we can only educate slowly. Chapter 54, The 5th Gate of the 8 Gates. On the other side, Ryuzyuk found Metkai in the woods where the two often trained together. Metkai was practicing driving the wooden stakes alone, punching the wooden stakes one after another. It seems that Metkai's strength has also increased. Metkai sensed something, that is, he felt someone behind him. He turned around and saw that it was his best friend Uchiha Ryuzyuk. My heart suddenly felt happy. Ryusuke hasn't come to him for discussion for a long time, maybe because he dislikes his low strength. However, before that, he had to tell the other party some good news. Ryusuke, the village is preparing to negotiate peace with Union Village recently. Do you know the news? Ryusuke had really never heard of it, after all, he had never even participated in the guards. However, he did know that Cloud Hidden Village was not only here to negotiate peace, but also to steal Hinata's eyes. Thinking of Union Village, remember that his father died in the hands of Union Village. Just get some interest back. Metkai couldn't help but wonder when he saw Ryusuke like this. Ryusuke, what's wrong with you? Aren't you happy to hear this news? How come? Ryusuke laughed. I'm just a little confused as to why the peace negotiation location was chosen in Konoha village instead of at the border of Fire Country. Metkai thought about Ryusuke's question. He couldn't think clearly about such a problem. When Ryusuke saw Metkai like this, he knew that he was not a conspirator. Forget it, don't worry about it. Kai, I'm here to learn how to open the 5th gate of the 8-gate dungeon. Metkai was stunned when he heard this. Ryusuke, did you say you were going to learn the 5th door? Yes, I am already very proficient in the first 4 doors. Ryusuke responded. In fact, the difficulty of practicing 8-door dungeon is mainly focused on opening the door. After gradually getting used to the pain, it no longer hurts. It's similar to a woman's first time. After it is turned on, it becomes a matter of the body's endurance. There is no problem in opening the 8-gate dungeon for a long time with a strong body. Metkai couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. If you really want to learn how to open the 5th door, wouldn't you have already reached the same level as him? Page 42. It took him 10 years to practice to the extent of opening the 5 gates, and Ryusuke caught up with him in more than 3 months. Although it was expected that Ryusuke would practice very quickly. But this speed is too fast. It was so fast that he couldn't believe it. Metkai decided to give Ryusuke the method to open the 5th door. As usual, he demonstrated once, and then Ryusuke opened his Sharingan and copied his method directly, then made some small adjustments. After all, everyone's meridians and chakra limiters are slightly different. When he saw the pair of 3 Megatama Sharingan eyes, Metkai couldn't help but sigh in his heart at the opponent's talent. Just relying on those 3 Megatama Sharingan eyes is enough to become a powerful ninja. Ryusuke should be a true genius among the Uchiha clan. Plus, after using the Sharingan to reproduce Metkai's method of opening the 5th door. Immediately open the first 4 gates of the 8 gates of dungeon, and then control the chakra to attack the 5th gate. The familiar pain came to him immediately. Not only was it painful, it even made Ryusuke feel a little irritated. He couldn't help but call out. Readily. Then he stopped practicing. He just wanted to experience opening the 5th door. What's more, now he has entered the sight of Konoha's top brass. Not only did he reject the Hokage's invitation to become an ANBU, he even approached Naruto. Konoha Hokage and Nabe Shadow are both likely to attack him. As for practicing the 5th gate of the 8 gates dungeon, although he is indeed not afraid of that kind of thing. But this does not mean that he will be safe and sound. Anything that happens during cultivation is possible, and he may even become comatose. Then the eyeball may not be saved. Metkai on the side was a little stunned. He remembered the nerve-shredding feeling when he opened the 5th door for the first time. It's still fresh in my memory. And now Ryusuke actually feels good about this pain. There is really no comparison between people. Maybe this is the reason why the other party can quickly cultivate into the 8-gate dungeon. And Ryusuke now wants to go back and practice again, at home. Kai, I'll go back first. Then he reincarnated and left. Metkai hesitated for a second before speaking out. Ryusuke, do you want to compete with me? I don't know if the current Ryusuke dislikes his low level. I no longer consult with him like before. Ryusuke, who was about to turn around, stopped. He looked at Kai with a smile. Of course can. He is still very interested in the current discussion between the two. Decisively opened the 3 Megatama Sharingan. Then he rushed towards Metkai and kicked out with a sudden kick. Kai didn't expect Ryuzyuk to act so quickly, and his strength had improved a lot compared to before. This move that attacks him is too familiar, the Konoha whirlwind kick. He also raised his leg and kicked it out, colliding with Ryuzyuk. Immediately, he felt Ryuzyuk's strength, and his thigh was as heavy as a solid piece of wood. His expression began to change with all his strength. The body has become so strong. After being shocked, he found that Ryuzyuk put his hands on the ground and directly performed a double kick. He also wanted to keep up, but his speed was a bit slower after all. Instead of blocking the opponent's attack, Ryuzyuk was kicked first. The figure immediately flew out. He fell heavily to the ground. Although Ryuzyuk didn't use his full strength in this move, he didn't hold back too much. Otherwise, the discussion is meaningless. Metkai, who fell to the ground, endured the pain in his body and climbed up again. Ryuzyuk has really become so strong, but he won't give in so easily. Just like when he first entered the ninja school, not only did he have no talent for ninjutsu, but he was even inferior to Kakashi in physical skills. But he still managed to catch up with Kakashi through his own efforts. He believed that with hard work he could catch up with Ryuzyuk Uchiha. Then he suddenly rushed towards Ryuzyuk and punched the opponent in the chest. But it was caught firmly by Ryuzyuk with one hand. Metkai then threw out his left fist, but Ryuzyuk firmly caught it again. At this time, Metkai felt the gap between the two sides. Both of his attacks were ineffective. Then he kicked again, but Ryuzyuk took the lead and kicked him away. Metkai fell to the ground and immediately aroused a strong desire to win. It makes sense to beat someone who is better than you. In the ensuing battle, Ryuzyuk knocked Metkai away numerous times. Although his own strength has improved a lot, Metkai has also improved a bit, but not as much as him. The other party is really tenacious. If the fight continues, Metek will really be damaged. Can't help but say. Kai, that's it for now. Lying on the ground, Metkai also understood that even he still had the strength to get up. But if the fight continues, the damage will be severe. Unexpectedly, just a few months later, Ryuzyuk has become so strong. Maybe he wouldn't even have a chance to catch up with Ryuzyuk again. As he progresses, Ryuzyuk will continue to progress at such a high speed. The gap will only grow wider. Maybe even Ryuzyuk is the strongest taijutsu ever. However, he was not discouraged and was only happy for Ryuzyuk's strength. You can progress faster by sparring with such a powerful person. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but ask. Ryuzyuk, you won't mind me having sex with you in the future, right? Chapter 55 Pregnancy. Ryuzyuk on the side was a little stunned when he heard what Metkai said. Then he said with a smile. Why would you dislike it? Not to mention that the opponent helped him improve a lot of physical attributes in the early stage. Even now that his strength has improved, Metkai is still a worthy target for training. The enhancement of physical attributes does not mean that everything will be fine. Ryuzyuk must also control this power well and adapt to the use of it. Metkai felt happy. It was really great that Ryuzyuk didn't mind. Ryuzyuk looked at Metkai on the ground. That's the end of today's discussion. I'm going back first. It is good. Metkai, who was lying on the ground, responded. Let's go to Ryuzyuk for a discussion some other time. For now, let your body rest for a while. In the previous sparring session, although Ryuzyuk didn't hit his vital point, the force of his attack was not light at all. After Ryuzyuk separated from Metkai, he quickly returned to his Uchiha clan's house. Immediately began to practice opening the 5th gate of the 8 gates Dunjia. Although I had a real discussion with Kai, but it only reduced his physical strength a little bit. It will not affect his subsequent practice at all. After skillfully opening the first 4 doors, several exploding veins appeared on his head, and his skin tone became dark. A strong aura erupted from his body, but it did not destroy the house. The next step is to control the chakra and rush towards the 5th gate cageman below the spine. The pain struck immediately. The body is not an ordinary pain. Cold sweat broke out on Ryuzyuk's forehead. It still hurts as always. However, now he just feels pain, and he has long been used to this pain. There is no longer any danger of fainting. An hour of trying to open the door had made him accustomed to the pain, and he even had a vague feeling that he could open the scenery door. At the same time, his endurance limit has been reached. I am not in a hurry to continue practicing. Instead, he simply took a shower. After squinting my eyes for more than an hour, it was already evening. At this moment, his body has almost recovered, and the physical and mental pain has almost disappeared. As his physical attributes improve, his physical recovery power also continues to increase. Page 43. In fact, he can continue practicing now, but he still has an appointment tonight. So I simply ate a little food and walked out. He skillfully arrived at Hong's house and wandered down the street with Hong. During this period of time, the two also found a remote street with fewer pedestrians. Ryusuke came over early with Kurenai. After a hard day's training, savoring the taste of beauty makes your body and mind happy. As soon as he sat down, Ryusuke's right hand holding Ui Kurenai moved from his waist to the twin peaks. Maybe it was because they had been gentle for a long time. Before, the two of them would find a hotel to spend the night when they reached the last step. Now it feels like Ui Kurenai has expanded a lot. It was soft and felt a little swollen, which made Ryusuke immediately enjoy it. Kurenai Ui looked at Ryusuke with a blushing face. Are these 2 lumps of flesh really so fun? She had obviously rubbed it herself, but she didn't feel it at all. But Ryusuke's heart-on was quite fun. It stayed warm for a while. Ryusuke suggested. Hong, why don't we get a room? Hong's mother should be at home now, so she might as well open a room and feel more at ease. Hong's face was a little hesitant, although she wanted to have a good night with Ryusuke. But I feel like I've been vomiting a little recently. Isn't this a sign that a girl is pregnant? Ryusuke felt very strange when he saw Hong like this. He had already taken possession of all the reds. Moreover, the other party seemed to be enjoying it very much, so there was no reason to reject him. Couldn't help but ask. Red, what's wrong with you? Ui Hong hesitated for a moment and then said. Ryusuke, I may be pregnant. I've been feeling vomiting lately. As he spoke, he suddenly felt like vomiting, and he bent over and retched several times. Ryusuke was a little stunned. Pregnant? Immediately, he felt ecstatic. He had not wasted so many times of hard work on sewing. It seemed to be a success. Then he bent down and quickly touched Hong's back, trying to make her feel better. Not long after, Hong felt better and looked at Ryusuke with her beautiful red eyes. After having sex with this guy so many times, I still got pregnant. Now she didn't know what to do and could only look at Ryusuke. What should I do now? Should we abort the child? She herself never thought about having a child at such a young age. Ryusuke looks a little younger than him, so he probably wouldn't want it. The only thing to blame is that they all just cared about having fun and didn't think about the consequences. When Ryusuke heard this, he immediately became anxious. Regardless of having children, you will be rewarded by the system. In his eyes, this is his child, a living life. How could he agree to give up such an idea? He said with a serious face. Hong, don't ever have such dangerous thoughts again. Don't worry about giving birth. I will be responsible for raising you. This is his child, and he is half Uchiha. Kurenai felt a lot more at ease after hearing Ryusuke's words. I'm just afraid that Ryusuke is the kind of person who just picks up his pants and runs away. Fortunately, Ryuzuki is not that kind of person," she said with a smile. "Then let's give birth to this child." Although she was still very young, this was her first time doing something like this. But this child is naturally her own flesh and blood. And she certainly doesn't want to abort it. Now that she has Ryuzuki's idea, she insists on her idea even more. Ryuzuki smiled and nodded. "Just be born. I just feel that he should also make good money." Although he is not worried about money now, once the child is born, he will spend more money. It seems that he has to think of some ways to make money. Hong also said at this time. "Ryuzuki, let's give birth to this child secretly. After all, if Asuma knew about this, he would definitely go on a rampage." Not only did she follow another man, but she even had a child. "All right." Ryuzuki agreed. As long as he didn't abort the child, he could agree to Hong's request. "It seems that there is no need to book a room tonight. You cannot have intercourse when you are pregnant." Chapter 56 Learning Illusion. The next day later, Ryuzuki got up early. Hong was pregnant, so of course there was no sexual intercourse. "It feels like a heat is surging through my body now. As physical attributes increase, demand will also become extremely strong. It seems that I can only find another woman. Unfortunately, there is no suitable target yet. The only way to get rid of this heat is through morning exercises. When I came to the grove next to the tribe, I wanted to start training and improve my physical attributes." After running around the woods for more than 10 minutes, a figure appeared in front of Ryuzuki. The person who came was none other than Uchiha Inari, but he looked a little haggard now. Ryuzuki saw the other party waving to him and had to stop. "Is there a problem?" Daohuo asked sheepishly. "Ryuzuki, is there any secret to practicing 8-door dunjia? I've been practicing for several days, but I haven't even opened a single door." He really practiced very hard and fainted from the pain several times. "There is no slacking off in cultivation." Ryuzuki rolled his eyes at him. "Is the 8-gate dunjia so easy to practice? Why haven't I cultivated to the point of opening the 5 doors in 3 months? The secret of practicing 8-door dunjia is not to be afraid of pain or tiredness. If you persevere, you will always make progress. Do you understand?" Inari certainly understood what Ryuzuki meant. What he means is that there will always be progress if you practice hard. But Ryuzuki was able to cultivate to the 4th level so quickly, and Inahua wanted to know the shortcut. He couldn't help but say, "Ryuzuki, I want to ask you if you have any shortcuts that can help me speed up my practice." "Shortcut?" Ryuzuki glanced at the other party and knew that the other party had seen the speed of his cultivation and thought there was some shortcut. If there is a shortcut, it would be physical strength and resilience, but this is all I have. But we can't just revert to rice fire. Can only be said. There are still shortcuts. That is to continuously refine chakra and impact the chakra limiter. Just doing this is risky, ranging from fainting to severe brain trauma." When Daohuo heard this, his expression changed a little. "Is this the method Ryuzuki said? It seems that he has already experienced the side effect of fainting. If it's a brain trauma, it's best not to have it." He has decided to slow down the process of practicing 8-gate dunjia. After all, although Ryuzuki told him the shortcut method, he felt that there was no need for him to try it. At the same time, he admired Ryuzuki even more. Ryuzuki used this method to increase his strength so quickly. He will definitely become the new leader of their radical faction in the future. Although the current Yashiro is also very good, the strongest will take over. Moreover, Ryuzuki is already so strong with his physical skills alone. If he learns some family illusion skills, he will undoubtedly be even stronger. Ryuzuki's eye power is ahead of him, so the genjutsu he can use with his Sharingan is naturally more powerful than his. Even comparable to Uchiha Shisui is possible. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but say, "Ryuzuki, your current taijutsu is actually strong enough, If you learn the family's Sharingan Genjutsu again, you will only become stronger in the future. Page 44. Like the family geniuses Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui, illusions are their specialty. Ryuzyuk became thoughtful after hearing this. Now his physical skills can be said to be very strong. Even the family patriarch Uchiha Fugaku can be suppressed, but his physical skills have obvious weaknesses. That means close combat. Of course he has long-range attacks, such as the fire-release fireball technique, but as for this technique, it is actually very difficult to hit anyone even if he uses it. Powerful, but slow. Illusion is different. As long as the pupil power is strong enough and the eyes look at each other, the enemy will be able to fall under the illusion. No effort at all. Maybe it's really time to learn illusions. This is also an ability that a master should have. He looked at the rice fire. You are right, then I really should learn the magic of illusion. Dao Huo also felt happy when he heard this. The increase in Ryuzyuk's strength means that the strength of their radical faction has increased. From now on, it will be possible to revitalize the glory of the Uchiha clan. Ryuzyuk, I'll go back first. Unlike Ryuzyuk, he doesn't have to go to work. Ryuzyuk nodded. Although I know that I should practice illusion, I still need an illusion scroll. However, there is no need to worry about this. His grandfather is the great elder of the Uchiha clan. How could the Uchiha clan not have any secret techniques? No need to worry. What is more important now is to train well to improve your physical attributes. The time came in the afternoon. Naturally, Ryuzyuk found his grandfather directly. Although Grandpa is highly respected among the Uchiha clan, he basically doesn't care about anything anymore. His grandfather smiled and looked at his grandson. What do you want from me? I have taken note of the changes my grandson has undergone in recent days. At first, I was worried that Ryo's strenuous training at Metkai would cause physical damage, but it didn't happen, so I was naturally relieved. Seeing my grandson getting stronger and stronger makes me even happier. This may be the result of practicing with Metkai. He still has to be grateful to Metkai. Ryuzyuk directly stated his purpose. Grandpa, I want to learn the family's Sharingan technique. You should be able to do it. Grandpa suddenly frowned. Of course he knew the genjutsu of the Uchiha clan. It's just that the Sharingan genjutsu in the family cannot be learned by having the Sharingan. It is best to have 3 Megatama or above, and the eye power must be strong enough. He said helplessly. Ryuzyuk, there is actually no need for you to learn Sharingan genjutsu. You only have 1 Megatama. Even if you learn it, it's not powerful enough. It's equivalent to none. When Ryuzyuk heard his grandfather's words, he immediately opened the 3 Megatama Sharingan. His eyes turned red, and 3 Megatama appeared in the pupils. Grandpa was stunned when he saw these eyes. His grandson actually opened the 3 Megatama Sharingan. This is impossible no matter how you look at it. I couldn't help but rub my eyes, maybe I had presbyopia. But when I opened it I could see more clearly. Ryuzyuk's Sharingan eyes were a little too red. This is obviously a sign of extremely strong pupil power. No wonder his grandson wants to learn Sharingan genjutsu. With such a strong pupil power, if you don't study the family genjutsu, such a good Sharingan will be wasted. He said with a hint of joy on his face. Good, good, good. I'll find the illusion scroll for you right now. Soon after, Grandpa returned to the hall of the house, holding a pile of illusion scrolls in his hands. Here you go, all the Uchiha clan's genjutsu are here. Ryuzyuk carefully opened the scroll and looked at the genjutsu inside. See what awesome illusions the family has. Chapter 57 3 Illusions. Ryuzyuk spent some time reading these illusion scrolls and filtering out the illusions that suited him. One is the Genjutsu Shiranui, which is a visual genjutsu activated by the Sharingan. The opponent will feel the pain of his body being burned by flames in the illusion. The second Genjutsu Sharingan, the Genjutsu activated by the Sharingan, is more effective than ordinary Genjutsu and can even control tailed beasts. The third one is the magic shackle technique, an illusion performed through the unique visual illusion of the Sharingan. Enemies captured by the spiritual world built by the caster will feel that their bodies are nailed by huge iron nails and cannot move freely. They will also suffer the illusion of pain, so they are generally used for torture. This technique is considered very good. I remember that in the original work, Uchiha Itachi relied on this move to instantly kill Orochimaru, who wanted to seize Uchiha Itachi's Sharingan. I don't know how my eye power compares to Itachi's now. The grandfather, who was waiting patiently on the side, saw that his grandson had already selected the illusion scroll. He came over to take a look and was a little surprised. Fortunately, the first Genjutsu, Shiranui, can basically be learned by the 3 Megatama Sharingan clan members. Secondly, the control power is also different depending on the person who uses it. The powerful can even control the tailed beast. The third practice is a bit more difficult. There are not many in the Uchiha clan who know how to do it. He is still very confident in Ryuzuke, and you can tell by looking at those scarlet Sharingan eyes. The scarier the color, the stronger the pupil power. At this time, Ryuzuke opened his mouth and said, "Grandpa, can this Genjutsu Sharingan really control tailed beasts?" During the Nine Tails Rebellion, Obito had controlled the Nine Tails, and even the Sharingan appeared in the Nine Tails' eyes. If this technique can really control tailed beasts, then he really needs to learn it hard. Grandpa heard his words and replied helplessly. It's possible to succeed, but the pupil power required is too strong. At least the pupil power at the level of the 3 Megatama Sharingan is not likely to be that powerful. So the nine-tailed demon fox in the Nine Tails Rebellion was 100% impossible to be controlled by our clan. To control the nine-tailed demon fox, the eye power required is probably huge. Ryuzuke got a little excited after hearing what his grandfather said. This confirms from the side that the Sharingan can really control tailed beasts. Even if it is not the Sharingan, the pupil power of the Mangekyo Sharingan should be able to control the tailed beasts. Especially Obito, a madman who awakened the powerful Mangekyo Sharingan. His mental state is estimated to have reached the level of destroying the world. Otherwise, even his master and his mother would not have hesitated to kill him. His eye power is probably rare in the history of the Uchiha clan. It seems that I really need to learn this illusion. Then Ryuzuke pointed to the 3 Genjutsu on the ground and asked his grandfather. "Grandpa, you should be able to do these 3 illusions, right?" Grandpa nodded. "Yes, I know all 3 of these. When I was young, I was also an elite member of the Uchiha clan. Otherwise, I wouldn't have become a great elder." Ryuzuke suddenly became happy. "Wait until I see the specific instructions for these 3 illusions. Please ask Grandpa to demonstrate it, so I can use the Sharingan to make a good copy." Grandpa was speechless when he heard Ryuzuke's words. Ever since that Kakashi obtained the Sharingan from his tribe and became famous in the ninja world, everyone in the world thinks that the eyes of the tribe can copy other people's ninjutsu. He said helplessly. It is true that the Sharingan has powerful insight and can observe other people's seals and chakra flow. General ninjutsu can be copied according to the model. But illusions don't work. Perhaps chakra flow can be copied, but Uchiha Sharingan illusion mainly relies on eye power and mental power. These 2 are the factors that determine the power of Sharingan Genjutsu. When Ryuzuke heard this, he secretly expressed that there was no pressure at all. His Sharingan is not only at the level of 3 Megatama, but its own pupil power is very powerful. It has also been blessed by the system. Now the scarlet color means that the pupil power is strong. As for the mental aspect, the pleasure of being with red improves his chakra, which naturally also improves his mental strength. There is no need to have a mental surge like Uchiha Obito did when his girlfriend died, or Uchiha Itachi died when his best friend did. He said with a smile. "Grandpa, show me how to do it now." His grandfather was a little helpless and could only give Ryuzyuk a good demonstration. His eyes turned red, and 3 Megatama appeared directly in his pupils. It is the 3 Megatama Sharingan. Ryuzyuk was not surprised at all. Grandpa could be the elder of the Uchiha clan, but it was necessary to activate the 3 Megatama. It's just that Grandpa's eyes are dark red, which means that his strength is no longer at its peak. Grandpa showed Ryuzyuk how to perform 3 illusions in turn. In fact, it is just a matter of refining chakra to the eyes, releasing the genjutsu chakra from the eye chakra points through the opponent's 5 senses, entering the opponent's brain nervous system, and controlling the chakra of the opponent's brain nervous system. The difficulty is naturally to control the chakra to gather the chakra through the small meridian system and reach the eyeballs, and only then can the illusion chakra be emitted. The meridian system at the eyes is very small and fragile. Page 45. It is really very dangerous for a guy without control to perform such an operation. However, he finally had experience in manipulating chakra to impact the chakra limiter. He has gained a certain level of proficiency in controlling the movement of chakra through his meridians. Just be careful when practicing eye skills. Although his body has strong recovery power, who knows if the small meridians in his eyes are damaged, whether they can be repaired. It's better to be more cautious. Grandpa asked from the side. Ryuzyuk, did you use your Sharingan to observe how to perform the 3 genjutsu? Ryuzyuk nodded. Already copied. Let me try it next. Immediately, bits and pieces of chakra were refined and gathered into his eyes through small meridians. Both eyes became brighter red. What he is releasing now is the genjutsu Shiranui, which is the simplest of the 3 genjutsus. When the chakra is condensed to a certain level, Ryuzyuk begins the final step, which is to shoot the genjutsu chakra. There is no object to try here, so we can only try to launch it anywhere. The grandfather on the side opened his eyes wide when he saw this situation. He could tell that Ryuzyuk was very cautious and only used a small amount of chakra release genjutsu. But there is no doubt that the illusion has been successfully released. The disadvantage is that it starts slowly. But this is just a beginner, it is already amazing to be able to release it successfully in one go. It seems that his grandson is still very talented in illusion. Next, as long as you practice more and increase your speed, you will be able to master this genjutsu Shiranui proficiently. Of course, if you want the illusion to be powerful, you have to input more chakra into your eyes. It depends on each person's talent. And Ryuzyuk's is the 3 Megatama Sharingan, which has very high power and can naturally withstand more chakra. There is no need to worry about this. It seems that another strong man of Sharingan Genjutsu is preparing to appear in the family. He felt very relieved. Chapter 58 The Envoy from Union Village brought. After several hours of training, Ryuzyuk basically mastered the 3 illusion techniques. To be honest, with his current foundation, it is really not difficult to learn these 3 illusions. As long as you practice and practice regularly, you will be able to master it. His grandfather was more surprised than happy when he saw Ryuzyuk mastering 3 illusions so quickly. Even the most difficult magic shackle technique has been learned. My grandson is so talented in illusions. Maybe it was after he fainted that he suddenly awakened his talent and turned on his brain limiter. As a grandfather, he naturally hopes that Ryuzyuk will grow up as soon as possible. Although he doesn't care about anything now, it's impossible that he doesn't know about the situation in the family. The current situation of the Uchiha clan is not good. It can be said that the top management of Konoha is pressing harder and harder. The tribesmen are also becoming more and more dissatisfied. As for whether the 2 parties can reconcile in the end, he feels that there is little hope. Because Denso, one of the top leaders of Konoha, was deeply dissatisfied with the Uchiha clan, it was this person who strongly requested the Uchiha clan to relocate. This is actually suppression. If the Nine Tails Rebellion was started by the Uchiha clan, what difference does it make between the center of the village and the edge of the village? With this person here, the possibility of reconciliation between the Uchiha clan and the top management of Konoha is very low. Ryusuke asked his grandfather before leaving. "Grandpa, shouldn't there be more powerful illusions in the family?" An illusion like Izanagi's that could change the established reality was not found in the pile of illusion scrolls. Not even Izanami is there. These two are the ceiling of Sharingan Genjutsu level. If Grandpa doesn't have it here, then it can only be found at Chief Fugaku's place. His grandfather was stunned when he heard Ryusuke's words. He didn't expect that Ryusuke actually knew that there was a more powerful genjutsu in the family. He said helplessly, "It does exist, but it was lost and was taken out of the village by the former clan leader, Madara Uchiha." Ryusuke understood after hearing this. That's a shame. In fact, it wasn't that pity in his heart. You must know that these two super powerful Sharingan illusions can cause blindness if activated. Of course there are ways to deal with this shortcoming. That is to transplant someone else's Sharingan, which is what Uchiha Obito and Shimura Danzo did in the original plot. It's just that Ryusuke felt that transplanting someone else's Sharingan into himself was a bit disgusting. As long as you become strong enough, you don't need to learn these two illusions. He looked at his grandfather. Then I'll go back to my room first. Go back and practice the fifth gate of the 8-gate Dunjia. Grandpa nodded. There is no doubt that Ryusuke has mastered 3 types of illusions, and he can only rely on himself for subsequent training. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. The Union Village Council and envoys have arrived near Konoha village. This time, Dodoi and the golden-haired Samui naturally led the team, and there were only 4 ninjas following them. After all, the most important thing this time is not to negotiate a peace, but to capture Hinata, the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan in Konoha village, to breed them and create another Hyuga clan belonging to their hidden cloud village. So after kidnapping Hinata, it was time for them to retreat. It is easier to retreat with fewer people. What surprised a few people was that when they were about to reach Konoha village, they could see an old man wearing Hokage robes and a group of ninjas in green vests from Konoha village waiting for them from a distance. There was also a banner posted outside the gate of Konoha village that welcomed the arrival of the envoy from Kumagakure village. Dodoi couldn't help but have a smile on his face. As the 4th Raikage-sama said, the 3rd Hokage is really weak and incompetent and has no domineering power at all. Those who don't know think that our relationship between Cloud Hidden Village and Konoha Village is very good. If it weren't for the purpose of seizing Hinata to complete the accompanying breeding plan, the negotiation location would definitely be in Hidden Cloud Village. This group of Konoha ninjas would have to be given a big show of strength. Samui agreed very much with Dodoi's words. A large number of ninjas in Union Village died in this war. The fight can no longer go on and we need to negotiate a peace. Even with the 4th Raikage's violent temper, he would not give the other party any friendly attitude. However, the performance of Konoha village shows that they are already immersed in the joy of peace. Then this plan is likely to be successful. Wait until they reached the gate of Konoha. The 3rd Hokage saw the attire of these people and already knew that they were the ninjas of Kumagakure village. Of course they are here to negotiate peace, he said with a smile. Welcome everyone, the ceremony for signing the peace agreement will be held the day after tomorrow. You can take a good look around Konoha village during this time. In the eyes of the 3rd Hokage, Konoha village is much more prosperous than Kumagakure village. Union village is located on the plateau in the north, and this is a plain. Let the other party see the strength of Konoha village so that nothing will happen when the peace agreement is signed. Dodoi changed his previous disdainful look and instead said very respectfully. Hokage-sama said yes, then we will just wait for the day after tomorrow. Of course, this is a rare opportunity to come to Konoha village. We will seize this opportunity to have a good look around. The 3rd Hokage was very satisfied with the other party's attitude and looked at Kakashi aside and said, Kakashi, please take these people to the luxury hotel prepared in advance to settle down. Yes, Hokage-sama. Kakashi responded. "Dodo," I said at this time. "Then thank you Hokage-sama for the arrangement." The third Hokage felt more and more the other party's kind attitude. It seems that he was frightened after being beaten in the war. Then Kakashi took the Kumoyen village envoy team to the hotel that had been arranged and stayed there. Then he returned to the Hokage building in Konoha village to return to the third Hokage. As soon as Kakashi left, Dodoi's expression changed instantly, and a hint of ridicule appeared on the corner of his mouth. They are really weak Konoha people, not at all as strong as they were during the second Hokage period. Chapter 59 Plan. In the hotel, Samai suggested. "Since Lord Hokage invited us to take a look around Konoha village, why don't we go for a walk now? I'm so familiar with the layout of Konoha. This is their first time coming to Konoha village. Although they already have the layout map of Konoha village and the target location of the Hyuga clan, for the sake of caution, they should still observe it on the spot." "It is good." Dodoi agreed. After all, he was the main force this time. "You should still be cautious, as the consequences of failure are also very terrible. Even if the cowardly Konoha village did not kill him, it would put the other purpose of the peace talks into an unfavorable situation." Page 46. On the other side, Kakashi came to the Hokage building to return to the third Hokage. "Hokage-sama, everything has been settled," the third Hokage said with a smile on his face. "Kakashi, you did a good job. Now just wait until the day after tomorrow to complete the signing of the peace agreement. Then the foreign war would be over." The war really consumed too much of Konoha's strength, and there was also the unstable bomb of the Uchiha clan in the village. Ending the war would be so beneficial to the village. At this time, Kakashi looked at the third Hokage and made suggestions. "Hokage-sama, should we send ANBU to monitor the Kumoyen village envoys? After all, they were from outside the village, and Kakashi was worried about what conspiracy they might make." The third Hokage suppressed his smile and looked at Kakashi. "It's not necessary. I think they came to negotiate peace with sincerity. If we send people to monitor them, it would be disrespectful to them, and it would be detrimental to peace negotiations. Besides, this is the base camp of Konoha village. They can't make waves. If they were wise, they wouldn't do anything outrageous." Kakashi said nothing after hearing this. Indeed, this is the headquarters of Konoha village. There are countless powerful ninjas, so the other party should not be so irrational. And although the two people who came this time felt that their strength was okay, they didn't feel that explosive. Even if he wanted to cause trouble, he probably wouldn't send such a weak person here. On the other side, in order not to make the people of Konoha village suspicious, Samui and Dodoi took a special bath and put on clean kimonos before wandering around the streets of Konoha. He did not go to the Hyuga clan to investigate from the beginning. The two saw that the bustling streets of Konoha village were indeed much more prosperous than Kumagakure village. However, perhaps it was this prosperity that made the other party relax their vigilance. After wandering around for a while, they began to walk towards the surroundings of the Hyuga clan intentionally or unintentionally. Just check your surroundings from a distance and plan your infiltration route and escape route. But when they were walking around the Hinata clan area, they saw an Uchiha clan member. The other party's Yuanfan clan emblem is famous in the ninja world. Seeing this person in the Hyuga clan's territory made them a little worried. At the same time, there is also a little desire in my heart. The Sharingan of the Uchiha clan is also an extremely powerful eye. There may be no more strategic value on the battlefield than the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. After all, the observation distance is not as good as white eyes. But the Sharingan can greatly enhance personal strength. Just like the clone ninja Kakashi who welcomed them into the hotel. Being able to copy ninjutsu is a very bug-level ability. However, their purpose this time did not include obtaining the eyes of the Uchiha clan. Then they continued to wander around pretending as if nothing had happened. Ryusuke naturally noticed these two people, although he had not met the leader of the Union Village envoy. But Samui was unmistakable, with blonde hair, white skin, and 2 women from the Earth exploding sky star. The courage is even higher than that of Tsunade. It seems that she is a very suitable woman for giving birth. And according to the development of the original plot, these 2 people should be stepping in now, which means that the following plot will not change. But he didn't intend to stop the other party. He even had to let Hinata and Hinata kill the leader of the envoys of Union Village according to the original plot. Only in this way can the 3rd Hokage sacrifice Hyuga Hisashi, arousing the hatred of the Hyuga family. It was obviously the envoy from Kumoyin village who came to kidnap Hinata, but was killed. Instead, the Hyuga family members came out to accompany him. It is strange that the proud Hinata Hinashi has no resentment in his heart. At this time it was his turn to appear. How could they watch the ninjas of Konoha village die in such a miserable way? At that time, not only can the Hyuga clan be dissatisfied with Hokage according to the original plot, but it can also be kind to the Hyuga clan. Although it is said that the other party cannot surrender, when the Uchiha clan and Konoha are at war, it is already a very good benefit not to stop them. Now, all I have to do is wait for the good show to be staged and participate in it myself. After Dodoi and Samui took a long walk around the Hyuga clan, they actually formed a map in their minds. In fact, it is already possible to plan the infiltration route and escape route well. But they still pretended to go to other Konoha areas. This is not only to confuse the ninjas of Konoha village, but also to prepare for future field visits to Konoha village. The 2 of them really didn't expect that the 3rd Hokage would be so generous and let the 2 of them spy on information in Konoha village. Simply outrageous. There are even no ninjas from the other party monitoring him. Even the ninjas of Konoha village I met felt like they were met by chance. They are not specifically here to monitor them. This allowed them to wander around and even verify a route out of Konoha. At night, the 2 of them returned to the hotel. The infiltration route has been investigated on the spot, and the escape route from Konoha is very feasible. Dodoi said with excitement. Samui, start the operation late at night tomorrow. You go to the north of Konoha first. After I kidnap Hinata, I will rush over to meet you. Then escape from Konoha together. If the plan succeeds, then the resolution to negotiate peace with Konoha will be ruined. After that, the battle or peace is no longer something they can control. It will be up to the 4th Raikage to make the decision. However, there is a high probability that Konoha can only swallow this breath. Their cloud-hidden village dared to fight, but judging from the performance of the Hokage, Konoha village was clearly unwilling to fight. Samui naturally agreed to this plan. If the plan succeeds, there is really no need for a blonde beauty like her to stay in Konoha. I will wait for you at the agreed place, and then escape from Konoha village quickly and rush to the border. There will be someone there to pick us up. Even if Konoha village reacts, it will be too late. Chapter 60 Rescue Hinata. The next night, it was almost late at night. The streets of Konoha were so quiet that there were almost no pedestrians. Almost every household sleeps with dark lights. And Ryusuke had already arrived at the far distance of the Hyuga tribe, waiting for the arrival of the envoy from Union Village. Counting the time now. The peace agreement will be signed tomorrow. Then the other party will definitely take action today, and the time to do it will definitely be late at night. It's a dark and windy night, so it's a good time to make a move. After the other party kidnapped Hinata and came out, if he rescued Hinata, he would be able to gain goodwill in front of the Hinata family. After all, Hinata is now the apparent heir to the Hyuga family, and her importance is self-evident. I have helped the Hyuga family so much, so it is impossible for the Hyuga family to go against the Uchiha clan in the future. At least they are the proudest clan besides the Uchiha clan. About 2 more hours passed, and it could be said that it was truly late at night. Apart from the chirping of insects, there was no sound from humans. And Ryusuke looked in the direction of the Uchiha tribe a little bored. Could it be that he guessed wrong? Don't these people in Union Village plan to take action? When I was feeling irritable, I saw a black figure approaching the wall outside the Hyuga tribe at a very fast speed, and then turned over and went in. This scene made Ryusuke suddenly excited. The target appears. At the same time, Ryusuke was a little surprised at the opponent's speed. He was really fast, his steps were light and his movements were smooth and fluid. If you don't pay careful attention, the other party's whereabouts are really difficult to discover. There is really a way to infiltrate. Now he was waiting for the other party to kidnap Hinata, and then he would immediately follow and rescue Hinata. And Dodoi, dressed in black, climbed over the wall and entered the Hyuga clan's territory. Dodoi tried his best to hide his aura and blend in with the environment. After hiding in a corner and observing the surroundings carefully, he found that no one was moving quickly towards Hinata's room. This action must not only be steady, but also fast. Who knows if someone among the guards of the Hinata family will turn on their white eyes every once in a while to observe the clan's situation. He quickly came outside Hinata's room and checked that the door was locked, so he could only enter through the window. Fortunately, the window was already slightly open at this time. Then he opened the window directly enough to accommodate himself in, and then quietly entered the room through the window. At this time, Hinata was still sleeping on her bed. Dodoi quietly came to the bedside and took out a handkerchief from his pocket. This handkerchief has long been covered with drug, just like Hinata's child, smelling a little is enough to make her faint immediately. He took the handkerchief and pressed it directly into Hinata's mouth. This wave of operations naturally woke Hinata up. His eyes were wide open and full of fear. But within 5 seconds, his eyes blurred and he fainted. Upon seeing this, Dodoi immediately picked up the unconscious Hinata and went to the window to observe the surrounding situation. When he found no one, he immediately carefully stepped out of the window and then came to the corner. He jumped up slightly, stretched out one hand and grasped the edge of the wall and fell out. The movements are smooth and flowing, and the speed is extremely fast. He hugged Hinata and landed gently. He looked around cautiously, but no one noticed him. Page 47. The plan is already half successful. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, he quickly headed towards the place agreed with Samui. Not long after, Dodoi's expression suddenly changed, and his body quickly dodged a fierce claw. It was obvious that he had been attacked by surprise, and he quickly distanced himself from the visitor. Fortunately, the other party did not pursue him, which gave him a chance to see the person clearly. With hedgehog-shaped hair, strong body muscles, and 3 Megatama Sharingan eyes, isn't this the Uchiha clan member I met before? Why is this guy here? At this time, Ryusuke couldn't help but sigh a little surprised. It's kind of interesting that he actually dodged his blow. Although he didn't attack with all his strength, he didn't have much energy left. After all, the opponent is also a jounin, and a speed-type jounin. But that's about it. Are you going to be obedient and let him go, or are you going to beat you down and then arrest you? Dodoi's face was gloomy. Unexpectedly, he was not discovered by the Hyuga clan, but was discovered by the Uchiha clan. What bad luck! How could he be captured without any help? Of course he should find a way to escape now. Then he took out 2 shurikens from his ninja bag and threw them directly towards Ryusuke's face. Ryusuke slapped the 2 shurikens that were shot away quickly. But he saw that the leader of Union Village's envoy group had already taken steps to run out. Then he moved his legs and charged towards the opponent with all his strength. It didn't take long for him to catch up with the opponent, and a dragon claw directly grabbed the opponent's back. When he was about to be caught, the leader of Union Village's envoy group suddenly disappeared. The figure appeared in front. At this time, the ninja of Union Village looked very anxious. If he hadn't used the teleportation technique, he might have been caught by the opponent just now. He is good at speed, and now the opponent's speed is not inferior to him. If they were to fight head-on, he would definitely not be his opponent. And Ryuzyuk was a little annoyed at the moment. Against a little shrimp, he actually escaped twice. Directly refining chakra instantly opened 4 doors. The veins on his head popped out, his skin turned dark, and his strong aura soared into the sky. Dodoi, who was running away, felt the strong momentum behind him and couldn't help but look back. I felt bad. You can tell by the strong aura exuding from the other party. He had only seen this kind of powerful aura from the 4th Reikage. Ryuzyuk took steps directly and caught up with the leader of Union Village within a few seconds. However, the leader of Union Village sensed something was wrong and used the teleportation technique again. I teleported to a new location, but this time I felt the crisis again. Just as he was about to use the teleportation technique again, a big hand grabbed his right hand forcefully. His muscles were about to be grabbed, and he instantly felt immense pain. It was Ryusuke Uchiha who caught him. At the same time, Ryuzyuk stretched out a hand and grabbed the other person's left hand, holding it tightly so that the other person had to let go of Hinata's hands. At this time, Ryusuke took the opportunity to take over Hinata, and then kicked the opponent away with a powerful and heavy side kick. He fell hard to the ground, leaving a long scratch. Ryuzyuk looked at Hinata at this time. It seemed that she was in good condition. She was probably just unconscious for a short time. Chapter 61 Killing the Envoy of Union Village. And just as Ryuzyuk was observing Hinata in his arms, a figure ran over quickly in the distance. This person with a worried look on his face is none other than Hinata Hayashi, the head of the Hyuga family. When some clan members were patrolling before, they discovered that the window in Hinata's room was opened wider than usual. I wanted to close it, but I checked the environment for infiltration. I immediately entered Hinata's room to check, but found that Hinata was missing. The disappearance of a family heir was a big deal, and these clan members immediately reported the news to the clan leader. The leader of the clan, Hinata, immediately launched a surprise attack on the entire clan to search for him. He hasn't scolded Hinata much recently, so Hinata couldn't have left the family because she felt wronged. Since that's not the case, then some gangsters must have kidnapped her. The other party must have captured the Byakugan of the Hinata family to kidnap Hinata. Whether it's for his family or his daughter, he will never let the gangster go. At the same time, he was also angry in his heart. He actually dared to sneak into the Hyuga clan and kidnap people. He would definitely burn the gangsters to smithereens. So after instructing his clansmen to search everywhere, he also went out to search. His white eye power is the strongest in the family. Other family members can only see a kilometer away at most, but his Byakugan can see 1 kilometer away. After the gangsters kidnapped Hinata, they would definitely want to leave the village as soon as possible, so all he had to do was rush to the family's location closest to the outskirts of Konoha. Sure enough, signs of a fight were found. I knew that my pursuit was in a good direction. Now he could see the pursuing gangsters from a distance. He also saw that his daughter Hinata was now in the hands of a member of the Uchiha clan. It turned out to be Ryusuke Uchiha who had sent Hinata back before. Chakra surged all over the opponent's body, and such momentum surprised him. But he probably wasn't the one who kidnapped Hinata. When he looked around, he saw the man in black lying on the ground in pain. It seemed that Ryusuke had knocked down the man in black and rescued his daughter. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel furious. He dared to kidnap his daughter. He was seeking death. This man in black must die. This man in black must become a representative who kills chickens to scare other monkeys. He suddenly accelerated and charged towards the man in black, and at the same time stretched out his right hand, violent chakra flowing through the veins in his hand. He slapped the man in black hard. Soft fist. This is the famous taijutsu of their Hyuga family, which can drive chakra into the enemy's body, destroying meridians and internal organs. If the man in black takes this trick from him, he will definitely die. And the death was extremely tragic. Dodoi, who was on the ground, had already been severely injured by Ryuzyuk's kick. He knew that this Uchiha tribesman was very scary. Although it was still a bit difficult to get up, I still struggled hard. Because he is afraid of death. But he didn't expect that as soon as he struggled to get up, he felt a terrifying killing intent coming towards him again. Before he could react, he was hit in the chest by a palm. Instantly, he felt a force of energy breaking into his body, and his body exploded instantly. His eyes were wide open, he was vomiting blood and died. The death was extremely miserable. Ryuzyuk couldn't help but click his tongue when he saw such a scene. It seemed that the Hyuga clan leader was really furious and actually resorted to such a big move. Directly destroy the body of the man in black. However, this was just what he wanted. Then he walked towards Hinata Hinashi. Said sadly. The head of the Hinata family is really powerful, but he is too impulsive. Why did you kill him directly? Hinata Hisashi's anger has not subsided yet. You will be damned if you dare to kidnap my daughter. I kind of understand the anger of the Hyuga family head, but this guy seems to be the leader of the envoy sent by Union Village to negotiate peace. While talking, Ryuzyuk handed Hinata to Hinata. Today I found this guy sneaking around Hinata's house, and I felt that there might be some conspiracy. Just waiting for him here, I found out that this man was actually bold enough to kidnap the daughter of the head of the Hyuga family. Hinata took over the unconscious Hinata, and after careful observation, she relaxed. She was just unconscious. As for what Ryuzyuk said, he directly unveiled the mask of the man in black. There was some change in his face. The other party's clothes were actually a ninja from Hidden Cloud Village. Unexpectedly, these people came to negotiate peace and wanted to kidnap their own daughters. He looked at Ryuzyuk. Thank you for saving my daughter, but even if the man in black is the envoy of Union Village, if he is killed, he will be killed. You deserve to die for trying to kidnap my daughter. Ryuzyuk followed the other person's words and said. I also think this person deserves to die. If this person dies, how can Konoha Village and Union Village negotiate peace? Now I'm afraid it will cause trouble for the Hinata family. Hinata Hisu's expression changed when he heard this. The war between Konoha Village and Kumagakure Village has been going on for many years, and it has definitely caused heavy losses for Konoha. The third Hokage had already shown his willingness to negotiate peace. I know what you mean, but this matter is all Union Village's fault. No matter what, they should give me an explanation to the Hyuga clan. Ryuzyuk scratched his head. Hinata Hisashi actually wants to explain that when the third Hokage comes, I'm afraid you will have to send your brother to die to quell the anger of Kumagakure Village. At this time, he had no more words to say. Page 48. These words will only make Hinata Hisu unhappy. Not long after, other members of the Hyuga clan also arrived. Hinata handed Hinata to the other party to take back for a good inspection, and at the same time, someone went to report to the Hokage what happened here. He believed that Lord Hokage would seek justice for the Hyuga clan. Soon, the third Hokage, who received the news from the Hyuga tribe, rushed to the scene of the incident in a hurry. When he saw the figure lying on the ground, he suddenly felt a headache. The death state was that of Hinata Hinashi's hand, his whole body was swollen, and his internal organs were obviously ruptured. A peace agreement was supposed to be signed tomorrow and the village could gain long-lost peace. Why did something like this happen? He couldn't help but look at Hinata Hinashi, dissatisfied. Head of the Hinata family, why are you so impulsive? Can't you keep him alive? If the envoy from Kumoyin village is still alive, then the Hokage can forget about the past and sign a peace agreement to stop the war. Hinata Hisashi was a little overwhelmed by the third Hokage's blame. It was obviously his Union village's fault, so it had nothing to do with him. He said dissatisfiedly. The other party kidnapped my daughter and was pregnant with her. No matter who wants to covet the bloodline of our family, we, the Hyuga family, cannot let each other go. Of course the third Hokage knew what the envoy from Kumagakure wanted to do when he abducted Hinata. Wasn't it just to get the Byakugan? But now that the envoys of Union Village are dead, what kind of peace agreement will be signed? There will even be a more intense war between the two villages. This is something Konoha village cannot afford. Chapter 62 Taking the Blame. At this time, Samurai and the others who had been waiting for Dodoi's arrival at the agreed place, who were preparing to escape together, went to the house to check on the situation. According to Dodoi's speed, he should have arrived at the agreed place long ago. It hasn't come yet, which means that Dodoi may have missed. When they came along the road, they saw Dodoi lying on the ground and dying. Standing next to the corpse were the third Hokage, the Hyuga clan, and even the Uchiha clan member they met yesterday. The faces of several Union village ninjas changed drastically, and they were extremely panicked. The blonde-haired samurai took the lead in sorting out his mood. He immediately asked, "Who killed Dodoi?" "The third Hokage. We came to Konoha village to negotiate peace with your village with good intentions, but now the leader of the messenger has been killed. Please hand over the murderer to us in Kumagakure village." Hinata Hizu became angry when he heard this. "What do you mean? This guy sneaked into my Hyuga clan and kidnapped my daughter. Should your Union village give me an explanation?" Sam Yi looked at Hinata and Hinata with cold eyes. "Nonsense, Dodoi was just out for a walk. When did he join your Hyuga clan? Is this the land of your Hyuga clan? You are spitting blood. The third Hokage, please hand over the murderer to us, otherwise this peace negotiation will not be able to continue." How could they admit that it was their Union village who did it at this time? The third Hokage felt a little headache after hearing her words. "I was thinking about how to solve this matter." Ryusuke finally spoke at this time. "Wearing black night clothes for a walk, you ninjas from Hidden Cloud Village are really interesting." Samurai was unmoved and argued. Wearing night clothes is just Dodoi's personal hobby. He has never entered the Hyuga clan, let alone kidnapped the daughter of the Hyuga family. Konoha village must give us an explanation. Don't think that our Hidden Cloud village is easy to bully. I will also report this matter to the 4th Raikage. Don't sign the peace agreement either." Ryusuke sneered a little. This woman is not only stupid, she also has no brains. This ability to tell lies with open eyes is quite powerful. After hearing his words, Hinata Hizu didn't want to argue anymore. The other party is obviously messing around, and it is useless to argue with such a person. It is impossible for the third Hokage to believe the other party's lies. The third Hokage was very worried at the moment. If this incident was not handled well, the war might restart. Konoha village cannot afford to fight, nor does it want to fight. Said helplessly. "Don't worry, after we discuss it, we will give you Union village an explanation." Samurai felt a little happy, but still said calmly. "Finally, you will give us an explanation tomorrow so as not to affect the peace of the villages on both sides. It seems that the third Hokage wants to negotiate a peace too much. As long as they exert pressure, they are likely to get results that are beneficial to their Kumagakure village." After saying that, he took a few people to pack up Dodoi's body and left. Hinata Hizu's face turned dark. Questioned. "The third Hokage, what does this mean? What do you want to explain to the other party? Are you kidnapped my daughter and want to pay for this guy's life?" The third Hokage said helplessly. "Of course that's not what I mean. Let's go back to your Hyuga clan and discuss it later." Hinata and Hizu had no choice but to agree. Looking at Ryusuke on the side. "Please come too. After all, you are the witness tonight." "No problem." Ryusuke also wanted to see how the third Hokage endured hardships. The third Hokage had long recognized this Uchiha clansman. It was Uchiha Ryusuke who had resisted him many times. "I didn't expect that he would be a witness tonight. Originally, I didn't want this guy to participate in the subsequent decision, but now I can't drive him away." In the hall of the Hyuga clan, Uchiha Ryusuke found a corner and sat quietly. Looking around, the Hyuga clan members and the third Hokage were discussing. One of these Hyuga clan members looks like Hyuga Hisashi, who is a bit thin in comparison, so he must be Hyuga Hisashi. These Hyuga clan members all had stern faces. After all, what happened next was very difficult. The head of the family, Hinata Hizu, also had a bad premonition in his heart. Could it be that killing the Kumoyin village envoy by himself would bring trouble to the Hyuga clan, as Ryusuke said? Next, we have to see how the Hokage expresses his position. The third Hokage sighed inwardly. This matter was of course Kumigakure's fault. But Union village must stop, many people have died, and the strength of the village has declined a lot. All we can do is appease the Hyuga clan, the overall situation is the most important thing. He looked at Hinata Hinashi and spoke slowly. Hyuga clan leader. You should know how many years the war with Cloud Hidden Village has been going on. Many ninjas were killed or injured in the village, and even your Hyuga clan suffered many casualties. Do you think this war will continue? Shouldn't have been beaten. Hinata and Hizu naturally knew that, after all, their family also participated in the war against Cloud Hidden Village, and the ninjas in the clan did sacrifice a lot. But what does the third Hokage mean by saying this? Does he want the Hyuga clan to give an explanation to Kumigakure village? The third Hokage continued. Since Union village asked me to hand over the murderer, then I will satisfy them. This way, we can continue to negotiate peace and sign a peace agreement. Only then can the village be stabilized. Hinata Hizu was extremely angry when he heard this. If the other party hadn't been the Hokage, he would have bombarded him long ago. He said with a stern expression. Does the third Hokage want to hand me over in exchange for peace in the village? As soon as these words came out, the entire Hyuga family was boiling. Sandaime-sama, are you kidding me? How can you leave your family to these despicable Kumigakure ninjas? If the head of the family is handed over, the Hyuga clan will be really embarrassed. And handing over the head of the family doesn't mean that the other party's plot to seize Byakugan is fulfilled? They would never agree to such a thing. The third Hokage coughed upon seeing this. My intention is not to hand over the head of the Hyuga family, but to find a murderer to take the blame. Hinata Hizu was still very dissatisfied after hearing this. Such a result was unacceptable. Chapter 63 It's so embarrassing. Hinata Hizu looked at the third Hokage, suppressed the anger in his heart, and said slowly. Hokage-sama, this time it is clearly the envoy from Kumoyin village who sneaked into the Hyuga tribe and wanted to kidnap my daughter. Why do we, the Hyuga clan, have to pay for another life? He is the head of the Hyuga family, and he should protect the lives of his clan members. It was really hard for him to accept that his clansmen did not die on the battlefield, but died in such humiliation. The third Hokage sighed at this time and said. Hey, there is nothing we can do about this. How can we calm down their anger if we don't do this? How can we make Konoha village peaceful? If there is another war, I'm afraid your Hyuga clan will also sacrifice more people. This is also to protect your Hyuga clan. I know that I have wronged you, the Hyuga clan, this time, and the village will definitely compensate you in the future. Hinata and Hinata were still very dissatisfied, but the Hokage had already said that. Maybe this is the only way to do it. Page 49. Some of the elders of the Hyuga clan present naturally saw what the third Hokage meant. It makes sense, and this may not be an opportunity for the Hyuga clan. Sacrificing a Hyuga clan member in exchange for compensation from the village may mean that Hyuga can even become the top wealthy family in Konoha in the future, and it is not impossible to ascend to the position of Hokage. Hinata Hisashi stood up and said at this time. Then let me be my brother's scapegoat. Maybe it's time for him to change his destiny. As a branch of the family, he has the obligation to protect the clan, but this time he wanted to protect his brother and family. Moreover, Don't these hateful Kumoyin village just want to get the eyes of their Hyuga family? He is a member of a separate family and has been imprinted with the caged bird mark since he was a child. Even if the people of Union village get his body, it will still be useless. When Hinata Hizu heard this, his expression changed drastically. He didn't want ordinary people to take the blame for him inexplicably, let alone his only brother. He hurriedly stepped forward to stop him. I don't agree with this. If that's the case, then I might as well commit suicide and apologize to Union village. Now the older generation of Hyuga clan members are rising up. No, the family cannot live without you. Since Hisashi agrees to take the blame, let him go. Yes, the branch family is responsible for protecting the clan. Now is the time for the branch family to contribute. Hinata Hisashi felt satisfied when he saw that his brother actually disagreed with him taking the blame. Who says you can't resist the clan after a separate family? This is the path he chose. When Hinata Hizu heard the words of the older generation, he still firmly disagreed in his heart. There is no such thing as a separate family in a clan. All he knew was that Hisashi was his younger brother. All he has to do is protect his brother. Stop talking about it. I am the head of the family and I will not agree to this matter. Ryuzyuk, who was in the corner, saw the whole show. It's time for him to take action. He walked into the crowd and said with a smile. Is this the Hyuga clan? The ninjas of Union village want to kidnap the eldest lady of your clan, but they are still able to swallow this breath. I even have to calm down the roar of Union village and sacrifice the lives of my own people. It's a bit embarrassing. After saying this, all the Hyuga clan members in the audience looked at Ryuzyuk, with anger in their eyes. Especially the older generation of Hyuga clan members. Although the Uchiha clan is now the most powerful family in Konoha, it is now being suppressed by the village. The trend of decline has been vaguely revealed, and now the Hyuga clan has become a prominent family in Konoha. If there is compensation from the third Hokage, it is not hopeless to become the most powerful family in Konoha in the future. How could this Uchiha clan despise their Hyuga clan so much? Immediately, the older generation of Hyuga clan members asked in return. Why are we, the Hyuga clan, so embarrassed? Isn't it great enough that we sacrifice our own people to maintain the peace of Konoha village? Ryuzyuk laughed loudly. Isn't it embarrassing enough? It was Union village that was wrong. Now you actually have to be the victim to calm down the other party's anger. Then who will calm down your anger? Or are you saying that all the Hyuga clan have no temper? If this matter spreads, some people will indeed think that your Hyuga family is great, but there will also be people who will think that your Hyuga family is really weak and easy to bully. I, the Uchiha clan, cannot do such a thing. The members of the Hyuga clan were very angry when they heard Ryuzyuk's words. The other party is from the Uchiha clan, and he does have such a reason to look down on the Hyuga clan. What the other party said made sense, but he was still very angry. Because the other party is too reasonable. If this incident were to spread, it would probably become a black spot for the Hinata family forever. Even if they become the top wealthy family in Konoha in the future, they will still have a shame that is difficult to wash away, which makes them unable to accept the proposal of the third Hokage. Even without the compensation of the third Hokage, the Hyuga clan is still a wealthy family in Konoha, and it only takes a little longer to become a top wealthy family. As long as you have Byakugan, you will be able to become a top wealthy family sooner or later. The third Hokage's expression turned ugly when he heard Ryuzyuk's words. The momentum was going to develop as he wanted, so Hinata Hisashi went to die for Hinata Hisashi. It's good for the Hinata family and the village. This matter is considered to have ended successfully. The really evil Uchiha clan is trying to cause trouble again. Now he had to speak. Uchiha Ryuzyuk, you have gone too far. The Hyuga family is making a contribution to the Leaf Village. No one will look down upon the Hyuga family for this. Even if Lord Hokage said this, the older generation of Hyuga clan members still felt a little confused. They care most about the reputation of the Hyuga clan. If other families encountered this kind of thing and followed the advice of Lord Hokage, the Hyuga family, as bystanders, would not think that family was great. If we follow what Hokage-sama does now, the Uchiha in front of us will laugh at the Hyuga clan. This is unacceptable to them. It would be okay if it wasn't known, but it wouldn't be okay if it was known. Hinata Hisashi didn't look at the third Hokage. The third Hokage was right, but he couldn't accept it. After all, this was his younger brother. On the contrary, he was very disappointed with the third Hokage. Not only did they not help the Hyuga clan seek justice, but they also asked the Hyuga clan to quell the anger of Union Village. No one else would be able to accept it. Chapter 64 Don't Come. So Hinata Hisashi no longer pays attention to the third Hokage. Instead, he looked at Ryusuke Uchiha. Although the other party's words were a bit harsh, now is not the time to worry about it. Then how do you think this incident should be resolved? The third Hokage's expression became even uglier. He was speaking for the Hyuga clan, but Hyuga Hisashi asked about Uchiha Ryusuke. This clearly means that he does not agree with his proposition. This is already the best way to deal with it. Could the Uchiha clan have a better way to deal with it? Ryusuke is waiting for this opportunity right now. This matter was originally a conspiracy of Union Village. They should give you an explanation to the Hyuga family. Maybe their cloud-hidden village is not afraid of war, but are our Konoha village afraid of war? Even if you die on the battlefield, it should be more honorable than sacrificing your own people in exchange for peace proposed by the third Hokage. Besides, if he from Union Village dares to threaten like this today, what about next time? Are we still going to sacrifice our own people to satisfy others in exchange for peace? So, the Uchiha clan, are willing to lead the charge and repel the invading enemies. Hinata and Hinashi were a little surprised. They didn't expect this Uchiha to be so courageous. Maybe this is the difference between the Hyuga clan and the Uchiha clan. Since the Uchiha clan shows the arrogance of a wealthy family, the arrogance of the Hyuga clan cannot be compromised. He looked at his fellow tribesmen around him. I found that they were also deeply touched. He said seriously. An Uchiha clan member who has nothing to do with himself has this kind of consciousness. Can we, the Hyuga clan, who are the center of the incident, still be able to retreat? If the Uchiha clan and the Hyuga clan join forces on the front battlefield, there is no need to worry even if the fourth Raikage comes to the battlefield in person. The Hyuga clan members, who were already feeling a little aggrieved, were all excited. Clan leader, you are right. With the elites of the two major clans together, plus the other ninjas in the village, Union Village will definitely not be our opponent. Even Hinata Hisashi, who wanted to sacrifice his own life, felt a bit like a clown. Sacrificing yourself to appease the enemy feels so worthless. The third Hokage was very surprised to see such a scene. The people of the Hyuga clan were actually encouraged by the Uchiha clan to want war. What an evil Uchiha clan member! If another war breaks out, how many people will be sacrificed? And this move is obviously to win over the Hyuga clan. The second Hokage once explained to him. Putting the Uchiha guards in charge of the Konoha guards would not only win over them, but also strain their relationship with other forces in the village. In this way, no matter how powerful the Uchiha clan is, they cannot get the support of other forces, and naturally they cannot ascend to the position of Hokage. The second Hokage was absolutely right to do this. The Uchiha clan really has no ability to compete for the position of Hokage. If the Uchiha clan ascends to the position of Hokage, it will be too dangerous and may even trigger a war. But what can he do now? It seems that if he is forceful now, he will make the Hyuga clan sacrifice themselves to quell the anger of Kumoyin village. Not only did he offend the Hyuga clan, even if he was tough, the Hyuga clan might not be able to agree. It's all this Uchiha's fault. Moreover, the Hyuga clan would rather believe in the Uchiha clan than follow the Hokage's decision. What a heinous crime! He has a bold plan in mind. Since you two clans plan to join forces to deal with Union Village, then it will be as you wish. Page 50. War is bound to cause casualties. When the two clans suffer a big loss, it will still be very beneficial for him, the third Hokage. He spoke slowly. Now that you have decided, then follow your wishes and convey your wishes to the people of Union Village here tomorrow morning. Yes, the third Hokage. Hinata Hayashi said with a serious face. Now not only does he agree with this decision, but even his people agree with this decision, and there is nothing to hesitate about. The third Hokage nodded. It's getting late, go to bed early and recharge your batteries to deal with the envoy from Union Village tomorrow. The next morning, the third Hokage arrived at the Hinata family's clan early. The reason why I chose to meet with the ninjas of Cloud Hidden Village here was of course to attract some hatred to the Hinata family. Let the Hidden Cloud Village know that this is the decision of the Hyuga family, not that of the Hokage. What disgusted him was that Ryusuke Uchiha was here too. But it doesn't matter. After what happened to the envoy leader of Union Village, he still knew that these people deliberately showed weakness in front of him just to make him, the third Hokage, careless. If Kakashi had followed Kakashi's advice and sent ANBU to closely monitor the actions of these people, this wouldn't have happened. These cloud-hidden villages are still very strong. This will be beneficial to his next plan. The stronger the better, the best is to be able to fight to the death with the Uchiha clan and the Hyuga clan. It's better to lose both sides. He, the third Hokage, reaps the benefits. Not long after, the blonde samurai from Union Village led several ninjas to the Hyuga family. Looking at the fierce-looking Hyuga family members around her, she had a bad feeling. When she arrived at the reception room, she couldn't help but ask the first question. The third Hokage, after a night of deliberations, has your Konoha village decided to give our Kumigakure village a satisfactory explanation? Give us the man who killed the leader of the messengers. The third Hokage said calmly. After last night's discussion, the Uchiha clan and the Hyuga clan believe that you are the ones who should give us an explanation in the Leaf Village. After all, your people have evil intentions and want to kidnap the eldest daughter of our Hyuga family. Samurai said with an angry expression. This is a false accusation. We didn't do this at all. The leader of the messenger died outside the Hyuga clan. If your Konoha village is determined to do this, then I will report to the 4th Raikage to avenge the death of my comrades. Faced with such a threat, the third Hokage did not show any signs of anxiety. He no longer looks forward to peace, but looks forward to war, the stronger the better. There's no need for him to fight anyway. With the Uchiha clan and the Hyuga clan, they are enough to fight to the death with the Kumigakure ninjas. Hinata Hizu spoke at this time. Stop acting, your sophistry can only deceive children. If you want to fight, I, the Hyuga clan and the Uchiha clan will be waiting for you at the border of Konoha. Samurai was shocked. The other party actually wanted to start a war, which was different from previous expectations. She looked at the third Hokage. Is this the decision of your Leaf Village? Of course. The third Hokage said without hesitation. Seeing this situation, Samurai knew that he could no longer rely on threats to pressure the opponent. Put down the cruel words and prepare to run away. Then just wait until war breaks out again. After speaking, she was about to turn around and leave with the others. A voice came from behind. Don't not come. Anyone who doesn't come is a coward. Chapter 65 News spreads throughout the village. The reason why Ryusuke made such a move was naturally because he hoped to anger the other party so that the other party would actually attack Konoha. To be honest, he himself didn't want the war to end just like this. After all, his father died at the hands of Union Village. Although they have never met, they know through their memories that the parents of the original person in this world look very similar to the parents of the previous life. Naturally, he wants to avenge the other party. His words really aroused Samai's anger. He couldn't help but look back at the Uchiha tribesman with a mocking look on his face. How brave he is to provoke Union Village like this. Even if the opponent is the Uchiha clan, Konoha's wealthy family does not have this qualification. No matter how powerful the family is, it cannot deal with a ninja village. What's more, the Uchiha clan now no longer has the prestige it once had. Their Union Village is not afraid of challenges. I will inform the fourth Raikage of your words, then see you on the battlefield. According to the fourth Raikage's temper, he would never treat it as nothing happened. After leaving these words, Samai rushed back to the village with a few companions. She didn't want to stay in this Konoha village for a moment. The third Hokage finally realized the warlike nature of the Uchiha clan. It seemed as if the overbearing Uchiha clan from before was back. This Uchiha Ryusuke is really a dangerous person. Because the other party has extreme ideas like Uchiha Madara. Madara originally planned to rebel against the village because he had different political views from the first Hokage. The other party just criticized Union Village's envoy. Why is it strange that Union Village doesn't send troops? But now he is no longer panicking, and there is no need for him to go to the front line. He spoke slowly. Since you are determined to do this, then if a war breaks out, it will be up to you two tribes to go and fight. Then he stood up and prepared to leave. It would be better for such a dangerous guy to die on the battlefield. The fourth Raikage is considered a powerful Kage-level expert. Of course it is a little weaker than him, the Hokage. However, it should be easy to deal with a guy like Ryusuke. The Hyuga clan was not on his side, so they sacrificed themselves. Hinata Hizu quietly let the third Hokage leave. In fact, he still had resentment in his heart. It was because of the scapegoat plan proposed by the Hokage that his brother almost died innocently. After the third Hokage left, he looked at Uchiha Ryusuke. It was also a bit of a headache for the other party to mock Union Village. The Hyuga clan also does not want another war. I originally wanted to use the reputation of the Uchiha clan and the Hyuga clan to make the Kumigakure village afraid and not dare to start another war. But now that potential plan is dead. With the fourth Raikage's violent temper, it was impossible to endure such a provocation. Even if they were the first to do the trick. Just looking at Ryusuke, he couldn't help but sigh. In terms of arrogance, the Hyuga clan still cannot compare to the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Ryusuke, thank you this time. It's just that you are a little impulsive. Such a provocation might start a war. Ryusuke didn't take it seriously. If I don't taunt, won't the other party come over? The ninja world has always been dominated by fists. Besides, after so many years of war, Konoha village has suffered a lot, so isn't Kumigakure village also suffering a lot? So relax, even if there is a war, the scale will not be as big as before. Unless they want to wipe out the village. Hinata relaxed a little. I hope it's true as Ryusuke said. The other party wouldn't be so angry that they would attack the whole village. Ryusuke was also ready to leave at this time. Because in order to participate in today's discussion, he came without completing his training. Wait until Ryusuke leaves. Hinata Hizu looked at his younger brother and said seriously. Don't do such stupid things again. You are not only a member of our family, you are also my brother. If you die, how do you want me to explain to Niji? Hinata Hizashi couldn't refute. It turns out that his brother did not treat him as a tool. I am indeed a bit selfish. If he really died, what would such a young Niji do? Page 51. I was wrong. Hinata Hayashi's expression softened. Just know you were wrong, and don't be so impulsive again. In the afternoon, the news that the peace talks with Union Village had broken down spread throughout the village. The villagers were disillusioned and did not like the war. He was even more angry when he found out that it was the Uchiha clan who secretly sabotaged it. The Uchiha clan is truly a disaster. They had no idea what benefits the outbreak of war would have on the Uchiha clan. But even if they were angry, they did not dare to trouble the Uchiha clan. That was the guard, and it was not like they had never seen villagers go to trouble the Uchiha clan before, and they were all imprisoned. They don't want to go to jail yet. At this moment, Ryusuke was practicing the fifth door of the 8 Dunjia, Dumen, at his own home. With his current physical condition, if he can open 5 doors, he doesn't know whether he can be compared with Metkai, who can open 7 doors. After all, his physical attributes are much stronger than the opponent's. Even compared to Metkai at his peak, he is much stronger. If he gains such strength, he can really be said to be invincible in the early stage. After all, it will not be long before Nagato destroys Konoha, and I don't know how long it will be before Uchiha Madara is resurrected. Even in the current crisis, if the Uchiha clan really fights against the 4th Raikage of Kumagakure village, with the strength of opening the 4 gates now, they will be completely worthy of each other. If the 5 doors are opened, it will be completely crushed. Just as he was preparing for training, his grandfather came to his room and told Ryusuke the news that had gone viral in the village and the news that Uchiha would start a clan meeting the day after tomorrow. Even his grandfather couldn't stand Ryusuke making such arbitrary decisions. Because this is not just Ryusuke's problem, it's the whole family's problem. Ryusuke's behavior was really impulsive. When the time comes for the clan to investigate, even he, the great elder, will not be able to protect him. He couldn't help but ask. Ryusuke, why did you choose to do that? Ryusuke couldn't help but asked. Of course there is a reason for doing this. Isn't there news in the village that an envoy from Kumagakure abducted Hinata in the middle of the night and was shot to death by the head of the Hyuga family? What? The great elder was shocked and shook his head. There is really no news about this. Ryusuke naturally understood when he saw his grandfather's expression. It is estimated that someone released such news again and caused the villagers to become angry towards the Uchiha clan. It is unlikely that this matter was done by Danzo Konoha. The morning time has just ended, and he can make the whole village know about it in the afternoon? It was impossible for him to have such speed. Besides, he didn't know where this thing came from or how it was arranged. As for the Hyuga clan, it is unlikely. Now all the news coming out of the village is cut off from beginning to end. Then it could only have been done by the 3rd Hokage. Only the other party has such a motive. He simply told his grandfather the complete incident. Chapter 66 Rushing to the clan meeting. His grandfather looked indignant after hearing this. The Union village is so bold. They actually want to kidnap the daughter of the Hyuga clan in the name of peace talks. This is clearly the blood successor's Byakugan who wants to seize the son's Yang family. They are not here to negotiate peace at all. Ryusuke, you did a good job. It would be really shameful for the perpetrator to sacrifice the lives of the villagers to calm the other party's anger. I will explain this to the clan leader for you. It is good. Ryusuke thought it was still necessary to explain. At the same time, he was also thinking that it was time to show off his strength in front of his tribe, otherwise his words would not count. Others didn't know it, but he knew that the Fugaku clan leader had activated the Manjiki Sharingan. Now that he has opened the 4 gates, with his powerful physical attributes, he really can't say that he will be able to suppress the opponent. And because the other party is so careful, I am afraid that he will not easily expose his activation of the Manjiki Sharingan. Isn't it because he is afraid that the tribe's self-confidence will soar and urge him to launch a coup? At the same time, he was also afraid of the suspicion of Konoha's higher UPS. Without strong force as a deterrent, people would really take action. Now let's open the 5th gate of the 8 gates Dunjia first. Only in this way can you be considered invincible in the early stage. After his grandfather left, he decisively started the practice of 8-gate Dunjia. The refined chakra impacted Domen's spine. When the amount of chakra is increased, pain will follow. At the same time, Domen was opening bit by bit. It made his aura surge a lot. But the explosion pain on his spine still made him reduce the amount of chakra he extracted. The surge of momentum in his body disappeared again. After resting for a while, he started practicing again. The training lasted for more than 2 hours, making him sweat all over his body and not only weak. There is pain from head to torso. If someone else had to bear this pain, it would be unbearable. It seems that he has reached his limit today, but fortunately there are still gains. At least half of the domain has been successfully opened. Just hit the rest. After lying down for a while, his body recovered a little, and he took a bath and rested. 2 days passed without realizing it. Tonight happens to be the Uchiha clan's clan meeting. Almost all the Uchiha clan members who opened their eyes came to the shrine. Sitting on the main seat were the clan leader Uchiha Fugaku, the great elder Uchiha Makoto, the elder Uchiha Yashiro, and some other elders. However, having the right to speak means that the first 3 have the most say. They are all waiting for someone to arrive. That was Ryusuke Uchiha. Privately promised the 3rd Hokage in the name of the Uchiha clan to start a war with Kumagakure. Regardless of whether they are moderates or radicals in the clan, even the neutrals are very dissatisfied. Although the elder Uchiha has already explained the reason why Ryusuke did this. But in the eyes of moderates, they don't like war, not to mention that sacrificing a Hyuga clan member can lead to a peaceful life. What reason did he, Uchiha Ryusuke, have to object? They were ready to ask the patriarch to severely punish this guy. Even the radicals are still dissatisfied. Especially at this time, when Konoha's high-level officials continue to oppress the Uchiha clan. It is really unwise for Uchiha Ryusuke to waste his own strength for other families. What happened if a member of the Hyuga family died? It will not hinder the Uchiha clan in the slightest. Even Yashiro, who was optimistic about Uchiha Ryusuke, was dissatisfied. Uchiha Itachi also attended this clan meeting, and even Uchiha Izumi came. Everyone is waiting for the culprit to arrive. Even the great elder was very worried. Although he explained the reason, the tribesmen present did not buy it. He sighed helplessly. Can he only rely on his reputation to make Ryusuke receive a smaller punishment? But Ryusuke, the culprit, hasn't come for a long time. Basically, all the tribesmen had fire in their hearts. A person who has such disrespect for the clan is really audacious. He would not think that just because he is the grandson of the great elder, he can do whatever he wants. Uchiha Izumi obviously noticed the gazes of his clan members, and couldn't help but feel a little worried for brother Ryusuke. Asked Uchiha Itachi on the side. Itachi, do you think Ryusuke did something wrong? Of course it's wrong. Uchiha Itachi said without hesitation. Every Konoha ninja should sacrifice his life to protect his village. This is our mission. And Ryusuke Uchiha started a war. This is the biggest sin. Uchiha Izumi couldn't help but go according to Itachi's ideas. Although it makes sense. But she was also indignant about what Cloud Hidden Village had done. Itachi, although Ryusuke acted a little impulsively, isn't what Kumagakure did disgusting. In the name of negotiating peace, they came to our village and kidnapped the eldest daughter of the Hyuga family. Uchiha Itachi said helplessly. Of course it's hateful, but now is not the time to start a war. We can only sacrifice individuals to preserve the collective. After hearing this, Uchiha Izumi had no choice but to agree. Page 52. But it's really frustrating. I couldn't help but feel a little thankful for Ryusuke-san's approach. There is no need to tolerate what Union Village has done so disgustingly. However, she didn't express her thoughts because she knew Itachi didn't like such an idea. Itachi's ideas were too lofty and she couldn't keep up. It took another hour before Ryusuke arrived at the shrine. Looks like he just woke up. Because he accidentally practiced the 8-gate Dunjia too much. Desperately attacking the 5th gate. As long as it is turned on, the Uchiha clan can be preserved. His eyes will not be deducted by others. So you accidentally overtrain. However, the result was good, and he remembered that he was just a little bit close to opening the door before passing out. Not far from the invincibility of the early stage. After waking up, he even took a shower before coming over. My hair is still wet now. When he entered the assembly venue, except for a few people, they all looked at him with very unkind expressions. The only ones who didn't have any objections to him were Izumi Uchiha and his grandfather. And of course Uchiha Fugaku. Because he knew that the opponent was very strong, not even inferior to him. Chapter 67. Should the Uchiha clan be exterminated? Facing these unkind eyes, he didn't care. Instead, he searched for the Uchiha clan member he cared about among the crowd. That was Uchiha Shisui. At this time, the other party didn't know whether he had activated the Mangeki Sharingan, that invincible pupil technique that can change the will of others without anyone noticing. This is so scary. If the other party changes his will, it is no different from killing him. But when I scanned the crowd, I couldn't find that person. It seemed that he didn't come to the clan meeting. Now it seems that this person has not been seen in his village. Maybe he has not come back outside the village. As the clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku saw Ryuzuke's arrival and immediately spoke. Uchiha Ryuzuke, you should already know the news that spread throughout the village today. Of course I know. Grandpa has already told him about this. Then do you have anything to explain? Uchiha Fugaku asked. Ryuzuke thought that these people did not know about this, so he informed the Uchiha people present about the detailed process. Of course the Uchiha clan members present knew about it, because they had been informed before the clan meeting started. Uchiha Itachi stood up first and said sternly. Uchiha Ryuzuke, do you admit your guilt for sabotaging the third Hokage's plan, destroying the peace of the village without authorization, and bringing the Uchiha clan into the whirlpool of war? Ryuzuke didn't expect that this guy would be the first to attack, but it seemed that he still stood loyally on the side of the village. He asked with a cold face. Didn't I already explain it? Obviously it was the people from Kumoyin village who took the lead in kidnapping the eldest daughter of the Hyuga family, but instead they asked the Hyuga clan to hand over their clan members to extinguish the other party's anger. You think this makes sense? When the Uchiha clan members present heard Ryuzuke's words again, their dissatisfaction subsided a little. What Union Village did was really disgusting. However, Uchiha Itachi did not buy it, but continued. The third Hokage's suggestion was correct, but what you did was wrong. You should not have incited the Hyuga clan to confront the envoys of Kumagakure. Sacrifice one person to achieve peace and end the war. This is the most reasonable approach. Furthermore, as a ninja, you should have the spiritual will to sacrifice yourself for the Leaf Village. This is the awareness we should have as ninjas. The Uchiha clan present heard what Uchiha Itachi said, especially the radical members of the Uchiha clan, and their expressions were not very good. Such remarks are really heartbreaking in their eyes. For the sake of the village, how did the village treat them? Even the tribe has been forced to relocate, so I asked which major force in the village still treated them like this. Even moderate people find it a bit harsh. They don't support confrontation with the higher UPS, but that doesn't mean they are willing to sacrifice their lives for the village. When Uchiha Itachi's father heard such words, his heart sank. He sent Itachi to be an undercover agent next to the Hokage, but it seemed that his son was already very convinced of him. In that case, it is a question whether he will pass on effective information to himself in the future. Maybe he would stand on the opposite side of the Uchiha clan, which really worried him. When Ryuzuke heard what the other party said, his eyes narrowed. Sacrifice one person to bring peace to the village. If you think about it later, it means sacrificing a whole clan to bring peace to the village. He couldn't help but speak. Uchiha Itachi, since you are so enlightened, I have a question to ask you. The relationship between the village and the Uchiha clan should be known to all the Uchiha clan members present. According to your consciousness, Itachi Uchiha, should our Uchiha clan be exterminated to maintain the stability of the village? As soon as these words came out, all the Uchiha people in the audience were stunned. What a bold statement this is! How could the Uchiha clan be exterminated? In the era of the decline of the Senju clan, the Uchiha clan was the largest clan in Konoha, and could even be said to be the largest clan in the ninja world. Immediately some clan members spoke. Uchiha Ryusuke, you are too presumptuous to say such rebellious words. Clan leader, punish such arrogant people quickly. Unexpectedly, Ryusuke immediately responded to them. I'm not asking you, shut your mouth. Otherwise I'll ask you out. As he spoke, a powerful aura emerged from his body. It seemed that Ryusuke was about to kill the other party at the first disagreement. These tribesmen were frightened for a moment and did not dare to speak any more. Because the momentum given by the other party is too strong. Even the patriarch's eyes froze. He didn't realize how arrogant Ryusuke was. As the patriarch, he knew that the family was in a storm right now, and if there was a coup and it failed. If the top brass in Konoha were more ruthless, then genocide would not be impossible. Could it be that Ryusuke Uchiha discovered something? Otherwise, how could there be such astonishing remarks? It seems that if you open your eyes and look at the future, you will be in danger of going blind. Uchiha Itachi is now getting numb from the other party's questions. He didn't expect to ask him such a question in the clan. It made him feel a little shocked. There is no need for me to answer such a question cannot happen. If the village wants to destroy the Uchiha clan, then the village will inevitably decline. So, it's absolutely impossible. Ryusuke sneered. Humph! So you, a butcher, are afraid of the decline of the village and plan to kill a clan yourself? Uchiha Itachi noticed the other party's disdain and felt extremely unhappy. Stop changing the subject. Don't you realize you were wrong now? Ryusuke laughed. According to your opinion, if people from Kumigakure come to kidnap Konoha villagers again, do we have to tolerate each other? Is it even necessary to sacrifice one's own people again to satisfy the other party? The two cannot but be confused. I believe something like this will never happen again in the village. Why can't they be confused? The initiator of this matter is Union Village. Can you represent Union Village, or have you already joined Union Village? Uchiha Itachi felt that the situation in front of him was confusing. I just don't think Naruto will tolerate this anymore. A sneer appeared on Ryusuke's lips. Did he launch the night of genocide because he couldn't tolerate it? Uchiha Ryusuke looked at the clan members around him. Some of you may feel that I have destroyed the peace of Konoha. If this kind of thing happens to our Uchiha clan next time, will we, the Uchiha clan, also have to quell the enemy's anger and sacrifice the lives of our own clan members? After speaking, he pointed at some of the people. Of course these people were all a bit overwhelmed. Don't point fingers at me. I'm not willing to sacrifice myself in such a humiliating way. Even if I die, it would be better to die in a war. The people Ryusuke pointed at all gave reasons why they didn't want to die like this. Uchiha Itachi became even more unhappy. What did these guys learn in the ninja school? Why would they think about such a dangerous behavior as dying in a war? There is no glory in dying in a war. Dying in a war means that a war has occurred. That's not a small number like a few dead, but dozens. Even hundreds or thousands of people died, which was a serious loss. It's really too short-lived. Page 53. He felt that there was no need to waste words. He and his tribe were not thinking in the same dimension. Maybe only Shisui could understand his thoughts. Chapter 68. What his 3 generations did, our Uchiha clan can do. Uchiha Itachi sat back in his seat obediently and stopped talking. The tribesmen are all like this, completely unable to understand the profound meaning of the will of fire. As a ninja of Konoha village, he puts his personal interests above the interests of the village. This is a big mistake. But he couldn't directly point at them and scold them, as that would only arouse conflicts between the two parties. At this time, Uchiha Yashiro stood up. Although he understood the reason why Uchiha Ryusuke did this. But what time is it now? If the Uchiha clan and the Hyuga clan take up the banner of fighting against Kumagakure, many ninjas will be killed or injured. He cannot accept it. If the power of the Uchiha clan weakens again, the high-level officials of Konoha who are displeased with them may severely suppress the Uchiha clan again, and then the Uchiha clan may be reduced to a state of decline. So he spoke. Ryusuke, although I agree with your opinion, there is no need for the Uchiha clan to stand up for the Hyuga clan. If a war breaks out, our Uchiha clan will also lose strength. Regarding Uchiha Yashiro, Ryusuke did not put on an indifferent face. Instead, he looked at the clansmen present. The Uchiha clan is one of the two founding families of Konoha village. Do you think we have no reason to protect other people in the village? What the third Hokage cannot do, we the Uchiha clan can do. The third Hokage chose to sacrifice the ninjas in the village to calm the shameless anger of other villages, but we, the Uchiha clan, chose to fight. Yashiro felt a little excited when he heard the other party's words. The Uchiha clan is indeed the founding family of Konoha village, but now they are being made things difficult by the former small clan. This, of course, made the radicals very unhappy. Now Ryusuke is undoubtedly the representative of the radicals. What the third Hokage cannot do, the Uchiha clan can do. Makes Yashiro feel refreshed. Doesn't this prove that the Uchiha clan is more suitable for the top than the third Hokage? Is he more suitable to lead the Leaf Village? Well said, our Uchiha clan will take care of this matter. Then he sat down with satisfaction. Even Izumi admires Ryusuke, who admires him more and more. She really didn't like the way the third Hokage handled it this time. We should protect our own people in the village from being bullied by people in other villages. This is what Ryusuke does, and she likes it. Even Uchiha Fugaku admired the other party's actions. Maybe other clan members felt that Ryusuke did this to relieve their anger. But as the leader of the clan, he saw the benefits brought by Ryusuke's actions. Although the Hyuga clan is weaker than their Uchiha clan. But there is no doubt that the opponent's bloody eyes are of great strategic value. It can be called a wealthy family. Ryusuke's move was undoubtedly a chance to win over the Hyuga clan. If someone in the village can reduce their hostility towards the Uchiha clan, it will undoubtedly be a huge gain. But Uchiha Itachi's expression became calmer and calmer, but his heart was actually in turmoil. This guy is really too radical. He actually thought that what he did was better than that of the third Hokage. But how could he, Uchiha Itachi, believe such a ghost idea? He has personally experienced the battlefield and has seen countless people die on the battlefield. The disappearance of life is as simple as dust blown by the wind. Therefore, what the third Hokage did was undoubtedly the right one. Sacrifice of one person can save countless people, this cannot be wrong. As a ninja, you should have the spirit of sacrificing the small self and preserving the greater self. This is what it means to be a ninja. Uchiha Ryuka's behavior has no consciousness of being a ninja at all, and it is really selfish. It's really too extreme. It couldn't be more wrong to start a war without authorization just to protect one person. Ryusuke was also looking at everyone at this time. Does anyone else want to accuse me? Both moderates and radicals have run out of ideas. Because Konoha village was indeed founded by their Uchiha clan. Of course, it is impossible to see other villages bullying their Konoha village. For the radicals, it can be seen that the third Hokage who has done such a thing has become old and fatuous and suppressed their Uchiha clan. And now it feels like their Uchiha clan is much more powerful than the third Hokage. Both moderates and radicals love the village deeply because this is where they settle down. The elder was very pleased that his grandson had really grown up and was able to control the situation. When Itachi saw this situation, everyone in the clan was convinced by this guy. Even his own father did not pursue Ryusuke's crime. It really chilled him. We can't let people like Ryusuke influence the thinking of the tribe. Because he could completely predict that if this situation continued, Ryuzuki would dare to lead people to openly confront the Hokage. In that case, things would get out of hand. Now that Shisui is not here, he can only stop the development of this situation. So he stood up again and said, Uchiha Ryuzuki, you underestimate the damage of war. If a war breaks out and the Uchiha clan goes to the battlefield, how many people here will die? Have you never thought about it? Uchiha Ryuzuki actually smiled. Isn't it that all the fame and glory of the Uchiha clan so far can only be obtained through the blood and sacrifice of our ancestors? Are you Uchiha Itachi a coward? The other tribesmen agreed very much with Ryuzuki's words. Chapter 69 Ryuzuki vs Itachi. Of course they knew the dangers of becoming a ninja, but they still decided to become one. How could you be afraid of death? Even for the future prosperity of the Uchiha clan, they are willing to sacrifice their lives. The radicals among them immediately echoed. I support Ryuzuki Uchiha. No one in the Uchiha clan is greedy for life or afraid of death. Uchiha Itachi was very shocked to see so many people coming out to support Ryuzuki. It seems that the clan members are really affected by Ryuzuki. If only they could have such a high consciousness for the sake of the village. Unfortunately, their goals were wrong. To avoid them going down the wrong path and going further and further, he looked at Ryuzuki Uchiha. With your strength, I'm afraid you don't have the ability to represent the family. The Uchiha clan will only worship powerful clan members, and clan members without strength cannot convince their clan members. Using his strength to firmly suppress Uchiha Ryuzuki may be able to change the minds of the clan members. The thoughts of the tribe are very difficult to change, but they are more inclined to believe in the strong. This is the only method he has now. Uchiha Ryuzuki had a cold face and actually said that he did not have the strength to represent the family now. The Uchiha clan has always been dominated by the strong. He is no longer the same person he was a few months ago, and now he is fully capable of controlling Uchiha Itachi. He had kicked Uchiha Obito before, now it was time to punch Uchiha Itachi. This guy has always been against himself, and it is really difficult to change his mind. Maybe only by giving the other person a good beating can he change his wrong ideas. In fact, the other party has always been good at thinking, and can even think in the way of Naruto. Isn't it because of the strength that the other party is proud of? If you think you are strong, you will think endlessly. Hit the other person hard and let the other person know your vulnerability, and you may be able to correct his thinking. He looked at each other coldly. Would you like to have a fight? I will let you know whether I have the ability to represent the family. Just to my liking. Kaname Uchiha responded immediately. As a genius in the family, he didn't think he would lose to Uchiha Ryuzuki. Although I have also heard that the other party has been practicing physical skills with Metkai. But physical skills cannot defeat his eyes. He looked at his father, Uchiha Fugaku. Clan leader, please allow me to compete with Uchiha Ryuzuki. Uchiha Fugaku nodded in agreement. It is good. The current venue is too small. You should go outside the shrine. The reason why he agreed to this proposal was that he also wanted to see how strong his child was. He knew his child was an unparalleled genius. How different from Uchiha Ryuzuki. Page 54. At this moment, Uchiha Izumi looked a little sad and didn't know who to support. On one side was brother Ryuzuki and on the other was Uchiha Itachi, both of whom she liked very much. Although she liked Uchiha Itachi more at first, her recent interactions made her realize that there was a huge gap in their thoughts. Sometimes she even didn't dare to express her feelings in front of Itachi for fear of making him angry. Itachi's thoughts were firmly on the side of the village, but she, Uchiha Izumi, supported her family. Without the support of the family, I am afraid that both mother and daughter would be homeless somewhere. She has no reason to oppose her family. Although he was tangled in his heart, he still followed everyone outside to watch the battle between the two people. The other Uchihas were obviously more excited. The Uchiha clan is naturally aggressive by nature. They stood and watched the battle from a distance. Uchiha Ryusuke in the field directly opened the 3 Megatama Sharingan. At this time, Itachi was already very powerful. After all, the clan would be wiped out in 2 years. Not only does he rely on the Mangekyo Sharingan, his own eye skills, ninjutsu, and taijutsu have all reached a very strong level. He didn't want to lose to the 2nd and 5th sons of a family. Uchiha Itachi, who was standing on the other side, frowned as he looked at the other party. Unexpectedly, Ryusuke Uchiha also opened the 3 Megatama Sharingan. Maybe this is why the other party is so arrogant. Obviously, before, he was just an ordinary tribesman who opened the 2nd Megatama Sharingan. However, he was worthy of his opponent, because he opened the 3 Megatama Sharingan. I don't plan to say hello to the other party. The other party looks like this, so he must be prepared. He took out a shuriken from his ninja tool bag and threw it directly at Uchiha Ryusuke. The shurikens collided continuously in the air, changed direction, and then shot at Uchiha Ryusuke again. Uchiha Ryusuke couldn't help but treat such an attack with caution. San Magatama quickly watched the shuriken's attack method, and then cautiously avoided it. After all, no matter how powerful the Sharingan's observation is, it doesn't have a 360-degree field of view like the Byakugan. This move of the opponent can change the direction of the shuriken and attack him from behind. With this skill, he is very talented. However, with his Sharingan eyes fully open and under observation, he was still able to dodge these shurikens. Such a scene opened the eyes of all the Uchiha people present. I didn't expect that shuriken throwing could be so fun. A ninja can basically dodge ordinary shuriken throws. This kind of shuriken throwing can only be used to test or detect the situation in certain jungles and woods to see if there is an enemy ambush. Now in their eyes, Uchiha Itachi's move has evolved into a killer move. This kind of shuriken technique, even many of them who have opened the Sharingan must take it seriously, and they accidentally fall into this technique. Uchiha Izumi looked at Uchiha Itachi's move. This must be the turning shuriken that Itachi said. There is no way she can learn such a throwing technique, because such a shuriken throwing technique probably requires a lot of calculation and control. Otherwise, not only will such a collision not be able to change the direction, but the shuriken will not even be able to hit anyone. However, Brother Ryusuke is also very powerful and can actually dodge such an attack. Ryusuke-san is pretty awesome too. Itachi Uchiha was a little surprised when he saw the other party dodge his shuriken attack. It's a bit powerful. No wonder he can become so radical. Then he refined chakra and formed seals in his hands. Si Wei Shenhai Wu Yin. He spit out a huge fireball directly from his mouth and attacked Ryusuke. It was extremely fast and extremely hot. Such a huge fireball almost scorched the ground as it passed by. Chapter 70 Physical Combat. Such a magnificent fireball technique made the tribesmen watching the battle marvel. Itachi is indeed the top genius in the family. A top genius who can perform such a powerful fireball technique is undoubtedly a person with great fire escape talent. Even Uchiha Fugaku is very satisfied with his son's talent, which is indeed very good. At the same time, he also sighed in his heart. He didn't know what Itachi was thinking now. Maybe he really stood on Konoha's side. Every time, the message given to the family is that the senior officials have not targeted the Uchiha clan and have not taken any action. I hope the clan members will not misunderstand. But even his father couldn't believe this kind of news. Let alone ordinary tribesmen. Ryusuke saw that even guys like Itachi Uchiha like to use the fireball jutsu, and it was clear that this ninjutsu had no use at all. Besides being handsome. So there was no doubt that he fell in love with this ninjutsu. Refining chakra, quickly forming seals with both hands. Si Wei Shenhai Wu Yin. Fire style, great fireball technique. A ball of fire as big as a house came out of his mouth. In terms of size, it is even larger than Uchiha Itachi's. Because Ryusuke undoubtedly has more chakra than Uchiha Itachi. naturally more powerful. The two huge fireballs quickly collided in the air. It exploded directly, and the flames all over the sky lit up the dark sky. Countless flames spread around. There were even some ball-shaped flames flying towards the Uchiha tribesmen at the scene. These tribesmen still easily dodged these attacks, and some even directly dispersed the flames. When the flames reached them, they no longer had much power. Except for some people who had seen Uchiha Ryusuke's strength, everyone present was extremely surprised. He had known for a long time that Uchiha Itachi was so strong, but what he didn't expect was that Uchiha Ryusuke was so strong. Undoubtedly, he is also very talented in fire escape, as he releases a fireball that is comparable to Itachi Uchiha. Especially Uchiha Izumi's little mouth was open. She knew that Itachi was so strong, and he had demonstrated it in front of her. Unexpectedly, Ryusuke-san was hiding so deeply that the huge fireball he released was larger than Itachi's huge fireball. At the same time, she was also a little helpless. Why did two top geniuses in the same family stand on opposite sides? Brother Ryusuke was obviously protecting the family, so why did Itachi stand up against him? She really felt a little helpless. If the two of them could work together, then the Uchiha clan would be able to restore its former glory. Although Uchiha Itachi in the field was shocked that the opponent's fireball was so powerful, it was even comparable to his. But he seized the opportunity and rushed directly towards Uchiha Ryusuke. He is very confident in his physical skills. In the past, his clone could defeat his peers, but let alone his true body. When Uchiha Ryusuke saw the opponent rushing towards him, it was obvious that he wanted to start a taijutsu battle, and he couldn't help but smile. In terms of shuriken throwing skills, he can't compete with him. In terms of Sharingan power, I don't know yet. It may be a 50-50 split, but if you compete with him in taijutsu, he will undoubtedly crush the opponent. Although Itachi's physical skills were good, that was all. Not only did he easily dodge Itachi's attack, but he also took the opportunity to punch the opponent. Itachi didn't expect that his attack was dodged by the opponent, and he hurriedly waved his hands to defend against the opponent's attack, but what surprised him was that the opponent's punch was so hard that it even caused pain in his arm. He was shocked. Although he might have a chance to defeat the opponent with his physical skills, the opponent's physique was much stronger than his. In several consecutive fights, he was suppressed and put a serious burden on his body. For a moment, he was really unable to withstand it and stepped back step by step. He knew that he couldn't compete with his opponent in physical skills, otherwise he would definitely lose. The Uchiha people watching the battle were very surprised. This was completely beyond their imagination. Although the Uchiha clan is not famous for their physical skills, they are still quite strong in the ninja world. But now Ryusuke is suppressing Uchiha Itachi. There is no doubt that Ryusuke's taijutsu is really strong enough. And it's not even the slightest bit stronger. Even if the people watching the battle come forward, they probably won't be Ryusuke's opponent. Some of them were not surprised when they saw Ryusuke take action. Three people like Uchiha Yashiro, Uchiha Inari, and Uchiha Fugaku had seen how strong Ryusuke's taijutsu was. Even Ryusuke hasn't activated the 8-gate dungeon yet. If he had activated the 8-gate dungeon, Uchiha Itachi might be easily defeated. If Itachi continued to compete with Ryusuke in taijutsu, the only way out would be defeat. This also proves to be in the interests of the radicals. When it comes to Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui, there is no doubt that they represent the views of the moderates. Communicate with Konoha's higher UPS and even obey their orders. Even the previous agreement for the family to move to the clan was only possible with the strong support of Uchiha Shisui. As for Shisui, there is no doubt that he is the top strongman in the family. Even their radical faction has to admit his ability. However, their radical faction does not have strong combat representatives. Uchiha Itachi in the field was extremely talented in fighting, so he naturally knew that he could no longer compete with Ryusuke in physical skills. The distance must be kept away, otherwise he will definitely be the loser. So he quickly retreated. But how could Ryuzuke give him such a chance? What's more, now he was faster than his opponent, catching up with Itachi directly, clenching his fists and blasting towards Itachi's chest. Uchiha Itachi couldn't dodge, his face was very painful, and his body flew out directly. Lying on the ground with all four limbs stabilized the body. He looks very bad now. As a genius, he would actually end up in such a situation. Even though Uchiha Ryuzuke was a few years older than him, he still felt very defeated and at the same time very angry. How could this guy be so strong? Originally, I wanted to attack the other party so that the other party could no longer influence the tribe, but now I was suppressed by the other party, which made the other party wise. At this moment, Uchiha Ryuzuke had a smile on his face. He had kicked Uchiha Obito before, and now punched Uchiha Itachi. The original dream had been fulfilled. Now these two young men are no longer his opponents. Maybe the opponent will activate the Manjiki Sharingan later, but since he holds the power of dual systems, won't he become stronger? When the time comes to have more children, there will be many rewards. Even the automatic training system that is considered unreliable is still very reliable overall, as long as it can improve the strength. Chapter 71 I Power strengthens again. Uchiha Itachi hasn't opened the Manjiki Sharingan yet. He probably opened it after witnessing the death of Uchiha Shisui. Now Itachi is completely poisoned and has been completely brainwashed by the third Hokage's will of fire. Of course, it is also because his thoughts have deviated from the normal trajectory and are very difficult to change. The other party's mind was affected by Shisui. If Shisui could be changed, then the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Fugaku, and himself. Page 55. In addition, the Hyuga clan should not oppose the Uchiha clan again. Then the strength of Konoha's top brass doesn't seem to be enough. Now the only forces in the village that support the Hokage are the three families of Ino, deer, and butterflies. Among them, the Nara clan. This clan has high IQ and the secret family skill Shadow Secret Technique. The Akimichi clan is also one of the secret arts clans. It is the clan that mainly attacks, but it is not that powerful. The Mountain clan mainly performs tasks such as reconnaissance and intelligence. In fact, their combat effectiveness is not particularly high. Supporting the third Hokage, there are also the Abarame clan and the Inyazuka clan. The remaining ones should be the Shimura clan and the Sarutobi clan. Some other small families can be ignored. Uchiha used all his clan's strength, and if he faced these people, he really had no chance of winning. He couldn't understand how Hiruzen Sarutobi dared to wipe out the most powerful fighting force in the village, causing the village to rapidly decline. The third generation of Hokage was also finished in the future invasion of Orochimaru. If the Uchiha clan had taken action at that time, Orochimaru would have had 3 more heads and 6 arms. It is impossible for the invasion to be successful. If it weren't for the action of the 2nd and 5th boys, the Uchiha clan would be able to lose both sides if they fought against the entire ninja village with the power of one clan. Even if he didn't take action himself, this would still be the result. With such great strength, if he, the Uchiha clan, is not the leader of Konoha, who will? At this time, Itachi was obviously a little angry. The other party was stronger than him, and he felt very unhappy. He has always been far ahead of his peers. No one is his opponent. Now that he has an opponent, his self-esteem has also been hit. At the same time, I also felt a crisis. There was such a powerful person in the clan, but he was still a narrow-minded ideologue of his own clan. How is this not scary? Now I can only use genjutsu. As the chakra condenses into the eyes through the small meridians, the Sharingan becomes scarier and stares at Uchiha Ryuzuke. The art of magic shackles. Uchiha Ryuzuke also felt the opponent's illusion and immediately activated the magic shackle technique. His pupil power has been strengthened, and it should not be lower than the opponent's. Maybe even if it is lower, it should not be much lower. As long as he fights with all his strength, he should not be affected by the illusion. The two of them stared at each other like this. Whoever failed in the duel of eye power would be struck by the magical shackles. Uchiha Itachi saw that the other party not only resisted him, but even tried to compete with him in genjutsu. The corners of his mouth could not help but tilt. It is absolutely impossible for the opponent to defeat him in genjutsu. Even Shisui praises his ability, and Shisui is the top powerhouse of the Uchiha clan with the 3 Megatama Sharingan. The onlookers watched the competition between the two sides with great interest. This was something they were most familiar with. This is the classic battle between Uchiha. The battle between illusions is the battle between pupil power. Whoever has stronger pupil power will have the upper hand in the battle between genjutsu. Even Uchiha Fugaku watched the battle between Itachi and Uchiha Ryusuke with great interest. He had not had an illusion battle with Uchiha Ryusuke before, so he didn't know what Uchiha Ryusuke's eye power was like. But he knew that his son's eyesight was very strong. This is why he has high hopes for this son. Itachi's physical skills were not as good as his opponent's, but the same could not be said for his eyes. The powerful Sharingan can change the situation of the battle and perhaps defeat the opponent. Of course, the premise is that Uchiha Ryusuke does not use the 8-gate dungeon. If Uchiha Ryusuke uses the 8-gate dungeon, it will inevitably cause the chakra in the body to surge, and the raging chakra surges. Even the Sharingan genjutsu will be difficult to affect the opponent's chakra. If it cannot affect the opponent's chakra, then the illusion is naturally ineffective. In the battlefield at this moment, Uchiha Ryusuke felt that the opponent's eye power was very powerful, even stronger than his own. Even in the illusion battle, he was at a disadvantage. He was a little worried, maybe he would fail in the Sharingan illusion duel. As time passed, it became clear that he would be the loser, and suddenly he heard the voice of the system in his mind. 6461366659. Your Sharingan sensed that someone was trying to harm the host, and you were furious. Quickly practice your Sharingan, and your pupil power will increase again. In an instant, Ryusuke felt a warm current passing through his eyes, and his eyes became stronger. Things before my eyes became clearer. The pressure put on me by the other party's illusions instantly disappeared, and she became extremely relaxed. Uchiha Itachi felt something bad for a moment, and suddenly felt that the opponent's pupil power had increased significantly. It originally felt that the opponent was about to lose. His pupil power had been suppressing the opponent. As long as he waited for the opponent's pupil power to be consumed, he could make the opponent fall victim to his magic shackles. Suddenly his mind was shaken, and he was suddenly pulled into an illusory world. The whole world was filled with blood-red sky, and 4 huge nails were fixed on his body, making him unable to move. When he pulled others into this illusion before, his spirit also appeared here, so he was also extremely familiar with this space. His expression changed. He actually fell into the opponent's illusion. He actually lost the illusion showdown. Now in this space, the other party is the master, and he is the lamb to be slaughtered. He actually lost to the opponent, still in the illusion that he was best at. Uchiha Ryusuke is really scary. Did he hide his power before? In the real world, the tribesmen could see that Uchiha Itachi's body was leaning and his eyes were lifeless, and they knew that the winner was decided. They all couldn't help but admire Ryusuke even more because he was able to defeat the genius Itachi. Ryusuke's 3 Magatama Sharingan is undoubtedly more powerful, and such people will naturally win their admiration and support. There is actually another master in their Uchiha clan, and he appears suddenly. I am afraid I have never heard of him before. Chapter 72 Can't Put It Down. Even Uchiha Fugaku was shocked that he was able to defeat his son's Sharingan in terms of eye power. It proves that the other party's 3 Megatama Sharingan points are definitely in the top 3 levels in today's family. Among the top 2, there must be him and Uchiha Shisui, 1 each. And this third place is probably Uchiha Ryusuke. As for Uchiha Ryusuke's strength, and who is stronger or weaker between them, there is no way to know without competing. But looking at the abnormal scarlet color of the opponent's 3 Megatama Sharingan eyes, one knows how ominous and powerful those eyes are. Even Fugaku didn't dare to treat him carelessly. He was also very happy that such a strong man appeared in the family. Because now he is the only one in the family who is under the pressure of Konoha's top management, which is a bit stressful. It's also a good thing to have one more strong person, and this guy should be a radical, so at least it won't be detrimental to the family. Of course, if the opponent can activate the Mangekyo Sharingan, then the Uchiha clan can be said to have nothing to worry about. Even if Konoha wants to attack the Uchiha clan, it will only hurt both sides. So he hesitated to tell the other party how to open the Mangekyo Sharingan, but this method of opening the Sharingan was really unacceptable. Uchiha Izumi, who had been watching the game on the sidelines, opened his mouth slightly in shock. Is brother Ryusuke so strong? Even Itachi was no match for her, so she could still accept this result and didn't feel any pity for Itachi's failure. The great elder Uchiha looked happy. His grandson is so awesome. Not only did he activate the 3 Megatama Sharingan, but he also defeated Uchiha Itachi in the illusion comparison. Uchiha Itachi was also someone he watched grow up. Who knows how talented he is? From this you can see how strong his grandson is. At this time, Uchiha Fugaku looked at his son and said, not wanting him to be embarrassed again. Okay, Ryusuke, stop, the competition has already decided the winner. This magical shackle technique is a torture technique used by the Uchiha clan, and it will undoubtedly cause great mental torture. After hearing what Uchiha Fugaku said, Ryusuke immediately stopped transporting chakra to his eyes, stopped activating genjutsu, and stopped interfering with the opponent's chakra. Having already given Itachi Uchiha a disastrous defeat, this was enough. Could it be that he could still kill the opponent on the spot? Itachi felt the world spinning and then returned to reality. My eyes felt a little blurry and my head felt a little dizzy. It didn't take long for him to wake up. He sighed helplessly in his heart and could only wait for Shisui to come back before attacking him. His father, who became the clan leader, had no intention of suppressing the other party, which made him even more disappointed. Immediately, Uchiha Fugaku announced the dissolution of tonight's clan meeting. There is no need to hold Liangsuke to task, and it is even too late for him to be happy. How could he punish Ryusuke? The tribesmen also returned to their homes happily, and were not dissatisfied with Ryusuke at first. On the contrary, Ryusuke won their approval, and what he said made perfect sense. The members of the Uchiha clan, whether they are radical or moderate, all regard Konoha as their home. Naturally, they hope that Konoha will get better and not be bullied by outsiders. Perhaps the only person who was dissatisfied was Itachi Uchiha. Not only was his reputation as a genius completely defeated, but it also allowed Ryusuke Uchiha to expand his influence and increase the prestige of the radical faction. If the radicals succeed, the confrontation with Konoha's top leaders will become increasingly fierce, and even a war may eventually break out. Early the next morning, Uchiha Ryusuke came to the grove to exercise as usual and continued to improve his physical attributes. After exercising for a period of time, a small figure also came here and watched Ryusuke's training. Ryusuke saw the person coming, it was Izumi Uchiha, and he was a little surprised on his face. "Why do you come to see me when you have time?" Chuan said with interest. "Come and see Ryusuke Nii's training. Brother Ryusuke has become so strong, maybe it has something to do with your training." She was about to graduate, so she naturally wanted to be as powerful as brother Ryusuke. The ninja profession was still very dangerous. To make herself stronger, her mother could rely on her, and she would have to rely on her to support the family in the future. When Uchiha Ryusuke heard Izumi's words, he immediately thought that the other party had turned into a muscular girl with extremely strong muscles. Then he looked at the other party's now small and cute body, and instantly refused. "Chuan, my training method is not suitable for girls. You should learn something else. Maybe it's not impossible to learn from Itachi." Before the night of genocide, Uchiha Itachi treated Izumi very well. Chuan sighed. Right now, I don't feel like I'm particularly comfortable getting along with Itachi. She also felt a little helpless in her heart. She and Itachi really couldn't get along. They had different ideas. They were always a little constrained and very uncomfortable when they got along. When Ryuzyuk heard her words, his expression was a little helpless. It seemed that he couldn't change Itachi's mind, and Izumi should be on the side of the family. It's really difficult to get along with people who think differently, and this little girl doesn't seem to have anyone else to rely on in the clan. Other members of the Uchiha clan are not as easy to get along with as he is, and this little girl did not grow up in the Uchiha clan, but in the Senju clan, and her father is a member of the Senju clan, so maybe he doesn't have many Uchiha friends. Ryuzyuk said with a smile. Then let me teach you basic physical skills. With basic physical skills, as long as you don't exercise like crazy like him, you probably won't be able to build muscles and become a strong man like him. After hearing Ryuzyuk's words, everyone suddenly smiled. Ryuzyuk was still kind to him, and getting along with him was more pleasant. Maybe it was because brother Ryuzyuk had always taken care of himself, and there was no conflict. As for me, I always seemed to like myself before, and I didn't seem to feel any discomfort. In the following time, Ryuzyuk stopped his training and taught Izumi some of the moves and methods he had obtained from Metkai. Of course, it is inevitable to come into contact with Quan's body and guide the other party's correct movements. It has to be said that although Chuan is still small now, his lower abdomen, thighs and calves still feel very good to the touch, making people very comfortable. There is also a fragrance on his body, which makes him unable to help but pinch all over his body. One time, Izumi's face was slightly red, and Ryuzyuk felt cool when he pinched himself. Brother Ryuzyuk really likes teasing her. Is she really that cute? Let Ryuzyuk brother fall in love with her. Chapter 73 That kind of thing. But compared to this, she felt that the strong aura of Ryuzyuk brother leaning against her was coming to her nostrils, which was very, very attractive to her. Page 56. She couldn't help but take a few more breaths. This was the scent of a mature opposite sex. It had to be said that it made her feel relaxed and happy, and she was very yearning for it. He even leaned against Ryuzyuk-san unconsciously. Fortunately, she didn't rely on her. As soon as she got close, the fragrance of her body instantly attracted Ryuzyuk. Ryuzyuk couldn't help but throw himself down at Chuan, ride on Quan's body, and take a deep breath of Quan's body. Fresh fragrance. Quan's face instantly turned pale with shock. The distance was so close, and the other person's aura rushed toward her fiercely, making her immediately feel relaxed and happy, yearning for him, and a little drifting off. If it's Ryusukenai, it doesn't seem impossible. Brother Ryuzyuk took in the mother and daughters so that they could settle down in the Uchiha clan. Moreover, Ryusukenai is quite handsome and has a very strong body. Seeing how Ryuzyuk-san is like this now, it seems like she can't escape, so why not just try that kind of thing? So she closed her eyes and waited for that moment to come. When Ryuzyuk wanted to go further, he woke up and looked at Izumi with his eyes closed in front of him. Izumi looked very delicious and cute. He had also developed what should be grown. Unexpectedly, he had grown bigger in just a few months. But reason told him that it was better not to take action. No way, while the physical attributes were enhanced, I didn't expect that the attributes in that area were also strengthened. Kurenai couldn't do that kind of thing because she was pregnant. His pressure couldn't be released, so he couldn't help but knock Chuan down. This was the body's basic reaction. As for Chuan, who was lying on the ground, he didn't feel that his body was being tortured for a long time, and he couldn't help but open one eye and looked at Ryuzyuk-san through a crack. At this time, brother Ryuzyuk seemed to have returned to normal, his face was calm, and he was no longer as excited as before. She couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. She was obviously ready to accept that kind of thing, but she didn't know what it felt like. I've only heard that it hurts a little at first, but then becomes very comfortable. At this time, Ryusuke pulled Chuan to stand up. It would be better to wait until the other party grows up a little more. In the following time, I taught the other party some basic moves, and after guiding the other party's correct movements, I drove her away. If I had been with her for a long time, maybe she really couldn't help it. Chuan was so cute like this that he couldn't help but feel excited. I don't know how attractive he will be when he matures. If such a clan member died on the night of genocide, he felt it would be a loss to the entire ninja world. With him here this time, he won't let such a thing happen. By the afternoon, it was time for him to leave Konoha. He still had things to do. Those from Kumagakure have been away from Konoha for more than 2 days. Even if he did something to these people, no one would know it was him. How could he let these people go? Even if it is a mother he has never met, he still wants her to repay her blood debt with blood. Don't talk about peace with him, peace is hell. In this world, only the strong eat the weak. In the afternoon, after Uchiha Ryusuke took a rest, he packed up his daily necessities with a sealed space scroll, as well as a set of black hooded clothes and a white mask, and he was ready to set off. Daily necessities and the like are still necessary. After all, he doesn't know how long this outing will take. As for the black hooded clothes and white mask, because he doesn't want people to know that he did it, if people find out, it is still very threatening at this stage. As for the 8-door Dungeon's breakthrough, we can only wait a little longer. Even the last trace of breakthrough is not that easy. And the physical attributes are enhanced, making it easier to practice. You can still wait a little longer at this time. After making all these preparations, he was ready to leave the village. Chase after those people. The direction of pursuit is also very simple. He was preparing to chase those people along the direction between the 2 points of Konoha village and Cloud Hidden village. This time the other party must have been irritated by him, so he would be in a hurry to return to the village. The shortest distance between the 2 points was. On the other hand, the world of Naruto is really outrageous. There are still carriages in Naruto world. As a ninja, he relies on his body to perform tasks on foot. A large area of land in the north of Konoha village is covered with virgin forests. Ninjas can use chakra and are physically very strong. Crossing mountains and jungles is not a problem. Maybe this is why horse-drawn carriages are not commonly used. After sneaking out of the village, he rushed all the way to Union village, traveling day and night. Even if the ninjas from Cloud Hidden village traveled 2 days ahead, they probably wouldn't have to travel day and night, and would definitely have time to rest. Moreover, they didn't have the physical fitness to be as strong as themselves, so they could continue traveling at high speed. He needed to rest and sleep, so he was very confident in catching up with the other party. After a day and night of pursuit day and night. Not long after entering another forest, he sensed the traces of the ninjas of Kumoyin village from a distance. As he expected, he slowly approached. It blended perfectly into the environment without making a single sound. At this moment, the ninja of Union village was sitting on the rocks and resting. They were also traveling at full speed during the day, and now they were not far from the border, and there was someone waiting for them at the border, so they also relaxed their vigilance. Besides, they are the ninjas of Union village. Anyone who dares to cause trouble for them, even in the chaotic border where thieves, robbers, and wandering ninjas are rampant, who dares to take action against them is seeking death. One of the Kumagakure ninjas looked a little sad. We're about to meet the person who will take care of us. How should I explain to the 4th Raikage-sama after I return this time? This time, not only was Tadoi Jounin killed, which greatly damaged the reputation of our Kumagakure village, the peace talks also failed, and Konoha's breeding plan also failed. It can be said to be a complete failure. With the 4th Raikage-sama's temper, we shouldn't be severely punished, right? After listening to his words, several other Kumoyan village chunin also looked at each other. The ninjas of Konoha village have gone too far. They killed our ninjas of Cloud Hidden village, and they didn't even have an explanation. They even laughed at us like that. Although it is true that their people wanted to kidnap Hinata to complete the Konoha breeding plan, wasn't it unsuccessful? The actual result is that their people died, but the other party suffered no losses. Logically speaking, Konoha village should give them an explanation. I didn't expect that the Uchiha clan and the Hyuga clan would be so tough, and even wanted them to start a war. Chapter 74 Kill. Samurai, who was sitting on another stone and resting, calmly calmed everyone's emotions. Don't worry, Master Yunying will not make things difficult for us. On the contrary, according to his character, he will definitely cause trouble for the Leaf Village. Although Samui knew the fourth Raikage's temper and would be greatly annoyed, it seemed impossible to start a large-scale war with the Leaf Village. Konoha village cannot afford to fight, and their Cloud Hidden village cannot afford to fight either. If we start a war forcefully, it will only result in losses for both sides. Before, he just pretended to be tough to intimidate Konoha and make the other party surrender. It was obvious that this move failed. The plan was going smoothly, but the third Hokage looked like he was about to give in. Unexpectedly, an Uchiha tribesman stood up and interfered with this trend, even more powerful than their Union village. However, it was not Samui's turn to make the decision on this matter. She could only let the fourth Raikage make the decision. Whether to continue the war or renegotiate the peace was not something she could decide. The other Kumigakure ninjas were a little relieved after hearing Samui's words. Samui was the jounin of the village, and her sister also worked as a secretary for Lord Raikage. At this moment, Ryuzuke, who was secretly approaching the ninjas of Union Village, also heard the conversation of the ninjas of Union Village, especially the Konoha breeding plan, which aroused his vigilance. Then he frowned. The other party's goal is to use the opportunity of peace negotiation to obtain the Hyuga clan's blood inheritance limited Byakugan, and the method is to kidnap Hinata. So the so-called breeding, could it be that he wanted to find Hinata? Thinking of this, he understood the other party's more terrifying plan, and he was instantly angry. The ninja world was indeed very dark, and he would use such methods on such a young child. Doesn't that mean Hinata is treated like a breeding pig? If the other party really succeeds in carrying out such a plan, then there is no need to think about what kind of torture Hinata will suffer in the future. The bloodline of the daughter of the Hyuga clan is of course pure, and the offspring produced by mating with her can give birth to people with Hyuga bloodline. Union Village was indeed shameless, and he had already made a decision in his heart. The women were left behind and all the men were killed. After thinking about this, Uchiha Ryuzuke walked out from behind the trees and headed towards the Kumigakure village ninjas. And as he got closer and closer, Samurai, who was on the stone, was the first to react. His expression changed instantly. He turned around and saw a guy wearing a black hood and a white mask walking towards them. "Who are you?" At the same time, I felt 12 minutes of vigilance in my heart. An ordinary person would never have been discovered by her at such a close distance. We are almost at the border between the two countries. The environment on the border is very chaotic, with all kinds of wandering ninja bandits. There are also some masters among these people. When the other ninjas of Cloud Hidden Village heard Samui's reaction, they all looked in her direction. Sure enough, someone was approaching, and it was a guy who was hiding his head and tail. One of the ninjas from Cloud Hidden Village was in a bad mood, and when he saw someone who didn't look like a good guy like this, he got angry. "Let me take care of such a guy." Samurai didn't stop him. What good could come from approaching such a covered guy? Let your companions test the opponent's strength. If he is weak, he will be killed. If he is strong, he can see the opponent's true identity. Immediately, the ninja of Union Village pulled out the long sword on his waist. With a cold light, he directly used the teleportation technique and quickly rushed towards the man in black. He swung the sword and slashed towards the opponent's head. This sword, the opponent will definitely be dead when he goes down. Faced with such an attack, Ryusuke turned slightly sideways to avoid the attack. Then he reached out and punched the opponent's sword-holding arm, snatched the weapon from the opponent's hand, and stabbed the opponent's heart with his backhand. The ninjas of Cloud Hidden Village instantly cried out in pain and opened their eyes wide. "Asshole, you actually killed me!" Immediately, his head tilted, and he could no longer die. Ryusuke's move directly pierced the opponent's heart. The other party died without a few struggles. Then he drew his sword directly, and the ninja from Hidden Cloud Village fell to the ground without support. All this happened in an instant, leaving Samai unable to react. Killing her companions so easily was something she didn't expect at all. Who is this guy? From the action of the other party just now, she knew how tyrannical the other party was. Even if she wanted to deal with her companions, she wouldn't be able to win so easily, let alone kill her with one move. The other Cloud Hidden Village ninjas were so angry that they dared to kill their companions, and one of them even asked, "Who are you? How dare you kill people from our Hidden Cloud Village?" Another Kumoyan village ninja pulled out his sword and said angrily, "Stop talking to him and kill him together." Immediately, other Kumoyan village ninjas also listened to his call and drew their swords. Several people rushed towards the man in black instantly, very fast, and raised their swords to slash at the man in black. Under such a siege, no matter how strong the men in black are, they will not be able to escape. They will chop them into pieces. Faced with this situation, Ryusuke directly opened his Sharingan. When the attacking Kumagakure ninjas saw these eyes, their expressions changed a little. They still knew the name of the Sharingan, but they had already taken action and it was too late to stop. Otherwise, if you rush to the other party, you will be giving them food. Considering the ruthlessness of the other party, they will not be merciful to them. Page 57. In an instant, these Kumoyan village ninjas swung their swords at Ryusuke without hesitation. Relying on the excellent dynamic vision of the Sharingan, Ryusuke easily dodged the opponent's attack, and even found an opportunity to kill another Kumagakure ninja with a backhand. At this moment, Samai, who had been motionless, suddenly took action and pounced directly behind the man in black. A delicate and sharp short knife was stabbed directly into the chest of the man in black. Since the other person hurt her companion, she would retaliate with an eye for an eye and pierce the other person's body as well. But how could Ryusuke miss this busted girl? He jumped up slightly to avoid her attack and came to a tree branch. Samai didn't expect that his attack would be dodged by him, and asked with an angry expression, "Who are you? Are you from the Uchiha clan?" Those with Sharingan are not necessarily from the Uchiha clan. The Sharingan is not like the caged bird curse seal like the Hyuga clan members. If he dies on the battlefield, his eyes may still be gouged out, so it may also be other forces. Chapter 75 Ride Up. Although Samai said this, the movements in his hands did not stop. He directly refined the chakra, and then directly swung a lightning slash. The terrifying Thunder Fox attacked directly towards the man in black on the tree trunk. Regardless of whether the other party is from the Uchiha clan or not, since she has hurt her companions, she will never show mercy. Ryusuke, who jumped onto the huge branch, gently swung his knife and cut off the lightning arc. Although the electricity made his arm feel a little numb, the numbness disappeared after a second. Said with a smile, "You guess." Samai didn't expect that his fast lightning slash could be directly blocked by the opponent under such circumstances. It showed that the other party's strength was definitely not inferior to hers, or even much beyond hers, so he couldn't help but threaten. "Asshole, you actually hurt the ninjas of the Hidden Cloud Village. The fourth Raikage will not let you go." Ryusuke was dismissive. "I'm so scared. You should think about how to protect yourself first." At the same time, he didn't want to get entangled with the other party anymore. "Looking at the map here, it seems that we are almost at the border. A place like the border is very chaotic, and there may be other people passing by. That would not be a good thing for him. He didn't want what he had done to be leaked. He rushed directly towards the ninjas of Hidden Cloud Village. It felt like these ninjas were not even jounin and could not stop him. Not long after, these people all fell in a pool of blood. Samai's face was very angry. Although he followed up to stop him, he was not as fast as the other party. Asshole, I won't let you go. Ryusuke had a smile on his face. You should worry more about yourself. Samai was extremely angry at this time, and immediately accumulated all the momentum and chakra in his body. Clouds flow in an instant. This is her secret attack. The body instantly rushed towards Uchiha Ryusuke and launched a sharp slash, but was blocked by the man in black. But she did not lose heart and continued to slash with many sharp blows, vowing to avenge her companions. But all her attacks were blocked by Ryusuke with a knife. Under the extreme observation power of Sharingan, the opponent's attack is clearly visible in his eyes. He was very fast and had some strength, but this was for an ordinary ninja. He didn't feel any pressure and could block it easily. At the same time, his eyes also refined chakra and reached them, and then their eyes turned scarlet. The magic shackle technique. Samai was very shocked at the opponent's strength. She was able to block her attack even though she was preparing to attack. Still so easy. With such combat power, the opponent is also extremely strong among the Uchiha clan, but he does not use the clone technique that Uchiha Shisui is famous for in the ninja world. Could it be the Uchiha Fugaku clan leader? Or people from other forces? When thinking this way, he felt a little dazed and his expression changed in shock. Oh no, it's an illusion. She was a little careless and actually forgot the famous illusion of the Sharingan. If she was pulled into the illusion, she would be like a cow or sheep at the mercy of others. Then he wanted to harm his body to disrupt his chakra, but he was a step too slow after all, and stopped when the knife was on his arm. In an instant, Samai found himself being pulled into a red world, and the sky was red and dark. And his body has been nailed by 4 nails, unable to move. Her face was very ugly. She was under an illusion. Without the help of others, she would not be able to undo this illusion. Ryusuke also came to Samai at this time and carefully looked at the big bear beauty in front of him. Wearing a low-cut fishnet top, it is indeed very tempting. Samai asked angrily. Why did you attack us? Even if you want to kill me, let me die knowingly. Ryusuke asked rhetorically. Who said I was going to kill you? Samai said with an unkind expression. If you didn't want to kill me, why did you kill my companions? Ryusuke said helplessly. They are in the way, so let's get rid of them first. Actually, I'm here to give you a gift. Samyi couldn't help but said angrily. Nonsense, no one gives gifts like this. Ryusuke said with a smile on his face at this moment. I just overheard your conversation. It seems that you, the Hidden Cloud Village, are going to implement the Konoha breeding plan. Don't you think the bloodline limit of my Uchiha clan is pretty good? It should be considered the best bloodline limit in the ninja world. How about I give it to you voluntarily? Samai was a little stunned. What do you mean? Are you crazy? What nonsense are you talking about? Do you want to give me your eyes? Ryusuke immediately shook his head. Of course not. Didn't you mention the plan for the Hidden Cloud Village? I can help you complete this plan. Samai understood that it turned out to be like this, and he didn't know whether it was true or false. For his own safety, he could only follow what the other party said. That's not impossible. Come back to the Hidden Cloud Village with me and I'll find some beautiful women for you to mate with. In fact, she never thought about finding a village girl for this scumbag to mate with. If she returned to Yunyang village, she would definitely find a large number of ninjas and chop the man in front of her into 8 pieces. Who asked her to kill him? So many ninjas from Hidden Cloud Village. Ryusuke was laughing at this moment. Why bother? Isn't there one right in front of you? Samui was shocked and her chrysanthemums were half cold. It's not like she doesn't know how attractive her looks, especially her figure and big breasts, are to those males. Normally, she is also extremely proud of her figure. But now it has brought trouble to her. Although she could obtain the blood of the Uchiha clan, she was not willing to sacrifice her body for the village. She doesn't want to be played with like a toy. He said quickly. No, there are many more beautiful girls in the hidden cloud village who will surely satisfy you. Ryusuke didn't want to get involved with the other party anymore. He directly hugged the other person's body. Said with a smile. I am very pleased with you. Such big-breasted beauties are very rare in Kumagakure village, and even in the entire ninja world, and they are also very suitable for childbearing. Samui's face was shocked. The other person picked up his body. He was not planning to do that kind of thing, so he couldn't help but said angrily. If you dare to do that to me, I will never let you go. Ryusuke didn't care at all. That's great. Since you won't let me go, I can't let you go now. Then Samui was brought to a remote rock platform on the mountainside, where no one would disturb her good work. He took out a mat from the ninjutsu ceiling scroll and spread it on the ground. Then gently place the person in your arms on it. This is also caused by the pressure he has been building up. Although Samui was under the spell, he still felt a chill and his body began to tremble spontaneously. Asshole, you dare to treat me like this? Ryusuke was unmoved. The ninja world was so dark. Since they could do something to Hinata, he could do something to her as well.